Welcome to the last day of groups here at the 6th Invitational. My name is Anne, I'm your host, and I'm joined by Fresh and Alpha. And it's the last day of groups, but I feel like everything can still happen.
There's so much to play for today, let's be honest. And there are so many storylines, so many upsets, so many things. I cannot wait, Leo.
After the upset yesterday of G2, I have to say that that's one big problem for me. Is that G2 might be gone after this day. You know, it's unbelievable.
We can't not talk
out of group stage.
No, I mean, hey, you'll get to talk about it in just a bit. But first, we jump into the panorama. We look at yesterday's day by talking about the monster, the scariest player that we saw in action yesterday. And how else could we have not picked Joom? Almost a 2 KD.
Yeah, he was incredible yesterday. Now, there was a big cluster of players that had huge performances yesterday. So first, they're going to quantify why we picked Joom. And the reason it was the quality of the opponent. Fluxo W7M, the quality of the game that them and Secret put out yesterday. Obviously, Fluxo W7M previously a major winning core for the roster. And the fact that Joom, through that full best of 3, has had such incredible stats over a long amount of time, a long amount of rounds, is the reason that we picked him as the monster.
And there are many factors. I think there is how outstanding the clips are. I think the impact of the kills as well. Most of the time when they're at the man disadvantage or in a clutch situation. On top of that, if you just think about it, he dropped 42 kills across 3 maps. I mean, Joom used to tell us, I'm always good, I'm always consistent, but he also has live games.
Yeah. That's actually incredible. For the moment, we picked an ace, and not just any ace, an ace in 35 seconds.
Fantasy is back, and what can I say? The Brazilian rookie, the Brazilian star, has waited 3 years to come back to his full level. Look at this. It is the most beautiful ace I have seen at an SI so far. The triple kill already would have been a clip. That's insane, but look at the rest, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. And Fantasy has been so good. He manages to find the 4th one here, and then he flicks the 5th one realistically after he sees the hit markers. Boom, 5th, all of them done. And I will say, NiP have not had the best tournament so far. They are still scrambling down at the bottom end of their group table. But Fantasy, across multiple games now, has shown and actually realized that talent and potential that we know has been there for years and we've wanted to see on an international stage.
And now for the must-see, we'll transition into today, and you two finally get to talk about it. I mean, FaZe could play the devil's advocate here because G2 might get grouped.
That is insane. That's absolutely insane to think that G2 has to beat FaZe to stay in the race. They could get grouped here, and it's unbelievable. If you think all the way back, when Stompen was picked up, they won EML. After that, they won in Grand Final of CWC. You expect more from that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that the schedule lines up as well is Black Dragon and Shopify will play each other. Yep. The winner will confirm themselves up into the upper bracket. The loser will be sweating on the result of FaZe and G2 because it is still in G2's hands. But for them to stay in this tournament, they need to beat our current world champions of FaZe. So that Group C later on the A stream, games 3 and 4, are going to be incredible. Obviously, there's a lot on the line today across all of the groups, and I think we'll keep you updated with everything as the games go on.
I'm glad it stays exciting until the very end, right? We've seen 6 Invitational groups where everything's decided by day 5, but that certainly is not the case here. In fact, we've only had 1 team lock in first with Secret, 1 team eliminated from the tournament so far in Elevate, so there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, and because of that is that we have seen upset all and everywhere in every single group. I mean, if we look at Group A, Weibo is topping the charts right now. Everyone was saying that M80 should win that one. I mean, Jack, we've seen upsets everywhere. It's all to play for. It's the final of group stage. I'm super excited.
There is a very real possibility, a very, very real possibility that either Weibo or Team Heretics, the EU Tier 2 team, will top Group A that consists of our current major champions, M80.
Yeah.
That's how phenomenal this SI has been so far. That's how many upsets have happened. Obviously, we've got the Group C things where G2 or Shopify could get eliminated today. Yeah. Honestly, it's been great.
And that is our first game of the day, right? So a straight shootout, potentially for the top position inside that group. Currently being held by Weibo, who are taking this group by storm. So we sat down 2 of the big characters on this team, and the biggest cinema fair is to have a chat with them.
Hello, brother.
Hello.
Nice to see you. I remember, bro, this game, my team was, we lose 5-0, I think, or 5-1, first map. Yeah. And again, losing 1-0. Like, bro, the team was not a good day.
That Bearskin run, but Gohan gets 1. He goes for 1, but he can't get it. Astro takes it instead, and now Panari comes in. He doesn't see Gohan. He goes for the kill, can't do it. Vaught wins their first round, and that crowd goes wild. But they will.
Yeah, bro, that is the worst 1v5 you see there. But yeah, I still win, you know.
Gohan at the back hallway. Will they be able to get there in time? They don't see him. He's just gonna hold on. They don't have the diffuser. EG should not lose this round, but they will.
Yeah, there's no one in the crowd cheering for you.
No, bro.
Not one
They
person.
were cheering for EG.
What's worse, the Weibo green jersey or this blue phase one?
I think this phase one is worse. Huh? The Weibo green is, at least in person, it looks nice. Huh?
Oh yeah. So I started playing this game in the beta when I was 10 years old. I remember in the beta it was like I kept playing the canal map and it was the terrorist hunt mode. And I thought that was the main game mode of the game, like every day. And I don't think I learned like what the real game was until the actual game came out. I thought the whole game was just the terrorist hunt mode. So I remember I asked my dad to buy me the game, and I started playing the multiplayer. I started playing the game, and I clicked on the multiplayer mode by accident. And when I loaded in, it was like a completely different game, and I fell in love with it. And yeah, I played every day since I was 10 years old. And on the first season, I sucked. I was like copper, like actual copper 4. So it took ages to like even understand what's going on in the game, but I love playing it, even at copper. It was probably more fun playing in copper than Pro League. No, I watched a lot of the like G2 and Penta games, but like because you never win, so
Yeah.
how am I gonna remember you?
Yeah, but it was closer. If you watch the semifinals at least.
But no one remembers the loser, so
Yeah, that's true.
No.
That's true. Yeah.
yeah. I remember looking at the like social vote for this game. I think we had like an under 10% chance like of people voting us to win.
Can the young gunner win in the 1v1? A final twist of the knife as North America bleed until nothing remains. One of the biggest upsets we've seen at the tournament.
Oh, this is SI against Liquid.
You win?
Yeah.
You still need to get on the diffuser, and he won't be able to do it. Excellently done by Turdsta. A masterclass from Turdsta and how to play safe, waste time, and take a favorable engagement and avoid the ones that don't work for you. Yeah.
Bro, I full shaved my head like 3 months before this. This is the worst
you need to go
decision I
back.
ever
I
made.
think you need to go back to this, to this
Horrible.
harbor. It's nice.
I think the biggest thing that Gohan's taught me in his time coaching us is just to give your best every day, because if you give your best every day and you improve even just a little bit, then, adds up, every day adds up, and you're going to be better. At the end of the year, you have 365 days of improvement, so you can't go wrong. Yeah, I think a coach that has playing experience, and especially playing experience at a high level, from Brazil, is always a bonus. I think there's like a level of understanding that you can get from a coach that's played versus a coach that hasn't played.
That is a big thing that Turd is saying at the end there about improvement every single day, and they have been putting in that ground. We talk about their boot camp. Turd talked about it in the interview. Boot camping in the Netherlands, they wanted to play against the best of the best teams, and it's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at Turd and what he was saying about Gohan, I think that we have a proof that Gohan has had a tremendous impact on this roster. And in fact, he even went ahead and gave us a quote about what he thinks of Gohan. He's not just a coach, he's a system. He focuses on improving us inside and outside the game. Nobody works harder than Gohan, and he inspires us to do the same. It's a beautiful one, and I think it goes to show we always knew APL had potential. We always knew that Weibo was the best team of APL, but we're just waiting for that consistency at top international level.
Yeah.
Gohan brought that consistency to
Yeah, absolutely. You've just said it, the best APAC team. I think that's irrevocable. I think it's undeniable that Weibo are the best team. And it's not just subjective. We've just seen that in terms of the player and coach talking to each other and Ted's quote. It's also objective. So these are the Weibo stats from this tournament so far. They are the second best attacking team, the 5th best defending team, the 5th best team in terms of team KD, and the 3rd best team at trading each other out. So that's such a high level. They are competing in the upper echelons of this tournament as a team from APAC, which we don't normally see on the statistics front. It's normally the odd upset here and there. Then you go down and drill down deeper, and these are the maps on the left-hand side of your screen. Cafe, Clubhouse, Chalet, Nighthaven. and Border as well. All of them, incredible attack win rates. In fact, the only map where they've struggled attacking on has been Consulate, where they played one map and they got one attack. That was it. Every other map, they are an incredible attacking team. And attacking depth, for me, is what shows that a team is really developed.
It's a testament of how good the cohesion is there, because we know they have incredible individuals, but maybe the team play aspect, the strategy aspect was what they were missing to be consistent at the top level. We've seen that improved. It's impressive, right? And the map variety as well. The fact that they have depth in the pool, that they can go further.
Maps,
exactly.
in groups.
They can be good in BO3s now. They used to be able to upset in BO1s. Now we're in the BO3, and they have the map pool to do it.
It's a good sign. They're fighting for the top, and so is their opponent, because when we talk about Heretics, I spoke to them a little bit yesterday, and I said, well, you guys must be happy, you know, making it out of groups, and they said, no, we lost. So this team was upset that they lost against the major winners.
They have high expectations of themselves, and I can praise them for that, because I was talking to you for today at breakfast, and I was like, you know what, like, you could be topping your group right now if you win. And he's like, yeah, I know, I expect that. And I was like, you know, no one would have said that at the beginning of this tournament. And he was like, he gave me a shrug, and he was like, you know what, like, I actually believe we can do this. Like, we've proved this.
Yeah, it's crazy that they went toe-to-toe yesterday with M80.
Yeah.
They went toe-to-toe, and they feel like they came away from that game thinking that they should have won. And let's just remind you that these guys that are attending their first ever S-tier event, you know, 3 of them, Flexi, Upor, and Flexi, Upor, and Skeptic that are attending the first S-tier event, they've got such a lack of experience generally as well. Tier 1 matches, low. It's only really Grubby that's actually bringing relevant experience to this team. Lots of these guys have been playing this game recreationally rather than professionally, or in amateur tournaments across a lot of the year. So the fact that they're here, the fact that they could top out their group, especially considering it's a group that considers our current major champions, is incredible.
What's even more incredible is where they come from. If you think about it, no one wanted Grubby after he was left from Secret. At the same time, you look at Upor, you look at Skeptic, you look at Flexi, barely got any trials, barely got any shot at tier 1. Oscar was dropped from Wolves in the end. You know, you look at these guys and you think they never gave up. They built a real team, and they worked hard, and they made it here. For me, it's the perfect story of zero to hero. If you've got passion and hard work, you can make it to the biggest stages.
It's a beautiful story. I mean, and there's so much information on what Weibo have played so far, so I'm curious to see the map veto, see what kind of pixel he brought out for this series. Another best of 3 to show the depth between these 2 teams and who can pick that first spot inside of the group. Heretics with the first pick, and it seems like we'll be heading to Chalet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about this. It's a map that they absolutely love. They've already showed it this event. In fact, Weibo have showed it as well. Both demolishing Fearax, if I remember correctly. One thing though, Weibo looked amazing on it. They've destroyed many APL teams throughout the season on that map. So for once, yes, it is a strong pick for Heretics, but Weibo are strong on it as well.
Yeah, Heretics got Nip on it, actually, I think it was. It was Weibo who got Fearax, yeah. But as you say, Weibo generally bring it out against lesser opposition.
Yeah.
We've not seen them tired and tested against top opposition on it yet. In turn, Weibo are going to pick into Cafe. And the big thing for that is, I think they've played it a lot at this event. They've absolutely loved it. They, again, absolutely destroyed Fearax on it. And it's a map just yesterday that Heretics played against M80 and felt, even though they lost, that they should have won on.
I'm a bit scared about Clubhouse as a decider. I'm scared for Heretics. The reason for this is they lost it to Fearax here in this tournament. It's not a good map for them. 7th out of 9th preference. And at the same time, it's an amazing map for Weibo. They like it. They play it a lot. They've beaten great teams on it. It's a tough one, because if it goes to decider, the advantage is to Weibo.
Well, that's difficult. They have to clear it in 2-0, and that shows us our stakes as well for this matchup and what it takes for both these teams to take that top position inside the group. Heretics will secure it, but they need to win this series and drop a maximum of 4 rounds. So not even just the 2 maps we were talking about, but 4 maps. And Weibo, with just a win, if they win a map, first place is theirs.
And I mean, history is kind of on their side, because Heretics, just as a quick fact, have lost every single first map of every fixture they've played at the 6th Invitational so far. Heretics tend to lose a map and then warm up into it. So maybe there's a world for Weibo where they get it done in the first map.
I mean, realistically, the biggest thing that we can hope here is that Weibo takes the crown. They're first of the group. It's history being made. And at the same time, Heretics, they just confirm upper bracket and we're happy.
And I'd just like to reaffirm this, actually, is that Weibo topping out the group with M80 in it is testament to just how far, if they get there, just how far this team has come.
And given that it's such a big chance for Weibo, I feel like it's only fitting we have some of our APAC voices on this game. We're joined by Dev Marta and Pengu for this one. Maybe Hannah Montanas as well, you know, the best of both worlds. A bit of Europe, a bit of APAC in this game.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we're talking about in the match. We've got that reflected here in the casters. But, Nick, what we're really here for is a funeral. It's death to groups and death to some of the teams. So we've dressed in black for the occasion.
Right.
Dressed to the occasion, I see it. But I guess the funeral is ready to start. Which team will take the first of the group? Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Metaphorically, of course.
Yeah, well, hopefully everyone's
Just
going to
gonna
be
say
safe.
that.
So, this is the game that I've been probably most excited for out of all the matches we've casted so far.
Just because Weibo's here, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's two underdogs. Nick,
yeah.
Team Heretics, literally tier 2 team. 3 SI first-timers, 4 SI first-timers. Weibo Gaming, with their storied history throughout the APAC region, are always having upsets at these international events, and they are looking like the best they have ever been. It's the battle for first in Group A, and it starts right now.
Crazy to think that a team that is not officially in tier 1 level of competition would qualify for SI through LCQs without an orc. Heretics, before going here, were known as Project Zero. They're beating Pro League teams in LCQs after Pro League team, and then they get an orc. They get a big name onto their belt to support them. They go here, and they're actually beating everybody's expectations. I was thinking to myself, you know, they'll go here, they'll win a map, maybe 2, maybe win 1 series, and you know, that's probably gonna be that. But they have a good shot right now at going even further beyond. But on the other side, who also has the fan prediction, Weibo, a team that is the dark horse, the underdog, but right now, they have a very realistic chance at locking in #1 in groups, which could be the first time ever for APAC.
So I've just gone back through the history books. The last time APAC were a first-place team in a group stage was way back in Sweden. 6th Invitational 2022 with Damwon Gaming, D+ Kia, now
that right.
they are known as. And that was, of course, Woogieman, Coded, and Rin's team. They did get first place in their group. But it has been 4 years since APAC have topped a group stage at the 6th Invitational, and it will be the second time for it ever to have happened in SI history.
So there you go. That is just how impressive Weibo's performance has been so far. Over the bends, of course, nothing too out of norm here in Chalet. Otherwise, I would have stopped myself and gone, oh my god, look at that! It's been Asami and Castle for the attacking side to really target that kind of fortified position. So early spawn pick attempt by Turd, he goes down. Robbie, one of the more experienced players in this server here, having some tier 1 experience himself, says, I own you! As he gets a phenomenal shot on the Turd. No more Tuberao, and that's paired, of course, with the Kite for this one, meaning strategically, Weibo gonna lose a very big element to this opening, and Ape also down a half health off a secondary spawn pick attempt.
It's always hard starting it around one player down. Now Weibo, they have been so good at their opening kills, but more so than that, they've actually been really good at converting them. They're the best team at the tournament at converting when they do find the opening kill at 86%. So Team Heretics starting things off, taking down a Weibo player early. You really couldn't ask for a better start here on such an aggressive map as Chalet. What's more, Skeptic has just hacked so much util with that Brava as well.
Oh, that's a great C4. I'm not sure that was pre-placed on the window, a toss start at a perfect moment, but either way, it gets a kill back to a trade. Heretics, of course, the Team Heretics being, you know, lesser experience coming from tier 2, they're gonna play more default maps, more default attacking and defensive round strats. So I can definitely see them playing that older style Siege, have better conversions, and not take as many risks in the server. They're obviously playing pretty heavily here in the first round for an execute, right? Step 1, get a bit of map control. Step 2, get Solera, perhaps an go for a plant, or hit a flank. U4, top mezzanine library side, has a backstep angle, gets the pick. But can they get the wall beast open? Again, Tuberao died early. There is still those kite claws on the walls.
And how are they going to clear it realistically? What util is there to speak of? They might just have to go for peaks. And yeah, unfortunately for Oscar, he's caught a bullet to the face thanks to Speakeasy. Weibo lashing out when they need to. And now Heretics are at a bit of a standstill. 1 minute to go, and that wall still remains solid.
Side is downstairs, so the wall upstairs is only one part of the problem. There's a wall as well downstairs from dining into fireplace. They gotta start getting going here. Small Maverick lineup up, applying a bit of pressure, but no way in towards this office room. The worst case here is inside a piano. There is a deployable shield. One nade from Grubby, can clear it, but I don't think they know about this position just yet. No nades now.
Well, here he goes, straight inside, but Speakeasy is watching, and Upor is the last man standing for the European roster. 1v3, they'll have to really mess this up with Weibo in order to give him a chance. And look at how disciplined they remain, holding their crossfires. The player in Piano behind the shields, a few taps out from Upor, but it's really going to be a done deal. Ape does overpeak a little bit, 1 HP, and the round will surely be over. Weibo starting things very strong on Chalet.
Oh boy, it started off again so disciplined from Weibo. I mean, the thing is, they're an APAC team, and when you say that, there's some old kind of things you hold against them. They're going to have less discipline, less strategy, etc. But Weibo have really been a team from APAC, sure, but they have that discipline. They have strategical depth. When they're up against M80 earlier this tournament on Nighthaven Labs, they're using Capital in the highest level I've seen in a long time, with the smokes and the fires and just having good coordination and good timings. And I really think a lot of this praise can go to Gohan, the new support staff, the coach of Weibo standing behind them. And Turtsa said it in that interview, the Generations content piece, having a coach who has been a player himself before makes a huge difference. By Turt's own words, he said, it's kind of the only way to have a coach if you want to have it at the highest level, because they know what it's like. And if there's one person you can look towards, it's got to be Gohan. There's been a very big shift positively since he joined the roster as the head coach.
Yeah, he's had a huge impact. And Weibo for the longest time had their old bleed support staff. Of course, Mentalist was coaching for these guys for a very long time. He kind of stepped aside. Meepy did a lot of the heavy lifting. Now it's really all about Gohan. And look, the meta has been for quite some time. You pick up a Brazilian coach. It's always sad to see old guards depart from a roster. I think particularly Mentalist, you know, he was a teammate of Speakeasy for a very long time. But all good things come to a close, and you cannot deny Gohan, look, let's be real, he had a bit of a reputation back in the day.
We've all been young.
We have, and he is like, not only does he have such an overbearing presence, he is one of the loveliest guys I've met at the Six Invitational. You see him walking in the hallway and you're like, oh, he's a bit scary, but then he opens his mouth and you're like, wow, he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
And I think it's the perfect balance that Weibo needs, strength, but also maturity.
Speaking of maturity, of course, Speakeasy, you said he played a long time with Mentalist, and Speakeasy, he's not your typical kind of IGL support player. He gets in the action very frequently, and also often MVP in domestic matches, dropping, you know, double-digit kills, games, etc. Very much leading from the front, playing the Clash, playing the Blitz. Right now, he's just lurking down bottom blue. Weibo have been really good already in the first rounds. You're fighting for map control in highly contested areas. Right, last round, they're holding heavy piano control, not surrendering the verticality. Right now, they're trying to deny this basement staircase angle to not allow Ufer on the ace to get that stock wall. That's due to Speakeasy being bottom blue with the Clash shield. He needs help now to take control of basement, because you cannot 1v1 a Clash.
Heretics are presented with a lot of obstacles, and so they're doing their best to step by step clear out some of this Utah. And the bulletproof camera was giving them a lot of grief in lobby. You mentioned the Clash as well. Thankfully for Heretics, they've started to seep their tendrils into the building. A lot of drone work going down. I like the Brava Twitch combo.
Yeah.
The thing that will make Heretics suffer is the time, right? It's the 6th player on the board for Weibo. They spend all this time droning. They will run out of time to actually get their boots in the building.
Yeah, exactly. And Plant Denial, there's Toxic Babes, a lot of map control. They got the stock wall now, bit of pressure on there. Clash has also left the area, come back to top floor. That's why Ufer retook this exact position. So they breach the stair, but they couldn't use it. Hobbit strikes first.
Oh, Grubby's gone down. I didn't even see where he went. Oh, here we go. This is very deadly for Speakeasy.
He's not
Takes
injured.
a hell of a lot of damage, but he does get the shield back out again. He'll try and keep Oscar at bay, but he needs some support, because Oscar will win if he can close the distance on Speakeasy. Thankfully, there's a crossfire. He's baiting into Uppe for 2 big kills. Up inside of the dark corner of library. Uppe makes it his home. He silences Heretics and leaves Flexi and Upor in such a rough position. With Reaps and Speakeasy both lit up, there might be a way into it. Putting the shield down on the ground. Reaps is now going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting as Speakeasy's finished off. Flexi 1v1 as Upbe's finally finished off, but Reaps holds the line for Weibo.
He holds the angle. It's a 4K for Flexi looking for the final one. There's 6 seconds left, and still Weibo keep on fighting. and bringing that aggression back towards Team Heretic, shutting them out off the bomb site. Speakeasy on the Clash, ridiculous sequence, right? Shot to 1 point of health very early on before the execute started. He's top mezzanine, he's baiting, he's pushing, he's all over the place. Ape gets 2 kills off of that. Then he's bottom fire players getting, oh, 1 guy here, 1 guy there. And yes, Speakeasy does go down, but he actually finds out where 4 different attackers were before he goes down.
Speakeasy is such an impact player without it really showing up on the scoreboard a lot of the time. Yeah, and look, he's also one of those players that just brings so many vibes to the team, and you really, really need that. I mean, when you look at this roster for Weibo, right, you got players like Hoven, Reaps, and Ape, who this tournament have just been performing out of their minds statistically. Ape had 144 EPS in their second game, Reaps 149, Hoven 127 in their first game. Speakeasy doesn't really show up on the scoreboard a lot, but his impact is insane, and it's why he actually has, let me double check the exact number.
He does have pop-off games, to be fair.
He has the 3rd best KOST rating at the tournament. 73% of rounds, Speakeasy is having a big impact.
Remember when we were in Melbourne for domestic finals, right? And it was like going to like 2 a.m., like, you know, really late. And you go,
3 in the morning.
Who's having fun, guys? He's like, me, I'm having fun. Like, he just loves the game, genuinely.
Yeah, without a doubt, the most cooked day of Siege I have ever been a part of was that PAX qualifier in Melbourne, the qualifier for the Munich Major for APAC. And you're right, like, Speakeasy, he didn't let it get to him at all. The mental for Weibo is incredible.
Hello, guys.
Which is saying a
I'm
lot.
hoping you're having an
when
amazing day, morning,
come to
night,
a Six
wherever you
Invitational,
are.
you're playing against
So,
really top echelon competition.
I'm
You
sorry
need
I'm
to
late.
be able to
I made
bounce back. You need to be able to have some
breakfast
fun with it.
and I had
It's
to help
funny
my
because
daughter.
there's a bit of
She's
a
at
contrast,
home.
right? Speakeasy,
Still sick,
untiltable,
so
but then
that's
Touchdown,
why
if you
it
go
took
back a
some
year ago
time.
at least, had a bit of a he
But
can
hey,
tilt quite
I am
easily
here.
reputation.
I started on
So
time.
you have 2 different
Yay.
halves there. Smoke goes
My
down to protect the
voice
glass, Flexy
went
in the
weird.
building, good bit of map control. But this is Weibo giving them Solarium, not choosing to fight back. They're playing deeper back in the bomb side.
Wow, he's extremely deep already. Speakeasy might be able to swing him, but Flexy is very aware of that. A bit too much of a premature pre-fire from Speakeasy. And now Heretics, they have a chance at locking this round in. They've got half of the site control they need. But going for a plant's going to be very challenging. Flexy has the diffuser, but he's pretty much the only one actually covering himself.
He's waiting for it.
Oh, that's the
call.
play, isn't it? Turdstar,
They're waiting
he
for
has
him.
impact as well. He's being watched from below by Oscar, and Heretics dot all their I's. They cross all their T's, and they get themselves on the scoreboard here on Chalet.
This is exactly what I mean when I say Team Heretics play older school style Siege. I think you need to hit them with a little bit of a curveball or that explosive kind of newer style aggression like we saw in round number 1 and round number 2. When you give Team Heretics a default round, they have it figured out. They took Solarium because they recognized this is completely for free. Then they recognize as well, no one's playing close in bathroom and aggressive in master bedroom by the chassis or really that much in the closet. So Flexy just walks on in. Then they're thinking, okay, we got the injuries, we killed the closet player. What do we need to do now? Well, we gotta go for a default plant location and get a guy below.
Because I actually want to fucking tell you guys to
timeout.
wake the fuck up in there right now, right? We seem dead slow, we seem dead fucking out of it right now. It's time we get actually into the fucking game. We're playing the game in a minute, right? The communication's off, the 3-2-1's, the coordination's off. We're having Flexy fucking repel in when nobody's even next to him. Like, we have to fucking wake up. This game can be fucking easy for us if we want to fucking actually win it.
David, let me say,
right?
we're droning shit. Like, let's say it, like, with more fucking panache, bro. Harvey, you're droning solo, guys. Solo is clear.
We need mid up, we need play with mid
Let's fucking go.
Right, I understand.
Fucking people keep saying we don't need to win this game, bro. Of course we need to win. We want to win.
Guys,
We
we
always
need to
want
play
to win.
with fucking some desperation, right? Come on.
Yeah, go, man.
Let's play with a bit of urgency, guys, okay? Let's go.
That does not sound like a team that just won a round.
I was gonna say, sometimes, because I was just praising how good that looked. From the outside looking in, I was like, that's a great round. You should be happy with that one. Obviously not the case at all. And it goes to show Flexy was not getting supported apparently. People are droning but not communicating. So he rebels in a huge risk, which to us looked like they droned and they called it was clear to calculate it. But apparently it was a last-ditch effort out of like desperation, almost saying, okay, I guess I'll just go then. But it was good on paper. But obviously, I'm not happy with that one. Team Heretics, like we spoke of earlier, they have started slow every single game so far. They've lost their first opening map in every BO3 they've played so far. then it got on to win some, and got off to lose one as well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they have been punching above their weight class this entire event as the only Tier 2 team. All of their games have been hard fought. Like you said, they've had to come back after losing the first map.
By the way, I'm
and they are
using my
tied
regular
second
headset
place with
because,
M80, so they're doing phenomenal.
But should they have the pressure upon them?
Not
They're up
at all.
against M80, up against Weibo. They're a Tier 2 team.
And exactly what we just heard in the tactical timeout. I don't catch who said it, but I think someone said, guys, it's okay, we pressure's off, we don't have to win this game. And someone said, what do you mean? Of course we have to win this game. Like, man, these guys are not fully on the same page.
No, I mean, I get it though, right? You go into the thing is, there's different mentals to a game. Back when I was a player, I had the mental that we're always gonna lose the game that we're playing, because then in my head, I'm not afraid of losing, because that's the reality. Now I'm gonna play to win. But then you have my former teammate Fabian going, if I ever said that out loud, dude, I would get told to never say that again, because don't ever say that we're not gonna win. Of course we're gonna win. We're the best team in the world. It's the mental side.
Yeah.
Some players need that alleviation of pressure going, it's okay, we don't have to win. They don't actually mean it, that they're gonna wanna lose, but...
It's interesting how like different people respond to different kinds of pressure. For some, the assumption is that you lose so that you have to work hard to win. For others, the assumption is that you win so that you gas yourself up, tell you that there is no such thing as losing this game. Heretics, though, they found their first attack. They've finally broken that trend from Weibo.
Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, he did miss that one, and unfortunately, Upor has missed his chance. An aggressive peek from Hoven. He's dueling two players, one on the window and one downstairs outside the lobby door as well. He's being droned from Library. And now from the bottom of main stairs as well, it's a Twitch drone from Oscar just to check for any extra util. They are hunting Hoven, but they're going to need some kind of util, or perhaps a Blackbeard to clear him. Out comes the nade, and he's being covered from the other side.
Damn.
Well done. Grubby and Flexi put pieces together and finally do away with that Indonesian player hanging out at the top of Pillar.
Thank God the nade got the kill, because Grubby was a bit mistimed on the Library rappel, not kind of getting the catch off. That could have gone the wrong way. But then Turch that takes down Flex and the Blackbeard right after anyway. So Heretics, you know, they're very much in the right. Communication not quite there, right? Playing very far apart. They're playing 3 drone operators. It takes a lot of time to get in the building, but now that they're in, they gotta play closer together. Get to step 1, get into step 2, and then to step 3.
Grubby's the most experienced player on this roster. Him and Oscar both know what it's like to play at international event, know what it's like to play at Tier 1. They see the gap, they have to go for it, but Turz has come around from behind. Grubby takes him down. It's up to Speakeasy, and Speakeasy alone for Weibo. 1v2, both players very low HP.
So winnable. Has no C4, but again, it's all about controlling the hatch control here, right? He knows they can go down Solarium stairs, down the kitchen hatch, and of course into Fireplace or Dining Hall. So for Team Heretics, information, where is Speakeasy at? For Speakeasy, control the hatch for as long as humanly possible. It's going to be hard to cover everything, only one person covering and one person planting.
Anyone who drops down that hatch is guaranteed to die. The shotgun actually will be perfect. He barely needs to touch them, and Skeptic will fall. Grubby drops down the hatch, needs to get up close. Speakeasy's watching with the shotgun. Surely Speakeasy can win this. But amongst the calamity, the extinguisher detonates and both players get concussed. It buys enough time for Speakeasy to clutch the round on time.
You can't fault Team Heretics too much in that one. I know it can look very easy, but that is actually an incredibly difficult 2v1. Most importantly, because both attackers so low on health, they'll die to any bullets, basically.
But they needed to stack, ideally, right?
So that's the thing, right? Stacking is often a very good idea. When you're both 1 point of health, the shotgun will take you out both. There isn't told the same story. I genuinely believe the lack of utility and the fact they were so low on health gave them almost no option to get into that one.
Also had no info, right? They had to drive a drone all the way from blue just to try and find where Speakeasy was, and there was less than 20 seconds remaining by the time they started droning.
Let's go! The clutch man!
Look, all I can say is I'm glad that Speakeasy is better at Rainbow Six than he is at table tennis, but he looks the same as when he's getting thrashed at table tennis as when he's 1v2ing casually, just 1v2ing.
He's happy to be there, that's it. When he's losing table tennis and winning this thing, he's just happy to be there, James.
And look, to flip the script here a little bit, Weibo are really good at attacking this map. They got 4 out of their 6 attack attempts against FearX when they played this just the other day. Team Heretics also typically very good at attack. They got 4 out of 6 of their attacks when they played NIP, and also did win all 3 of their defenses. But both teams, I think, should expect to be having a lot of luck on their attack based on that previous result. So I think Heretics, for them, the pressure is kind of mounting because they're saying, guys, why is this harder than when we played NIP? And I think there's a very good answer. Weibo are just on another level.
I mean, in that previous round, the Grobby, such good entry, but that was once the round was already kind of lost strategically. So we want to see that kind of confidence earlier on before Team Heretics lose a player or two. This could be a potential side rush though, right? They got Glass that can cut off Library perfectly, and Blitz with the case outside the bomb site window can jump on in, and a Thatcher to deny any throwables, or the Echo Drone in this case to deny the plant. And they get opening pick. This is the best round so far for Team Heretics. At first, you could also EMP a bunch of those ADSs and try and clear out the play on the corner. The issue
gets to him. It's such a big brain move to come out from Falcons. They're very aware of what Daystar want to do. Scheichel will go to his morning post, as he does every start of the round, and try his spawn peek for the 4th time in a row.
You know, here every morning Scheichel wakes up and goes, oh, I'm going to go spawn peek, and then he goes and gets a nice cup of Folgers. So I also think that if you are French and you drink Folgers, they deport you as well. So there are a lot of rules for this country about food. Uses with the run out, almost catches Seal on that repel. Seal looking quite surprised. I would be as well. This aggression from Falcons is not unheard of, Jesse, but is a bit abnormal when they play up against, let's say, more experienced opponents.
Well, I think it's a clear part of the game plan coming into this, right? They don't want Daystar to be allowed to set up for the pushes that they want to go for. Maybe they've identified that as a weakness on Daystar, that they do struggle to adapt when things start to go awry, and that's definitely been what's happening so far in this game. The top floor will be attempted for the 2nd time by Daystar to try to attack it, this time successfully. They did ban the Azami, so Scheichel was playing this previously. He's moved over to the Jaeger, just currently playing on Cigar, so a very forward hold. Liquefac, as calmed in the pregame, playing on this clash, giving a lot of information that Scheichel could try to make some moves with. But it's Saltov who strikes first. Another opening pick. He's up to 3.
Goodness gracious. Seal 0-5. He has been the first to die through the last 3 consecutive rounds. It's not a position you want to be in. Jogor taking quite a bit of damage too now as Azuki fires away at that class shield. Liquefac seemingly putting down the shield, and it's a full sweep as we still have over a minute to go, and Daystar is just souffle. Outside, on rappel, looking at the clash. A really damning position to be in. You bear in mind that Daystar called their timeout after the 2nd round, so there's nothing to stop them from slowing this bleeding. No tourniquet can be applied here. Credit to Souffle for still playing this one out. It would not be that uncommon to see a player just sit on the roof, take some time, talk through it, work through it, center yourself for the 2nd half, but he decides to go for it. He dies, and it's a flawless round by Falcons as they win their 5th. But this is quite a tough start for Daystar.
Parker, I'm looking into the numbers right now to see if we can get this confirmed, but there are currently only 7 kills from Daystar across 5 rounds. That's the entire team put together, and to me that feels like one of the lowest team kill counts we have seen at this 6th Invitational. It's certainly not a season-long or a global record, but for this SI, I'm not sure if we've seen a beatdown this one-sided. It feels like every single round, Falcons are in control from the very start, from the moment that Scheichel goes for his spawn peek until the moment the last player on Daystar drops. It is Falcons who are in the driver's seat of this game. They've got a multitude of different strategies that they're bringing out on this matchup. Every single time they return to a site, they've got a new idea, they've got a new operator they want to play. This time it's the Clash, which allows even more aggression around Cigar. And listen, I don't know if they play like that. I don't know if they push the Clash up to top red if they're playing against maybe an M80 or a FaZe Clan, but against Daystar they feel confident, and it does pay off.
Last time they went to this bomb site, the only minor adjustment was the Malusi that was being played by Yuzis, swapped out now for the Ella. The other 4 operators were relatively similar. Again, the Azami ban will change things a little bit, so Mozzie, who has played in basically every other round, has to come out because of the Azami ban, so you can't run with the same lineup, and Azami is a major pain for this Daystar team. But I mean, that's strategic. I don't know if there's any operator that hasn't been a pain for Daystar up to this point. As we hit the final round of this first half, Hughes is the only player to survive through the entire run of this match. It's been an incredible go for him. And obviously, it's largely because Daystar has not won a single round yet and are only mustering a couple kills on average. This is such a death.
on Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Dude.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do?
God, that was a nasty flick from Shaiko.
Jogor gets sent to map number 2.
Bye-bye.
He doesn't get to play for the next at least 2 rounds.
Another terrified of this hatch, Parker. They're praying Shaiko has left. He has indeed, but he's not gone far. Now wants one on the skylight, but nobody's here to challenge him.
That's why that's
So now you need buffet. Shaiko's going back for seconds. He's now defending. He was just peeking the main skylight.
Yes.
If somebody did this in one of your games, you would be losing your mind. Not yours. I just mean like in general.
Yeah.
And
You
yet
would be
Shaiko
calling
does
him
it.
a
And
cheater.
well, I mean,
That's what you would
to
do.
be fair, most of my teammates are not Shaiko. So
Hey, Jogor did lose his mind about it.
Did. Seal almost dies to a nitro cell, tossed out. There he goes. The remainder of him will follow. Azuki in the ground too. Falcons with shovels in hand as Souffle and Pecan are last 2 left. Down goes Pecan and it's Souffle. These team names making me hungry. About as hungry as Falcons. Shaiko with 10 kills. And the 6th round is not done yet. And guess who's back?
Oh, God.
Oh my god, oh, guys, he's feeling it. He's feeling the boys.
He's feeling something.
What do you do?
God
What do
damn.
you do?
Okay,
He's
why didn't
really
you play
inevitable,
like that
isn't he,
yesterday?
Parker?
Come on. Why did
Shaiko
you
in
not
full
play like
form
that
at the 6th
yesterday?
Invitational puts up one of the cleanest mechanical rounds that we
That
have
would have
seen
been a
since
better
the event
win
began.
If you did that yesterday. Right
Daystar,
now,
I mean,
this match
you've
is
got to
like
find
not-
some way around this guy. You've got to pre-fire the angle. You've got to get a drone, but it's just the mental's got to be so crushed at this point for the Apex squad on their own map pick. Not a single attacking win here on Cafe. They will swap to the better side, but I'm not sure it's going to matter much. Shaiko will still have a gun in his hand, whether he wants to play his old-fashioned Ash that he used to bring out all the time, whether he wants to rely back on that Grim, which has been his most played factor so far. He's played a lot of Flores, Deimos. He's got the options. The guns will be available for him, Parker.
Like they
And
should have
Daystar
won
are
that.
shaking in their boots. They do ban
wife,
Shaiko's
okay.
most played operator here at the 6th Invitational. That's a bit of respect.
Yeah.
You better my wife. Okay.
I just.
Okay, see how it is.
What is there to say?
She's too good for you.
If he jumps in and aces round 7 on the gridlock, we might need to just skip map 2 entirely.
I'll allow it.
I fear at that point, what's the point? You know?
This is Daystar's map.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention the last 2 times they played at the 6th Invitational, they lost 7-2 to Wildcard and 7-1 to Furia. I was skeptical of the map pick to begin with from Daystar. It isn't a common map for Falcons. They haven't played it too much. They've only played it twice since Stage 2 began, about midway through last year. But, I mean, they've got the footage on you. Daystar, the results have not been there. They clearly think there's something to this map, but at some point, I feel like you got to hang it up, and this needs to be a bit of a wake-up call for them.
Yeah. 0-3 on the map that you like to play
Why
is
isn't
not
it
exactly
up?
a great
I posted
number.
it yesterday.
No,
What the
especially
fuck?
when you've got 3 rounds total across those 3 plays.
Yeah. And that's because they have 0 rounds right now here on Cafe, seemingly getting worse.
Yeah, it has gotten worse every time. Their first loss was 7-2.
Regressed. 7-2, 7-1, now 7-0.
Yeah, that's a worrying trend line. At least they can't go down from here, right?
We speak with a bit of humor in our words, not to insult Daystar, but because we don't want to bring the mood down.
Yeah.
But this really is quite a frustrating situation for Daystar. We get it. They have 7 kills across 6 rounds.
How the fuck did it just
I
get
mean,
posted?
we've had 7-0s here, and we've had some 2-0 stomps. We've actually had a lot of 2-0 stomps for an international event.
So my
and then we've
prediction
had some
for today-
unbelievably competitive best of 3s. But this has got to be one of the poorest performances in terms of kills. First opening pick, and Seal will run out. Now Falcons knows what it feels like as Solotov is gunned down. Leaky Fact dies to Pecan. And there's only 3 players remaining from Falcons with a minute off of the clock. Shaiko had the read, but he loses the duel to the Roni in hands of Azuki. And it does not look like a 7-0 will materialize, Jesse. Unless Brede and Uzis can pull off a 2v5, this one will go one more round.
Bit of a taste of their own medicine. Not so fun when you're on this side, is it, Falcons? A little run out from Daystar, aggressive swings. I do love to see that from this primarily rookie team. They're coming out, they're playing confident. They know they're down 6-0, but they don't seem to care, Parker. This is exactly the attitude you need if you're going to pull back a 6-0 deficit. I know it feels far off at this point, but it's the only thing that they can really play for now that they're in this position. They forced Falcons down to a 2v5. They're all on the roof. This shouldn't be possible, especially with that clash on the board being played by Pecan. The information isn't bad from Falcons, but just getting in, dropping some of these hatches should be really, really difficult, and getting to the bomb site even tougher.
I mean, Yuza still hasn't died. He's going to put that streak on the line, right? And he's in about as close as you can get at this point in time. Oh my, there goes Brede, Joe Gore, and the Maestro working well together. Uses with 1 kill. Could you imagine a 1v5 clutch?
No way.
He said, I'm not dying this game. Diffuser is still down, and the Maestro will tag him away. Uses on very limited HP. He needs to be worried about the zaps, and Souffle will get it done. I mean, I guess technically Uses hasn't died to a gun.
True.
Finally, Daystar get on the board. The comeback could be brewing as Falcons get beat on every single step of their entry.
I like that statement from LickyFact. We heard it briefly there. We know how they play. Falcons can lock in. 5 lives left to try to make this victory happen up against Daystar. They
something
can
on his hair?
reset a little bit, not getting down after a round like that. But again, I love the confidence coming out from Daystar. An early run out from the Mozzie, then constant swings over towards Cigar. The Evil Eyes gave them information. The Clash gave them information. It's not just dumb, raw aggression, right? They did it with information. So it's strategy behind the aim, and I warned you before this match started, if Daystar are showing up hot, if Falcons do underestimate them, then Daystar can punish. They can be such a deadly team when they're shooting right, when everything goes their way. Falcons have been aggressive on their half, but I don't think it was disrespectful aggression. I actually think it was more respectful aggression because they didn't want to let Daystar play their game. They didn't want to let Daystar get set up. Now on the defense, of course, Daystar will be able to get set up no matter what. They can play their game plan no matter what Falcons try to do, unless they catch them off guard with some kind of a rush or something. But this will be the job for Falcons to close this out on 1 of the next 5 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of opportunity to ensure this one doesn't fall away from you here. And I mean, Falcons obviously have shown issues. That's why they're towards the bottom of this group. They have not been the typical, unbeatable team that we've seen through countless events since really when they were on BDS way back many, many moons ago. And Daystar are a tough squad. Every single team that is here at the 6 Invitational, even if they are in dead last, can beat you if you stop trying or play like a bunch of silly little geese. But I don't think Falcons are in the geese school. They're Falcons. They're fearsome birds, not silly honk-honk birds.
Hold on, Parker. Geese can be very fearsome. You ever fought a Canada goose?
I don't go out of my way to fight birds.
They go out of their way to fight you. Those things are aggressive.
They do not fight me. Have you been fought by a Canada goose?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Either way, Falcons will look to sink their talons into this Daystar team. We're going to work on this middle floor now. Logic bombs going off, silenced by the mute jammers, some of which are inside the site that will give some coverage to this Daystar team. This is a familiar spot for Shaiko. I feel like he spent about half of this series so far on red stairs, either by hatch or down towards the bottom, roaming in this part of the map. LickyFact, the only one taking some serious damage. Azuki, a small scratch on the paint.
Yeah, LickyFact gotten quite deep, though, already at the bottom of red stairs. This is going to be a bakery-focused execute. Seal is trying to go for the reinforcement. Is it too late? Yes, because LickyFact is just behind him. Nobody else is on this bottom floor. They've got too many roamers, Parker.
And use this for the second time in 2 rounds. Will now die. His only 2 deaths so far. Pecan and Seal are gone. Seal has unfortunately died early now 4 times. He's been the opening pick. Shaiko holding those stairs, waiting for Souffle to come back to earth. He will do so. Azuki on borrowed time. Jogor full HP. That's right now the stakes for Daystar. This is their map. They've managed to muster a single round, but Things are not very good. Brede in the sight, attempted the plant, falls off. Jogor last alive for Daystar. Who will find him? Leaky Fact does first, but loses the duel. So Jogor tucked away over towards Whiskey. And honestly, all a Daystar might need a drink after this one. Brede pulls off the defuse, playing them with 3 remaining players. The Falcons will hunt for the final kill. Shaiko will get it. And map 1 is done. Falcons soaring to a...
I thought there would be more resistance on that game, to be honest. Otherwise, that would not have
Really aware of each other.
And Grubby
this
will look to
match, though,
fall
is a
back
little bit
towards
more
blue.
even for some
He can
reason.
help you, Paul, but of course that
I
does
did say
mean
my
that Weibo
prediction
have the
that
numbers
Weibo would
advantage on
be
site. Now the
winning.
gap's been found
But
by
I do hope
Ape
the
and
Heretics
Speakeasy
is winning.
together.
I'm rooting for them
Grubby, they
like
knew
a
he was in the
fan.
basement. And he's
But
had to
the
make his way
stats
back up into fireplace.
in
But
these days
Speakeasy
that,
spotted him with the Blackbeard.
Weibo
Big 2K for the IGL. And Weibo find their 5th.
I think the end of that round really shows the maturity levels for Weibo. And again, I want to praise Gohan, who's behind him, because I feel like that is going to be the Gohan effect. I have seen so many times in the past, Weibo would spot a person roaming in that 5v3 and go, guys, only 2 people by the bomb site, let's rush it right now. And they are sprinting in and they will die because they quite literally can't shoot back while they're sprinting. Instead, they go, guys, there's a person west main. He's going to go back to the bomb site, either blue stairs or fireplace stairs. That's going to take about 10 to 12 seconds. That means they can spend that first 10 seconds carefully walking down the staircases, guns up ADS, utilize the Blackbeard and the fire spring and the smoke, and then get deep in the bomb site. So instead of rushing and getting there in 4 seconds and maybe dying, they take 10 seconds, but they're successful. By the time Grubby is back on those staircases by the bomb site, it's too late. They're planting, they're deep, they have the full control, and more importantly, nobody died in the silly way. Because that has been Weibo's issue so many times before. They will die in really silly ways when they get significant numbers advantage. Maturity.
Discipline and refinement have been the name of the game since Gohan joined this roster as their coach. Now this is Weibo's map pick, Chalet. Next, we will go to Cafe, regardless of the result here. The second map in our BO3. I saw Heretics already had their Cafe booklets on the table, ready to go for map 2.
That's good.
So look, even if Weibo do win here, I wouldn't put it past Heretics to fight back. We've seen them lose the first map already in 3 different series at SI, and they've won 2 of those games. You certainly can't afford to just give up here on this map. There's still plenty of legs in it for Heretics.
Definitely. I mean, you get 1 round, you're only 1 round behind, and it's 4 or 5, so 1 round at a time is all you need. But right now, focus on Oscar playing top mess with the Asami, one of the most difficult spots, maybe the most difficult spot here on Chalet. So much against you, no support, and there's also no Jaeger or Wamai. The Green Bees are coming out, the Blackbeard's watching for me, drops on down, they're watching from Fabi's door. Can he get out? He has a keeper.
He could protect himself with that last keeper barrier. That one might actually just be enough, and indeed he does fall back. So Heretics get their pick and they get away with their life, but not for long enough. Oscar was caught. Speakeasy managed to get into mud, but somehow Uport gets an angle around the shield and trades back the Blackbeard, so Heretics do indeed get the last laugh.
Huge pick. So they got 2 kills, they got rid of Blackbeard and the Capital, 2 Grim Beasts are gone, and half or a third of the flashes. This means a ton of utility wasted to gain very little map ground, and this is why playing Mezzanine is so difficult. Finding that perfect balance of overstaying or falling back too early can be very tricky, but I think Oscar really found the middle line really nicely, and his teammates also supporting him on the fallback. Toxic Babe tossed out to stop the aggression, but look at this, they found a way in elsewhere. In office.
SMG-11 does land true, though, for Flexi. I thought they might have been aware, and he finds another one! Ape deleted. Reaps 1v4, the most decisive round yet for Heretics, and it's all thanks to this man. Flexi fires up, and only 1 round behind are Heretics again.
Exactly, 1 round at a time. You get 1 more, now you're tied up 5-5. That's the mentality right now. Just focus on what's happening in the following 3 minutes and talk very briefly about, guys, what are their habits? How do they attack library? Was it 2 people double window? Was the guy single window? Did they go in downstairs in pool table and games? It's those small conversations you need to be having constantly to keep up. Okay, what are your opponent's habits? What do they do? How can we punish it? So you gotta share the knowledge across the map.
Grubby doesn't care what the score is. Heretics have really built a solid foundation here on Chalet. It took them a little bit of time to find their mojo, but they are very competitive in this game. And I think this was a telling moment as well. Both of these teams keep on fighting for those refrags, for those trades. Heretics find the first kill. Weibo makes sure to hunt down Oscar, but then Flexi is there to trade him back again. He's Scottish, isn't he?
There's an accent on
I
that
didn't
one.
know that Heretics' coach was Scottish, and then I just heard that in their tag timeout before. I was like, ooh, there's an accent we don't get to hear very often. I love it.
I feel like when I hear an accent that I'm not commonly hearing, I gotta like dial it in for a few seconds when it first gets heard, you know?
Yeah.
When that tag time started, I was like, what language is this? Oh, it's English, okay. Which, oh, it's Scottish, okay.
Well, we're so used to listening to different languages. It is funny when you hear a language that you know, but an accent that you don't, and you're like, oh, no, they are speaking. Or is someone speaking with like a second language?
I mean, we got very used to hearing the like Brazilian / Portuguese accent when they speak English, because all the supporting staff, like half the teams in the world are from Brazil. Like Dark from Felix, I feel like his accent is so easy to understand now for me, but when he first started with Felix, I was like, what is this guy saying? Just because I'm unfamiliar with the way that they speak. So welcome addition, different iterations and ways to think about things and talk about things. And it does seem like Team Heretics supposed to have to run a firm hand when it comes to the expectations of the boys and how we're performing. But I think when you have a younger roster, so to speak, firm could be very good. And Team Heretics, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but they're very disciplined in the server, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I've just looked back, because originally when I did my nose for Heretics, they didn't have a coach. But now they're working with DMC, who's the Scotsman standing behind them right now. Previously from Space Station. Hold that thought for a sec. Speakeasy is going to get very aggressive. Wow, Upaw's really feeling the pressure.
He's dead.
This nade should surely finish him off.
He's
no.
alive?
Somehow, but not for much longer, because Turtsa does continue pushing for that refrag. However, without the Blackbeard, this round will be a little bit more difficult. Thankfully, both of the AKs come to life for Turd and Uppe and bring the numbers back to Weibo's advantage.
Honestly, it feels like a bit of a lack of verticality there in Solarium. They're not really pressuring anybody from above looking down. So it's a very horizontal attack and defense, which obviously going to favor Weibo because they have significant numbers advantage. You know, they can take 5 attackers on Solarium and just take down that one player. So Team Heretics, maybe not expecting a Solarium push at all, but it did indeed happen. Damos check it downstairs. You've seen this one before. So tricky. Tubarao counters it though. Actually, mute jammer.
Yeah, but of course, the Tubarao using that freeze does mean that it basically says exactly where he is. You're right though. No player on big window means there's so much mobility here for Heretics, and yeah, they have just died. So
couldn't find the target.
I comes from our ops team. Apparently, yeah, the player on big window died. I'm not sure if that was a nitro cell. I didn't manage to catch that while it was happening. But yes, this has been really well played by Heretics. They continue to just run away from Weibo. And the Tubarao has been a perfect counter to that Damos. One more track comes through. He still has one more freeze. And down it goes. Oh. He's still trying to hunt him. But there's just no time left. There's no chance for Weibo here this round. Flexi is going to take down Hoven. And another one as well. MVP of the round, back-to-back for Flexi.
There's the fire from Grobby. I was telling you, it was missing this entire time, but slowly and surely, he is getting fired up. An awkward change that happened actually to the EMPs recently because the Tubarao freeze accident actually first, Weibo tag time
out. We have one problem. We have the advantage, we have the strong positions, but instead of play together, just hold for aggression. We are trying to do something crazy. Like this time, Tubarão, bro, you can track the Tubarão, bro. We're gonna still freezing. Just play together, bro. Everyone. In time you track, we're gonna throw the ice and you just fight for, you know, for refrag. So next round, guys, pay attention on this, okay? This is the only problem we have. So in time, the time is getting to 1 minute, 50 seconds. You guys already know the information. We just go for refrag, you know? We don't need crazy stuff. We don't need a perfect play. We just need to still making progress in the round, okay? Very easy, guys. Very easy.
Energy,
We're the best, guys. Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Let's win the shit, guys.
There is that maturity, that knowledge, that leadership from Gohan.
I mean, this is just, it's so polar opposite to the Gohan that played at 6 Invitational 7 years ago in 2019. And all of the drama that happened surrounding him. And now he is just so zen. And That advice was so good as well. I really like how he said we don't have to play perfect. We just have to make progress.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, if you're standing in a queue in real life in a grocery store and you're not moving at all, that, to me at least, feels infinitely worse than just slow and steady, like micro steps every now and again, right? And I think the same philosophy can be taken into a siege round, where when the round is completely stagnant and you're not making any progress at all, you learn to go, this isn't working, got time for plan B. Let's just do this crazy thing. If you're making teeny tiny improvements or steps across the board, that's completely fine. And I think in that one, it felt like if you Deimos track the 2-brow, you feel like you might be making progress if you're the Deimos, because you feel like the dopamine, oh, I can track him. But the other 3 people are like, bro, we're not getting anything done. Like, come on, let's do something. And he's right. Dragon 2-brow, they're going to trade 1 for 1. Deimos Striker, 2-brow freeze, nothing actually happens. You're not progressing at all. And the funny thing I was going to say is, they changed how EMPs affect scopes recently. So it used to be only the 1x holographic scopes could be EMP'd, but now the ACOG, every scope, gets equally nullified.
And that, of course, gets affected by the freeze effect.
So when you're 2-brow, you can't see anything with the scope.
It's very awkward because you kind of have to guess where your bullets are going in the middle of the screen.
There's a little fun thing that happened a few weeks ago. Still very present, very new to the game.
We're seeing the Ying for what feels like the first time here for Weibo, but Upor has the Warden, and it looks like it was actually a bait because the execute was happening down on site. Speakeasy does get taken down. Turdster finds his opening though with the Glaz. Now with more than 2 minutes to go, yes, Weibo haven't got plant, and they haven't got side control, but they've got a 4v2. They can full reset the round.
They have everything but that. They have the 4v2, they still got the power operators. Up they goes another. Now they can set it, right? 4v1, let's just go, boys.
They know exactly where he is, and, well, Grubby is able to take one down. He's hit 10 kills. Don't underestimate this player. It's very winnable. Flashbang goes out. There is info here. The Heretics fed to Grubby. But the plan is now confirmed. Hoven's low HP, but Uppe and Reeps have both gotten outside. They don't need to overcommit to this. They could send a drone in if they wanted to. There's even a Claymore under this window. All they have to do is deny the plant and not get baited into it. 30 seconds, and Grubby's going to have to keep on going. There's also a vertical angle here for Hoven in Library. He could just shoot through the floor. Grubby has to go and take that fight because he cannot defuse while Hoven is alive, and Hoven knows that he was going upstairs, so he just goes back outside again. Now there's a player on the window watching for him. Weibo are toying with their food, and they lock the heck in after the tactical timeout. Gohan, very happy with his boys.
I love myself a good pocket strat. What I really like about that one is how we're starting to see more and more use of the Thatcher rework. So often we see it being you're planting and you're covering the C4s purely for the plant denial. But in this case, Blackbeard and Glass both go in, and instead of Thatcher watching for the plant cover, he's just simply expecting a C4 to be tossed into the smoke of the Glass and take him out. So Thatcher is actually covering the Glass once Blackbeard goes down, expecting a second C4, just sitting there, gadget out, knowing I can't see through the smoke, I can't get a kill, but I can try and enable my Glass even further by denying any gadget tossed his way. Super, super smart.
And look at how calm they are after winning that round. Saw it coming a mile away. The round was won in the first minute with that play, that immediate strat. And then one thing that we talked a lot about, I can't remember who it was that originally said it a few days ago, but APAC, something that has historically this region has struggled with, isn't necessarily aggression, isn't necessarily creativity. Actually, one of the most aggressive and creative regions in the world. But it's throwing those advantages. You know, Kagging back in the day when the Japanese would come here, it's those 4v2s that you really should never be losing, always seem to slip through their fingers because of a lack of discipline. And that is the most disciplined Weibo I've ever seen.
I mean, it goes back to Gohan's tactical timeout, saying, guys, we got the advantage, let's not do anything crazy, just play smart together. It is, again, utilizing your advantage of manpower as a tool, because you can 2v1, you can 3v2, you can just literally increase your odds of winning so drastically by having more guns in the same direction than your opponent.
Doesn't matter if you win with a massive ace or a clutch play or a crazy strat, or if you just win because you locked in your 4v2.
That's it.
A round win is a round win.
We ace together, we get ace together, we lose together, we win together. That's the mentality. It's not my ace, it is our ace.
And look, to be honest, for a team that has kind of faced some roster question marks in the past, you know, Turdster was benched back in the Bleed days before being brought, and then picked up again. And, you know, there was obviously everything that happened with Mentalists. Weibo are looking like a real solid roster, a real team. They are looking in sync. They are looking like they want to be playing together. And they look like they can refrag like crazy. Reaps for a double. As Heretics try and consolidate their advantage after the opening pick, they fall back to side, and both of them will fall. Oscar's now isolated. He's been sold by his team. And the rug is being pulled out from underneath Heretics' feet on the bomb side, leaving Oscar all alone on the mezzanine. Skeptic low HP as Oscar gets targeted. Reaps will find the third. Skeptic 1v4 as Weibo continue to exert their dominance here at the 6th Invitational.
Just one more bullet. Demo shot coming out. You are absolutely screwed, Skeptic. What are you going to do? You got no side, you got no friends. It's only a matter of time before you will go into the grave.
1 HP, but no dream for Skeptic. The underdogs are brawling in the...
That buck, of course, from Liquifac, I think doing so much work just to, even if he didn't get those kills, to disrupt the positions, to shut down that flank. They seemed super aware of what Daystar wanted to go for, and none of the tricks that Daystar tried to bring out. The impacts from the Maestro, the flank down below coming out from Pecan, even that Azami inside of Raptors, standard play, but none of it was really causing problems for Falcons. They always seem to have the answers, much like Cafe.
An incredible shot. One where it's like, you're over the age of 22. You're like, how did you see that?
Yeah, literally.
Crazy things being done here by Falcons as they want to avoid being shoved down into that lower bracket. Phase 2 will begin in a day and a half at this point, I suppose. Almost 2 days, I guess.
We do unfortunately have a day off tomorrow. There's no 6 Invitational Siege to be played.
What will the people do?
Go outside, I guess? Ew.
Graphics aren't even good. We will obviously get the day to do some prep work, maybe explore a little bit of Paris. You and I haven't really been able to see all that much outside of some of the sites around our hotel. Obviously, Paris, an incredible city. I've been here a number of times. It's your first time here, but I mean, our very first Siege Major ever was in Paris, so it is nice to be back in technically the home of Ubisoft. I know the home of Rainbow Six is Montreal. The home of Ubisoft is here in France. An incredible country, and honestly, I'm really excited to see everybody who will be joining us abroad. Joe Gore with the leadoff pick. Down goes Solitov so far through this entire match. The team who strikes first goes on to win the round. That is obviously a boon for Daystar. They'll have their work cut out for them. Last round was not particularly close, unless Azuki goes off. I don't know if we'll see it as close this time around.
Looks like a bit of a minimal take from Falcons. They've got that control of cafeteria. They're working their way towards vending stairs. They are aware of roamers towards this top floor. They know they haven't cleared this out, but they're not so concerned about it. Would rather flank watch and just push this one-dimensional push through the exo stairs, through into assembly, and maybe into kind of that nano area as well to try to get a plant down. Timing is going to be critical for Daystar. When do these roamers return to site? Can they get control of control and stop something from happening?
Kills keep coming out for Daystar now as gotta worry whether Falcons have lost the plot here. Joe Gore's been dropped. Leaky Fact dies shortly thereafter. Azuki is an absolute monster on this Mira. 6 kills! A flawless round by Daystar, so who strikes first goes on to win every time, but man, what happened between these maps? Where did Azuki come from?
Yeah, no kidding, Parker. He's been really stepping up now for his team, just as that hard anchor support player once again. Started his pro career last season on Rival Esports, where they finished 6th place in the Asia League Stage 2 last season. Moved over to Daystar at the start of this season, and of course has had the success that they have had. Not quite making it to any of those international events before SI, but having some regional success. 2nd place in Stage 2 in the Asia League, 4th place back in Stage 1. Certainly a very capable player, and again, at just 19 years old, one of those up-and-comers that people really got to start keeping an eye on if his career continues going in this trajectory.
Yeah. Incredible stuff as he's got 6 of the 8 kills at present by Daystar, and all of those coming in very clutch moments. I was quite the shot by Joe Gore to shut down Falcons on that very first play. And I mean, if you're Usus, you want that kill. That goes against you back, as Azuki was playing in was Azuki, who was playing very brazenly. Defense now upstairs for Daystar as they will fully reinforce off this portion of IT. Send some barbed wire out on out on that connector door, out on rafters, and now you've got Seal playing on the Azami. So I have to imagine that it'll be another real dedicated hold up top on that rafters catwalk portion of this map. No Capitao present, so you won't be able to use any fire arrows to dislodge these defenders, but other tools exist.
Yeah, the only operator changing up is Souffle on that Valkyrie. We got to see placement of a couple of those Val cams. The one in IT is really exciting for me, Parker. If someone is to go down below with a Nitro Cell, could be a deadly strategy. I know Souffle is probably looking to do that himself. Only Azuki also brings one of those C4s, and he's kind of been their main site player so far. No issues opening up the wall. The mirror window was placed, but they weren't really threatening it with anything. So now the connector wall can get worked on as well. And as you correctly pointed out, Parker, they don't have the Capitao, so Rafters is not really a concern for them. They're probably going to let Seal exist here for the whole round, and at the same time push through connector, push through meeting, and try to get a plant down just behind pillar.
Yeah, I mean, the buck means that you're going to be playing a lot of vertical back in round number 1. They've swapped that off. Falcon's getting rid of him. Falcon's getting rid of the Capitao, so their focus is not going to be on clearing out Rafters with that same level of heat while picking somebody off from below. And I mean, Leaky Fact did have some troubles down there. I don't think it was the most effective use of his time. So they've decided to forego one set of those secondary hard breach gadgets as well. So you don't have as much wiggle room should some of those hard breaches get dealt with. Daystar were quite good at destroying them with an impact nade previously. Shaiko eliminates Jogor in what is a mirror of the previous round. Shaiko coming out ahead, obviously a big boon for his team. And, well, would you look at that? They're not particularly well guarding this part of Rafters. So Usus can just walk up. Down goes Souffle. 2 taken off the board now for Daystar with a minute still to go.
So they have committed to Rafters, actually, Parker. No Capitao needed. It's the Grim Blackbeard combination coming through, which has been deadly so far. 3 site players remain. Seal did get back in after putting up some of those Kiba barriers, but Shaiko's in control of IT. They've applied pressure, looks back going for a meeting flank as well, so there are Falcons all over this map.
Seal first on the board with 2 kills very quickly. Usus and Bride are gone, and back to a level man count. No logic bombs remain for Leaky Fact, no air jabs for Shaiko, no Bs for Solitov, so completely free of utility. You are just guns at this point. I guess you got flashbangs. That'll count for something, right? Shaiko finds Pecan. Down goes Seal to Solitov, and, well, it was Azuki who clutched out before. Can he do it this time, too? He's good for 1, but they will double up on him and not allow him to do what he's done in both of the previous rounds. Falcons take this top floor for the second time in 3 rounds, and now if you're Daystar, you got to figure out where to go next.
It was a really difficult push, Parker. It was not a simple one from Falcons. They had players all over the map. At the end there, you had Saltov pushing in through Aqua Hall. You had Lickyfac pushing in through the Meeting Hall. Then you had Shaiko pushing in through IT. Earlier on, they had players towards Rafters as well. So there were so many different dimensions to that push. And sometimes those can be the hardest pushes to execute because your coordination's got to be really on point. Everybody's got to be in their proper positions. Trading becomes a lot more difficult. But if you are as good a team as Falcons, it's also really tough to hold on to that, and Daystar just didn't know where to look. There were players left, right, above, below, anywhere that they could turn their head. They were finding some bullets from Falcons. Just started to tear them apart. You got to wonder, maybe is there some way to stop them before they can get into those spots? Smoke out the Aqua door, try to lock down Rafters a little bit harder, try to lock down IT a little bit harder. It was a very strong push coming out from Falcons, and Daystar just weren't able to stand up to the heat.
Another great shot on a very similar angle on Rafters. Now, I do kind of like this mirror ban here, and I want to say, I have gripes with people who play this game and they ban operators that style on them.
Yeah.
But the mirror's been styling on them.
Yeah, a little bit,
And I don't necessarily think the mirror windows have been a huge success for Daystar. I think they've obviously been quite impactful at being able to allow them to play farther back. You saw how they decided we're not going to actively hold rafters. We're going to put up those mirror windows, and we can have that line of sight from farther back.
Yep.
Obviously, that's good. And Mirror is an operator that enables that quite uniquely. But if there's a guy just holding the Vector, just shredding you time and time again, make him play Goyo.
Yeah, and also, honestly, it also opens up their hard breaching abilities, right? They kind of had to bring Ace or Habana when that Mirror was existent, because if you tried to just bring can openers, you were risking getting nitroed or impacted from that Mirror window. Now that they know Mirror is getting banned out, they've already banned the Bandit Kaid. These walls are absolutely free, so they can just bring the can openers. They brought 2 sets of them here on Bride and Solotov. No problems, and they can kind of work a little bit more utility, and they've got the nades still on Bride, who's playing the Striker. They've got the Bees coming through from Solotov. They don't have to waste an operator slot on something like an Ace, so it frees up Bride a little bit more too, which I really do appreciate coming through from Falcons. No shield this time around. I did mention that would be something that we saw from Uzis more so than Bride on this map. I thought he used the Blackbeard excellently last round, but this time going for the Ying, and an opening pick from Liquifac finds Azuki.
And Azuki's been bar none the best player. 3 people on Daystar still alive, combining for a single kill. Seal's not that much better with 2 just to himself. Pecan getting his very first kill. It'll come in round number 4. Not a bad time for that to happen. Saw Seal take some time to get on the board as well, as Solotov almost misses that first engagement. Pecan will immediately pay for his crimes, dying down below. Solotov can now take control of warehouses. Shaiko is looking for an opportunity here. This is the 3rd time this top floor bomb site will be played in 4 rounds. And Jesse, this one's not going much better than the previous attempts.
No, it looks just like the last round, Parker, where Falcons have players all over the map. We're talking about rafters, IT, electrical, everywhere you can imagine. There are players from Falcons, and they are dominating for now.
Seal has to pull out the Deeg in a pretty desperate attempt here. Now going for a double reload, and paying some homage to another game that says it's always faster to swap to your secondary than to go for the reload. Solotov walks in and murders the last 2 players on Daystar. 3-1 for Falcons. And a reminder, Falcons chose this map.
Yeah.
Which means Daystar gets to choose which side they want to go on to. Typically, you choose the side you think is better. The assumption would be that Daystar could hopefully run up the score, and then Falcons would claw back in the second half. That has not happened. Falcons having quite a leisurely day at this point. Daystar have only been able to win 2 rounds across both maps.
No attack timeout being called by Harambe. I was wondering if it would be the decision now after round 4 to make something happen, try to tie this up at 3 apiece. He's going to trust in his team's ability to play those other bomb sites. Basement will open up for round 5. They were successful on it the last time thanks to the heroics from Azuki. And then round 6 will be interesting. They've obviously favored this top floor. I hope they don't go to it for a 4th time, Parker. It's just Falcons look way too good. They've shown 3 different looks attacking this bomb site, and all of them were very strong. So I hope we'll see one of the mid-floor sites coming up from Daystar in round 6. I think that's probably the reason why Azuki doesn't feel the need to call the attack timeout, because we are going probably away from that bomb site. But I also think that Falcons are likely to adapt, pushing on to Daystar this time around. The defensive lineup has changed a little bit coming through from Daystar. In fact, it's changed quite dramatically. Every single player has swapped their lineup, maybe going for a bit more of an anchor setup rather than that heavy roam they went for previously. Falcons kind of have an opportunity now to change their minds too. Do we maybe go for a full roam clear with this Dokkaebi and the Ram rather than the direct site hit that we did last time?
Dokkaebi and the Striker carries over from that lineup they had in round number 2. But yeah, the Ash, the Grim, and the Ram, all brand new. I don't know how much the Ace ban has been hindering them, but I mean, you saw Ace in every single round of the first 3. So get rid of him and you have to bring some other hard breach or none at all. Just bring the secondary can openers. I mean, I guess you, as you pointed out, you solved that problem by getting rid of the Mira. So now you've gone from what? Back in round 1, you had the Selmas, 3 Selmas, 2 can openers each, so 7 pieces of hard breach utility. Here you have
4.
Yeah, you got 2 can openers.
4 can openers. Bride on the Striker.
True. I forgot about the secondary gadget.
It'll get you.
It does. Just like how sometimes you went to throw a nitro cell and you throw a proximity line.
Intentionally.
Intentionally. Solotov with the very first kill. It's sealed to die yet again. There's Pecan gone. Shaiko's traded out by a nitro cell from Joe Bot, as he called him. And then Joe Gore calls him T-Bot to pay some lip service to Shaiko's insults. Maybe try to get under his skin. I don't think it will. Jogor and Azuki now both on top cargo stairs. Solotov will pick one off. We still have a minute and 15 seconds, and bot, all in the chat as they just talk their ish. Azuki with 8 kills will need to go much higher, won't get it. Uses sends him home. Shaiko says, focus on your game. 4-1 for Falcons.
Maybe some genuine advice at the end there from Shaiko. Daystar needing to lock in a little bit. Sometimes when these things were going through the chat, Parker, there were some questionable swings from Daystar. The window position from Falcons really strong in the midst of that. They were able to catch some of those Daystar players off guard. Daystar loved to call their opponents bot. I remember it was their game against Furia yesterday, I believe, where it was on bank and they got the opening pick, called, I forget who it was, probably Herds a bot, and then lost the round right after. They love that term. They love to type in chat, even though sometimes it doesn't really work to their benefits.
I mean, you got every bomb site open, so if you're Daystar, you can go wherever you want. They'll go back downstairs. I mean, nothing is really working here, and this isn't a particularly good map for Daystar either, so I mean, there's going to be some struggles.
That's a good point, Parker. Maybe they're just not so comfortable on either of the mid-floor sites, and certainly they have their problems. Storage and control often very susceptible to just a rush through the storage window. Kitchen cafeteria, kind of cheeks, just a bad site in general, so I can understand why they want to stick to the top and bottom floors, but things haven't been working out that well for them. They're going to change up their strategy on the bottom floor instead. They're going to bring that Clash out from Pecan, and I really am curious what he's going to do with this. Up in cafeteria right now, which if he continues to exist here, then a direct EXO hit might become really difficult to pull off from the Falcons, but initial positioning suggests they could be going more direct just through the main breach. 3-Day down here on the Fuse Shield, hoping to clear some utility, and what an entry from Licky Pack. Floorboards are his friends, maybe 2?
They're going to give him the engagement. It's as to whether or not he'll be able to come out ahead. Yes, so methodical. Souffle with the slow peek and that sidearm. Oh boy, it'll get you. Shaiko had 14 kills in the previous series, which, if you recall, pushed him towards that 100-point mark. He was at 87. He's got 3 here, so 90 kills so far for Shaiko through Phase 1.
Wow.
That is an outrageous amount.
Yeah. 2 aces is all it would take to break triple digits. Can't get it this round, but can at least get 3 more if he's feeling lucky. This Clash is going to be a bit of a problem. I kind of like the combo being set up with both the Clash and the smoke. Getting into cargo is going to be really difficult from the Falcons. That's one way to try it. Shaiko hits the head of Seal instead. They get it down, but they can't finish it off. Jogor finds 1 for his troubles, but Pecan gets another.
I like this retake from Daystar. Good enough to get 1, but there are some problems that you have to confront. You still got a smoke in the hands of Usis. You've got 2 cluster charges from the Fuse. There goes out that last death mark on one of the 2 remaining players, and Joe will get hunted down. EFAC waiting for him to spin around as down goes the shield. Thought he had the read on the foot there. Brede will get the defuse plan down successfully, unbeknownst to Daystar. We'll now need to scramble out of Nano towards the bomb site and confront some of these players who are directly on the site and those that still have control above. 2 souls from Falcons on the floor above you, lording over that defuse kit with Brede there, and you have to deal with the shield. Brede putting the PMM to good use, shrugging off a bunch of damage from the Warden, who now gets ever closer, and it'll happen again. Brede doing the same thing back to back. An incredible first half by Falcons. They drop only a single round.
Shaiko hit the bot so fast after that post plant, by the way. That was incredible speed to come out from the Star Fragger of Falcons. The 2K on the Fuse Shield. You don't see that every day, and yeah, I mean, Daystar just unable to really lock down the site. I did like their cargo hold, genuinely. I thought that smoke plus Clash combo was a good idea. It was able to stall things out for Falcons for a little bit, got them a couple of kills, a kill and a down at the very least, but as soon as that gets given up, you saw the Clash inside the site, not really able to do much. I think afraid of the players up above that could have gone for that punish. Kind of just wasting electricity in the midst of that. Nobody near him to zap, so had to pull out the gun, do his best. Daystar, 5-1 doesn't look great, but it's better than a 6-0, Parker, and that's what they were facing down on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Small improvements.
They call me Mr. Optimism.
You're also the numbers guy, and you know numbers better than anybody else, Jesse.
And I've crunched them, and we have confirmed that 1 is greater than 0.
I'm glad we got here. You, the viewer, are now much smarter for that statistic. No, I mean, but the difference is that Falcons didn't choose map 1. So Falcons are on
I was gone
the
for a
stronger
couple
side
of minutes,
Cafe.
and it's
That's how they go
5-1.
6-0.
Yes.
Falcons were on the weaker
the
side of Nighthaven Labs.
fuck?
And they still won 5 rounds.
Are
So
you kidding me?
who knows what happens on this
fast
side?
does this game
I don't want to
go?
be Mr. Doom and Gloom to you being Mr. Optimism. But
Fair
I don't
enough.
think things are about
Seriously,
to get suddenly
why?
better.
Yeah,
Why?
I do think it's a
Falcon,
boon
did
you
you
don't have to
not
play
play like
against
this
Shaiko
during
on the demos
the other
anymore. It's
games?
usually, it's usually Shaiko we see on the demos. Lickifak having a great entry in that previous round. Just feels like Daystar were hungry to challenge him and maybe shouldn't have been so hungry. We saw the Cafe defenses be very aggressive from Falcons. Spawn peeks and jump outs every single round. It's harder to do that on a map like Nighthaven Labs, but Lickifak proves not impossible. Nor is it for Solitov. That is a double through the IT window breach. And, I mean, what else would they put in the chat?
Damn.
They love it, don't they?
Yep. And I mean, they tried to open it, I think, with the can openers, and it's just, it's too tough with the Mira up, Parker. You really need a ranged hard breach. Habana is open. They banned out only the ace. You could have brought that to try to get the wall open, but instead you tried to go very risky with that close range angles. They both died on the stairs, so they weren't even close to putting the gadgets on the wall, I suppose. But even now, this wall is very awkward to get open because you don't have ranged hard breach.
And it is very common for Hibana to use that 2-and-2 combination to open up this wall. We see teams do it all the time. They will swap out players and, well, get one more as they just keep peeking this opening on this IT wall.
I'm telling you, it's freaking cold
Hear him
in
go on
here.
repel, out goes the nitro cell. We have an opportunity to pull it back in. They haven't called their timeout. I assume they will at the tail end of this round. Seal now rotating on over, spotted by the default cam as he works in through connector. He's got a good read on it, but Shaiko will get kill number 5, and it's series point for Falcons.
3 kills through the IT window is, I mean, that's a crime in most jurisdictions. I cannot believe they get away with that on the side of Falcons. They get series point, upper bracket point as well. You were wondering about attack timeout, Parker. I am not seeing one.
Okay.
I mean, we're seeing Harambe take a swig of that water bottle, so we are just raw dogging it for the final, potentially final round here on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe just thinking there's not a whole lot to say at this point. Falcons have been so dominant, so aggressive, so good. Everyone has been on point for this team. Daystar, we've seen some moments. Don't get me wrong. Azuki at the start of this match was absolutely fantastic. There were some cool plays on the defense, I think, of Cafe to start things off. They played confident. They played aggressive. They got a round win.
Hello, Cosmic.
But you can't say much
That
more
goes
than
on the
that,
form.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
for the
like
APAC
very
team.
late form.
The lower bracket is
why
calling
weren't they like
for
that
their
2
name.
days ago?
Yeah, there hasn't been much to talk about in this matchup, right? I mean, Daystar survived this
Doing
group
good. How you doing?
in large part because Elevate blew up.
It's cold.
If Elevate wasn't in this
By the
group,
way, it's
I don't
freezing
know if
in my
Daystar
apartment,
has what
hence
it
why I'm
takes to
having a
make it out.
blanket
So they've
over
been given
plus a
obviously
very
a
big
big boon
shirt. It's
because
like
of that.
If Elevate even play like they
so
did
freaking
against
cold.
Wildcard, I
Not
don't know
even
if
joking.
Deep or
It's not even
Deep,
funny.
Daystar make it
I was
out.
going to say.
That's kind of the problem. We do see well, some of these less experienced
welcome to
teams
Sweden.
struggle when they get to international
guessing.
events.
You mentioned that a lot of these players did come from Direwolves.
Yep.
But again, they didn't really gain a lot of valuable international experience.
Yeah.
So Direwolves have made events, but just like some of these other teams like Fury and some of the other APAC teams that we've seen, you
Like,
might get
up
an
in the
event or
north,
two,
we
but you
have
play a
minus
couple maps
37.
and then you go home.
True.
Yes, that is experience, but not
That is
particularly
really cool
meaningful
right now.
experience.
Yeah, and it is only 2 players, right? Pecan and Souffle, I believe, that did come from Direwolves. Harambe, the coach, as well. But they still have a lot of fresh players who have not been in a
Nothing,
situation like this before.
Right now,
and I think for the context that they're in,
Where
they certainly
I
have
live
shown
is
some
like
really
minus
impressive stuff
6,
across
and we have a
this event
snowstorm
in the
outside
group
at the moment
stage.
as well. So
Game's not over yet.
It's cold.
Can still potentially claw this back. They'll start with a logic bomb to try to clear through some of these roamers. There's a heavy extension to the top 2 floors,
We
and
have
it'll
too
be
much now
Souffle
going
who
on.
suffers the first
You don't
defeat.
want-
Zoltov finds him to start and uses, takes down the shield.
Oh my goodness, this is
Seriously?
a mercy killing as it's a flick on over from
Uses.
Uses. Pecan and Izuki last alive.
Are you, like,
Izuki getting
serious?
most of his kills in those first 3 rounds. He's gone
Like,
awfully
that is
quiet
a
since then.
decimating
Not much to
Daystar.
show for it from Daystar on the offense front. They have their work cut out for them. Currently outmanned, outgunned.
And he got
He
away.
managed to get Usus on the run as he heads down to that first floor and will rotate on over, maybe linking up with some of his other teammates. There's still plenty of time if drones exist for
Would you
Pecan
just
and
get a kill
Izuki
here instead?
to figure out where these remaining defenders will
Nope.
be. Uses ego peeking the door, checking for intel, and Izuki, the hero of the first few rounds, will be the last opportunity for Daystar to stay in this series.
Yeah,
the lower
Weibo is
bracket
really,
is
really
calling
good.
unless Izuki can pull off
I'm surprised that
an
they're playing
impressive
that
1v2
well as
clutch.
they are doing, because
He's
it
already
was
picked up a
not
couple kills
on
in
my
this
bingo
round, so
card that they would
what more
actually
can
be
he
playing
do?
that good.
He's got plenty of time, Parker, and actually sees a player through the floorboards. If
Daystar
he's
has
able to
won
fish
at
for
least
that
one
kill,
game.
It could have been huge.
Element has won a single game.
Didn't find it yet, though. 35
out
seconds
of
to
the
play with. He's
APAC
got to find
region.
some way to get to the bomb site quickly.
And you have two other APAC teams.
13
That
kills
is
on
Kia
Solotov.
and
Beckoning him to get there faster, and he called his own shot. Impressive stuff by the Turkish Terror.
Okay, that was a walk. Wow, that was a fast game.
Are gonna have to.
Like, why can't they
Well,
play
they're not
like
gonna
that?
have anything like a Zafir or a
Let's go to
Nomad or a
Weibo
Kali that
and,
would otherwise directly
Heretics,
counter that
because
clash.
T2
Kev's
team
fan as well, so
versus
kind of pick
APAC
that.
team
I think,
Weibo.
I think for this specific
Would be
attack, I think they
interesting.
would have
Weibo
picked
won on the
Capital
first
if they
map.
could, because they're looking to go for a top floor roam
But
clear,
yeah,
do
so the other two
technicality, and
APAC
set
teams
things up
that's
for a
been playing
default
really
execute,
well has been
at least for now.
Kia and
this is actually a great
Weibo.
counter pick to they have the pre-placed
Like,
drones, right? Because
do we see
Heretics, they're stuck in the
Kia
very
is
bottom
an
floor,
APAC team?
especially when you're
Well,
hiding
they
the
are
clash. Only
playing the
4
APAC
people doing
region
side setup.
for
It means
sure,
less
but
time to hunt the drones upstairs and
team in
whatnot.
general
So
is
quick in the
not like-
building, but this
the
vertical
players are
take,
not,
it counters the clash entirely.
patient.
Unless Clash walks up a staircase and supposed to roamers early on, the verticality will be a huge problem for Oscar later on.
Lion Dokkaebi, what a combo here for Weibo. They've so quickly taken control of the top floor in just a minute.
They drop.
And they've already forced Grubby down the hatch as well. This is so good from Weibo in terms of time management, but what matters is gradual progress for the next 2 minutes to make sure they're actually setting up for that execute on the site.
And you see, because they're ahead of the curve right now, they're actually double, triple
It's
droning
Friday.
everything. They often skip like inside the trains themselves because they know
when it's
the
getting
only way we can
excited,
really lose this
I
round
need
is
to,
if we
like,
make a
do
mistake somewhere
something,
and they
like-
punish us. Not droning every kind of nook and cranny on the map will be a mistake, because if they're hiding there, well, that's bad. You're not going to use your last Dokkaebi call until bombs are executed, so you can't use it for roam clearing. You already split the first one for that.
And they're going to continue being really fast. I mean, Ram is by far the fastest vertical
And
operator.
loudest, right?
And loudest as well. So look, they're not being shy this round at all. However, Ape is going to suffer. I didn't see where that kill came out. I saw him drop, I think, towards, it's just outside reception. So a very nice shot from Grubby. 5-1, by the way.
It's a good shot from Grubby, a bad there from Ape. He had that final Dokkaebi call in pocket, so
By the way,
crucial
guys,
for
today is
execute.
the last
And
day
now
to get
that's one of those small
the skin
mistakes.
for
A person
Dokkaebi.
exposed themselves in a 1v1 and in a 50-50
Then it will
gunfight when you
reset
got the
to
advantage. You don't want to
Dog
take
on
those. But
Sunday.
look at this. They flip the attack, red stairs into coke.
Surely they might be able to refrag that. No, Speakeasy is supporting from bottom of red stairs. Grubby is cheeky in a spot. Might actually spot the angle, but no reaps from upstairs on the vertical. Does find it, and the smoke goes out as well. A nade inside of the smoke. Nade puts Skeptic under a bit of pressure, and indeed, Uport will go down. Skeptic finds one, but the trade will come through so quickly from Weibo, so it doesn't matter. And now Flexi has to get very aggressive. He's abandoned his position inside of VIP, but he's about to get targeted by the Deimos. Weibo have an answer for everything.
He's going to be stuck in there. Issue is Case is so far away. They have to go for kills. They cannot get the diffuser. They have to go and find the smoke.
It's going to come down to Oscar now in the 1 versus 2 on the clash. He's put his shield down, and now he sits there. But you said it, they don't have the diffuser, but they do have the shield to play off of. Can they take him down? Tursta goes for the kill. And it's a first round, a second round rather, on the board for Weibo here on Cafe as they take the lead over Heretics.
Oscar's shaken in the 1v2. Maybe not sure exactly what was happening there. The case was
Yeah, that
upstairs
was-
either by
red window or outside Baker, I'm not entirely sure, but it was very far away. It had 17 seconds. We know that, of course, the top-down perspective, but the players in the server, no one saw the case drop on the ground because that's not possible. So Oscar probably worried about, hey, if I give up too much space, if I just run away, they can take the bombs, I go for a plant, and then I will definitely lose.
And sometimes you can see that they are
trying to fight it out, but they're just running at it because they were desperate because time was running out.
Who did drop the diffuser that round?
I think it's just somebody dropped it in the midst of like doing verticality and rotating.
So it was upstairs.
If I were to assume, it's before Speakeasy walked down the red stairs.
Okay, because Ram had the diffuser.
That's Speakeasy, yeah. Because he was making an aggressive play walking down the red staircase, right?
So he has it here, and then he still got it.
Was actually
he dies.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the floor above.
There you go.
Okay, I thought it was the floor above, but he died with it. I thought they dropped it himself.
That maybe explains at the end why Weibo started pathing towards Small Bake and then decided to go for the kill once they found Upor.
My assumption there was that if you go for a really aggressive play, you drop it yourself so that if you die, it's not stuck in a really bad location.
Funnily enough, it was stuck in a really bad location.
It was stuck in
yeah, because he didn't drop it. It's funny, he didn't drop it, which is why it ended up being stuck in that.
But it's one of those things where if the play works, now you have Case and Bakery right by the bombs, and that's excellent.
Yeah.
If you die, you don't. And I think that goes back to Abe dying early. It shows the depth that Weibo have these days, where Plan A became Plan B because this small thing changed. Because I'm very certain that they could have gone for a default Cats drop had they had all those 5 players alive. Would that Doki be called for backstab late round?
I'm sure that the intention for Weibo was to go for a default back take and ignore Bakery because that's where the clash is the strongest. But Heretics fought too hard and died too many players on that rear side before Weibo got to that point, and in the end it was just focusing up and executing on site. So great stuff, phenomenal round from Weibo. They've taken the lead, attacking on Cafe. Heretics' map pick, and things start to look very awkward for the Europeans. How do they come back now? They've struggled to find their footing. On the first map, they took their tactical timeout 2-1 down. They have saved it in the pocket for now. They'll try and keep it, but if they lose another round, I think they're going to have to hit that stop button and talk with their coach.
Mind you, Deimos and Asami banned away as well after that third round.
Oh, he was in bleed.
That was going to change things a little bit for the defenders. Holding on to piano control, much more tricky about the Asami.
So he was
fighting those pesky roamers, much more difficult, of course, about the Deimos. So verticality, a bit more hard to come by. Box pick on Cafe, not the greatest these days, you know, going below and blocking up. You just pick the Deimos, you track someone, and that gets the job done for you typically.
That's how I
remember. No Deimos this round, no.
Then he was in the
so
situation
not possible
as
at all.
Team Jewel. And then it got picked up by Weibo Gaming.
Oh wow, this is very aggressive. Austria will find one with the orb, but traded back. That's worthwhile for Weibo. That gives them the map control they were wanting. There's no player in washrooms, and that's Grubby. He finds one. He's taken very low HP. Weibo tried to hit the go button, maybe a little bit too early, but they have equalized the numbers, and Ape will quickly trade Grubby back again. It feels pretty early on in the round, still over a minute to go.
Guys, I
only half the players left remaining in the server. And nice, critically, Turdster is looking for those Valkyrie cameras. This is perfect. I mean, Weibo know they have an advantage. They're just making sure not to make any mistakes.
Put a drone on red stairs and white stairs and start doing a little bit of verticality. Make sure you drone out pillar for none of those rat position. And then a default plan attempt here with 2 people covering, 1 on vert, maybe 1 by the door, or just 2 people upstairs is completely doable. It's very important, though, in my mind, that Weibo don't surrender top one control and allow Heretic to retake. But right before that happens, Flexi finds a kill out of nowhere. Abe, again, he dies before they execute, before the team is ready, before the vertical soft destruction from the DMR of Reaps has happened. This is going to change the round. You can't really plan it in 2v2 anymore. They have to find a kill.
It was a very, very risky play to make from Ape, and Weibo are going to suffer for it. That could determine the result of the round. Last nade comes out for Reaps. Turdster and him have to go in together. Turdster looks to try and find the plant wall. Reaps will cover. He gets a bit of damage on the Flexi, but he can't duel both of them. Turd gets up and finds the first one. He has to go deep on Flexi, and he finds both kills. Up against the shotgun. Turdster is ice cold.
How does should not?
Thank God he came off the plant, because if he just sticks it there hoping the cover is good enough, that's going to be a round loss. Instead, instantly switch off. Also, such a good nade spent on the rotate of laundry. Nade the left, hold the right. Reeds did the best he possibly could. Turdster supported him in the end. Abe has to be a little bit careful here. This is twice in a row where he falls right before the execute. He's an important member. They need him for those executes.
I have been using these for 2 weeks.
I hate to lay blame
I haven't had
at
any
anyone's
pain
feet,
until
but you
this
can't
week,
deny
but that was because I've been
Ape's
using this for
responsibility
10
that round
hours
got so
straight.
dicey Thankfully, Tursta.
in 4 days. So
Such an easy clutch for him.
since,
He barely broke a sweat. Flexi really frustrated by that. The tilt starting to set in.
Since 6 Invitational started,
And
so I've
I
been
have to
wearing
wonder
them
when
10
is his
hours
tactical
per
timeout
day.
coming out.
So I've been
Defense
wearing them
Cafe, you
total of
expect to go
50
4-2.
hours.
Remember,
Like 40
Heretics
around
won
40 hours?
7-1 against NIP on this
total.
map. Weibo beat Furex 7-0. Both
in
teams
4 days.
like
So-
Cafe a lot.
Mind you, when you get into the third operator band, the coach does have that like what 15 seconds of talking, so maybe he thought, you know what, I'm gonna just say ban this operator and then talk for 10 seconds about what you want to talk about. If we lose one more round here for Team Heretics, that's gotta be surely when tag timeout comes into action, try and make that comeback a possibility, because as I say, we called it too late, you're facing match point, it feels over already, it doesn't seem doable.
It's
You gotta
really
keep
good,
faith.
especially when it comes to Siege.
Again,
I
on
feel
Chalet,
like
it was
for me,
one
I
round
hit
at a time
way
for Team
better on
Heretics. They
footsteps
almost brought it back
on
into
these
OT.
than I
They
do
were
with the
so
headphones
close.
in general. So I do understand why in
on
here
the
she's
red
like,
car, holding all the angles of the glass. But when we see this operator pick lineup, we're thinking, Weibo, it's not going to be any ordinary attack, right? Lid, glass, Dokkaebi, the ram for... What was that?
maybe
Sound
I need
cover?
to get some
Yeah.
other like in here.
It's the matter of all they need for Weibo. Need a tiny opening somewhere on the map, and they're going to take the whole
Yeah,
damn
like,
round with
I've
that
been
tiny
watching,
opening.
like,
They haven't even set any foot in the building, but they've already cleared
Like I said,
and created
I
a
can't
lot
have
of
any
vert
pressure
on
top
bar
of my
using
head.
that ram.
That's the issue.
Just preparing for the late round. Nitro stealth, very risky. I mean,
But you
Grubby
did
had
not
no
show
info
back
except
any
a
love.
little bit of
That
audio
is a
on where that
missed
blitz roughly
C4,
was.
honey.
And yet that utility was wasted so early in the round.
It's expensive, right? Because both Flexi and Grubby C4s are gone. And when you have the Valkyrie, you're thinking, well, when you have Valkyrie cameras in the building, a vertical C4 should be pretty good to land, but you toss them outside the building away from the information. But again, if that C4 lands and kills somebody, you're playing 5v4, that is phenomenal stuff. And we also have to respect here, Weibo bringing IQ for like the
Oh, by
second
the way,
round
I
now.
did
So they're
post,
very much
I did
countering the
tweet
Valkyrie pick
about
here.
me getting those headsets.
Not just the Valkyrie, but I mean every
And
single
Steel
operator
Series
here could
actually,
technically
wrote to
be
me and
detected
said, like,
by the IQ. Here comes the first Doki call
to
from
let me-
Ape.
to let
And
them know
Grubby's
what
looking to
I
get
think.
aggressive. Will he
That-
find a
that was
player?
pretty-
Turnster hears him and gets him. It's Reaps with the IQ.
That was, like,
But Heretics
pretty
weather the
awesome.
storm for now. They find a few kills and bring things back into the realm of possibility. Turdster on the bomb site inside of a smoke, but the diffuser has been dropped by Weibo.
Defenders very close together. They have a crossfire established, just waiting for that smoke to expire, not peeking the glass because they know the Turnstile is on that particular operator. Again, Weibo in a spot where they can't go for a default planet team because there are three enemies against the two people. They have to go fishing for one. They gotta
Is a
find.
plant
I mean, they can plant and bait him into a swing because they're actually playing really far back. They give him so much space.
Ooh.
But Turd dies.
Speaking about too much space, yeah,
Maybe
Turdster
clutchable.
needed to play pretty far back there. Reaps 1v3, Caesar first, takes him down. Out goes the nade. That gives him some space. It gives him some options, and he's got some info as well. Red Pig's coming out as his teammate sits on the cameras. Reaps still holds the line as Oscar and Flexi try and peek him, but they do so one by one. A 3K for Reaps, and a big clutch lies in wait for the
Oh my God,
Chinese
don't
player.
give him that.
Oscar must step up with his years of experience, but Reaps, he's one of the best players in the region for a very good reason. Oscar clutches it up, retaking the 1v1, denies
Reaps
the
is
clutch,
so
and
good.
breathes a sigh of relief for Team Heretics.
So many small things can change the outcome of these rounds. What happens to Turnstile doesn't go deep, doesn't die. What happens to Turnstile gets the kill instead of him going down first instead, bringing it to a 2v2? What happens if 1 second of that timing is different from Reap swinging double door on the museum door? So many things can change. That is how close these rounds have become. Team Heretics playing it so
By the way,
well
one of the
together.
reasons why I have
But then there
like,
was
a
that,
lot of
again,
candidates up is
small
because
opening,
I
give Weibo just a little
needed
bit
to
of
leave-
space, and they will
leave some
take
blood, so,
everything with that. Look at this. We're talking half a
That was
second,
like,
1
yeah, it's
second
fine, I
timing
can get
difference.
a
Reaps
bit
gets
more
both
sugar
players. So close.
Oh my God, look at his facial expression when he won that clutch. That wasn't celebration, that was a sigh of relief.
You heard DMC, the coach behind Team Heretics, right? Saying, come on, guys. It was very much like that should have been cleaner. Like, good that we won the round, but that's not how we should have won it.
Irritation in the air.
That's a bit of frustration for sure. And I think, again, rightfully so. I think if you're just kind of go, let's go, we won the round, and you never address the thing that you should have won a lot cleaner, then you're just kind of accepting that you're not going to play perfect. You got to strive for perfection in some areas. In a 3v2, you should strive to have that in a much cleaner way.
Sure, but just looking at the result so far, 2 rounds to 3, Heretics also struggled on defense yesterday against M80 on this map. They only won 1 out of their 4 defensive attempts, but they also struggled on attacks. They only won 2 attacks in the half, so I don't think it's going to get any easier for Heretics as we move into the second half. They need the 3-3 here. I think if this is 2-4, I think it's GG 2-0 for Weibo, which leaves Heretics in a very awkward position of probably ending up being the lowest seeded team heading into the upper bracket.
Drone going out. Reeves is stuck at spawn. Gotta keep your head down. So he spends a lion charge very early to try and save himself. But I mean, look how much time it's buying. It's been almost a full minute. He's droning garage, looking for the spawn peak, right about the dining window. He is just, he feels so stuck. Finally making some progress, getting to that building. He might just stick around bottom garage, but look at this.
Oh, Hover wants to go for it.
He hears him, but it's a risky play again. If you jump in,
don't do it solo.
You could shoot the ABS for starters, but yeah.
He knows exactly where he is. Don't do it solo, though. Flexi's finally finished off Reeves. That was the VIP player. Reeves is not having a good round, stuck in spawn, and then finally taken down. Heretics were very much in control here, and they've just had Grubby also rotate upstairs and re-roam all the way into Pillar. Don't think anyone from Weibo is going to be able to catch him because all of them are positioned either outside the building or just hovering in reception. So it's not going to be a vertical take at all. And I think Grubby's starting to clue in on that. Maybe it's a bait from Weibo because they're watching, waiting for someone to move in.
I mean, I think this is the most pressured Weibo has felt strategically because how are you going to pull this one back? You're stuck in a hot spot. Let's last look at the core spin again very early. And the code player is still there and they can't clear him. Yes, there's no flashbangs nearby to help him. Just smoke grenades. That doesn't do anything.
They're going to have to take the fight onto the rear side towards VIP, but there's a player in an off angle. It's a cheeky position for Oscar. He finds 1 kill. And the numbers start to slip away even further for Weibo. Turds, they're desperate inside a bakery. It's him and Speakeasy that try and put pieces together. Update from the other side of the map on the second floor is nowhere to be seen. And he'll be finished off by Grubby. Good opening for Turdster, but it'll need to be a 2v5 if Weibo are to win this round.
Really got to praise Team Heritage right now. They've been so eager to fight every single defensive round, but right now they're standing back, holding crossfires, not swinging anybody besides Uber, who went down just a second ago. Again, they give up the plant position. They got the crosses. There it is. Oscar for 2 kills.
So disciplined and so flexible.
Nicely done.
Perfect for Heretics and the best round that we've seen from them yet on Cafe as they tie up the half and we move now onto the attack for Team Heretics.
I mean, 3 attacks is pretty good. 3 defenses, given how it started, also technically pretty good. Anybody's map here.
And now a chance to talk to their coaches as well as we move into the operator ban phase. And look, I was definitely feeling like Heretics needed a tactical timeout. They've proven me wrong. Now they get essentially a tactical timeout for free.
Yeah.
And they can save it in the back pocket in case Weibo starts to build momentum on their defense.
Sure, there's going to be a Casimir or a Casasami because I feel like if you only ban one at the other, you're only like half doing it, right? It's one of those like, okay, there's no Castle, but they'll just Asami off the stuff instead. Dokkaebi, always excellent, of course, to ban away. Local operator.
I was just thinking in terms of defense, like in terms of those architect operators that make it really hard to play around piano, washrooms, fortify a lot of the map. I mean, Weibo, they banned out the Azami, but they didn't touch Mira, and Castle never even got played by Heretics. So it's interesting to see that Heretics prioritize Castle as their first ban, despite not playing it themselves.
I was going to say Clash, Mira, Asami, Castle, those 4 people go together, right? It's a matter of do you want the moving object of the Clash or the immovable one by the mirror window. It's a matter of choice.
The dynamism of an Azami, the dynamic ability to move around and play loosely. But of course, I think in the DMR meta, Azami...
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, yeah. The new DMRs introduced to various operators.
Run 3 DMRs and you're no longer really scared of Azami.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you reckon they need to nerf the... do you reckon they need to nerf DMRs in any way whatsoever?
I don't think DMRs in itself is a problem that they're strong. I think it's an issue that so many attackers have demanded that they're strong. If you had to pick like, I don't know, Sophia and...
Pick low pick rate operators.
Let's say Ram Sophia, right?
It's kind of like what used to be the case with grenades, right? You would have to pick only a select few operators just to get the grenades.
It feels like you can pick almost any really high meta lineup.
Defense.
Yeah, that's it. You can pick like any high meta lineup and get like 2 or 3 DMRs by choice if you wanted to.
So I feel like the choice between a DMR and an AR should be like a stylistic choice rather than an obvious choice.
I like the fact that DMRs do more destruction for Asami, so the obvious choice there, right? But also mind you, DMRs are particularly good on land, because zero ping, perfect bullet hit rate, etc. You die in literally 2 bullets, and people are much more skilled at the highest level of play versus, like, let's say your average ranked player. So I do think like there's a rank in the game where you probably see almost no DMRs due to quote-unquote skill issue, and it's more fun in my opinion to play an automatic weapon as well.
What if you could only, and so the last question about DMRs, what if you could only pick the 3x scope and not the 2.5x?
Like really make it a zoomed-in stories.
Yeah.
I'll take that. That's how it used to be actually.
Yeah.
At one point. DMR scope.
Well, we will see 2 DMRs this round on Ubor and Oscar, but no Azami to deal with. Instead, it's going to be downstairs on the ground floor, and we're really leaning into this fortress in Bakery for Weibo. But with Skeptic on the Monty, Heretics do have some good ingredients to deal with it.
And when you play the Monty, it's more important ever that small, gradual progression, step by step, burning away the toxic bait from the smoke, that is progression. Because eventually he's going to run out and then the round opens up. So right now, they're jiggling, they're baiting, they're bringing utility, they're breaching as well. This means there's more angles against them, but also more ways to enable the Monty in. But there is that final toxic babe, and of course the Yoka drone has to eye up a backfire again. Reed finds the kill to Flexi. This is exactly what happened in reverse last time when Weibo lost Ape early. This might change the entire attack.
Speaking of DMRs, by the way, there's one for Reaps. He still has a Nitro cell in pocket. He's also got 2 of his Tuberale canisters yet to be used. Unfortunately, he wasn't in position to delay the breach onto prep wall, but now Ape is really feeling the pressure. A flash, a nade, and a push-in from the attackers. Bakery is theirs. 2 Yokai drones taken down, and 2 kills for Oscar as well. Heretics have lapped up this map control and turned the tide of the round.
This is where the Monty is going to be so important. The plan should be easy. You've got another one. DMR's long range, right? The Windows gunfights. There is no C4.
They're just giving
Turns down, stalked by the red stairs. Hobbin stalked by the double door to kitchen.
Cross angle leader right
They can
now.
smoke and plant.
I mean, it's just such an impossible task here for Weibo. Completely locked out of the bomb site. And Turtster, even though he has an angle deep from red stairs, there's just no way that he can deny this plant. He'll try and get active amongst the smoke and the cover from the Sens wall, but it doesn't matter because Oscar has found his 3rd of the round. 1v4 for Poor Hoven, and Heretics are on the verge of taking the lead on Cafe.
Speaking of DMRs,
of course you want to go out, Cat.
Oscar is a turret inside our prep, just getting kill after kill after kill. And again, the Monty came into great effect. The most difficult part about that round is honestly just clearing out Bakery itself. Once you do that, you can just keep walking forward. Nothing can stop you. And this is the thing. Echo got that slight buff, right? 3 Yokai drones. And when you have 2 of them in Bakery getting shot at the exact same second, you're down to just 1, probably in the opposite end of the map, on the back portion probably. So no information, no denial, and very shortly after that, nobody left in the server to use them.
I gotta commend Heretics though. That's a bit of momentum built now.
Oh, absolutely.
3 rounds in a row, 2 to close out their defensive half, and then a really good attack. Despite being 1 player down, they committed to Bakery, and yes, it was essentially an all 4 remaining players pushing the same direction, but it worked, right?
Yeah. And I think when you lose that backstabber, on one side, it's like kind of best case outcome because you still have your frontal push. On the other side, it's the worst case because now you have literally no other pressure in the map.
The funny thing is, it just puts all your eggs in one basket, which is a phrase you said earlier. But the problem is, it's 4 eggs against just Ape. That's all we're holding it. He burned all of his gas, and he could have maybe just given up on Bakery.
It's hard because like, if he wants to try and run away and gets clipped in his back, you know, then it's like, okay, you try to run away, you die for nothing.
Especially DMRs. Like,
if you stick around, maybe you get a kill, maybe you get something going.
Also, like, Ape literally could not have played that better.
Disagree.
Oh, okay, here we go.
He could have stayed crouched and crossed right to left-hand side. Only Monty could see him, but he stood up sprinting away from the grenade. The nade wouldn't have killed him.
You don't think the nade was red and he was flat?
The nade is red until it isn't. He walked, he held A on his keyboard and walked left in. I mean, the thing is, he would have still died, 100%. But he could have played it better. The outcome probably would have changed. Very small things here.
Look, I want to commend Heretics. The way that they played that, they burnt all the smokes, nade and flash and Monty. Like, Ape was a dead man no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, the only question there is maybe he could have made a crazy kill somehow.
Yeah, true. Unfortunately, no one else from Weibo could support, but never mind. Like, I'm sure Weibo would love to be talking about what they could have done better that round, but there's no point now because we're on a different bomb site, we're in a different round. Upor has actually just bested Speakeasy, despite Speakeasy getting the first damage onto him, and Flexy's found his onto Hoven. It's been a few quiet rounds from some of these Weibo players. Look at how much Ape wants to get aggressive. He's going to get burned by the fire. He'll try and use his C4, but it won't find anything. Heretics are very much in control right now.
Yeah, it's actually a very smart use of the fire there. Skeptic was afraid if he goes on the rappel, they can jump out and kill him on a bad timing, or when he goes upside down, if they're prone below the window, they got his number. So he spends a fire to ensure he gets that white window repel pressure to cut off that rotation, cut off that flank, and they know maybe not. There's a player stuck top floor in Freezer, but they have no clue actually.
They do know about this player in Cocktail, and now they've taken him down. That's Reeves.
Turd is hiding.
Yeah, it's Turdston. He's now stuck into bar, and Ape is looking to try and get aggressive. It's all up to Turdston now, 1v5. No universe where this happens, especially not while the Lion rings out. Grubby will take him down. It's a flawless round for Team Heretics. They've built back momentum. They've clawed their way back into this game, and they've taken a 2-round lead.
It's a classic slow start for them, but they are here to play tag timeout from
It's very simple,
Weibo.
the situation, okay? The problem is, you guys are forgetting who you are facing. Bro, they are fucking slow. You don't need to jump the window with pulse, bro. In Bakery, bro, you have 2 ice on the hand. They use sense, bro. Freeze this shit. Just, you know, go for fair gunfights, guys. We only missing that, fair gunfights. On these 2 rounds, like, we not find these fair gunfights. Like, you try to fight Monty, you try to fight a lot of stuff. You up it. Bro, I said you, bring traps, not shitty smoke on the Bakery, bro. We don't need this. We need traps. Next time you bring Denard, you know? We need to delay them. They don't have a lot of utility tools. So yeah, guys, keep going, yeah? We are the best, but you guys are forgetting who you are facing, yeah? They are fucking slow, guys. Yeah. Let's go. Just cross angle and win this shit, guys.
Yeah.
I think I have a new favorite tactical timeout, coach.
I was about to say the same. I'm a big fan of going right in here. I mean, again, a lot of value to be said. Kind of just says, this is the problem, that's the only thing you gotta worry about, and this is the reason why that's the case. And it starts off with, you're forgetting who you're playing up against. It's as simple as that. Their play style does not match up the same as other enemies you've played in the past. So very good few words there, and that should change the conversation very quickly, because with such big changes for the side of Weibo, I mean, Heretics, if they do the exact same attacks into that, that should be a counterplay. So now we gotta watch Team Heretics. Can they adapt on the fly? Are they ready for the switch up?
Well, it's not going to be Bakery. I think that's a good move, because even though Gohan did have some advice, and maybe play Traps, maybe play Denari, I still think it'd be really hard to defend Bakery against the way Heretics are attacking it. So I like that Weibo aren't going straight back to the top or to the bottom floor. Instead, we're going to one of these split bomb sites. Now, the good thing about this is you can just play the layers of the game. You can peel it back, start on the top floor, continue peeling back the layers, and exactly what Gohan said. Remember who you're playing as. Heretics are one of the slowest teams at the tournament. They're so good, but they are slow. Play something where you can have a bit of resistance and then peel back the layers, waste their time.
I do want to say, though, yes, the bomb side plays into falling back step by step, but this defended lineup doesn't say that at all. You're playing Sentry, the recruit defense, doesn't bring a primary gadget, just BP and C4. And then you have Smoke, which, okay, yes, you stall up, but we spoke about how Denari could be better, granted some Bakery. Then you have Reeves, good gun. I don't see the layers of falling back. You know, we could have seen a Mirror, we could have seen a reinforced wall, Kai Two-Brow, a Bandit, tricking the walls.
Yeah, Noah's Army, no Mirror is a strange thing to me, unless if Weibo want to go one more round before they bring it out so it doesn't get banned for the last
That is true. There's the long game as well.
But yes, I mean, the other big question mark here is Mute. Like, look, I haven't been a Mute main for the longest time, but he has kind of been nuked into oblivion. I think if you just replace the Mute with the Mirror, this round looks a lot stronger.
Also, mind you, Dokkaebi and Deimos are both banned. That's the two big Mute counters
like
except for droning. So again, yeah, not to be too critical, but it does feel a bit low impact value right now.
The thing is, they nerf Mute kind of to the ground, because like, now you have
to ensure they get into the late stage of the round. Early Grim Beast, early caps on fire when need to ensure that they don't die early to steal the things.
Which I kind of think is stupid.
Grim's going to be good. This execute is going to be deadly here for Heretics. Indeed, he is going to go inside. Oscar tries to burn from his angle as well. Pushing in. Of course, Turster at the top of pallets. He's got a good hold, and the fire will miss. He finds a safe haven to hold on to for Weibo, and Reeves has supported him as well. This is a fortress of a defense on the top floor, but Heretics start to break through. They start to mount their attack, and as Grubby finds a 2K, Weibo have lost control of that top floor.
No fallback, no layers, just holding top floor like we've seen before, fighting and holding their ground for as long as humanly possible. But Team Heretics, again, slow start in this round, early death rate from Euphor, trying to get the entry, but then they lock it down, holding the rotations and suffocating Weibo slowly throughout it.
No C4 in the pocket.
Now Speakeasy and Hoven, they have a little bit of planted out and toxic bait. But isn't G11
This is
long range fight?
not
Maybe a
so
retake
good
possible.
right
Not the best weapon for this.
Well, he's in an awkward spot. Both of these players, I believe, have been droned. I'm not sure if they know where Hoven is. They certainly know where Speakeasy is. Plant's about to go down. No Nitro Cell on Hoven. And this gas is not going to land in time. Is going to completely miss. And now it'll be a retake. Flexi knows exactly where Speakeasy is. Easy kill. Hoven 1v3. And they know where he's coming from. On the ground, well, Skeptic will fall. But the vertical play, if there was a Nitro, maybe this would be possible for Hoven, but not to be. Grubby locks in a 5th round
Nicely
straight
done.
for Team Heretics, and map point is theirs.
3 kills worldwide. He's on the white with the rappel, gets 2 picks very quickly. But if you want to go back to the Gohan conversation, that did not feel like what he was trying to say in the tactical
Not
timeout.
at all, but Gohan can talk again, because now we have a chance to ban another operator, so he has a really quick chance to talk.
You ban them onto here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
you do.
idea.
Yeah.
Wooden ban. They're going to lean into Glazing. I think we have to play Mira here if you're Weibo. Like, we need to lean
That
into
is going to be
the
interesting.
utility.
By the way, guys,
exactly
the
what Heretics
other
did on
match
defense, to be honest.
between
Like, honestly, bring
Base,
Jaeger, bring Lamai. Like,
between
hardcore
Furia
washrooms.
and
Heretics
Wildcard
are
is
running
going to be
over
starting,
Weibo.
so here's the
Mind you,
thing.
nowadays, very
Furia
recent change as
is
well.
already
So
on
as
to
breaches
the playoffs.
used to be stopped by
Wildcard is
electrification,
fighting
abandoned,
for the
then they
second
made it so
or
when
third
Sophia came out
place.
that neither Ashe or Sophia will get stopped by electrification. That then changed again last patch. You can now bend the trick a mirror window and Ashe cannot shatter it. That means the most common mirror counter of Ashe is actually counterable without playing Jaeger or Lamai.
True, but that doesn't counter you getting ginged and
No.
absolutely destroyed.
Of course not, it doesn't. But if you want to play into utility, I feel
Yeah,
like
so
there's
no
actually a
matter
bigger way
what,
to enable
right
mirror
now,
than ever.
when it
Yet
comes
the
to
pick rate
Wildcard,
hasn't seen any increase at all. And when we do see the
versus
mirror, we
Furia,
don't see any
there-
electrification.
They're
That
not
match
getting
is
picks
who
here, and
is
it's
going to
hard
be
because,
ending up
like,
going
you know, the
first
question
in
mark here for
the case.
Weibo is, do they
Falcons
lean into
ended up
hard-holding
at
positions,
third
or do they
place.
play the peel-back strats? And look, to their credit, this
that
looks a
is
little bit more
what is
peel-back to
happening
me.
no matter
I
what.
like the idea of having Denari supported by the Echo inside a bakery, but Heretics were really good at finding the Yokai drones last time.
I actually like a lot of things here, but there is a question mark left remaining, just like before. The 2-bro is a little bit of an odd one out, especially because you're roaming top floor with the DMRs. Are you just a good gun? I like this though, right? If they're gonna go for roam clear, you have 2 people roaming, supported by the Echo drone. That's pretty damn good. What happens if they go bakery is completely
They
free,
abandon bakery.
and 2-bros roaming, so if they take bakery instantly, oh, there's actually an issue here. There is no hard destruction for the attack. None.
No!
There is 0.
Oh my god!
They don't have-
Heretics!
They have no way
They
to
didn't drone bakery!
They will drone it now and go, guys, they they reinforce
This
the
is so
rotate.
cooked. If you have no hard bridge, how on earth do you attack bakery?
Dude, had they had a thermite here, this round is actually over. And they have nothing.
And if Weibo had pre-opened the wall, then Heretics would be able to take it and have the breach, but no.
And the worst part is, it was pre-opened, then they reinforced it after.
So hard.
Okay, so what they need now, ideally, they cannot really do a direct attack because they can't get the breach. What they really want to look for here is try and get a little bit of pressure upstairs because the verticality will be a problem for
crazy.
mining and train in towards prep, in towards the plant breaches. Unless they want to full send it and just risk it all, but that seems really difficult for me.
They could try and smoke.
Yeah, but
the vert.
They can try.
The Glaz might be able to make it work. Glaz and Blackbeard together. One Nitro Cell goes out. There's still one more in pocket. Ape finds the opening kill. That's the Blackbeard. That's probably the best operator you could possibly take down. But now they know about the Glaz, and they have to go deep. This is the last smoke for that Glaz. Skeptic tries to force that plant down, but the retake might be on. He's planting inside the smoke itself, and Weibo have no idea. The Echo is too late. But now it's going to have to be a retake for Weibo. They have the numbers for it. 4 versus 2. They've got the info. Thank you, Speakeasy. It enables Turtster to find the kill. Flexi in a 1 versus 4. He's got the Grim, but he is so far removed from where he could potentially go for a plant denial. It's up to Hoven now to just distract him while Speakeasy gets the defuse. And Weibo have a beautiful retake onto Bakery.
Damn.
Exactly the problem I feared happened. They don't get the verticality, they get in and they can, you know, invest everything into a plant, but the post plant is so weak because of lack of hot destruction. If they breach that wall and prep, they can play all the way outside and spawn, but they are stuck in a very less superior position. You can't play far away, you can't play the vert, you're stuck in the bomb site eventually. They had one smoke left on glass, that disappeared the same time the plant went down. You're in a triple crossfire, my guy.
I have to admit, though,
We got
credit to
Fortress
Heretics that they
as
even
the
got there that
first
close.
match
I guess,
between FaZe and
with the
Wildcard.
wall fully reoed, like,
hello.
there's
Okay.
no way that you get that plan
Heretics,
down.
Weibo.
But missing, again, this
Turn
is
it
the
up.
thing about Siege,
Feel
right?
it with us. I
The
wanna see
devil
that
is in the
again.
details so often.
Come on.
If they had a hard breach operator, everything would be different. Because they're not forced into a single doorway and a window wall
Seriously?
pump up against like really
That is
strong
crazy.
operators here. C4, the Echo,
There's a
right?
lot of
Two
maps
C4s
for
actually.
Fortress. So it's
Look, it was a great
Fortress,
round for Weibo,
Clubhouse,
and yes, it was just
Chalet.
on the back of one critical mistake for Heretics that forced that desperation. But the thing is, Weibo are going to have to do that, not just back-to-back, but back-to-back-to-back. 3 rounds in a row on 3 different bomb sites in order to push us into overtime.
You know what we're seeing? We're seeing a mirror being brought to the table. It happened.
Do my eyes deceive me?
They have found the purple icon operator, and they will play the purple icon operator.
I mean, look, let's be honest. It's not like they play Mirror and then it's GG. Like
You'll see. You'll see the power of Mirror.
Okay.
Look, there is not a single counter operator. No Twitch, no Ash, no Kali, no ranged hot destruction, right?
You have Grim.
Not good.
What's that gonna do with the mirror window? Oh, I know that's a guy there.
Have flashbangs.
Now I can see
they
him
have
kill me.
nades. They have smokes.
Yeah,
they have
okay.
yin.
They have throwable utility. All I'm saying here is I think the mirror is such a strong operator, and Team Heretics are not respecting it. But with that being said, they don't have to deal with the mirror if they go around it. Kind of like a clash, right? You see the mirror set up heavily top floor. You could go for a horizontal take and just have a guy window repel holding the hatch. So they don't have to deal with it.
I admit, Hoven on the mirror is kind of overloaded on the top floor. He's having to solo the entire of Piano by himself with one mirror window. It's not even in washrooms. He's also going to be vulnerable to the new balcony drop.
Yeah.
And Ape doesn't
angle as well if
and
you
the
want forward.
So like Ape doesn't really have an angle to support Hoven that well against a Cigar or a new balc drop.
But this gives you fallback options, right? You start there very much in the front lines of Hoven. If they deal with his position with the mirror window or they clear with nades or whatever, he will fall back. Then you have Cocktail, you have the other mirror window, you have Freezer, and then when you don't want to fight anymore, you fall back towards the bomb site downstairs, and now you got that step-by-step that Go and talked about.
Nitro.
Kobe.
Timing is off though. Oscar dodges the Nitro cell. Hoven now being detected by the Grimsbees. You're right, it is a peel back strat. They continue to forfeit layer by layer, and Ape will find his. Hoven's actually tempted to get re-aggressive. Sees one player. Grubber doesn't peek him as of yet. He's worried about being vulnerable to the window behind him, but I think that player has now been taken care of, which is why Reaps is allowed to get aggressive here on the white stairs. And Speakeasy and Turd have joined the fray. Heretics are falling apart. Weibo have found the antidote.
This is why the fallback is so important, right? Team Heretics, they know that Weibo will like to stick around for too long, so instead they flip the attack, they rush downstairs towards 90 reading hallway, but then because of the fallback, they had 3 guns waiting for them. They were all by the bomb site. The layer strat is very much working. 9 to 5 at 2, you can hide in pillar, don't hit the cross, oh, just ego challenge swing Turtle. Let's go again.
He really doesn't need to peek this.
Do it again.
Heretics have to make the first move. They have to get close to him. They're going to walk into a crossfire. Hoven is lying in wait. The mirror comes to life. U-Pour 1 versus 4. Weibo have weathered the storm. Oh, impact to finish it. Who's that Pokemon? Reaps and Weibo rocket their ship forward. 1 more round and overtime will be on the docket.
Very impressive. And again, if you want to get very critical, right? Team Heretics, if they pick 1 of 4 operators, that mirror window, it's gone in 5 seconds, right? Ash, Twitch, Kali, either Ace or Hibana, it doesn't matter. Zero.
People forget that Zero count as mirror.
That's true. And I just feel like, you know, they spent so much struggle
guys,
top
I'm not
four,
even
the
joking.
Grim
I'm
Beast, the
in the mood
Rapples, and they
for
couldn't go into
play.
piano because that mirror window, they didn't know it was clear enough for the longest time. So I feel like 2 rounds in a row, Team Heretics are actually doing something really solid, but missing just one piece of the puzzle, and then they're getting punished heavily. And it's honestly just Weibo playing it really well, Team Heretics trying to play it really well, but not having the right tools for the job. But you said it, 3 rounds in a row, we're able to have to do the unthinkable and just win these rounds every single time. And they're doing it in different ways.
Yeah, that's what's impressive to me, because Heretics, look, they won 5 in a row, and they were pretty convincing, especially by the end of it. I mean, we had one 4v0 round, we had a flawless 5v0 round, and it looked, for the most part, like Heretics really had Weibo's number. The comeback started because they didn't bring Hard Breach, and now Weibo are really leaning into it.
So you see what they did, right? In the prep phase, Piggies is hiding the entire time, not showing the kite pick. Then they're going to open up the line of sight into Piano, saying, we're going to hold this one far. When the round starts, then they reinforce all the walls, and they'll double kite it. So now again, there's a very good chance in their mind they're not going to have the right operators. What do they need? They need EMPs or they need a Maverick. Look on the attacking lineup. They don't have any EMPs and they have no Mavericks. So now this ace, on paper, should have a really hard time dealing with the kite reinforced walls. Again, strategically Weibo, or you can call it cheesing, but they're outsmarting Heretics.
It's great. I mean, look, they're kind of baiting them.
They are.
The prep phase.
It's
Right?
really well done.
Pretend you're doing one type of setup, and then you immediately change your setup to something else.
The same in basement, or I don't know, basement, bottom floor. They open up a rotate to bakery, round starts, let's reinforce it. They pick no hard breach.
So cheeky, so clever. Something we don't often see, faking out one setup in the prep phase and then changing it in action phase. Now, Heretics, they do have nades. I was wondering, is it possible to nade that Kaid Claw?
Well, the explosive radius has been reduced a while ago, and you can't cook the grenades any longer, so you can't bounce them off and get them. So honestly, I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah. If it lands on the ground just below the Kaid Claw, you don't think?
I don't believe no, because it's the very top of the ceiling on the soft portion. It had been like further down, then yes, but I think it's too far up.
Both nades are gone anyway, so it's not an issue. Grubby had to use those nades to clear some of the evil eyes, but there are still at least 2 remaining for Upe. Control taken by Oscar. He's deep inside a piano, but still cannot reach the wall. And actually, Hoven is fully reinforced into here, so Washrooms is just an absolute kill box.
Yeah, but the Mute Jammer doesn't stop the Green Beast any longer either, but Speakeasy gets a kill to Grubby. 5v4 with Team Heretic.
Oh, Oscar might be able to flash an entry. The flash goes through, and he will eventually get the kill. They're going to have to brute force through every single one of these hallways, but Upor finds his opening. Heretics find every single opening, and they close Cafe. It took him a few goes, but a 7-5.
Okay, let's go in now.
Inside of meeting over the last couple of days, and I've been looking at it on the wall. You see that kind of red circle on it, and I've always been like, that's not like an enemy outline, is it? Like, what is that? And I've just realised because it comes over the front of the mirror window as well. It's the projector inside the meeting room. But I've never spotted it because it's not like a white thing drawn, like a screen drawn down in front of it. And now I feel really stupid.
I'll discuss you orders.
Wow.
Wow.
Give it a rest. Awful.
What are you saying? Give it a rest? You said that.
I know, but you're awful to me. You bully me constantly.
Yeah, but then you're saying give it a rest as in give it a rest to yourself.
No, I'll give it a rest. I'm saying you looking for sympathy. Like, you don't get anything.
Why was I looking for sympathy? I just said, wow. Jesus, man. Get back to bed.
Round 2.
Come on, Grandpa. Let's get back to your bed. Come on.
Round 2, looking at where the attack is coming from. Nowhere just yet is the answer. Interestingly, Baby Shark is out towards Courtyard.
Okay,
Courtyard's not used too often as a point of ingress. We'll see whether he does indeed intend to move in through there or not. I don't think he's going to. He's just kind of using the balcony at the minute for the long angle through the window. But right now, there's only one player inside, and that's Spiker. He's going to be in and around tower. He's just kind of up at the top of White Stairs, so that would suggest that Wildcard will join him at some point, and they'll go for that push across from the opposite direction again, probably try and get their way into briefing as we've seen previously, but not too much movement, a little bit slow. But Kansan, he's going to be a catalyst. He's going to find a kill onto Philippox, and that's 5 versus 4.
No shield in this round is the one to note, of course. It does mean they're going to have a little bit more of a challenge, I think, in getting briefing, but because you're attacking from the other side, it's not as bad to push in from that side because it's easier to get control of bathroom and use that to push in. When you're attacking in towards office and bathroom itself, you're coming in through these single doorways where the defenders absolutely have control of that bathroom wall, and so there's a little bit of transformation here. Thank you very much, Medics, where at least for now they'll have it, Tim, but with the mirror window there, it will get dealt with eventually. Yet again, it's a 5v3, Tim, and the killing starts on the side of Furia.
Yeah, JV's going to get pushed back out of briefing there, but Hertz actually goes in and retakes with the mirror. He's going to go for the challenge onto Spiker, but he loses it. That is a big moment for Wildcard. Baby Shark on the back of it picks up a double. That's going to be the round. They level things up 1-1. I honestly expect to see this one continue on this trend, just round for round, close battle.
What I love about it is, and this is why I fell in love watching Wildcard on day one. And yeah, we spoke
always
about them
get
back on day
so
one. We've seen them
red
grow
when
over the
it's
months,
playing
increase their standing and performance, and show that it wasn't just a one-off when they had that excellent performance at Reload. They came to Munich and very much had a similar sort of showing. I think here what made me really fall in love with them on day one was their attacks are just so fun to watch. Very rarely are they getting stuck. Are they doubling down and, like, you know, sitting on drones for half the round? They're actively always moving forwards. There's always something happening somewhere, which is kind of like outside of what you'd normally see other teams do, where they'd normally all drone, then start their moves together, get back on drones again, then all move forward together again. Whereas these guys, it's like cover and move. It's like a very, very military operation at all times. They're just very, very on it and never scared of taking the fight to the other side. It is wonderful to watch.
We're just going to get a little look at a few stats here along the way. We've got a bit of a technical pause. I think just a little bit of an issue for one of the, I think it's one of the Furia players, maybe a little bit of a headset issue. So
for Mr.
or something
Philippox.
similar. So we'll get that sorted just as quickly as we can do, and we will be back into things. But for now, you get to see just how good Herds really is.
And glasses are a choice.
The thing, Herds is one of them people who just pulls up anything he wears. It's fine.
Whenever I see him, like,
pulls it off.
whenever I see him outside a game, you see him inside games sometimes as well. He wears the very, like, straight topped, like, black, full up shade black glasses. He looks really cool. The guy always looks cool. I'll say that much. He does always look very, very cool.
That's it. He can wear whatever he wants.
Spiker on some meditation thing right now. Look at him. Locked him. No, he ain't. Oh, I woke him up. My bad.
Bro. Amazing timing. Thank you for that, Spiker.
That is a real siege timing
Get that
moment.
clip. That is amazing.
It's only 2 rounds into him.
That was brilliant. You can't pay for that kind of timing.
Very good, very good. And we'll be going back to Dortmund games again, so clearly opting to avoid going downstairs where they can here, so not going to the offsite in a classic 3-site rotation, pointing towards Fury and not really liking that as a 3rd site. It's the tertiary for a reason. They'll go there when required, but when they have the choice, they're going to try and avoid it. And they're going to have a repeat on this top floor. Let's see what changes this time around.
Okay then. So last time I honestly think that I was going to say that they've given up that kind of White Stairs corridor, museum, horse area a little bit too easily. There wasn't too much contest around there. A lot of the focus was kind of JV, he's in there again, in briefing, and then they had KZ supporting him from site, and I just don't know how much was going on defensively up to this side. So I'd like to see a little bit more. We've got the Vulcan canister. Philippox is going to be playing probably in or around command, maybe horse itself. He's got options, but I think, yeah, get 2 or 3 even over there
putting a
and
shield there.
make it difficult for Wildcard to take ground. Spiker was sat at the top of White Stairs for ages, and then they just kind of, walked in. Kansan joined him in Museum, and they just kind of walked their way down, and it just all felt a little bit too easy.
Certainly a change away here in terms of lineup for both sides as well. The Warden being brought along by Philippox. We've
seen this jump out. We've seen this jump out.
We have.
Cyber did this.
They've been learning, Tim. I told you, over time they'd learn from each other. Get on the rappel and the jump.
No, they're not.
Nope. He's like, I ain't falling for this nonsense. No, thank you. Dash a little bit too wise to their antics here. Not to find himself being taken down too early on. We have got that deadly duo on the other side I often speak about in the Dockerby and the Deimos, between them covering each other's weaknesses very well, but being extremely effective at forcing roamers back towards site. And right now, Tim, what have Fury got a lot of? Roamers that need to be forced back. So in the combination with these two operators, you are going to see a Wildcard have to chew through this extended hold up towards the northwest side of the map.
Yeah, at the minute, Philippox, I think, is the important one. He's on the Warden. He's just in and around horse. He's kind of bouncing in and out of command as well. He's got a little rotation that allows him through there to challenge from multiple angles, and I think he's going to be the important one. If he gets forced away, then Wildcard are able to start taking ground. And just having a look now, he is dropping back, but he gets kill on his way. And this is why I say he's important, because he's now stopped them being able to push in through that door and support their teammates. Dash is getting aggressive though. Herds, he picks up Kansan. Good ground taken by Wildcard again, but the cost might just prove too high this time.
It's massive to get rid of Bay on the glass as well. That would have been one of their
Oh,
X
dear.
factors as such. That's so close to killing him. He's literally got 1 HP. If he got the kill off the back of that, it would have been absolutely massive. Baby Shark dropping away for a second. Another call coming out. KZ top of the stairs here, sat on the Chanka, forced back towards site. Again, the power of that Dokkaebi coming in, and they get the cam hack.
Dash has been able to sneak through bathroom here. He's getting himself towards briefing. JV92
They
is
know.
in and around there, but he's dropped back, so Dash can put pressure on from the opposite side. That's why this is important, because Baby Shark is still looking towards dorms. Spike has now gone to join Dash over in briefing with that diffuser, so they're pinching them from both sides.
It was Kansan in the spot where we just saw Dash take up a moment ago. He died there on a swing, unfortunately coming out, so they've had to replace him, and that is why Dash has moved over here instead. Still got 3 tracks in his back pocket, mind you, and Baby Shark is coming up below on the blue stairs.
Yeah, he's just moved around. He's dropped down red stairs, flanked underneath, and come up the other side, and I'm not sure if they're going to be aware or not. I think KZ is. He's putting some fire canisters out that way. That's brilliant defending from KZ. JV picks up Dash, and that allows them now to focus on that briefing side. It's all up to Spiker. He's rotated again. This time, Wildcard, they've not been given any ground for free. They've kind of bounced back and forward. We've seen them push briefing. We've seen them push horse. We've seen them push blue stairs. They've tried from every side of Wildcard. They've tried to adapt. Fury are having none of it. They were aware of everything that was going on. Really, really good. Particular shout out to KZ in that round. I think getting that awareness of Baby Shark on the flank underneath, coming up blue stairs, that could have been an absolute killer move from Baby Shark, but KZ was there ready for it. Shumika launcher goes out. Kill comes in. Great stuff.
And I was going to say the Shumikas have been really effective across a couple of rounds there. The prior round maybe less so, but I think more the use case of them has been phenomenal because of how bottlenecky this map is. Like I've said, it's really good for keeping players away. We have got attack timeout. Let's see if we can listen in, though. It might be a little bit difficult.
Gornis is really quietly spoken.
He ain't giving nothing away.
He's really softly spoken, is Gornis. He's not doing that just to hide. What if you just talk to him anyway? He's very softly spoken. So yeah, difficult to hear anything.
Yeah, we won't bother trying on that one because I've got no chance of hearing him. But yeah, we've seen the bans also coming through. It's worth touching on for a second. We've had the Azami taken away on the Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi we've seen across all 3 rounds being played by Baby Shark. I spoke earlier about the efficacy of that operator in forcing these roamers back, and you've seen every single time a call has come through, players on the side of Fury have had to step back. You saw it from the Chanka in the previous round at the top of red stairs, was forced to move back away in towards site. But for me, again, the Chankas provided so much threat on that site in Dortmund games in particular because there are so many single doorways to push on through. You could lay it down and really cover 2 or 3 doors at the same time with very little worry, knowing full well that they would have to push in through fire if they were going to get in towards site. So really good use of the operator by Furia.
Okay then, we're going to be heading on through to round 4, and we are still not going downstairs. We're now going to be able for Furia to move back over to the site they won in the first round. We've got our additional bans come in, Dokkaebi and Azami. Both high value, probably don't need to dive into that too much. The fact that Fury have been playing with a lot of roamers, it just, works perfectly. Get rid of the Dokkaebi, and you're maybe going to be able to hold on to those other rays. It's kind of a funny one. So, top floor, we talk about roamers, and they are, in a sense, that they're not playing inside, but it's kind of, a lot of it's down to extended hold. I would say probably roaming on Fortress, as we're seeing it, would more be maybe having somebody underneath, like trying to, work up those staircases, get a flank, that sort of thing. But, either way, Fury have taken away that Dokkaebi, so keep an eye out for that. Maybe that's something that we're going to see, is them sort of heading even further away from the site than they have been doing.
Baby Shark on his way up to the roof, just going to take out that castle barricade on the door in towards courtyard. This means that they have that ability to step in there later, can apply some phantom pressure in the meantime, meaning that there might not be a player there, but the defenders are aware because it's been taken out. It means someone could be there, and you have to pay attention and respect to that at all times. Excited to see how Dash plays him, because of course we saw that for the Monty back in the first round. It was really effective back then. Here he's moved over to playing on the Blitz, which says to me, gotta go fast, gotta move that bit quicker than what a Monty can provide, which suggests at some point they are going to try and run through a couple of these players on the side of Furia.
He's got the Blitz now working in from that tower position.
Drop a dunk on it.
JV takes down Baby Shark. That's going to be the sledge gone. Not too much of a problem. They're not, looking for verticality or anything here. So it's not the end of the world, but The Blitz is going to continue the march forward. Dash did this really well last time, was able to force Felipox back into briefing. He's done it, but he'll wish he hadn't done it. Because Felipox manages to hit him with the Nitro there, takes down the Blitz, and this round has fallen apart quickly for Wildcard.
That was a pre-play C4, by the way. They knew that he was going to take that path the whole time.
He did exactly the same last time.
It was absolutely wonderful. I mean, the Monty was up on the door last time and able to challenge and feed information about what was going on in meeting, and that got them through, but that was really smart.
Thinking about it, I did see Felipox downstairs in prep phase. He came back up blue stairs just after KZ.
I've just checked as well. He hasn't had a C4 in his back pocket the entire round, so yeah, he would have been down there super quick. Really good.
Big brained. Felipox knowing exactly where he was going to go, and Wildcard continued to push forward. Challenge will come on into briefing. Kansan knows that he's got it stacked up against him here. He's going to open that wall through into sight. Does have diffuser in hand, but is going to be Zoto canistered out of it for now. We can see the freeze effect on the left of your screen there. Felipox has had a real round here. He's, stopped multiple breaches. He's got that pre-placed Nitro kill. He's led them into a flawless round. Brilliant stuff from Furia.
And that's at the back of attack timeout. But more importantly, what I want to stress here is, often you think about a good team and you think about, wow, an amazing individual capability, all unbelievable gunners, great strats, they're always in sync, it looks perfect. You've seen something that I'd say you don't always really acknowledge or realize unless you look back at previous rounds here in Furia, which is adaptability. They looked at what they saw in round one. What was the problem? Okay, it was a Monty on the meeting door. He was feeding information. They could pre-fire and swing us. We lost 2 players inside a meeting. How do we stop a Monty or another Shield player doing that? Pre-play C4. It's just those small little things that definitely isn't to come into this game saying, oh, we can try and do this, like we know that they always do that. You don't, because you don't get to see them play this map ever before. But they've adapted to what they've seen in the game itself, came up with a new plan on the fly, and have delivered it and completely removed the threat of Dash. Really wonderful stuff for Furia, and it gives them a flawless round, as said, and probably suggests him why they are one of our best teams in the tournament. Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? So we're going to be going downstairs. The conversation rumbles on in my mind as to verticality and its importance on this side.
Is that because you talk to yourself a lot?
Yeah. That's the only way I get any sense around here, Des.
Wow. The reverse burn. Impressive.
Fire's back. Look, we've seen teams do vertical, we've seen teams not do vertical. FaZe yesterday were using vertical on this site. They were going in, it was Cyber going in on the RAM, using the boogie drones to rip up that floor in games. It didn't really gain them too much. This is what I've been saying.
Come on! Too easy!
The verticality hasn't really, I don't think, been gaining an awful lot from what we've seen. So much so, we've seen quite a few teams attack this site without ever bothering going upstairs. So there's not always a big presence up there at the minute from the defenders. At the minute, we've got Herds. He's on his own. He's looking to hold on to it. To be honest, he's up there because he's on the Solis. He wants to use the vertical to be able to deny any plan. That's why he's in that position. So Wildcard need to be aware of that, but it's not so much from a sense, at least at the minute that we're seeing, for attackers going in and wanting those vertical angles. And if you want to know why that's the case, just have a look at the positioning of the defenders. None of them are in sight, so there's no point ripping all the floor up necessarily because you're not gaining anything. Normally you do that to force defenders out of position. They're already gone.
Come back to their ban as well, Tim. Banning away the Dockerby has been Wildcard's main way of forcing these players back and applying pressure without having to take a gunfight. They've now only got the Deimos to lean on. It's why they've turned towards things like the Line and like the Jackal, so they can afford to deal with Furia when they're being aggressive out on their own. But you've lost the Line really early, and we've already spoke about the weaknesses that Deimos has, and Jackal made me laugh. Not quite sure he's quite yet there in the meta, I'd say, Tim. I tell you what, so close to getting a kill then on towards Herds, who I think through the animation was saved on that alone.
Herds has dropped back down to that bottom floor as well now. He's back into sight. JV92 going to pick up a second on the round. It's going to be Dash that he manages to find. So that's the Jackal gone as well. 4 versus 3 now as the breach continues to open up. And as I said, quite rightly, Wildcard have gone nowhere near that top floor. There is no verticality coming in from them. I think as time develops, we will see more vertical use on this site. Just to control doorways, things like that. Stop defenders rotating back into sight. But for the time being, not too much of a focus. Very much a lateral push here. 3 versus 2 as Wildcard get themselves a double to find that advantage in the man count for themselves once again.
Now it's just important to know where the players are. They've got a trap they can use on the Deimos. They've just seen one next to the oven on drone as well, so they should know where these last couple of players on Furia are. Like, it's a 3 versus 2. You've got the man advantage. Play for the trades, and this one's yours, Tim.
Should be, in theory.
In theory.
But you're against Furia, so you just never know. especially with Philippox and Nade. Like I said, I literally watched Nade get a 1v3 yesterday. You know that he's got it in his locker. For the time being, they're going to continue breaching that wall. 20 seconds left to go. The clock is the enemy here, really, for WoW, because the longer they leave it, the more of a risk it's going to be. Spiker is in position to put the diffuser down and could choose to start doing so any second. I think they just want to make sure of where these remaining defenders are. Spiker is trying to choose his spot. He's got 8 seconds left to go. That kill might just signal. Yes, there we go. He starts to put the case down on the floor, and that's 2 seconds left. The clock will be extended as the plant is successful. Out comes the Nitro. Philippox can do nothing, and he's now got 3 to fight back against.
This is a big retake for him
Philippox,
to
you
win
mean
here. I
Nade?
doubt he gets away with it. He'll try his best, but Spiker hitting his second headshot of the round.
Imagine if that C4 actually hit.
And really, that was in a 4v5 from the off, because Baby Shark died in opening up one of the windows that we saw earlier on. Didn't get a chance to use any of his gadgetry, his drones, nothing. Really good recovery by Wildcard.
Yep, and you know, as I said, no vertical play there. We still see Wildcard successful on the attack, but we also saw an ending very, very similar to multiple other rounds that we've seen in that site, and that is that you kind of have a couple of attackers stood in the site, a couple of defenders stood in the other side, and there's just a bit of a gunfight between the two. Maybe the plant goes down, maybe it doesn't. Just a little bit of chaos at the end of the round, but Wildcard, they're the ones that come out on top. And moving into round 6, Furia 3-2 up at the minute. They're going to be looking to try and get themselves an advantage going into their attacking half. It is certainly, at least from my perspective, the fortress that I've seen. It's the attackers that are struggling so far, but it's par for the course given that it's a new map. So I think, you know, Furia, they're going to really want this round to give themselves that little bit of a buffer, that little bit of a cushion going into the second half when they're on the attack. So maybe it's not quite as stressful for them, but right now, Wildcard, they're going to do anything they can to spoil the party. I think a 3-3 half here from Wildcard would be really good.
It would, and I think even taking the 2 attacking rounds on a map like this, where, as we know, defenders are typically going to take the advantage, early release, still lots of things to figure out for attackers in terms of pacing and angles that can be held and dealing with all the cheese that comes out. We've seen the jump outs, we've seen the C4 up and towards the external stairs through courtyard. Lots of little things like that are going to have to get figured out. So there will be a number of upsets where attackers won't quite be as effective on this map as maybe you want them to be, but give them a bit of time and we'll find the cook. I think it'll probably take a good half a year until you see them out get to that stage where it's like at the stage where attackers are probably at the level they should be. However, I'd say that Wildcard haven't done too badly. Their first attack especially was really, really impressive. Or the first round they won, sorry, with the shield and the Monty. Really, really like that. Did ultimately get retook on the back of it. Won the second round, so they've shown what they can do on this map. Just a couple of rounds they've been, fair to say, outclassed by the other side, Tim.
A little bit. That's going to happen.
Yes, Furia.
Everyone's
been there.
It is. It's, you know, it's going to happen when you're against this team. That's just the reality. We're going to avoid the Mozzie Pest there with the Rotero drone, I think. It was activated just in time. Just having a look at wherever he's set up. There's Philippox and JV92 up towards that top side. That's, again, where the fight is going to come in, I think. The CB just sending up the Twitch drone, white stairs. They just want to know exactly what they're going to be facing. Down Museum and then in towards Horse. Getting a good idea here. They know that Philippox is going to be positioned down there at Horse. He has been consistently when they've defended this site. So just got to have a plan to deal with it. Halfway through the round, nobody really inside of the map again. We've seen exactly the same. Spiker gets himself inside. He's in and around that sort of top right corridor, doing the droning, getting in position, and then usually we'll be joined by Kansan and Bear to start pushing forward. Baby Shark will work elsewhere and is doing at the minute alongside Dashu. He's right in amongst side, looking for trouble.
And the smokes are going down as well, which is beautiful. There's no warden on the other side here. Sees a player now is going in for a plant himself. Have they got enough cover for him here? Yes, they have, because Hertz has gone down. He stepped forward. They've got enough to watch the doors. They're all smoked off as well. As JV steps on forward and towards the right-hand side. Maybe he gets himself caught out, but no. There's Dash coming off the diffuser, trying to get hold of him, but no, put down. And there we go. Kansan steps in. Baby Shark for another wonderful attack out of Wildcard. And they spin it right back on its head, Tim. A flawless round of their own.
Yeah, really like that attack from Wildcard. So they did the same thing that they've done previously. Med noise around White Stairs. Kansan, Bear, Spiker, all working on that side of the map pretty much. And Furia reacting to that. But you know, yeah, there's drones coming down here. There's a bit of action over this side. So the focus is over there, and Dash just kind of quietly wanders in towards site. Gets himself a kill because they're not ready for it. Baby Shark works his way up blue stairs to have the cover for the plant, and it just worked really, really well, because then Furia, they're trying to react to that and filter back into site where they can hear Dash planting, and Baby Shark, it's an easy pickup for him. So 3-3 at the half. We're going to switch it around. You feel like it's advantage Wildcard on the back of that.
You'd think so, yeah, with 3 attacks, really impressive. But as I often say, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Furia could themselves be absolutely electric on the attack of this map. And by the looks of it, they came in pre-prepped with a bunch of ideas on how to defend it, so no doubt they've also got ideas on how to attack it. If they have a good half here, Tim, and come out in a strong position, we're going to Club as their map pick. Two really interesting bans coming out there, by the way, the Valkyrie and the Flores. Flores, I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've seen him banned here. Valkyrie, it wouldn't surprise me if it's happened in another game. But just, again, not really seeing these two as bans at the moment. Valkyrie kind of feels obvious because historically she has been a go-to ban. But I think we've mainly seen other operators creeping into the 4. Things like the Azami have most definitely been up there. Clash, Kaid, Bandit. There's so many other choices that teams normally go towards. So a bit spicy to see that as an option. I wonder why.
Oh, we'll see.
I would say Valk is very strong.
Well, I agree with you. A lot of the time, you're going to look at Valkyrie, and you know she's particularly dangerous if you're on a downstairs site because you've then got that verticality to play with. You've got your C4s, you get the cams upstairs. You know, you can tie all that information together. That's going to be less applicable here. It's not to say that Valkyrie's not, you know, valuable or useful. Of course she is. Any intel you can get in this age is always going to be helpful. So getting those black eye cams out around this top floor, yes, it's going to give you a good idea, but to a degree, I feel like as well, you know, given what we've seen so far, you can probably make a good guess of what Fury are going to do here. They're going to come in, they're going to try to take games and dorms, they're going to work through into beefing, try to breach through into bathroom. It's what we see the majority of the time. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
I did just go and check. It's because on the last 2 times they've played it at this tournament, which was against Elevate and against Falcons, in 4 of their 6 defensive rounds, Wildcard did play Valkyrie, so it does make sense as a counter ban. Clearly seeing that Wildcard have got a lot of comfort with it and just taking it off them. Makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think in doing so, they're going to leave plenty of options for Wildcard, you know, with operators like the Warden, like the Azami, you know, that they're going to be able to bring along, or the Mirror at points as well.
Just didn't want to get shoehorned into playing the IQ, I expect here. They know they've got certain things they want to be achieving here, so why muck around with it and just get that off the line. So on their own attacking side, though, Tim, can't really ignore Felipox. Often we say that if we see a Raura. You want to say it? Raura. Yes, now that she's on side. Yeah, when she first came out, I remarked on it. Yeah, I think it was yesterday we was casting and we saw Raura brought along. Terrible attacking win rate, 33%, lowest of any attacker in the game. She was awful. But I think now that, again, we've had a bit of time to see teams cook with her and come up with some ideas, we are seeing some quite creative strats coming out. And if any team is going to have a creative execute making use of a Raura, it's going to be Furia and Felipox in particular wielding that operator.
So not too much progress in the first minute and a half yet in terms of map control from Furia. They are still mostly outside of the map. JV92, doesn't matter whether he's outside, inside, he's still going to find them kills. Manages to pick up Spiker. That's going to be the smoke off the board. Big loss. A lot of time and space denial there has been taken away with those Toxic Babe canisters going along the same route as Spiker to an early grave. JV92 is just going to continue holding that museum window position just to try and stop, I think, any movement around there and allow Herds to get himself up white stairs.
Sure, not in a bad spot. And not feeling the need to rush either is probably the important part. You've got rid of the smoke, that's one of the latter round sort of like problems for you. You've now got rid of Dash on the Warden. So suddenly things like any flashes they've got become that little bit more potent, mainly looking at Herds and KZ when I say that one. Certainly no complaints. Looking for another, and sure enough, JV's just a little bit too quick on the trigger. Baby Shark deleted. 2 kills fly back their wildcard, keeping themselves in the conversation. Furia are down to a 2 versus 2 team. They've lost 3 in a row.
Make that a 2
Hello!
versus 1. Kansan doing Kansan things. Manages to find himself a double, bringing a little bit of flair to proceedings. 2v1, but Bait is low health. Nade does have a shield, so this is very, very winnable for Nade. Like I say, we've seen him as a clutch machine, but he's up against another one, and that's the problem. Kansan, beautiful shot. Just manages to pick out the little almost a one-tap onto the Blackbeard. That's going to be Wildcard taking their first defensive round, and certainly look like they're making moves towards winning this first map.
Actually, because they had the opportunity.
He is really good, Baby Shark. You're absolutely correct. Kansan is pretty cracked. We've seen him hit both of his 4Ks so far in this tournament when we cast him the other day. That's a bit of a machine when he's in the right mood. It pulls Wildcard up to 4 and 3, so just the 1 round ahead for now. Well, I'm certainly not complaining. He's bringing along the Oryx in this round. Now, I'd love to say it's to help deal with shields, and it would be genius. If a team is running a shield and then you play an Oryx on a tight corner, as this map so often gives you, and they can, of course, run around the corner and knock that shield down without really exposing yourself, you probably get a free kill off the back of it. I want to believe it's more for hat chopping and mobility more than anything else, but we'll see.
If we were on the upstairs side, I would say yes.
Yeah.
I would think it would, because what we've seen so far in Fortress, again in the reverse, is not much play underneath. Not many people going in with Deimos or with Buck and trying to open the floor up.
Yeah.
So if you're on the top floor, you could easily. We saw a great play. Who was it yesterday that had the pulse underneath? I can't remember, but it was a brilliant play with the pulse playing underneath.
They hit it, didn't they? Yeah.
They got the nitro and they baited him on red stairs and just kind of everything that went with it. It was really, really well
Who did we
worked.
catch yesterday? NIP versus.
It was Pino. I think it was Pino on the pulse.
It might have been. I'm gonna go and check.
Go and have a look, but I think it was. I think it was NIP, and I think it was Pino on the pulse. My point being there that we're not seeing a lot of bottom floor use, particularly from the attackers, and so we have people like Pino on the pulse if it was him getting that. There you go, getting that sort of space and freedom, and so an Oryx could get some space and freedom down there. You know, if Kansan was underneath, and then he could hop back up the hatches to get back up to the top floor. But we don't have a top floor site. We've got a bottom floor site, so we will keep a close eye on Kansan. He's currently playing out in Hammam, and I genuinely think the view is towards dealing with the shields, especially if he's playing out in Hammam, because you're thinking that's where the entry is going to come in from. We know that they like to jump in through kind of bathroom through Hammam and try to work their way through from there, and I think Kansan's just hoping to have a surprise for them.
I think especially true when you know how much confidence Furia play with, where very often they aren't stacking 4 players on a single door and pushing in all together. They do take a lot of map control because they're very, very comfortable and reliant on each other to be able to be capable in those positions. And if someone does die, they're able to get someone else to cover. It's fine. But I think Kansan's kind of looking to capitalize on that more than anything, though, Tim, is the fact that he's got the ability to go up hatches here. That's why I think he's so far removed from the rest of his team and scattered out around the map. He can cause real bother out here if he manages to find a hatch to hop up.
If he can get up there and maybe come down the blue stairs late in the round, that could be a big play from him. We'll keep an eye on it and we will keep you updated on the situation. For the time being, the Ram has gone in above, so a very different play style here from Furia on the attack, where I commented Wildcard didn't use verticality at all when attacking this site. Furia have gone in there, taken top floor, got the Ram active, the Boogie drones have been out, they've got those vertical views down into site. It hasn't gained them much in terms of moving the defenders, because they're all playing further back in the site anyway, where they're underneath briefing and they can't be seen because there's walls in the way. So they're still pretty comfortable, but it might just create some space for Nade to get a plant inside this door, and it looks like that's where it's heading. But where is Kansan?
Well, hopping upstairs right now, Tim is where he is, but he might be a little bit late on this plant. But KZ, I think, knows that he's coming at this point. Spiker manages to deny the plant, at least for now, as Nade falls. So it's a bit of panic stations almost for Furia here, aware that their plan has been thwarted and may yet find themselves stabbed in the back as they start moving forwards here. Kansan's coming up through bathroom. Herds, as you can see, holding the tight handle. Kansan, as you can see, is losing HP, though. It's not looking too good. Dash finding one for himself. Baby Shark into another wildcard have held on brilliantly in this round.
Yeah, I think, you've got Spiker to thank for this one with a well-placed Nitro coming through. I don't know if there was maybe a little bit of support from Baby Shark as well. He's got the ward and he was playing shoulder to shoulder with Spiker at the time, so will have been able to see through the smoke, maybe give a little bit of direction. But by dropping that diffuser inside a site, it's kind of left Furia without a hope. They'd prepared everything for getting that plant down. They'd got the vertical open. Hello. We've got they got the vertical open up above. They'd got the door smoke. Everything was around getting that plant down. And when Spiker hits that Nitro, it kind of falls apart for them. So unfortunate from Furia and a good defense from Wildcard. Very, very solid. Avoiding the vertical pressure. Kansan, it was worth a try. They were ready for it. It didn't work out, but the rest of the round did.
You guys are lucky. I'm normally half naked on the cast. Let's get on here and whip the top off. Tim loves it.
I do. It's true.
You did that through a broken smile.
No, it's true.
Here's a attack time at Fury in case you can't tell. Swag level 9,000. Glasses game very high. Beard game on point. Why can't you be like that, Tim?
Because I don't have a beard.
You could grow one.
I could.
You get a bit of stubble.
I always have that. I can't be clean shaven.
Why?
Because if I'm clean shaven, I look like I'm back at high school or something.
You look like an egg.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So.
Egg Tim.
Hard-boiled ace.
Hard-boiled ace.
I do have a ponytail though.
Yeah, that's an old meme and it checks out.
It is.
For those who don't know, back when we were in EUL back in 2020, 2021, there was always a joke that Tim had a ponytail. Obviously, he was bald and he had a ponytail at the back. And he'd always be like, you're going to see it start turning his head.
You can't prove that I don't because you only see the front of me.
This is it. You just don't actually know. Like it's like Schrodinger's ponytail. Until like you actually check, you can't confirm, but no one can really check. Spoils the mystery. Fair to say Wildcard have had a wonderful first couple of rounds, though. Furia are struggling to get that first attack. They're attacking well, I think. The way they've approached the rounds is good. It's just that Wildcard have always had a plan. And part of the struggle here for Furia, I imagine, is as much as you've had a chance to look at how Wildcard play this map, you know, over the course of the last couple of days, they've played it twice already. This is their third time playing this map. They still can't quite seem to unravel the defenses. Wildcard have always got new tricks and ideas up their sleeve on how to keep Furia at bay. And not at bay, the player, just, you know, kept away.
Very good. Okay, now it's going to be on the shield again. Now the third round in a row with Simblitz. Got Blackbeard. See if he can have any more impact. Last time they tried to kind of use it to brute force into sight and get the plant there. Last time didn't work out as the Nitro stopped him in his tracks. And this time they could really do with using it to grab some ground. It's going to be Dorms and Games that they're attacking onto, and they're very much shaping up quite a direct push towards sight at the minute, unless things change.
For sure. Going in towards this combo of the Dokkaebi and the Lion. Again, it's all about, I feel like a lot of this map is becoming about this as well. It is that sort of air quotes Roma control. Like every team is leaning in towards Dokkaebi. We've seen a lot of Deimos on it as well. Shields, of course, to help take control of large parts of the map. And part of me wants to know if that's going to be the standard, or if it's just while teams are getting more comfortable with the map. I imagine over time it could evolve. But definitely in the early days, you will see a lot of shields. You will see a lot of intel operators coming out, just to kind of smooth over the cracks of learning to attack onto this site overall. Do the lion sound effect for me, Tim.
Oh, it's just... I don't know what it is. To do it, it's just a basic noise, isn't it? He's going to pick up Canton there and looking for a second as well. In goes the Dokkaebi call as well, so that's going to be everybody's phones vibrating for the time being. Bay and Dash have
Casey needs to be ready for the rotate now.
Having none of it. Falling back to sight at the minute here, Wildcard kind of trying to hold on because there's a lot of pressure mounting from that bathroom and command side. Casey's going to work his way into briefing pretty soon. There we go, managing to get the kill onto Baby Shark. 5 versus 3 now. Furia they're moving as a pack at the minute.
They are, which is quite a rare thing for them. I said they normally take large parts of the map control with different players in different locations, but here they are quite... it's more, I think, a product of the map. They have to be together. But look at that. Wildcard explode out. 2 kills coming to themselves, almost a third, and it was almost a Blackbeard they got offline, Tim, but Dash, not quite sure what you're after there, buddy. I won't lie.
I don't know why Dash has gone on the sprint at you. Like, he's seen the man go out of the window. He's done the damage. Like, just you know, take your wins, Bay. He's going to find 2 wins. Can he find a third? 2 versus 1 now. Spiker is in support as well. Philippe on that door. Bay with a triple.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo, guys. Just when it's needed, manages to close it out for Wildcard, but yeah, Dash, I think, just a little bit overexcited to get that kill. You know, if I get shot going out of a window, I'm definitely going to turn around and wait for somebody to peek their head into it. So I'm sure he'll learn a lesson from that one. 6-3 Wildcard, 3 chances now for them to close out Fortress and go 1-0 against Furia. As a reminder to everybody, this match is important. They are both fighting over that top spot in the group. And what does that mean? What does that get you? It gets you a bye in the upper bracket. So you move on to the second round of the upper bracket. And why is that important? It's not just because you're in the upper bracket, but it's because you are 1 win away from the live stage. And that's where everybody wants to be.
I love how you asked yourself about 3 questions during that and answered each and every single one. It's almost like you're meant to have someone next to you that you can converse with and ask questions to and get answers from.
You never asked me the right ones.
Why are you bald, Tim?
See? Genetics.
Apparently you don't need me anymore.
I do.
I can just sit here and say nothing if you like. I can just shut up.
Nah, I definitely do.
Why?
Because we just complement each other really well. For an honest
I
answer.
never compliment you.
No, we do.
No, I don't. I'm always horrible to you.
For an honest answer, we just do. Where my weaknesses, you know, where I have weaknesses, your strengths pick up those areas.
Oh, you
That's
can't
just
take
how
it
it's
down
always
like
been.
the nice sentimental route.
Well,
I feel bad being mean.
Well, there you go. I know how to play this game, Des. I've been playing it with you for a lot of years.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. By which I more mean I drag you down the path of chaos every now and then and try and derail things, and then you're always the one who has to get it back on track.
I love a slow motion celebration. Absolutely.
It's the sound that comes with it that really makes for it. Beautiful.
Twitch draw.
Yes.
Going to be sent in to have a look for some util. We've got Wildcard now defending Command and Bathroom, and they do have a presence over in Game and Dawn. Baby Shark and Kansan are playing down there for the time being.
Tim,
yes?
will you hold the mute button for me for a second, please?
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
mate.
can. It probably came through on my
It definitely
mic.
did.
So basically, Des is opening a can drink, so he's worried about the. So but it's difficult. I did this the other day. If you do your own mute button, you've got to do the can with one hand, and then you've got the risk of like spilling the can. So I risked it the other day and got away with it. Des had just asked me to press his mute button for him. I didn't think about the fact that I was leaning right over the top of the can with my microphone to press his mute button, and mine was not pressed. So I'm an idiot.
Your words, not mine, Tim. Your words, not mine.
That was very stupid of me.
3-round deficit for Fury to try and close here, which I don't think they're going to be able to do given how effectively Wildcard have been defending. They still look like a team that's playing it for the first time and catching teams by surprise, despite this being, as I've said, the third time they're playing the map this week. And look at this. Dash is ready. He's being challenged. We've seen kills already won from this position previously, Tim. But Dash is a bit too wise too. Ain't giving up his life, and Philippots can't easily move forward unless he gets this kill. Almost gets his man. Both players taking damage. But Dash is wasting so much time here. There's only 75 seconds left.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're talking about nearly 2 minutes wasted at this point. Philippots is, he's firm in it. He's trying to carry on here. It shows how critical this area is to the strat overall. They don't want to give it up. JV92 manages to get Bay elsewhere, but Kansan does find one of his own onto Nade. It's, however, all going in the direction of Furia. Philippots clearing Dash out is big. 3 versus 2. Baby Shark taken down by Hertz.
Very nice.
JV92 with the last. Great execution there. Great collapse from Furia.
That was much more Furia as well, where they've got 3 or 4 different positions all being pushed at the same time, and they just completely overwhelm the defenders. There is nowhere that you can move without being caught in someone's sight line, and you know the outcome from there against a team of hot gunners. They just bring you down in a flash. Really good round from Furia, despite the pressure being shown by Wildcard. Defended well, but just couldn't hold off the onslaught. Down we go to that first floor again, Tim. It's going to be waiting room and cafeteria here in round 11.
So last time around, when attacking this, Furia struggled a little bit. They went for the top floor control. They opened things up with the Ram. They're not bringing along the Ram at the minute, so I think we're going to see a slightly different process from them because they basically use the Ram to open things up, smoke off the door, try to go in with the shield of Nade and put the diffuser down. Spiker playing deep back there in the far side of the site was able to hit a Nitro all the way through, and it just didn't work out for Furia. So this time they have dropped the Ram. They are foregoing the shield of Nade. That's going to move across to the Capitao. The Deimos has been dropped. The Deimos was an interesting one. I was going to talk about that one because KZ was upstairs last time on a different operator, but I thought maybe they're going to try and, work through that soft surface with the Deimos instead. They've decided to drop that. Philippots is still going to be the focus with those light screens. So we need to keep an eye on where he goes. I'm kind of expecting those still around site door to try and, create some confusion. I think they played with the sense this time rather than the smoke because they know that Wildcard have been bringing the Warden, and I think the Warden was what gave the intel last time around through the smoke. So Dash taken down, and
Don't let
this
the bed
time
bugs bite.
they're not going to have the freedom of that Warden being able to feed info through if they're looking through sense light screens.
Yeah, I mean, Dash has been absolutely slapped there to start things off as well. A cozy entry gets Furia going in the right direction. Speaking of entry, I was quite curious to see how it's played out because we saw a good start across the first couple of rounds from Wildcard, and since then it has been all up Furia. They have 7 of the last 9 entry kills. So if you're looking for early round domination, well, the answer is right there in front of your eyes, which kind of speaks volumes to how well Wildcard have played to keep themselves in the lead here. The ability to win these rounds 4v5 has been really impressive.
It has. Herds is just moving towards Kansan's position. On the Oryx there. Oh, he's downstairs actually. Sorry, I was looking on the top down. It looked like he was upstairs. So Kansan is, for the time being, going to be safe. However, JV92 is moving. Which would you rather? Would you rather Herds or would you rather JV just chasing you down?
Both suck.
I'm going to go for neither. So Kansan does take that fight a little bit, drops back into Hamam. He's just trying to kind of keep his position loose here, keep himself moving around. He may well choose to move upstairs at a point as well. But it just keeps Furia guessing and wastes a bit of time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's about, right? If you're not seeing them run a docker because you banned it away, you have to play the map. You don't ban that operator and then sit on site. It is completely pointless. And this is why Kansan has been so aggressive out around the map. He's just trying to run that clock down. We saw it from Dash a little bit in the last round when he was playing really aggressively in towards Blue Tower. Spiker getting one back onto Herds as well, equalizing things at 4 apiece here. Furia got to go big in the last 60 seconds if they want to keep this game going.
Spike is absolutely lethal from that position. He plays just outside of sight, and he's just a nightmare.
Okay,
Kansan manages to get one. Trade is there immediately from Felipox. We've seen the light screens deployed as well. He is playing around that door that I suggested he might onto site. The last time they went with smokes, this time they're going with that. Mainly probably because the warden has been brought along and they'd seen it previously from Baby Shark, so it just gives them an option to avoid those problems, and it's also allowing them to block off a couple of doorways. Felipox manages to take down Bay 3 versus 2. We've also got Baby Shark and Nate down at the same time, so effectively 1v2 here for Spiker. He's fighting all he can. He goes to the nitro. Look, sometimes you make the choice. We've all been there. As soon as the utility's in your hand, the bullets come flying and you lose your life and wish that you still had your gun. But that's going to be another round for Furia. 2 in a row gets them back to 6-5. Only one more chance at this for Wildcard to close out Fortress in regulation.
They're getting it done, aren't they, Tim? 2 rounds back to back, and given they were down 6-3, I thought, man, I don't see them being able to win out all 3, but here they are with 2 of them. 1 more to go, and overtime will be on the way. I'd imagine we'll see Wildcard starting on the defense when we get to that point. It was their map pick, so Fury get to pick the side in regulation. They chose to start on defense. And then the one who picked the map, which is Wildcard, they get to pick what side they start on in OT. And I think it would be madness to pick to start on attack on a new map like this. Yes, indeed, they're on defense.
Only 4 entry kills for Wildcard so far in 11 rounds.
Yep.
Not good at all. So keep your eye on that at the beginning of this one. Maybe they can get themselves off to a slightly better start. But
and that as well.
It's kind of a weird game, really. Everyone on both teams really getting involved. I'm just kind of looking through the scoreboard, and there's nobody that's like, you know, wildly standing out. About the best you've got is Baby Shark on 10, but you've got 8s, you've got 9s, you've got 6s. Like it is very close, and I love that because what it's saying is, you know, these are 2 very complete teams with everybody getting involved. They're supporting each other, they're working with each other. There's a lot of coordination and teamwork going on, and it's not reliant on any 1 or 2 individuals just kind of going crazy. So love to see that from both of these. And honestly, it makes both of them a big shout for the tournament for me.
It does. I've said from the early days, I think Wildcard are looking for a top 4 finish here, both with the way that they're playing and how put together they look. Like, the problem is there's a few teams that are kind of including that. I'd love to see Weibo make a big run this tournament as well. FaZe, I think, are very inevitably going to be one of our finalists. It just feels they are on a different level at points throughout this tournament. It makes for an interesting one. You know, Falcons are probably the team that I'm not including in my top 4 at the minute based on how they're playing, but given their domination over Daystar earlier, maybe there's something there for how well they'll play coming into the next stages. Here we go, Tim. Fast push coming in, but Kansan already going down here to JB. That's not too great for them. In to try and look for the plant, but can't quite find it. I think, in fact, he was just going in for the shield because it's not the site, Tim. But it's about them get. That is such a common execute that I was like, oh, they're executing here. They're absolutely not. They just wanted to give the Glaz room to get in and make use of the gun there, and it did work because they found 2 kills.
Oh, yeah.
Big double there.
I was like,
bring it back to 3 versus 3 though. Wildcard holding on for the time being. It is still going to be the problem for them with that shield. Going to be something that they need to deal with.
Nice.
Spiker manages to take him down as I'm saying it.
He ran
How
into an
many
LF
big
trap.
moments is he going to have? Absolutely phenomenal tournament from him, and it continues. Takes down the Monte, drops the diffuser down. 1:30 left, so Furia have got time in this 2v3, and they've got the glass, which is a big help to them. But other than that, Wildcard can just start digging in a little bit now.
Again, it's a bottleneck, Tim. They've run into an Elamine there with a shield, which has moved it out of the way, and Spiker, so hot on the trigger, has just caught his man at the exact right moment. That is the danger of leaning too hard on these shields, and Spiker is going big in just the round they need him. He's already found himself 2, could look to make it a 3rd as Felipox has got to save the round for his team. 3 more to fire on this Glaz. That feels like a tall order.
1v3 incoming, 54 seconds left to go. That's what the Furia fans will be hoping, but I'm not sure they're going to get it, if I'm honest. He's now taking fire. They know exactly where he is. It's that man again. Triple at the end. Huge finish from Spiker. When Wildcard needed it, they take map 1. Fortress is theirs.
I really love seeing it, Spiker.
Damn. Okay, let's go over to the other
that sucks as shield
map.
player.
Weibo
But also,
6.
you can avoid the cancel
What?
fire because now you can play by the window,
6
by 90,
Ray?
by catwalk rafters 1, 2, and the shield. So you can sprint across and avoid the cancel fire in case they brought it. So great counterplay by
That
Weibo,
is
being ready for the
really
shield, for the
bad,
capital, for whatever happens.
And for a long time, I will say Turdster has been one of the best players I've seen at playing the rafters position as Azami. He's always been really good at it. And even though that wasn't necessarily the focal point of the round, just having Turdster alive in that position is what enables Reaps to get aggressive elsewhere, because Heretics are spending so much time trying to deal with this fickle little player up on the rafters. Now 3 match points for Weibo, and they may continue what has been their best run ever at a tournament. In fact, one of the best runs that we've seen for APAC in a very long time. You know, the very first time that an APAC team topped groups at Six Invitational was in 2019 with the Australian Fnatic roster. Dam1 did it again in 2022 in Sweden for the Six Invitational. And Weibo could indeed be the 3rd team from APAC to win a group stage at SI.
So basement heavy on neutral, right? The Nari lasers, smokes, fire, and the lasers from the Maestro.
Why I'm
Heretics, they don't have the Brava. It's the first time in this BO3 we've seen a Maestro getting picked and no Brava in response. But it usually has been Team Heretics playing on defense with the Maestro and then Reap specifically counter-picking the Brava. So only Dokkan is a real counter operator, and I would not be surprised actually if this became one of those like 5v5 or 4v4 heavy bomb site executes. And if that would be the case, Team Heretics don't have the easy answers, right? There is no Grim, there's no Shield, there's no Ying. The only real thing they have is Dokkan Demos. It's great for roam clear, great for a little bit of information, but it's not gonna make your bomb site execute all that much easier. There's the first call for the roam clear. The second one we save, of course, for execute later. Now they see the Maestros on the board as well. Again, it feels like Weibo have just simply got themselves in such a strong position from the operator pick phase alone.
And not die unnecessarily.
Cats gets popped again. We're just setting things up. It's gonna be that 5v5. There are no roamers from defenders.
Yeah.
Reaps 14 kills by the way. He's been popping off.
Operator selection.
Everybody from Team Heretics very much even. 3 on U
So
as the
there's going to
lowest
be
and
like
7
a
on Oscar as the
cross,
highest fragger.
hold.
But everyone kind of
One in deep armory, one in
struggling
AK,
together,
then
if
you
you
have
will.
food, then you have church.
Just classic Heretics. What
team
Gohan,
effort.
Gohan said about
I'm
Heretics
thinking
during the
if one
cafe
might
timeouts.
be
We know how they play. They're slow, they're methodical.
church.
We just want to peel back the layers and waste their time. Now, Heretics
They
didn't
went into
manage to
dirt.
catch
Okay.
that Weibo player who managed to get away into dirt. I believe it was Speakeasy.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that missed opportunity. Weibo just wants this timer to keep on ticking down. They're happy to give up all this map control.
They found 2 of the Evil Eyes so far. The issue is this one can shoot the Kairos on the wall just like this, unless you walk in and shoot at the exact same time. Does get 4 of the pellets. Thankfully, they have some spare in pockets. So they're applying pressure everywhere, right? They got all the hatches. They got the triple wall open up a little bit as well. They're trying to apply so much pressure onto Weibo that they don't know where the attack is coming from.
Oh, good shot though from Grubby. Durster gets aggressive and he's exposed. Take it down. A good nade as well. Forces Arpe back. Now he's in a pickle. Trying to play on the vending machine. He's spotted out by Skeptic. But elsewhere, Uport has fallen on the Deimos. As Ape does his best to hold on. And now amidst the fire and the smoke, Reaps will get re-aggressive. The Chinese player today has done just about everything required for Weibo. It's desperate times for Heretics as they make their way down to the site. Skeptic to find one, and Fluxy joins the fray.
Damn.
It's Hoven in the 1v2 as the plant goes down. He finds the first one to cover. He doesn't know where Skeptic is, and he's faked it. He's baited him out of it. Hoven has clutched it.
Why did he go off?
The region has had a team brush with greatness, but APAC has
Why
a
did he
new
fucking go off to the future? He could have
Weibo
stick it in. He
remains
was almost done with
undefeated
it.
at the Sixth Invitational in Paris. A dominant
That's
showing, not just today, but every day of
Why
groups.
did he go?
If you're
Why did
watching
they go
them, if
off
you've seen their
that?
performance, if you know about their
He had,
history and
like,
what
he
they
was
want to
80%
achieve, this
done.
could just
Like,
be
he
the
didn't have
event
to go
where
off
they go
it.
the distance. So much potential. And Team Heretics, we gotta say it, you came in from LCQs, you're still in the tournament, it's not over. I know you wanted more, but you've
That
done
is
great.
crazy.
And this is, more than anything, insane experience from them.
There is no doubt at all that Heretics have exceeded expectations, even going this deep, but this loss is going to sting. Weibo up and done after this.
Like, that was a... Yeah, kind of disappointed on Heretics. I knew that the Weibo game would win, but I didn't think Heretics would make that kind of mistake in the end, so to speak. Yeah, that is kind of a big mistake. Oh.
And also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now,
Worried.
they had like a few shaky games. But I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're going to give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Okay, that is gone. Why is there no sound? That is kind of weird. Do.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game.
Welcome back to the Theatre of Dreams for one of these teams to take the top spot in this group and get that upper bracket round 2 bye going into playoffs. I'm Des, this is Tim, and you are watching Furia versus Wildcard. We just had a great map of Fortress, Tim. It was Wildcard's map pick, and they prevailed, winning 7-5. But Furia showed they've most definitely got teeth, and now that we're going into their map pick, they start on the attack of Clubhouse. I think it's fair to say this isn't over just yet. I would be very, very surprised if we don't see all 3 maps.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Furia certainly kind of take the edge. It's not a massive one, really. If we look at the recent history, Furia are 2-1 on Clubhouse, whereas it's 2-3 for Wildcard. So they've played it more, but you know, if you have a look at those wins, the last win was against Cyclops for Furia. It was 8-6. They were taken to overtime. I'm not saying that it's certainly not a guaranteed win for Furia, is what I will say. You know, this is very possible, realistically, for Wildcard to come out and get a win here. They did lose it against Falcons earlier in the week, so, you know, maybe that doesn't bode too well for them. But other than that, I think that they could do something here.
I think so as well, but I think Fury will have workshopped this map. They'll have got us a nice little surprise coming into it as Ultim. Like, there's no way that you pick this as a map that's quite low down your preference order unless you know that you've got something in store for the other side. So maybe it's a bit of counter prep. Clearly the audience are very much behind Furia here as well. Why wouldn't you be? They are one of the best in the world, but let's find out if they can do it, Tim. Let's go with Club. a big problem, Tim.
What's that, Des? What's the big problem?
The shit tons of Kinder Choco Bomb wrappers that are on the desk in front of me. I'm an addict.
Stop eating them then.
I can't help it, Tim. I was going to grind them down and just... No, I'm not going to go there, actually. Forget about that one. That's probably a little bit too adult. They're just too good is the problem. And I keep grabbing like 3 or 4 every time I walk past the little like sweet station we've got outside.
418 of them.
There's a reason why the big, massive wooden tub we've got is nearly empty. I'll say that much.
And it's
I might eat one. You can introduce the game.
Bans have come through. The Electro Bros are gone. Cade and Bandit will not be appearing in this clubhouse. And then on the other side, Thermite and Grim have been taken away. Thermite's a choice. I think now that he's got 3 exothermics, definitely sort of more relevant in terms of bans and things like that. You know, for a basement, for example, yep, you could do all 3 hatches now where you couldn't do before. Generally, for a hard breach on Clubhouse, we'd see the lean be towards Hibana, I think, for the ban. But when you look at those top floor walls, I think that, like I said, that extra exothermic makes a big difference. Because there's 3 top floor walls that you want to breach. There is a construction wall, there is a jacuzzi wall, and there is cash wall. Sorry, CCTV wall. They're the 3 that you really want to be breaching. And being able to get a full-size exothermic breach on each of them is a pretty big deal. So I think we are going to start seeing an increased ban rate for Thermite here on Clubhouse.
I agree with you, Tim, and I think you'll see it on a number of maps, to be fair. On here, it's especially strong because attacking on the top floor, you can open up Jacuzzi, you can get yourself the main cache CC wall opened up, you can go for the single VIP wall. That's a lot for one hard breacher to be able to get done, and what used to take 2, you can now get done with 1. So you are going to see him repeatedly taken away. You know, we've seen his pick rate shoot up this tournament as a result of the changes. Hibana certainly no slouch either. Let's not forget she also has a DMR available to her now, which has certainly seen pick rates increase on her, on things like Capital that you're also seeing brought along in this round. So it's been a small reordering, I'd say, in the preference of a lot of operators for a good number of teams, and Thermite, he's definitely up there with ones that they love.
Hibana's a great solo queue operator. If you're a player out there that plays solo queue, great solo queue operator now. She's so self-sufficient, you know, with having that DMR, fantastic weapon, the hard breaching. She can do an awful lot by herself. So definitely worth a look if it's maybe somebody. I think sometimes Hibana can feel like a really aggressive choice as well, and it's. You know, you kind of got to be going, taking fights, but not always the case. There's a fight missed there. Kansan does pick up Herds, though, and is just continuing on inside of site here, being challenged. He's gone to the pistol against the shield. He's put some damage in. Baby Shark manages to finalise the kill. Kansan just will not be stopped, and Furio have tried aggressively to get into this Jacuzzi side of things, and so far it's not really paid off.
They're being bullied, Tim. They're like absolute rings run around them by Kansan there on the Skopos. One wall to the other, giving them absolutely nothing. And it's into a 4v2 before we even started looking towards the site. That reminds me, you can see on your screen now, we are attacking the basement, but Fury just haven't got the tools to get the job done anymore.
I do believe that Fury is going to be winning this on Clubhouse.
Like, towards those bottom red stairs. I don't know, he's being cautious. I think he does know. I think he's not sure. He knows there's somebody around this area. He's going to take the fight and win it. Good pickup. Bay does do a little bit of damage in return though, so not ideal, and this is what Wildcard can do now. They can just fight this as a war of attrition, just little by little, death by 1,000 cuts, just go through and just keep chipping that damage away as they try to push forward.
Yeah, it's one of those now where they might have got something back and they've got a couple of health bars damaged. Clock's now starting to come into effect, mind you, as the last smoke comes on through. Fire's still burning out, and look at this, Kansan really fancying his chance of getting a backstab, but they've dug deep inside of Memorial here. It's JV in particular who's dug in. You've got Nade still working his way through Garage, but they're going to run out of time here, Tim. They've really got to move quick.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get this done. They've got to go through the barbed wire as well. Challenge comes in. Nade gets dashed, but Spiker elsewhere again, just getting those solid backline kills for his team. It's a double at the end of the round to close it out. Wildcard 1-0.
Fantastic start. Really, really good start to the round itself as well. Again, the dancing around upstairs. 3 kills coming out. Completely took the wind out of Furious sails. Never really got a chance to look at the site until the very end. And even then, it was an uphill struggle in a 2 versus 4. Almost recovered it, but not quite able to get there. Going to find ourselves going up to Cash and CC here in round 2. And again, this is where we spoke a lot about the Thermite ban. This, I think, is where you'll see a bit of impact of that. They're going along with the Hibana, but we'll be shocked if we don't see some hard breach gadgets coming along as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think you know, if you've got your hard breach guards, it just gives you a different option for the lower garage walls. If you're wanting to open those up, try and get underneath exactly those. Thank you very much, Maddox. If you wanting to open those up, I think you rarely need a full breach on them, is what I would say. You know, either way, whether you want the top corner to be able to look onto catwalk window, or whether you want the bottom left corner to be able to walk on in there, you can pretty much do either with hard breach charges. So we'll see if any do get brought along or not. But there is going to be an Ace and a Hibana as our final picks. Yeah, we've got hard breach charges on Herds as well, so plenty of options there for Furia on the attack.
This is interesting on the defense as well. You've seen the castle barricades going down around Lounge on towards the main door. Haven't seen this set up for quite a while. I want to say even like a few years that I've seen this employed. The goal really being what you're trying to do is deny them from getting in underneath, opening up verticals, and really punishing you by forcing the clash back and away, for example. So the longer you can hold on downstairs, the better. You can also look towards things like C4s on Kansan, who's got away with using that bow. Not forgetting that was banned away against them on Fortress by Furia. So Furia know this is in their wheelhouse, but there is no IQ on side to help deal with that.
Herd's already moving into the map. He's going to be making his way through. He's got support from Nade as well, both pushing across that top floor. They've actually been able to take that quite quickly, but they are going to now meet a little bit of a roadblock. Dash goes around the corner, not really ready for the fight there. It was like he thought there could be somebody in position. They've also lost the clash as well. Kansan's in position here to hand himself out of this round pretty quickly, unless he scurries to safety, which he does. But Spiker taken out of Catwalk, and whatever wildcard had set up, it has not worked.
I can't really discern exactly what happened there, because they knew that Nade had got into top main and had taken out one of the players, and then they just got completely rolled over inside a bedroom. Casey was on the south balcony and also managed to find 2 kills out there. Just a very weird defense overall that Furia just rolled straight through.
I think Furia just won those gunfights up on the top floor, and it kind of created chaos then, because as they get the 2 kills, people are then trying to relocate. I think losing the clash was a big one. You know, they kind of then trying to relocate quickly and just got picked off as they did. So it was great stuff from Furia, kind of moving as a team again, but in those separate locations. So they've got the different angles to pick off when people are rotating. Good stuff from them. And we see ourselves now moving to Gym and Bedroom.
Do indeed. This is the site that I thought we might see second, and this is actually the second team over the last couple of days in the form of Wildcard that have gone towards Cash and CC first, and then Gym and Bedroom has been their tertiary choice, which normally you'd see kind of a bounce between the basement and Gym and Bedroom as the primary site. So that has somewhat surprised me, and maybe the last round some evidence towards why it should remain the case that they are the 2 primary sites, but I digress. We'll see how they go for Gym and Bedroom. I imagine we'll have an extended hold out towards the east, given we have a bunch of reinforcements out here. And this, again, is just to try and waste time. If you can soak a bunch of drones and nades and even potentially a couple of kills out here to the east, you leave the attackers a little bit short when it comes to hitting the site itself. So it's very, very common these days to see teams holding, at least with 2 players, often 3, out towards this east side of the map and looking to waste time.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Conscious of any run out coming from Kitchen Corridor. Have the defense mostly as we would expect set up in Cash, Red Stairs and site itself. So there's no presence really around the map, nothing for Furia to worry themselves with. I think as soon as they've done their first bit of drawing, which they seem to have completed now, they will be happy to start pushing forward with a little bit more speed. They've got the CCTV wall open so they can start working towards Cash. Given that they've got the ace on side, I'd expect JV to be opening up the Cash wall as well to make it difficult for Kansan to play inside of there. And that's exactly what he's doing as we speak. We just see his silhouette off to the right of the screen there, getting that job done. And that is, once the Zoto canisters wear off, going to make it a little bit more difficult for Kansan to stay in place. But KZ manages to find bait elsewhere. That's the Wamai off the line. Couple of magnets lost as well that will have generated later in the round. Herds picks up Spiker, and it's starting to look a little bit more difficult for Wildcard.
I love the absolute confidence that especially Herds put the whole team of play with in this round. Very commonly, you have to get control of Cash CC first and then be able to play on the balcony. But he has basically started the round on that balcony, fully trusting that KZ, or JV, sorry, would have the angle and be able to make sure no one could push onto him. He's got 3 kills on that south balcony before he's finally been stopped. But the round is over because, yet again, Kansan is left in a 1vx that he simply cannot win. A dominant round for Furia, and honestly, probably slamming the brakes on here if I was in wildcard shoes, because those last 2 rounds have been calamitous.
Yeah, I think you get a tactical timeout in here because Furia are starting to roll with a bit of a different confidence here than we've seen so far out of them today. Getting a couple of rounds in quick succession, aggressively taking gunfights, just looking that little bit different. So, yeah, I think certainly has to be a consideration. Doesn't look like... Oh, no, it is coming in. There we go. No surprises.
Not at all from me. And again, we can't really hear them, so we won't obviously sit here in silence and just let you listen to a bit of white noise, essentially. It's been those last 2 rounds for me that really kind of define how this is going to go, but not too careful, because Furia have just, again, played with such confidence. I never see teams drop a player on towards that south balcony so early in the round and just assume, okay, that all will get opened on towards onto CC platform, and they'll watch the angle and ensure no one else can run out. And then from that south balcony, you get 3 kills with 1 player. It's absolutely ludicrous. Herds has done really well, but also a big shout out to JV and KZ, who made sure that cash CC area was never going to be a threat to him. It's the kind of stuff you expect from Furia, and I'm very, very curious to see how Wildcard adapts. I do expect we'll go back down to the basement again, where they looked all right back in round 1. That's a bit too much 7-Up sugar-free for me, I think, Tim, unfortunately.
Other drinks are available.
They are, the drinks are available. Is indeed down to church. We're going to head into here. So, let's see how they turn their fortunes around, Tim. It's got to change now. Attack timeout is the best time to do it. Then when they had that attack timeout back on Fortress, Furia came out in the next round and just absolutely bowled over them. So, tentatively, I'm optimistic for them, Tim, but nothing is guaranteed.
Personally, I think we're going to see Furia start to run away with this map. I think they're going to put down a couple more rounds. Like I said, they're just looking like a little bit of a different beast over those last couple, and I think it could be difficult now to stand in their way. Like trying to stand in the way of a runaway train sometimes. This Furia side. So Church and Arsenal will be the next defensive side for Wildcard. They were able to win it back in round 1. The problem that Wildcard have got is they really they've kind of burnt their opportunities. So for me, Furia have reached their kind of minimum threshold. On attack, I think realistically they want 3 minimum. But, you know, with defense to look forward to, they can kind of, you know, work with 2+. So they're not in a terrible situation no matter what happens. And I think there's definitely another round or 2 coming their way. And that's the problem for Wildcard, because then Furia are going to move on to the defense, and I'm expecting them to be very good here on the defense. Only needing to pick up maybe 2 or 3 rounds is going to make it very, very difficult. So Wildcard, they need at least 2 more. I feel like they've got, you know, maybe 1 mistake. You could go in at 3-3 and maybe still have a chance, but they don't really have much wiggle room anymore.
No. And to tell you what, someone asked a question in chat called GG Tim, so I kind of feel like I have to respond to it, given the name Tim.
GG.
Absolutely. Asking, you know, what's the hum that you hear when we're sat in between rounds? It's because we open up the mics around the teams themselves so we can hear what they're trying to say sometimes. It's always good to hear the comments that are made, sort of things that they're talking about, but to do it, we have to really expose those microphones, because players can talk quite quietly and they aren't immediately in front of their face, so the humming that you hear is all the background noise that those mics are picking up as well. A little bit behind the wall, a bit behind the curtain information for you there.
Shield pushing forward for Leapox again. We've seen him already in. Not too successful on the shield so far, to be fair. The rounds have been won, but not always too successfully because of the Blackbeard. And we'll keep an eye on his progress. Currently inside of construction. Nitro goes out, not going to be successful. Baby Shark does, however, manage to pick up Herds. That's the IQ gone. So that's going to give a little bit of breathing space. It's an interesting kill there, really, because you've got sort of a duel between these direct counters to each other. The Solus and the IQ, of course, able to pick up each other's electronic gadgets. I believe IQ's got the greater range, but for Solus to go in there and get the kill, very nicely done. And it also might just keep some more of those
started way earlier.
Already been dealt with.
Across those first 3 rounds, we've also seen the round won by the team that got the entry kill. You've got to be a genius to then count and say, oh, Fury got the entry in 2 rounds and Wildcard in 1 then, Des. Yep, you're absolutely correct. And in this round, Wildcard got the entry. So maybe that's a good sign if you are a Wildcard fan. But of course, Fury can always upset the apple cart and turn that around. Spiker doing his best to try and stave off for Leapox there. Really just giving him a very, very light scratch and no serious damage coming on through. At the same time, Casey starts his march on forwards in towards Generator. Right sort of idea. Nade finding Spiker, down goes the Goyo. Things all even at 4 apiece to him, but there's not a lot of time to work with.
Nade manages to get another on the kill start coming as they flood into sight here. Furia just looking for one after another and finding them. JV with the latest of those. Nade is going to be in position to start putting that diffuser down, and be. He has to start fighting back on the score post. Manages to get one. That's now a 1v3, becomes a 1v2. Still got Nade and JV to find. His problem is that they are now both established post plant. Would like to have seen one of them try and get upstairs, to be honest. JV is at the main stairs and hold on to that diffuser from above, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Bay steps out, JV finds the kill. I guess when you're as good as those guys, you don't need to worry about holding the vertical angle. You just think, I'm going to stand here and take the fight.
We said it a little bit during our game yesterday, the discipline that you see out of top teams when they've got these situations where they've got crossfires being held, like a 3v1. Very rarely do you see teams clutch against them because they're so good at not being exposed. And I think it was back on Chalet we saw this. There was a player on West Main challenging on towards Solar Stairs, and there was a player above, there was a player off towards his right. And the player on Solar, despite knowing exactly where this guy was because he was taking shots at him, didn't swing out. He let Vidaking get the... In fact, it was FaZe. Yeah, they got the kill from above with Vidaking. And I was at the time I was saying, you know, other teams there would probably swing out from Solar thinking, yeah, 3, 2, 1, let's swing now and we'll go for it. They didn't feel the need to. They just sat there and waited for him to kind of outplay himself, gave Vidaking a bit of a freebie. And I think you've seen a bit of that from Fury there. They've let Bay play in towards them because they know exactly what he's going to do. The only move he can really make is to push into them inside of the hallway. And they basically guarantee a 2 versus 1. Really smart stuff. Fury are up 3-1. And most critically, Tim, they win both after losing the entry and off the back of a wildcard tack timeout. It's not looking good for the North American side.
No, it's really not at the minute, really not. We'll see whether, you know, maybe they can improve things over the next couple of rounds. But if you remember, I said the minimum they needed to be aiming for was 3. So that's their other mistake now gone. They have no more chances, no more lives, really. I think if they go into this second half 4-2 or worse, it's going to be a real struggle and probably a matter of time until we see Chalet. But we kind of expected that from the beginning of this matchup. On the attack then, Furia once again moving quickly, moving with purpose, going straight towards that master bedroom site. They had a lot of success there. Get into the master side, through gym as well, sweep across into construction and start to apply pressure to site from there. Do of course need to get that CCTV wall open as well. JV's just moved around to do exactly that. He's going to use the Maverick this time to get that done. And it's, again, just going to force the defenders out of there. We can see that's happened. I think it was Baby Shark who was in there, but he's now dropped towards top red.
It is quite crazy how this is only the 6th preference map for Furia based on their banning record and their successes over the last 6 months on this map. They look so comfortable on it. Like, I remember when I first watched this team play, I think it was on the map of Bank the first time I ever saw this roster play. And I remember saying at the time, it feels like you're playing against 10 players and they're coming out the walls at you when they're on the attack. And it feels very, very similar on club. Just the pressure they build up at all times is absolutely insane. Probably because, as I spoke about back on Fortress, very rarely do you see them group up as 3 or 4 and push together. They're working either in pairs or off by themselves, pushing into different parts of the map. In fact, I'd say here, this first half of the round with 3 players focusing on this East Plat, that's like one of the only times I think I've seen them grouped as a 3 or a 4 around the same point for more than maybe 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I'm 1 minute 15 left to go. I'm a little bit concerned for Fury here. They're very much all crowded around this breach. That's absolutely crazy. Kansas going to take full epochs down. Herds manages to get 1, but Wildcard are standing up to this. And I'm just not sure that Fury have done enough, but KC has got up to the top of Red Stairs. Now joined by JV92 could be problematic, but no, they've been able to hold on to it. And Fury just haven't done enough work here, Des, realistically. They've tried to just go straight on into site. No, look at the contrast compared to last time they attacked that site. No pressure through Master, no pressure through construction, not the end of the world, but if you're going to just go directly for CCTV, we all know you need Garage Catwalk. They haven't touched it. You know, about the best they've done is go in through Lounge and then up Red Stairs, but for me, far too one-dimensional for Furia, and they got what they asked for.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about that, and we saw it perfectly on the overhead, thank you very much, Medics, for that one, was Dash attempting to run out. As they hit Go and threw the smokes down, he ran out of storage door to try and hit them. They knew immediately, and they were just like, well, hang on a minute. So 2 of them had to hold back. The problem in doing that is 2 of them were then pulled away from the execute itself, which meant there wasn't enough pressure going in towards site. So yes, Dash did die. Yes, he is 0 and 5, but he broke up that execute before it really had a chance to get going. So really well played by him and the rest of the Wildcard there. Very much in sync in how they were going to respond to Fury's execute.
Yep, well played from Wildcard, held on nicely. So they're going to be looking for one more. Final defense now will be Gym and Bedroom. Like I say, it was Herds getting picked up as well at the same time. He kind of went to have a look at what was going on that storage door, and that's when he gets taken down. So very, very disruptive from Dash, as you say. Gym and bedroom. So what happened here last time around? Furia were able to basically play on the south balcony windows for free, dude. There was no disruption to them whatsoever. 3 kills came in from that location. So that's something that Wildcard need to be aware of this time. Either by maintaining their presence, which I think they are actually playing for inside of CCTV. So rather than having the cash wall double reinforced this time, you can see they've got half of it open. So that's going to allow them to challenge out of there into CCTV, onto the breach, onto other places. So what it's going to do is maybe just force Furia to have to think a little bit more carefully about standing on that south balcony, because if they're struggling to get themselves control of CCTV, then there's the ever looming threat of a peek out of that window. Opening kill comes in. Dash takes a lot of damage on the smoke, but does manage to take down the sledge. Baby Shark with a nice nitro onto Nid, and things might just be turning for Wildcard.
Yeah, phenomenal C4, because look at what they got as well. It's the why? Baby Shark making it look a bit silly here and trying to get this wall opened up. Tim, I'm pretty sure they're barely going to struggle to get a foot inside the building as it stands. The Maverick gone, the second player stepping up to the window, got taken down by Baby Shark as well. Wonderful stuff. A 5v2 for Wildcard. Looks like they'll get 3-3, Tim. Though is 3-3 going to be enough to hold on?
Feel Epoch just slides around the corner and manages to pick up a nice kill, but he's going to be traded out pretty much immediately by Baby Shark. So that's going to keep the advantage at 3 men for Wildcard. We go from a 5v2 to a 4v1. Furia looking to JV92 now to do everything. He does manage to pick up Baby Shark, but takes so much damage in doing so that it leaves us all but guaranteed of a 3-3 split here. 1 minute 15 left to go, so he's going to try and use that clock to his advantage. Try and see if maybe anybody just wants to give him an opportunity. If he gets the next kill, doesn't lose any more life, and you're looking at a 1v2, you start thinking, possible, we've seen it done before, but it all depends. It all hinges on this next kill, really.
It's the same as I said at the back end of last round. Now, speaking about Fury, but the same applies to Wildcard. Top teams will just not give you that opportunity. Even now, able to push him back ever so slightly with the environmental. It only lasts a few seconds, but it's enough to scare him outside the building. Window's not even open, so again, more information going away. Does he know about the man laid down in front of his face? I don't think he does. Moves over towards Jim instead here, hoping to get anything, but again, top teams won't give you the opportunity. It's all too easy for Spiker. Gets his final kill.
Oh my god, bro, I'm a fucking SMG player, bro.
He's had a few moments, Baby Shark has in his comments after games. What was the one he said the other day? I'm having sex with them, I believe he said.
I think it was something along
Which is the way without swearing that I actually think is quite a reasonable way to say I'm, destroying them. I wouldn't be quite so polite if I was playing that well, to be fair.
3-3, we find ourselves at the half. I honestly thought Furia were going to have more of a lead than this, but I still think it will be enough for them now that they move on to the defense. Bans will come through, Kaid and Ying, pretty much standard. I think we'll see the Bandit go along with the Kaid, so we'll get the Electro Bro ban out, and
you've really taken to saying that.
I like it. It's a nice little turn of phrase for them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll go somewhere else. Maybe they'll go the Army or something to help them. Mirror, always a good shout as well on Clubhouse. A lot of power kind of looking onto Jacuzzi Wall, that sort of thing. Capitao and Ying I love. Smart bans from Fury there. Ying, of course, super powerful everywhere, but particularly Church and Arsenal attack, getting those Candelas down hatches, following them in, or using them for dirt tunnel, those sorts of places, and then up on the top floor as well, can be helpful for Garage Catwalk and other places. Mentioning Garage Catwalk, that's why the Capitao bans come in. It's going to allow them to play there. So this is where I said maybe an Azami ban from Wildcard. You kind of pick your poison, really. They don't want to go against the Mirror, but what they are going to go against now is that Azami repeatedly. Down here on Church and Arsenal, they will play against Azami. They'll play it in the corner of Arsenal, you can guarantee it. And then when they get onto the catwalk, they're going to be facing Azami up on that catwalk. So whether that's the 4th round ban or not, we will see. But...
yeah, I'm beast with the SMG. I could watch them all day. They're class.
Brilliant.
Very good, very good. Okay, let's see how it goes then. Furia onto the defense of their own map pick. You would expect them to generally do better than a 3-3 split and could take the map and send us into Chalet. Why not see all 3 between these two teams? It has been some fantastic high-level siege so far. I'm sure there's plenty more to come throughout the day, but this is certainly the one that I think we looked at this morning, Tim, and we're really excited to cast and, of course, see the end result of throughout the day, and it is delivering so far as a series.
Looking at the entry, just to sort of diverge from that point, looking at the entry, we spoke about it coming into this map and how, you know, Wildcard just hadn't done well enough to begin with. It was 8-4 on the first map in favour of Furia. This time around, they've come in, it's 4-2 in favour of Wildcard, so they really have done better in the beginnings of rounds. All but one round has gone in the direction of the entry kill, so it's really helping them at the minute to try and sort of keep level with Furia.
It's a big change from the last map, I agree with you. It's one thing we were kind of mindful of coming into here, but does that carry on throughout the half? Well, we're going to find out. KZ, dangerously low, forced back down to rejoin his team in the basement. Baby Shark taking a few shots in the process, but he is alive and well. Tim can carry on with that, but getting everything opened up would have been quite painful to lose him, granted, because there's no breaching charges in the round, and they're very much relying on him as the single point of failure in this round for making sure they've got verticals for their execute.
Nid goes down just to clear out that barbed wire, give a little bit of access route down blue. So that's something that they're going to have to be aware of at the minute. We've got Felipox playing down in there. He's going to be the one trying to hold that off. Push down main stairs, looking to come from Baby Shark as well. He's just kind of being tentative on the book. He's still looking to open up those verticals as well. But everybody for Furia is back inside here. A minute 10 left to go. They're basically just going to constantly absorb pressure now until the final push comes from Wildcard. I like what Wildcard are doing here. They are posturing to go from multiple places. So they've got Dash heading towards and around bottom of main stairs. We see him opening the church wall. You've got the kitchen hatch being opened and pressured. At least the verticals in there are. And then you've got pressure from Kansan over on blue. So there's a lot of different things happening for Furia to focus on.
Yeah, Her's doing what he can to try and keep this wall patched up, but it is inevitably going to be opened up, which is why having Nade nearby is going to be useful here. But Dash just takes his skull clean off his shoulders. What a shot.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Sparker gets in on the action as well, and Furia fans might just be starting to get a little bit worried here. This is their primary site choice, and Wildcard are about to win the attack. It's 5 versus 2, and at the minute Furia can only get one kill. Nade was the only one to pick one up. Wildcard finding their feet in the second half of this. I was a little bit concerned for the North American side, thinking Furia could be very dominant on the defense, but not looking to be the case after round 7.
Yeah, really impressive first attack from Wildcard. Absolutely bowled through Furia there. And this kind of comes back to what I spoke about on Fortress and what we spoke about all week long. Wildcard are a really fun and successful attacking team here at SI. They've only got better as the last year has gone by through Munich and through Reload. It's just the way that they move at a pace, like I say, that it's quite fluid and flowing without making a lot of obvious mistakes. If nothing else, they've very much put themselves up there in the upper echelon, ironically, of teams like Furia that are really good at feeling like you're against an overwhelming number of enemies, despite them having the same number that you do.
We're going to move sites. We're going to move over to Cash and CCTV.
Second again.
And we've got JV on the Zama. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Interestingly, we don't have a Wamai or a Jaeger, which, given that they've taken the Capital away, I kind of get it. But you're still going to find Nades raining in, possibly, if you're trying to hold on to Garage Catwalk. So that's going to be something to watch out for as we go. But honestly, Wildcard were great here. They just gave Furia nowhere to move. Look at just in the split second we saw of that final kill, there was bullets coming in from 3 directions. If you remember, I'd said it at the minute 30 mark. They had a presence in kitchen, they had bottom main stairs, and they had blue. And that is the answer to attacking Church and Arsenal. We say it so many times. If you go one directional down there, all of the defense, you know, all the defensive players will just focus up towards that one direction, and they've got all the time in the world to pick out their shots, pick out the kills. What you need to do is have them spinning around in circles. There's pressure from blue, there's pressure from dirt, there's pressure from main, there's pressure from kitchen hatch, and that's exactly what Wildcard did. Just, you know, it's a fundamental attack, but they just did it really well.
This is what I mean when I say that it's overwhelming, right? It often is, and it feels like it when you've got 3 players all shooting you at once. Like, how's everyone else died when there's 3 players on me? But that's just how fast execution goes sometimes. So we've got the left-hand side of this wall opened up by the Maverick, and a lovely sight line through as well. It is directed towards the site, and I'd imagine Wildcard are probably thinking to themselves, well, we don't want to quite do the same thing that Furia did. We don't want to send every single player in through the breach and have nothing else really to our attack. But as of yet, Tim, haven't really showed their hand, haven't made it clear where else they're looking to attack. I say that as the Monty steps in towards Garage. It's very, very clear now, Tim. They want this catwalk take to help them with the plan.
Yeah, and I'm looking across the utility and I'm wondering, how are you going to get it? How are you going to get it? They've got 2 nades on Spiker, and that for me is all you've really got there to disrupt JV92 in this position. You're wanting to force the Monty in, but now you're going to struggle because he's just lost about 70% of his health. You've still got Keeper barricades up there. You've got a Capitao ban against you. I'm really not convinced that they do this. They're clearing the utility off. This is all down to Dash. If we look at JV92, he's got nothing that can do anything here, but Nade does have a couple of impact nades in pocket. He's at top red at the minute, so he is a good distance away, but it's just something that they need to be aware of with this Monty. JV92 is controlling this brilliantly.
He is, and again, the more time you can waste up here, the better, but they are going to force him out at some point. You can see they're making great use of the air jabs to try and push him back, but he steps out and gets Kansan, knowing the Monty is only there for information and isn't a threat at present because of the fire and the barbed wire in front of him. They need a little bit of help here. Baby Shark's going to try his best, but Nade also puts him into the grave. Dash going low. Spiker, of course, he steps up and gets one back, but Tim, it has absolutely crumbled here for Wildcard.
Yeah, just an inability to deal with Catwalk. I think with Capitao off the board and not enough nades there, leave Catwalk alone. I think, you know, you maybe go from Jacuzzi side, go in through master bedroom and construction and try to push from that side, open up the wall, you know, do all that sort of work instead, because that was always going to be a massive struggle. As soon as you go in and look at that setup, they've set up to hold Catwalk. And they've held Catwalk, and it's no surprise. They've had multiple barbed wires on there. They've had 2 Vulcan canisters on there. They've had Kiba barricades and the Azami play in there. You know, there's been so much to keep JV92 in that position. And at no point did Wildcard try to breach underneath him and go in underneath and get some throwables up there to get him moving around. It was completely reliant on Dash getting in there with the Monty and disrupting him, and it just didn't work.
I think the plan was maybe to try and get him air jab, then have the Monty drop the shield and just pistol kill him. Obviously, it would have been nice and straightforward, but as with all things in Siege, very rarely is it as straightforward as you might like it to be. Now, for the Maestro, are they hiding him or are they showing him, Tim? Because if they see him, a very good chance here we're going to see a Brava getting rolled out too. It does look like indeed they're going to show him, not try and hide him away. So I would expect either a lot of good range destruction utility to come out from the other side of Wildcard or a Brava. There is no Brava, so they're very much relying on Dash being able to get in and get rid of those Evil Eyes.
And see where they are being placed. Philippox, I think, just leaving it until into the round to place 1 or 2. And it maybe just means that Wildcard aren't quite aware of where they are, and they're going to have to go in there and specifically look for them. And looking across, still only 2 nades on side, so only 2 nades to deal with those Evil Eyes, or it's going to come down to the Rotero drones of Dash. But of course, there are other elements of utility that might need dealing with. Barbed wire, for example, Clash Shield. Rotero drone can be great for dealing with that. So it's gonna. I think they, again, Wildcard here might just be stretched a little bit thin in terms of utility.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. We've got those Roteros rolling on through to clear out any impediments in their way. The barbed wire on main stairs being the main one right now. Philippox still with one of those in back pocket. It's worth raising. Maybe expect that to go down in front of a window somewhere just to slow down the attackers as they step on through, give away exactly what's going on when they do. But Nade's being thrown on through as Kansan picks up KZ. Down goes the Jaeger. Not the biggest loss, Tim, but it's still KZ. It still feels like a big loss.
Of course it does. You know, any one of these Furia players taken off the board is a real bonus when you're up against them, because they're all capable of so much. We've currently got Hurge just dancing around that construction door. We know, obviously, a power position. He's able to challenge on into Cash. He's able to challenge construction wall, even have a little jump out of a window if he needs to. Jacuzzi wall is going to get opened up, ready immediately for the fight. Love that from Bay. Just absolutely prepared to pounce, and does so.
What I love there is very commonly you'll see a player rappelling over the edge of the balcony, and that's what he was looking for, the Bandit, when he was stepping out for a gunfight. Didn't think that we'd see the Thermite there being ready on one side of the breach, because normally they'd rappel up to the roof and get out of the way. So really smart by Bay to kind of play the mind games at the back of that one. Gets himself a double in the round. Baby Shark is down, not quite recoverable, as Nade has done the work there to finish him off. It's a 4v2, but that clash is still standing, Tim.
Dash manages to pick up Herds
Yeah,
in the trade there
he's
after
going
Kansan
to
was
lose
taken
this
out.
race.
1 versus 3 now.
Oh,
Nid
boy.
gets the first. Can he do 2
maybe
more?
not.
Diffuser is going down. Spiker just looking to get it
He
behind
pulls
the
off.
weight rack, but he comes off because he knows that pressure is mounting. He's concerned about leaving Bay in the 1v1 against Nid while the Diffuser goes down. They're going to have to make a choice, though. No
Gonna
real
flank him.
reason why they have to go
Oh,
for the
man.
kill, but they're going to try.
They see him on the camera inside the site. They know that he's here, and he hits the 1 as well. You can't be letting this one happen, guys. This is where those evil eyes come into effect, but no. Bay rounds main, finds his man, and Wildcard step forward. That really, for a second there, looked like the Clash was going to see that round out.
Well, Nid has done it so many times. We know he's got it in his locker. We know it's something that he can bring out, and for a second, as you say, it just looked more and more possible. And I think really, you know, Spiker, stay on the plant there for me. Stay on the plant, and, you know, I don't know if... It's a difficult one because it's easy to, you know, sort of sit and look at and say...
In hindsight, yeah.
and say where the problems were. But, you know, I don't know if Bay's in the best position to cover from there.
That was, I imagine, what the call was.
That's my concern.
I can't protect you because he's got a shield. He can pick up that shield, walk back to where the plank's going down. You have to come off anyway, so let's play for the kill instead.
Exactly. You know, he's not in a great position to cover. Whether he could have maybe been located somewhere a little bit better. But, you know, ultimately, you deal, you know, you play the cards you dealt, and that was the position they were in. Bay had a great round, you know, getting that kill to really open things up, but it was enough. Wildcard get themselves 5-4, 2 rounds away from a 2-0 victory against Furia. I think a lot of people knew what Wildcard were capable of after the Munich Major, of course, coming in here, but I'll be honest, I don't think a lot of people would have been picking them for top in this group.
No. There's a conversation. I don't want to put certain people on blast in saying this either, but there are a few in the green room saying, oh, you know, who do you feel in the NA region Wildcard are kind of fighting with for a spot? Is it like Dark Zero, OXG? And I looked at them a little bit like, I don't want to be mean to OXG, but Wildcard are like a way better team. As we've seen, as I've said back at Reload, then at Munich, and even now, at some point we have to stop seeing them as that team that, you know, might occasionally punch up and overperform. They are a consistently top-performing team, as they've shown repeatedly over the last 12 months. And I think we're at a stage now where the question isn't about are they rivaling with these teams fighting to be at majors, it's who's fighting them to be #1 from the region.
I want a Spiker jersey. I am absolutely #1 Spiker fanboy at this point. Really enjoying watching.
I'd like a Baby Shark one, I think.
Really enjoying watching him play. Spiker gets the entry there, takes down the Ela, and I feel like they've broken the spirit of Furia here. And there's not many teams who do that, Des, but it just feels like Furia. You know when you feel like you're fighting that losing battle, but no matter what you do, and I just feel like Furia are in that position at the minute where they're looking, they're just thinking, there's nothing here that's working.
I'd love to see these boys go on and win the whole thing. It would be one hell of a story, that's for sure. The wild card, the underdog, whatever you want to call them, it would certainly upset the hierarchy I think that we've all gotten used to seeing in Tier 1. Siege for Leapox holding the window. Shields in place, so here we go. One coming on towards the other window, one coming towards construction door. This is that overwhelming nature that I keep on speaking about Wildcard. The pressure, it feels like you got 10 players coming at you, Tim. They're just rolling over Furia yet again. It's 4v2 with Bay on his backside. He'll get picked up here nice and quick. Alicia AV steps across and gets rid of one as Bay, I thought, was in a spot there maybe to get his way back up and out with the rest of his team. It's now to look at them. They're pushing so aggressive here, Tim. But is Nade ready? Yes, he is. Finds one. Gets the second as well. It was looking so good for a second, but is it now crumbling before Wildcard's eyes?
Nade is so good, and he's sat on top of the diffuser as well, by the way. Let's not forget. Maybe I need a Nade jersey as well. He's been absolutely brilliant throughout this tournament. They're going to take the damage from the Denari. JV manages to pick up Kansan, and Wildcard are going to be left wondering how on earth they have not won this round. It was such a great start to it for them, and now they've ended up in this position. The flash misses, I think. Nade is just going to run away. He's going to leave the fight to JV, who's got himself in behind the boxes. There you go, close down. That was really good from Furia, particularly Nade. So what's happened there for me? I think Wildcard have done really well. Early aggression, as you say, they just completely overwhelm teams. They throw everything in. But then they've been a victim of their own success because they've got swept up in it. And they think, right, run at them, we can keep going, we can just keep them. And the answer is actually, with 4v2, take the foot off the gas, get back on the drones, back to game plan. And they haven't done that because they haven't drawn ahead of themselves properly in that dirt tunnel, because I think they're kind of half aware that Nade is somewhere down there, but they were not ready for that fight. He springs around that corner and just like takes both of them out in quick, sharp time, and it basically ends the round because the diffuser goes down as well. Like, you can't be wandering into him like that with the diffuser in hand. So yeah, mistakes were made for Wildcard there. I think maybe just swept up on their own wave of momentum, you know, and carried ahead of themselves essentially. But Fury are doing well to dig in and get the round done.
The best kill I've ever seen from that spot, by the way, that pre-fire into that soft wall, was a clash that was then stood on the bedroom doorway. Was looking in towards bedroom, just stood in the doorway looking around like that. Someone pre-fired from construction through, and I believe it was actually in the UK scene that we saw this, through that soft wall, headshot the clash, and I was like, you look at that and just go,
forget it.
I'm done. Alt F4, get me out. I don't want to play no more. It is ludicrous, the kind of kills that you can get through that wall sometimes, as we've just witnessed. However, Furia lose the entry, still go on to win the round, Tim. I don't blame Wildcard. I know what you're saying in terms of what you're speaking about a second ago as well, but I think they had the right idea. You're looking for a 2v1 inside of dirt.
It is.
You back yourself as a team to win that, but sometimes it's going to go wrong, and that's just that siege for you.
It's fine. Like I said, you know, it's always in hindsight. It's always, I think, you know, yeah, in that situation, 4v2, if you've got plenty of time, take your foot off the gas a little bit, you know, and get the job done. But like you say, it's understandable that given the success they'd had with that pressure and the way that it felt like momentum was building, that you do kind of think, yeah, let's just, you know, carry on rolling through here. It's kind of a ruthlessness, isn't it? But ultimately, that ruthlessness was what led them to be punished by Furia. So here we go. We're in round 11. We're up on Cash CCTV. Nade has brought along the clash again. We saw him previously on this almost winning out on the gym and bedroom side. Bay did manage to take him down towards the end, but Nade has certainly been the one to watch for Furia over the last few days. 11-6, continues to be so.
Sees 4 players on that one shock drone there as well, so knows that they're all set up around this site. Very much a standard setup that you come to expect on this site overall. Nade right now postured quite far forward and quite aggressive towards the breach, so typically plays on the door between sites here. So a bit further back, kind of digs in there, able to support that way in towards garage as well, with the sight line that he has on towards stairs.
Right
but
now,
at this point, making sure that he has info on what's going on outside more than anything else. But there'll be a lot of movement around this top floor. Dash looking for a backstab. A quiet game from him so far.
I think
if he gets a kill here, this will really get the move in.
Wildcard is going to be pushing off the clash. A bit too early with a C4.
A lot of pressure towards top red stars. Stays strong. Dash Bay manages to find the first kill onto Herds.
Yeah, this was what
here
I was
they
worried
go.
about.
Wildcard overwhelming again, but don't get ahead of yourself. Dash tries to chase down the clash and backs off this time. Doesn't want to overextend and give Philippox that chance. There is an opportunity to think about getting the diffuser down here, given that they've got them pinned on top red. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it for the time being, though. Canton on the swing, manages to get the double, and that is going to be Wildcard getting themselves onto match point.
Just shows how effective they've used utility there. The nades and the flashes that were coming in forced 3 players on Furia, all to top red. That is not a good place for Furia to be. Normally, what, like a max 2 players there. The clash +1 is more than enough, but 3 of them got boxed in, and at that point, Wildcard knew that they had them. There were no nasty surprises waiting for them. It was a case of keeping all guns up and pointing the right way, thinking about the execute. In the end, it wasn't even necessary. Wildcard, a single round away from 2-0 in Furia and getting that instant spot in the second round of our upper bracket, at which time, Tim, if they win 1 game in that upper bracket, they're already qualified for our live stage.
That's it, it's big. It really is big taking top spot. We can't overstate it here, you know, because obviously everybody comes to these tournaments wanting to win, but another big part of it is about having those moments on the main stage, getting to play in the venue, you know, that's one of the reasons that you start playing competitive video games, is the dream of getting into those big matches. And it's going to put whoever wins this a lot closer to exactly that. Gym and bedroom then will be possibly the last site that we will see between Furia and Wildcard, if Wildcard are able to come out with a win here. They did manage to win this site on the attack last time around. It was close. It was down to that 2v1 against Nade. Bay was ultimately able to get the kill on main stairs.
Really?
We're going to have Furia taking a risk.
And they know. They're just pre-fighting in case there is someone there, but do they really know? Hertz has got to go for it like nowish, really. Going to certainly try his best. Oh, he's so close to getting his man. Baby Shark down to 10 HP. It just goes to show, even when you do everything right, even pre-firing where you assume a player might be, doesn't always guarantee you aren't still going to get jumped on.
Looking to get the CCTV wall open. We're going to see the Tubarão just deploying one of those auto canisters to kick things off. That will at least slow things down. JV92 able to maintain his location inside of CC for the time being until that wall opens at least. So he'll get another 30-40 seconds there when he's working his way through these auto canisters. Third will go out, and that's going to be the last one. So as that wears out, then we will hear the Selma charge detonate. JV likely to dip back towards Cash at some point. I wouldn't have thought he's going to overstay his welcome here. Saying that, he's still there. There we go. He's out.
Pretty far, just in case there was one more. Both Salmons going to say being used to get the wall opened up. Herd's going to get rid of Baby Shark. Finally, to be stalked him across the map. And finally got rid of the man that he put down to 10 HP earlier on. That's the construction window opened up for now and cleared away, which just means, for at least for a short amount of time, Furia are more able to move through there quite freely. But something tells me, Tim, Nade doesn't want to leave top red just yet. They want to keep the pressure up around here.
Yeah, exactly that. You don't want to give this up too soon, especially if you've got the clash. You do have a little bit of freedom, you know, to maybe stay longer than other players would manage. Just kind of keep that pressure on, but as the air jab flies in, knows it's time to go. He doesn't want to be finding himself on his backside getting taken out. So they've also given up Cash, and Herd just dropped back out deep into construction now as well. Dash is going to take a lot of damage there. 5 versus 4 as Baby Shark was lost along the way. That leaves us now with Furia in the advantage, 55 seconds left to go.
Absolutely. Let's got the Cash CC extension broken, but they're still down the player, and Dash is dangerously low at this point, Tim. And now they've lost Bay. It could well be an OT game coming our way as Herds hits the double. They can just sit back in sight now, Tim, behind the Clash Shield. Very, very happy that they know Wildcard haven't got enough to be able to get this one over the line. It's going to require something really special from Kansan or Spiker, I expect, to see this one done.
Furia will have had the choice of sides for overtime. It is worth remembering. 25 seconds left to go in this round. We're going to continue to see those Bs fired in. Furia have been forced all the way back deep into sight. There might actually just be a little bit of space to be found here. Hatch is open, but no, Philippox on a big double. Furia fight their way back out. 7 seconds left to go. Spiker, no choice but to try and go for the kills. Philippox is the one to pick up the last man. I think I just saw a signal for a tactical timeout there, did I, from Furia at the end? I could be wrong. We're going to go into overtime one way or another, Des.
And Furia start on attack?
That's a choice. What? I mean, Furia will have had the choice there.
Wow.
They will. And it is indeed a tap timeout. Let's get into it, shall we, and see what both teams can do to turn the game around, because it is indeed Furia, you're correct. Probably because they know they're going onto the attacking side here.
Yeah.
Although it's been 3-3.
So it's not.
I knew that was the next line we both say.
It's not the end of the world, but
it isn't. Of course, not forgetting, we also have M80 versus FearX over on the A stream right now. Last I looked, it was 2-1 to FearX, and right now it's at 2 apiece, Tim.
Interestingly, in the entry stakes, it's been a complete reversal. So it was 8-4 in favour of Furia on Fortress, and this time it's been 8-4 in favour of Wildcard. So they've certainly been able to roll with the punches there and get themselves back into that.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Are we balanced?
Perfect.
I guess I make up for the hair that you don't have.
Perfect.
What do you make up for I haven't got?
Humour.
Wow. Humour? What?
Oh, okay. Let's see what happens then as we step into this. In fact, I've looked at the score on the other game. It's 3-2 on the attacking side of Club to FearX. You saw that one coming.
FearX are just in it.
It has required 2 1v2s to be won. Woogie and Meppy have won 2 separate 1v2s.
Woogie's actually, I know FearX have been wobbly, to say the least, over the last couple of games. They've not been really on form, but Woogie has had a real good tournament from what I've seen of him. I've seen some insane kills that he's been picking up, kind of business as usual. But
Did you say the line, by the way? Can you say the line now, please? Please.
No.
Tim, I can't cast until you say the line.
Well.
Play it. All right, mate. All yours then. I ain't saying nothing else until you say it.
No, it's got to be, you know, it's an energy thing, Des. It's a vibe, is the line.
Get the energy up for us then.
No, it's a vibe. It's a time. It's a place. It's, you know, there's a lot of. You can't just say the words, Des.
Tim, contractually, I can't cast until you say that line.
We're going to overtime.
Thank you.
There's a lot more than the words that go into it. You see, people think this job's easy, Des. There's a lot more than the words go into that one. You got to really feel it in your soul.
Oh, right idea. Does he get in? Does he see anything? An elbow? An armpit?
He
a
must
butt
know
cheek?
that he's there.
Anything? Oh, no. Not oh, yeah. Nice idea. No. Okay, never mind. Good try, though.
So it's just going to be trying to maintain this position up
That
above
was
for the
so
time being.
close,
Canton on the
though.
score pass in support as well. Downstairs in Church and Arsenal for the site for wildcard. Let's just have a look at how
surprised
they
that they
did
are
on
not
that
going
previously.
IQ. They know
played
that
it twice,
there
won it
is a
once,
Scopus
so
and a
like everything in
Solidus.
this game,
Really
very
opt
50-50.
to use
So
maybe
we will
IQ
see
for
whether
that
they're
to
able to
just
hold on
flush
this
them
time
out
or
really
not.
quickly.
Immediate pressure then is going to be found
Could
through
be a
Jacuzzi
better-
Wall. They want to clear out this top floor, make sure that they deal with Baby Shark. These fights are going to be particularly important. I think Wildcard really need to make sure that they don't overstay their welcome. Bay manages to get one.
Ooh.
Baby Shark! Unbelievable play! Takes down two, including the Blackbeard! Fantastic stuff.
And diffusers down inside a Logi that they've got to go and deal with now, Tim. Oh, Canton's up there still too, so he can waste a hell of a lot of time. This is looking absolutely fantastic. Okay, never mind, he's teleported downstairs. But you'll take that,
No, that's
Tim.
perfect. Get
That's
everybody
it.
back.
They're in a 4v2. Get on site. Hold your angles. This is theirs for the taking.
What did I say? 4v2. Take your foot off the gas a little bit. Back off and prepare yourself for the rest of the round. Wildcard doing that brilliantly. Forward back. They are such an organised and structured team, and they are showing us that in this round. So now JV92 and Herd's got it all to do. They've got a minute left. They've got utility that they need. It looks like it's going to be a
Oh, that is so good.
It really is. He's just going to stand right on top of there, waiting for the impact nade to come up. It does, and he gets the kill in response. But still, a 2v3, 45 seconds.
They can't lose another man advantage like this. They've been here before when they've had a 2 or 3 man lead and still seen the round go away from them. Fury have certainly been more clutch in these reduced individual count remaining, whatever you want to call it, situations. And I'm just a bit nervous. Again, genius play there. They knew the impact trip was coming up. Steps across and finds the man for free downstairs. That's a good way to say, I'll lose half my life for it, but I'll get us a kill at the very least. Here we go then. Stepping on forward as a flash comes on through. Herds has got his whole way up, but Kansas steps out for one. He ain't having none of that nonsense. JV, they're going to hear him drop in now. Knows that it should lead to a swing. It's not quite going to come on through. Looking for one player in the last 10 seconds or so. JV removes one. Where are the last two? Behind you is the answer. It's like a pantomime, Tim. Wildcard up to 7-6. One more round. And that's it. They take the 2-0.
Spiker, the ever-present closer for Wildcard, coming in there just to mop up at the end and get that round done. 7-6 now. And 2 opportunities for Wildcard to close this out. Fury are at best will get 1 chance, but they're going to have to survive this attack first.
And that's assuming, of course, they don't attack well to begin with. It could be that Wildcard, as we saw back on Fortress, as we've seen on this map, have got something cooked up and ready, and they can just completely overwhelm Furia. No surprises that we're going to start things off down in the basement. I imagine next round we'll head towards gym and bedroom. Cash and CC has been a bit of a murky affair so far on this map. But Nade, Shock Horror Tim, is jumping straight back over to that clash that has proved a bit of a headache for Wildcard to deal with.
Yeah, it has. No surprise to see them bringing it on again. And like you said, Nade just been using it fantastically well. Great positioning, not exposing himself to easy opportunities. Double kill, absolutely brilliant. Kind of target rich there for him, and he picks out the right 2. Doesn't get the 3rd, but it doesn't matter because the damage is done and the attack was broken at that point. So great play from Baby Shark to hold on in a difficult spot. But right now we're going to be going down to Church and Arsenal again. Pretty much every time we've seen this from both sides on the defence, there's been a heavy top floor presence. There's been a requirement to clear that. Last time around, Wildcard actually did great work clearing that top floor presence, if you remember. They got in there, they were 4v2 very quickly, and then they just got a little bit ahead of themselves, and Nade was able to punish them. So I think this time it's going to be more of the same from Wildcard. Get themselves into that top floor. They're certainly not going to be scared at trying to take over the map. They're already doing it. Philippots is up there on his own at the minute, pretty much around the stairs, so he's able to just come creeping back down towards Lounge. So it's going to be pretty easy for Wildcard to just go in and take this top floor. As I say that, Casey's ratted his way up the main stairs and gets a kill onto Baby Shark. Right place, right time, right outcome for Furia.
This has happened a few too many times this series where Baby Shark's been a bit too keen to open a window, push down a staircase, anything like that, and pays the price. We saw it a little bit from Dash earlier in the half too. Well, earlier in their attacking half on the Deimos when he was getting a bit too far forward despite having player drones just behind him. A couple of seconds more and maybe it'd have been safe to get in there. But instead, Wildcard have now got to fight back from this 4 versus 5 spot, knowing there is a clash to deal with. There's a tuber out to work your way through. There's a lot of stall available to Furia here. It's not looking too promising for the North American side.
No, it's really not. Spiker's going to start heading down those main stairs. Malusi's been targeted out by Deimos as well, but it's not really going to impact KZ too much. He's down in sight. He's not in a position where there can be any vertical sort of advantage gained over him, and he's just going to take his time and start getting those reinforcements.
They know that Kansas pushing on through, and they just don't know, Tim.
No, they don't.
That's the second kill this round, which Drones could have very easily prevented. You've got the Deimos on side to help with this kind of thing, but the track was on the wrong player, and they paid the price. It feels like Wildcard are going to have to get it done in round 15, but let's see if Furia can close out strong first.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they will do. Deimos is looking to go towards dropping oil pit. We'll do that. Bear can now push forward into blue, but we're going to have a proximity alarm.
I'm gonna lie, I'm kind of scared for
as well. Furia, they're not getting over-committed here. I love Nade's position. He's just got that clash set up so that he can see bottom main as well. Soto Canister's going to prevent the Selma from just opening up that long angle, which we have seen used to success previously in this matchup. So definitely a good idea to try and keep that close. Herd steps around, gets himself another in the round onto Spiker.
Okay, never mind.
All falling apart and could be flawless for Furia here. Dash does prevent that, but I don't think he's going to prevent much more, to be honest. He's now got Nid chasing him down. JV gets the kill. Going all the way to 15, Des.
Yay, he's hit the line. We are indeed, Tim. And this will probably be a gym bedroom site we step into here. I'll see if it's Cash CC first, but I think I'd be shocked if we find ourselves in there. Although both sides have seen this one-for-one exchange between the two sides. Just a reminder, of course, they switch sides again here. We are in OT, so the teams take it in turns until we get here to this final round of 15. Where Wildcard are on the defense, Furia are on the attack. It is going to be Cash and CC. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Furia the ones to attack. Wildcard on defense. Let's see if this ends 2-0 or if Chalet awaits us in map 3.
I would probably say Mirror.
I think we all want a bit of Chalet. Probably everybody apart from Wildcard.
Oh, they're going Cash.
But
Okay.
that's just because of how well these two are playing. It's
phenomenal game, yeah.
It's just brilliant Siege to watch, isn't it? You know, we're talking this matchup wouldn't look out of place in a grand final, for example.
No,
you know, it really wouldn't with the level of quality.
Am I hiding Mira?
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure so far, and a third map certainly would be no painful thing to me. It might be to Baby Shark if he keeps getting caught out like that. Could do with avoiding that. I honestly, I kind of fancy Wildcard for this. They've gone to CCTV. If we have a look at that again, do you want to know how it was, Des?
They won one and lost one.
They won one, lost one. It was 50-50. As everything in this game on Clubhouse has been. So it is again sort of toss of a coin. Bringing along the mirror though, that could be a really big play. We didn't see that from them previously in either of the rounds that they played. So that is now completely mixing it up. Furia have new problems to deal with.
New problems to deal with, Tim, and of course no Thermite to play that merry dance with it. It's banned away from them in the first half, but it remains banned away as things do carry over from the respective halves throughout the game. Now, that does still mean on the other side that shields are available to make use of, as we've got in this round for Leapbox on towards the Blackbeard. It's a very, very safe lineup, I'd say, overall for Furia. Double flank watch as well coming out with the Gridlock and the Nomad. They really don't want to give any chances for Wildcard to upset them here as they look for their execute. But we've got to decide first and foremost, which parts of the map are they taking? You always get East Plat, but then we're looking towards Garage or you're looking towards Construction. You always, well, not always, but realistically, you need one of those two other angles to be able to make an execute work here without being absolutely slammed on your step through into the site itself.
Selma Charger's going to work, opening up that CCTV wall, so that's a good first step. Spiker is playing on Catwalk. Rotero drones trying to burn through those castle barricades. We saw the castle previously from Wildcard on this site. That was the one that they lost back in round 2. Wasn't ideal. Furia did a great job of kind of forcing their way through Master side. It's not something that they're trying this time around. And it's going to be much more focused still towards Lounge, Garage. Made is trying to work his way underneath at the moment, but takes a lot of damage there.
Blackbeard really wants to go in for this challenge as well. You can see the traps coming up to stop the movement coming out so much from Spiker. A really good idea to stop them dodging away from nades because they're slowed down while inside those tracks. They take damage too, but look who's underneath inside of Oil. Here comes Hertz from one side, and he gets rid of Baby Shot. The smoke gone.
That's a great position for Hertz to take up. Doesn't manage to shoot out the Nitro and was maybe a little bit too focused on it. Kansan takes the opportunity to step out and level things up 4v4. Spiker's done a great job of holding on to that catwalk. Is Dash going to have an opportunity to get involved in this from Oil Pit? Don't forget, Spiker manages to find his man. Wildcard, they might have just taken a big step towards getting this one done in two, but no. KZ, he takes a step of his own. Spiker cleared off catwalk, but only 30 seconds left to go. Furia almost have what they need, but Dash up through the vent. He finds the kill.
That is magic, and now they're hunting him down, but he's got a second. He's had a quiet game, but this is where Dash needed to go big, and he has delivered. Nade, the last one left against 3, with 15 seconds to play. There's only one way this ends, and it's in a wild card 2-0 here. What a win for the North American side. They get all 4 points. They finish top of the group, and Furia have got some work to do coming into playoffs, Tim, as they'll start out in round 1 of the upper bracket.
Wildcard with that bye in the upper bracket will now be just 1 win away from the main stage. What a result for them. They have come in, quietly gone about their work.
Holy fuck, they actually won that.
He could even get a kill here from the CC window. Although, Gunnar watching it.
No
Here we go.
way. I actually
Don't
for sure
overplay your hand, Woogie. You're making me very nervous.
Like
he does get a tag onto Kina. What he is also doing is putting pressure, but he then loses his life. And the clash is dealt with because of the over-aggression from Woogie.
That's a freebie for M80. He'll be very grateful for that one. 4-4.
Coded going for the res. Coded is going for the res. He's inside CCTV. He can play the shield. It doesn't matter. Meffy just got the double at the window outside of Jim. It's only Diffuser left. This may be flawless. It won't be. Gets the kill onto Good Boy, but he's only got then 16 seconds to pull off the more miraculous of clutches. Nitrous Cell throw and explodes. It's 6-2. Map point for Fearax against the Munich Major Champions. What is going on?
Expect the unexpected has to be the mantra for this event so far.
Man, I saw on Reddit yesterday, someone was like, man, this group stage has been all right. A couple of mid matches. After last night's G2 game, this match here, we've had so many good matches in this group stage. This is a team that is fighting for survival, and you can see it inside the server. Out of the timeout, M80 fail. They've now got to win 4 straight, or this map goes the way of Fearax.
And the big talking point has been maybe the end result for M80 in this series is not hugely influential. But
if they lose this, they still need a map.
Exactly. It's the fashion in which they're playing. They're finding it really rough here against Fearax at the moment, who are making plays, continuing to be a little bit unpredictable, keeping M80 honest.
That Nitro Cell from Meffy to begin the round, my goodness. He got full length of that one. And then to then also back that up and then get 2 more kills on site. Jim Windows stopped the push. Kino got nothing on the glass.
Oh, the anchor work was
even after Woogie kind of threw his life away at CCTV. Woogie didn't, Woogie putting the shield down is fine, but he couldn't stop it. And you can understand that, like, okay, I want to peek a little bit just so they know I'm a threat and I'm putting pressure on from seat. That's fine, but he just kept going, kept going, kept going. And eventually then overstayed his welcome. 4 opportunities for Fearax. Dash and CCTV. And if they win this map, guys, it's simply put for them. Their life at 6 Invitational comes down to a best of 1.
Grim in play, but no Capital here from M80. Currently, they are posturing for potentially a garage hit. Rin on the Azami to hold this position. Has Keepers in pocket that he can deploy. In the meantime, Cannel's wall to be opened up. Echo also in play, so information can be gathered by Woogie outside on that breach. And can then be used to disrupt the push when it is to come into fruition.
Surely there's a Razor Bloom at this garage doorway. Just making this even more annoying to push through, to try and take space into garage and try and push up off the stairs. Now they've got a little bit of damage on the Ren. Their air jab is lovely. Good connection, but it took a little bit too long to get that kill, and Hot and Cold is down. Now Coded's sitting oil pit.
Good boy, it was inside of stock, but he'll rotate out.
Doesn't have a Nitro Cell, but he spots one. Information, Gunner making the run. Looking to get this revive on the Hot and Cold. It will be successful. Imbara's good boy. He's got a good long angle. Shoots the drone. But this angle is beautiful, but he can't take the shot. But the question will be later in the round, does Coda just simply try and go up the ladder?
He'd be able to if he catches the timing. Good boy again, rotates back to stock. This is a volatile round for Fearex. They've given a lot of control rafters for M80 to execute site.
Yokai in CCTV, watched by Woogie Man. Here comes Kino. Coded's going to make his move. Coded is going up the ladder. Razor Bloom shuts down the Blackbeard. Coded needs to try and salvage this from behind. Shoots the Fuser in the back. Gunner gets off the plant because of the Yokai, but then because of that turns around, gets the kill onto Coded.
Messy.
2v3. Good boy and Woogie will combine together. Woogie got 2. Even got him with the impact. But Good Boy down on 1 HP, top red stairs, low on health, and still time then for M80 to manage this situation for Hot and Cold and Gavin. They can go back, you know he's top red, go then back into CCTV, go for the plant. Gavin will do that, tucked into the corner, near the doorway to Cash, and Hot and Cold will hold at the bomb chassis. Good Boy lurks in, but Hot and Cold at the ready.
Done.
M80 survived 1 of 4, 3 to go.
Yeah, some good on-the-fly problem solving from M80 towards the end of that round with the threat of the flank over towards oil pit. They were mid-plant default. Gunner got off, so some good responsiveness from him.
He got forced off.
Yeah, but it's still, they're able to find Coded, which was critical. He was still in a position
to
have a lot of
let him plant.
Yeah, I think it was already, I mean, he already took the first engagement, right? So that was what forced the turn. Which is understandable.
So we go to the bands. It's Capitao and Mirror. Mirror played 2 of 3 rounds. Capitao not played at all, but of course a very strong operator. 3 rounds to go. We head back to basement. This was won in the 7th round by Fearex, although it was quite choppy, guys. It was the messy one. They opted for the castle bar stage extension and try and deny that space, and then the little bunker in Moto. With the double castle barricade set up, this time they will opt against that. They will actually bring the Scopos. So Rin's going to have a big responsibility in this round. When you play that Scopos, need to play smart and calculated siege, because a lot of the times you're going to be on your own.
Yeah, we typically see the Scopos utilized in 1 of 2 fashions on this particular site. Rin is expected to either lurk on this top floor for as long as possible and then switch back to the second shell once it gets back into a corner over the likes of like bedroom or bathroom, whatever the case may be. Sometimes we see a more extreme version where they'll solo play over towards strip, for instance, and maybe play on for a little bit longer and potentially then be flanked
more of a lurk rather than, yeah.
So we'll see what he opts for. And maybe have the Dokkaebi and the Blitz. They'll both be really strong for that clear onto Rin.
So he's got 1 over towards Church. Now active top red in terms of the shells. They can play on. I mean, there's a big extension here for Fearex. They're committing Coded on as the Azami for a Rafters hold and Rin top red. If I'm going to be completely honest, in terms of the APAC sense of playing Clubhouse for what we typically see, this is on a more technical level than your average default setup of Basement Club for an APAC team. This is, they're going for it.
Oh,
good boy. We'll get the opening kill onto the Buck. Logic Bomb activated. Kino wants to go. He goes straight in, but hello, it's Rafters. The Azami blinded, he got away, and the help comes through. Cody finds the kill. Rin went down. It's a 4v1.
This is done.
And this is done. Clubhouse will be won successfully by Fearex. Their Survival at 6 Invitational will continue for at least 1 more map. They must win Consulate. The job is not done. It's only begun. But it's 1 map down, 1 more to go. Diffuser wanting to just deny their victory a little longer. Deals with Good Boy. 1v3, minute 20. We're not quite done just yet on Club.
And Fearex have been able to consolidate on site. Diffuser will go to retrieve Diffuser at that point. He'll have 1 minute left in the round.
So we did there, diffuser.
Not intentional. It's not a laughing matter, Jake.
He's got a minute. He doesn't have to rush this, but the problem is he's got 0 information. Has been able to grab the kit. Problem is his health. If he was full health, it'd give him far more of a chance. 1 gas paper available for Mephi. Two impacts as well for Woogie Man, and it's a push over towards blue.
Play trade.
And obviously, as the solo player, they know exactly where he is now coming from. As he said, play the trades, play the crossfires. He gets tagged up. Too many footholds to deal with. Well, these pesky Koreans have been able to take the opening map of this series against the most recent major champions. And this now becomes consulate to follow. For FearX, they win that map, and they will send NIP home. And for M80, they must win the next map, or they will not get second place in the group. It's heating up here on day 5 of...
Yeah, so that is weird. What did Fabia say here, probably? I need to know.
Rounds down on club. It is timeout from M80.
That we just troll around by being fucking... I don't even know the word for it, but you guys are just moving. Leo, fucking relax, bro. You're in the one position that you know you're gonna be alone in, and we still give away the frag. If you just sit safe and wait for the rest of your teammates to get the job done, then we win that round. But instead, we need to be a little bit early, a little bit extra. Stop! Relax! Play the fucking basics as a team. That's what, the 3rd or the 4th manpower that we've thrown this map. Relax, play together, play off each other. And I'm not asking much. But I've had enough of watching this shit now. 3, 2, 1, use each other. Because I'm seeing 5 fucking solo queue players in gold rank right now. Wake up, guys.
Oh, we love you, Fabian. And he says it like it is.
Damn, he's like... His words are harsh. That is crazy. That is actually crazy.
Photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe...
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to, you know,
what are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
What's up, it's Ambi, and I'm gonna test if I know the difference between Handy and Nade. This is...
Nade.
Looks like Copenhagen from the monitors, so that is Nade. Handy. That's Handy. All right,
Handy.
Don't know
Okay.
that. All right, not off to a good start. This is Nade.
Handy.
Yep, that is Nade from W7M
Nade.
when they won Invite. Yep, got that one. Oh, brother, this is where it gets tough. I have no idea. I'm handy. Handy. Nade. I mean, like, I don't even, like, they're identical. It's just shocked. This is Handy from the, this is Handy, 100%. Yeah, that's Handy from Phase and the 1 SI in Boston. Got that one. I think this is Nade. Furia.
Handy.
Nope, it's freaking Handy from Boston again. This is just shocked. This is just impossible, I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest. They look literally identical. I have no idea.
I will be right back.
I would reinforce off these 2 walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just so it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2 brow play here. with the C4 and like the DMR, he could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tool side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tool as well, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically, for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capital around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2 playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the Capital fire over there, and then
dude,
exploded.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana?
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way.
Yeah.
Very, very close, that one.
Yeah.
Off each other. And I'm not asking much, but I've had enough of watching this shit now. 3, 2, 1, use each other. Because I'm seeing 5 fucking solo queue players in gold rank right now. Wake up, guys.
Wild Fabian crash out. We just witnessed, and it makes sense because FearX just did the unthinkable. They managed to win one map in this series.
We can hear you. Yeah, I think we've lost you, Anne. Yeah, Fabian had quite a big crash out there.
And you'd have a lot of experience.
Yeah, I'm used to Fabian crashing out. Usually it's at me, but yeah, I think it goes to show that there's realistically only, it's kind of hard to say, but like for Fabian, I said before the game that the performance was maybe more important than the result, but actually the performance was absolutely abysmal coming out there from M80. I think we saw them go absolutely horrible. You know, Fabian in his highlight, he kind of spoke about how his team was not playing together. They were not doing absolutely anything whatsoever. He was talking about 3-2-1s, He was talking about communication, coordination. All of that was going really wrong. Yes, FearX were playing really, really well together, but M80 were giving them so much space. You look at these highlights, you're seeing big clips, you're seeing big clutches, and to be fair to FearX, they came into Clubhouse, they had a really good plan. It was preset, it was predetermined, and they executed it perfectly. They played with the confidence that actually I wish I'd seen them play with through the group stage.
But we had seen M80 in some kind of a lead in most of the rounds. The problem is most of the time they just completely, I don't know what happened at the end. You know, they were pressured by time, and Mephi kept on punishing them at all times. 13 and 4 here. It just kept on happening. If we look at certain rounds, it starts, I think, for me in round 2 with Woogieman. Because Woogieman is there in a 1v1. He's got like, what, 15 seconds left, and he wins that, you know, out of nowhere. And for me, it's the start of a domino effect, because it happened on round 2, but it happened round and round and round after that. Multiple multi-kills on the side of FearX in the very last moment of the round. Despite a strong position from M80, they are so pressured by time, they keep getting punished. It feels like Clubhouse is a frame that you can learn by heart. And if you learn your preset plans, it will work out for you. And that's why it works for FearX.
What I'm reading on the faces of M80 is that they look pretty defeated, even though it's only been map 1, but...
I mean, it's normal. They just went from winning the Munich Major to, no offense, but losing a map to FearX, which is not a team that you'd expect to lose anything to.
And actually, considering everybody was saying this group was free, losing a map at least to every team inside of this group.
Yes.
They won't get one clean 2-0 victory, even if they manage to come back on this and win the next 2 maps. So again, I think the performances once again from M80 are disappointing. We will see them through, don't get me wrong. I expect them to level up, but I can see why they're getting, you know, angry and pissy at each other.
There's still opportunities though for both these teams. We'll have one more look at the stakes for this matchup provided to us by Sir Winnie. Thank you so much for that. FearX, they've done the first step in survival for this group. They got that first map then done and dusted, and they need one more. They can't let this second map slip away because it does go away. If they make to secure that second map, they do get second place.
And I hear them, I fear for them. I can feel them shaking in their pajamas. The NIP guys, I mean, they must be really scared because if FearX wins one more map,
M80 would beat FearX now.
Yeah, until it's not. On paper, it was safe, right? They must have had a good night of sleep, and then they wake up and they see that FearX is 1 map to 0 for M80. At this point, they should be very scared because if FearX wins, that's it. It's done for them. They pack up and they go back to Brazil.
You can see the players ready, so I feel like we're going to go talk to our casters, and I just have a bit of an apology to make. I mean, you know, I said we're going to witness the APEC downfall. You know, I was not familiar with FearX's game on the first map. The real question is, though, can they do the unthinkable? Can they win the second map as well? Or will M80 bounce back? It's time to find out.
Well, it would be the unthinkable. The downside here for FearX, guys, is they have not won Consulate in the last 6 months. A 0-4 record. They must do so now. For all intents and purposes, this is a best of 1. FearX win, they get to go playoffs. M80 win, they get second spot, and they send FearX home.
Will FearX succumb to the pressure?
Let's get underway. Consulate coming your way to determine the fate of these 2 teams. Must win for FearX if they are to survive at the 6th Invitational. Job 1 done, they win Clubhouse. Job 2 now, an even more difficult prospect. Win Consulate, they will send NIP home, they will progress to playoffs, and M80 will not get second in the group. M80 win this map, they will send FearX home, they will secure second place, and we're gonna have a boring third map.
It is a top-tier map for M80. Yes, they may not be playing at full strength. Yes, we'll look ahead at the rest of the event for them to quote-unquote level up. But this is going to be an almighty challenge for FearX. But they have nothing to lose. They will throw everything they have at this match to stay alive.
I wonder if the pressure gets to them, especially if they start slow. They are on the defense to begin for FearX. The bans Blitz, Grim, Azami, Warden. M80 will have had a bit of a talking to from Fabian. They know what's on the line. They know what's at stake. They must win this map if they want to confirm second place. It was well said on the desk, though, the fact that M80 have dropped a map to every single team in this group. I recall when the groups were announced, all the discussions around them, this was the easy group. for M80. They got gifted this group. Now, of course, they're not facing elimination or anything, but finishing third for the Munich Major Champions when you've got an LCQ team in Heretics, you've got FearX, obviously one of, let's just say, one of the weaker teams at the event, being from Korea, Ninjas in Pajamas, lower end of the Brazilian teams, and then, of course, Weibo, who have topped to the group, and rightfully so. They went 8-2 over the 10 maps that they played, Weibo. Right now, M80 are 5-5.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's a big contrast.
Yep.
Attackers
of course, the
heading out
caveat
to defuse
to
the bomb.
the entire discussion, it's not an excuse, but M80's map pool that they've shown so far at this event has been incredibly restricted.
M80 is now actually at a negative round differential through the group stage.
Interesting.
Weibo's plus 27. Now, of course, group stage is group stage. Once we hit into playoffs, it's irrelevant. The form changes, teams get a couple of days off here and there to prepare. Gunner to make the early contact here on the attack for M80. Tags up Rin, gets him to half health, and again, the pressure certainly will be there in the back of the minds for FearX. They have to stay locked in mentally. They know what's on the line here. Win this map. It's a big best of one. Gavin, though, on the vault-in headshot against Rin. Doesn't matter that he was half health. The bullet hits the head. He goes down. Entry for M80. Successful. The logic bomb rung out from Gunner. Good boy, though, over towards Admin, lurking as the Vigil. But Kino looking to put pressure immediately down towards server stairs.
Good boy still continues his lurk, however. Second floor, Vert available on the Vigil, can remain stealthy in this round. Potentially poses a threat. Hot and cold falls.
That is good boy. Yep. What's the Boss G to good use? Finds the kill back needed for FearX. And more importantly, what this does now is M80 know there's a lurker top floor that we have to deal with.
Nobody immediately nearby to cut that off. Gunner, though, has rotated down yellow, so could potentially find Good Boy if that's where he eventually wants to make his way back towards the objective.
3 gas bags for Coda with 2 Nitro Cells alongside him for Woogie and Mephi. They do have good denial to play the basement site, play further back, and allow Good Boy to just be that nuisance up above on the Vigil. Kino taking down a half health on the Blackbeard. Mephi will fall back as we head into the final minute. Things start to look a little bit better for FearX until that moment. Just then, Coded will lose his life. No gas babes now. That's a big pick from Gavin. You deal with the smoke. You think about the denial that he could have created over towards bottom yellow. Mephi, though, with the SMG on distance, finds the headshot against Gunner, and then Wookie on a tight angle as well gets involved. They haven't even needed Good Boy to push back down. He did through yellow. Mephi, though, continues to just fire off. He was so hot on Clubhouse. Brings that form over to Consulate. The perfect start for FearX here on the defense.
Yeah, Mephi's anchor work back on Clubhouse and here in the opening round of Consulate has really been top tier. Again, M80 finding themselves in an advantageous position, rolling a bit of momentum into the final execute, and then falling short of the mark and trading out those on site, locking it down. Perfect for FearX. M80 struggling, well, their struggles rather do continue here.
Need to build a solid lead here, FearX. Get out to a decent start. Just give yourself that safety blanket where you can then start to think, okay, maybe we can play a little bit more aggressively, a bit more high risk, high reward, just to get us then over the line, because they're going to play, I would imagine, relatively conservative, except for the fact they had Good Boy on the roam. I mean, that's a good sign. They're happy to try and play with aggression. Can't play safe against M80, or they'll punish you as we go first floor. Piano and Expo.
10 seconds remaining.
3K for Mephi.
5 seconds to insertion.
16-4 now across both of the 2 maps.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
Concern
bomb.
for me, though, is still at times the early entry battles. 2-0 for Kino, 2-0 for Gavin. Those who have been really, really good on the entries for M80. In reply, the only one who's really positive is Good Boy 3-2. Mephi's 1-0, so he hasn't really been in a lot of the entry fights. See the Thorn and the Ella. Good trap utility here for FearX.
And the Pulse in play as well for the first time in this series. Woogie will start in basement. He can feed information for the admin side across take, but can then also pivot accordingly. If we see CEO ground taken, for instance, he can rotate over towards garage, etc. He is also the only defender with a Nitro in pocket, and so he'll be looking to exercise that correctly. May elect to try and keep it for the late round, especially for some kind of piano plant denial.
7-4 record on Consulate for M80 over the last 6 months. And they actually beat Weibo on this map 7-4 back on day 3, but they did lose it yesterday to Heretics as well 5-7, so somewhat mixed results. Drop down for Hot and Cold, top yellow from the skylight. Gunnar not having as much success outside, still on that garage roof. He gets tagged up, needs to be careful on the ramp. Still got those 3 Boogie Auto breaches, repelling for Kino off the back of the Candela. And then wants to throw one in towards the bathroom as well. Coded over the walls, default in meeting, but this is, of course, Piano Expo. Still, Fearex will want to defend this top floor.
So here is the pulse. Woogie Yellow Stairs currently. There's a bit of a stack here from M80.
That is a lot of information for Woogie. 3 players top yellow called out by the pulse. He is the only one with the nitrocell, but it providing a lot of information from the cardiac sensor. 60 seconds remaining in the round.
The defense of Fearex on the opposing side, the likes of Coded starting to encroach forward.
Gavin finds the opening kill, Diffuser down just before that, so a little bit even here for both teams. Woogie though will fall. Unable to make that push on the pulse work, and suddenly M80 are able to hit their shots. Feels like a long time between drinks for them to be able to do that, considering the beatdown on Clubhouse. Reloading. Good boy in Mephi. If they are to do this, to really do this, can they do it from the clutch positions? 2v4, 30 seconds. It's early days, but if they can win this round from this position, so crucial.
The denying plan is going to be such a challenge as Hot and Cold postures for it. Gavin will lurk above.
Good watch from Gavin. M80 take their time. Razorbloom kill for Rin against Gunnar. Down to Mephi. He has been lights out hot so far at this match. Hot and Cold will go for the plant inside Piano. Kino will play the close angle to watch and help. Can Mephi deny? Oh, he got him. That's a denial. He is down. Oh, and he got Kino. Mephi has just gone absolutely nuts. Clutches it for Fearex. That is incredible. This man has ascended in this match. Back on club, now on Consulate.
Oh, M80.
What?
Shots rained out, the response
Where's
lacked.
the cover, though, for the plant?
The third trade missed.
Is it 1v3 while planting and not one person was able to deny that cover? Oh. 2v4 into a 1v3 into the plant going down, and Mephi clutches. He has been the standout, clear-cut, #1 MVP. What's Kino watching there?
And the Gav with the pistol in hand missed the trade. Goodness gracious me. What a clutch. But it should never have been allowed to happen.
But those are the little moments, right, that need to go your way on a map that's heavily favored for M80 in a do or die elimination match for Fearex. You're not going to win every single round. You're not going to 7-0 this. But if you can win those 50-50s, and in that case, probably like an 80-20, that goes such a long way.
Yeah. Well, I say that as a 98.
Well, it was a 2v4, and then it probably went up to a 95 to 5%. Where's the response from M80? There it is. Gunnar straight away on the balcony finds the opening kill onto Rin. Trying to play the bandit at the wall. That's 3 straight opening kills for M80, but in the first 2 rounds, unable to convert on them. By the way, it's also 3 opening deaths now for Rin. He needs to start being more careful.
Yeah, Gunnar with some teething issues back on map 1. Ended up 4-10 overall, 1-3 entries, and nice for him to hit the scoreboard here in the 3rd round.
He has a kill, by the way. It's a weird stat. He's 0-3. He's been the opening death 3 times, but yet he's got a kill. How? Razorbloom.
Dav is 6-1. He has been a standout player for M80 at this event so far. You think about how many impact kills he's been able to find. His clutch ability has been massive as well. Utility in the meantime dumped out. Woogie fight.
Over towards Yellow Stairs. He just cuts off Kino and Hot and Cold. Bye-bye Glaz, bye-bye Capitao, and now a default plant towards CO becomes far more difficult, and to the point where you probably have to give that up and go play inside the building. Still got 4 Candelas for Gunner. 3 Lion Scans as well for Diffuser, so you have the utility to bring this back 3v4 for M80. Big power play from Woogieman towards Yellow Stairs, hence why now Gavin goes searching. And Woogie's still there at the top.
This is a key drone for Diffuser, and he does find info.
Woogie knows that he's now been spotted. Does he know there's one directly below? Shots don't initially fully land from Gavin. Woogie's still alive. Can he hit the headshot? Indeed.
Goodness.
Woogie is able to dance around those bullets. Code had lost his life, but it's desperate times now for M80 in this 3rd round. Gunner sends it in through meeting, but shot in the back by Good Boy with the dinner plate as Diffuser inside a bathroom. Now needs to find 3 kills in 30 seconds. It seems very unlikely. This is the perfect start for FearX in their quest for survival. Diffuser is surrounded. It might already be timeout time from Fabian, because surely he's not happy with this M80 performance on Consulate.
Well, the mic has been flicked down for the additional ban phase. Perhaps attack to follow. We'll wait and see. The responsiveness from FearX, however, over the course of these first 3 rounds has been really one of their strengths. Typically one of their weaknesses in terms of reading opposition and acting upon that information, that intuition. But here on Consulate, surprisingly, it's been a massive strength for them. Obviously, mechanically, they've been incredibly skillful and on point today as well, which has aided them. There it is, attack timeout. What's Fabian got to say?
You need to put one person on the fucking flanks constantly. Like, put D on something on Gridlock and then put drones. We are fucking, like, guys. I don't even have words for the shit we're doing. Manpower advantage every round, but we just not focused. Calm ourselves in the head. Matt, put one person on the team as just fucking flank watch. And then I think you need to play waves. You need to just go from one side of the map to the other and clear them the fuck out. They don't know how to play the game, but we're allowing them to get away with all this bullshit. One flank, 4 other guys work together, maybe let Sean lurk on the late round. For CEO, go admin side and just clear over. And then you bring utility so we can clear them out. But guys, relax. Every round so far we won, but we throw them. Relax. Let's go, boys.
Relax, guys, relax. It's fine. We got them right where we want them. He's every right to be calm in this approach, and I think if you're going to call an early tactical timeout, you probably want to try and calm the team down a little bit. Okay, M80 do need to win this map to get 2nd place in the group. Shouting at them at this point maybe won't have the greatest effect. It certainly didn't work in Clubhouse. The other thing to note as well, guys, Consulate has certainly favored defense so far at 6 Invitational. And as we know, obviously Clubhouse being the exception, FearX are not the greatest at attacking themselves. Defensively, Consulate is around that 58% defensive win rate mark, so it is certainly on the highish end. 4th across all the maps.
5 seconds remaining.
Now the bands Solus and Ying come into effect now, heading
out to defuse a bomb.
into the 4th round. Back on Clubhouse, M80 took their tactical timeout and lost the next round. Dare I say, this becomes very pivotal for M80. Otherwise, a 4-0 start for FearX. They then find themselves 3 rounds away from survival. NIP, I imagine they're watching right now and starting to sweat a little bit.
Potentially. Well, the instruction was clear during the attack timeout from Fabian. Let's simplify it. 4 on the way from that clear. 1 on the flank watch. It doesn't get much more.
Just have to play default against these APAC teams. A lot of the times that should do the job, and I would add Weibo as an exception to that.
Yep. And the reason for that is it tests fundamentals, which often lacks. Overcomplicating is where you open up those opportunities for APAC to exploit.
And they've also had the 3 opening kills so far in the first 3 rounds, M80, so they've had early advantages. They just haven't been able to then follow up on that, take their time, create space. Slow and steady. Keep it relaxed, keep it calm, play the fundamentals. You'll get yourselves back into this. It's now up to FearX, of course, to probably even just continue to skyrocket that aggression and get into the face of M80. Logic bomb activated here from Gunner. Is this the go button for M80? It will be.
That's better.
Gunner drops down, hits the headshot onto Good Boy, deals with the visual lurk. You get that opening pick, you've still got 90 seconds. This is the part where you listen to Fabian, you relax, you take your time here. You create the space, you're putting pressure on defense. It is a basement site, force them back to site. Push in, you got double shield set up. Don't have to rush this.
Yeah, push that wave forward. Post someone up on the flank watch so you don't get taken down from above. And slowly and systematically chip away at this defense.
There's no one really above unless Rin elects to actually commit to a server stairs push, but I think he's just more so showing presence. First gas babe thrown by Coda. 2 more in pocket. Nitrocell for Woogie Men. That's the main utility here for FearX. Potentially Vulcan canisters still in play.
Gunner's been lurking yellow. Diffuser and Kino will now look to join him. So a 3-stack yellow side. Hot and cold with Diffuser on the opposing side of the objective. So an intriguing split here from M80.
Here comes the push off the back of the Logic Bomb. Send those shields in first. Smoke, create chaos. Gavin finds the pick. That's big. Needed that. Then up close. Kino was able to then push deeper. 27 seconds. Big fight towards the bomb chassis. Smoke helps out Ren. Coda gets the kill onto Kino. Diffuser with the pistol now leaves Coda in the 1v3. Better from M80. More calculated and precise in their attack, and they will find success. Exactly what Fabian wanted to see in that round as they take the 4th round out of the tactical timeout. That's better from M80.
Yeah, better composure in that round and good shot calling. The 3-stack yellow, spearheaded by the Blackbeard. Lots of utility available to be dumped in towards that objective. You then combine that with the shield pressure on offer from Hot and Cold on the opposing side of the map. They meet midway, the defense gets crunched, and we don't see that same level of clutch ability that we have seen on a couple of occasions from the South Koreans. So a bit of work. First round for M80. FearX to return to piano.
Really utilizing the Monty and the Blackbeard both together, in fact, in that round. But so far, as we head into the 5th round, provided it stays with Hot and Cold on the Monty, it'll be 4 from 5 rounds of shield play from M80. So really trying to use that as their trump card. And I think that's where for FearX, you've got to go and really continue to play into that trap game. Saw back in the 2nd round when they brought the Thorn and the Ella combo and how much that worked for them. So Rin goes back onto the Thorn. Good Boy goes back onto the Ella. They didn't have either of them in the last round, guys. As we go back to Expo Piano, very, very similar looking lineup to what we saw from them last time. They have changed it up. Recall, Woogie was on that pulse. Didn't have the greatest effect as the solo pulse. So he switches up, goes onto the Malusi. And they also now bring the Smoke as well instead of the Castle.
Yeah, so triple trap here for FearX. And that will likely prove a good counter against the Blackbeard from Kino. Especially late round, the utility that can be laid on site for piano specifically can be really, really powerful.
They also don't have, like, you know, Twitch and Brava, for instance, as well. So I think that right now this is looking like pretty even lineups. User will probably want to go top floor, use those boogie auto breaches, open up. So 2nd floor presence is what you want to see out of M80 here. Set up them with the air jabs to watch for the flanks.
Again, just the single nitro for FearX. Pressure onto Good Boy, no cutoff. So he's able to escape Coffin.
FearX need to be very careful in these early rounds. It's now 4 opening kills straight. 2 to Gunner and 2 to Gavin. It's been a big margin of success for M80.
And not just in this match, but the tournament. It's been a huge streak.
Yeah, they're the best team at 6 Invitational. Ranked 1st are M80 for opening kills, but 11th for conversion.
Midpoint of the round, more drone work to be done here by M80. Admin control is theirs, but heavy presence up above the objective. Likes of meeting from Good Boy, coded yellow, but he falls back. Boogie front desk has assistance.
Good nades, good flashes, and a good clear from M80. Starting to work together better as a team here. Logic Bomb will go out from Gunner as well onto Good Boy, Rin, and Mephi. They've been able to also circumnavigate a lot of this trap utility. Rin does find at least one pick back. Mephi to look to delay with the gas page, block off the top spiral push. And Good Boy's by himself on this 2nd floor. Rin, though, finds a kill from Lounge. Kino, Gavin will rotate together. Over towards Piano they go. So they got site control and they can put the plant down. No one to deny. waiting for the push. Gavin watching. Plant will be successful. Clean headshot from Gavin. No trade in response. Up close is Mephi. Swamp got the kill. But hot and cold over towards CO means that Mephi needs to go above and clear first and needs to do so quickly.
Needs to contest. 30 seconds. Hot and cold. Good drone.
And even if you deal with hot and cold, you then got to deal with Kino. And hot and cold makes the right play. He just runs. He's actually outside of the building. Drop down from Mephi. Gets on the kit. Kino will disrupt. Razor Bloom and nuisance. Doesn't matter. Kino is pushing forward anyway. He did not care about that Razor Bloom. 2 in a row for M80.
Good reposition from Kino and a far better round overall from M80, converting that opening kill, the early control admin, good flush above, rotated below.
So clean.
Yeah.
And you wonder where a lot of this was in the first couple of rounds. Executing much better. You can see that kind of 3-2-1 go. They're all on the same page when they go for the push. We're going to go top floor CO meeting for the final round of this half. FearX really need this 4th round.
Good coverage here from Gav. I really love the structure from the mate. You send the 2 below. Hot and cold continues to lurk above. That then means that not only if FearX kept players above, they could protect the vert, but it then meant in the post, time needed to be wasted to clear hot and cold. That afforded Kino the opportunity to rotate out, and he could sweep through and ensure that the counter defuse was not successful.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Top floor, round 6.
10 seconds remaining.
Technically not must win, but I very much agree with the sentiment that it essentially is. When you look at the attacking win rate, and it's into a consulate where M80 have thrived.
You also just want to keep that gap. Scoreboard pressure is the thing. Good for the mental. You don't want to, you know, you won 3 rounds straight. You don't want to immediately then give them 3 back the other way. It's a big round for FearX, fighting for their tournament life. M80 fighting for 2nd place. They lose this map, they will finish in 3rd. Three opening kills straight, by the way, for Gunner, which is actually the only 3 kills that he's been able to get so far. Neat little stat. Gavin 9-3, also 2 opening kills to his name, so 5 straight for M80 in that department. We saw 14 straight yesterday from G2. Mark activated onto Mephi from hot and cold. It's another opening kill for M80. The FearX just cannot win any of these early contact fights.
6 in a row. Damn across as Fabian called prior.
Straight through copy for Kino on the Blackbeard. At some point, FearX need to try and get on that front foot, try and find a pick back, do something that's outside default tendencies. But it's hard to do that. It's a big stack over towards admin from M80.
Nitro.
Needed that one to land, and it did. So Gunner goes down to the hands of Goded's Nitro Cell. But they have no more Nitros to throw later in this round. Heavy reliance on the Shamika launcher of Good Boy for denial. 1 more Razor Bloom still available for Woogie. Can use that on the fly. Deathmark out from hot and cold onto Mephi again, just to continue to see where he's at. Great usage of the frag grenades to clear out Coded's position. With no catch utility, he was stranded, forced into a bad position, and made him flush him out, retain that advantage heading into the final minute.
Shamika launcher, though, is just stalling out this push for a little while longer. How much more time can FearX waste? It does, however, prompt a rotation. We see a stack over towards this main spiral stairs position. Woogie Man needs to step up.
Default is still up, now gone. Woogie knows there's 1 bottom spiral.
Good flash.
Good flash onto his position, tucked in left side.
Oh,
Double pushing up. He has gone prone. Has he got the discipline? He does get the kill onto Diffuser. Gavin had fallen just before him. Down a hot and cold with 30 seconds remaining. Pushing in through meeting to take this fight against Good Boy. Woogie now making his way back. They need to play together. Stuck in the corner. But they know exactly where hot and cold is located. And he knows that Woogie's close by as well.
Needs to try and break this cross. Good luck, hot and cold.
Vendetta time, 6 bullets. A little duck and a wee, but Woogie's got the cross. Much needed round win for FearX. They get 4 on their defense. They need 3 more rounds to secure their place into playoffs.
Now it starts to feel a little more achievable, a little bit more realistic. Is there a world in which FearX take down M80 2-0? Still feels like a tall mountain to climb, however.
And you say that, they're 3 rounds away, and yet maybe it's the pessimistic nature of APAC. Being an APAC enjoyer and, well, member of the APAC community that, yeah, it still feels like it's a mile away. I saw someone online say, I'm not going to believe it until I see the 7.
Yep.
Until they've actually got, it could be 8-7 lost though. So you've got to be careful with that one. But heading into the bans for the second half, again, emphasis on the fact that FearX, despite their performance on Clubhouse, where they had a very, very good attacking half. In fact, guys, they won 4 attacking rounds on Club. Aren't great at attacking. Dead last. 20% attacker win rate coming into today. But maybe what they were able to do on Club can translate over to Consulate. And remember back to that 1v3 clutch Mephi. That's a difference maker. Otherwise, it's 3-3 right now on a whole different game. Those 50-50 moments, FearX will need to win all of them. And M80 need to make sure they keep their head on a swivel because there's no more Fabian timeout to fire the boys up.
Already? Bobby
And as much as you could sit back and say, third, second, okay, maybe it doesn't matter too much because how many second place teams are going to want to pick M80? They themselves will still want to give themselves that second spot, the best position to be in, to pick whatever opponent they want.
Yep. So does Army Clash take it out for defense? That being the selection of FearX. M80 with some interesting targets. They'll go the Glazian combination, so sensing that those 2 particular operators can be utilized by FearX to be disruptive in the execute.
I'm surprised by the lack of shield ban.
And that was going to be my follow-up point. We saw that emphasis back on Clubhouse. We know how formidable FearX can, oddly enough, look with those shields available. Woogieman in particular, who's had a phenomenal tournament, has now been given those tools.
Will that come back to bite them? Woogie allowed onto the Blitz for those that missed Clubhouse. M80 opted for the triple shield ban. Monty, Blackbeard, and Blitz were all banned on Clubhouse. Instead, this time they go Glaz and Ying. Again, 6 straight opening kills, Guzda, and as now FearX go onto the attack, more vital that they start to turn that around.
Great pitch. There it is. Dead. 5-4 FearX.
Rin traded though by Gavin very swiftly. Woogie with a pistol out from the Blitz. He's now 8-3, able to have impact immediately on that shield play. Nitro Cell thrown out from Kino, but it's way off the mark, not even close. It was the only Nitro that they had. Still 3 Grismot mines in pocket for Gunner, so they can adapt on the fly.
M80 elect not to peel, understandably so. Maybe trying to find one more pick. Triple stack first floor. FearX take their time. They look to consolidate. They're conscious of a potential flank attempt, and it's Gunner. Yellow stairs, lurking forward. Will he commit? Will FearX catch? Let's wait and see. Gunner obviously not really in a position where he can push forward safely, at least not yet. So a standoff ensues.
And this is where FearX need to take the same mentality that we saw from M80 post timeout. Relax, take the time. You got the extra player. Play together, push together, play off the logic bomb, the flashes. You've got lots of utility. Don't have to rush this. Still got a minute. This basement. Triple stack the yellow stairs here for M80 right now leaves the site a little vulnerable, but they do split back off, go their separate ways.
Final reinforcements deployed by Kino and Diffuser.
Don't leave too little time on the clock. That's all I'm saying. There's 50 seconds. You don't want to execute with 10 seconds.
Yeah, good rap position from Gunner as well. Again, I think my eyes are still on him to be the impact player for M80 in this round, but he needs to find good timing.
That's the last logic bomb, by the way. Big Wade has been able to get a bit of information, but he flashes himself. Not ideal. Well. They go for the execute with 30 seconds. With a 4v3 advantage, this is decent for FearX. Mephi into a good position, now pushing Cafeteria. Can they spot out Diffuser? Tucked in security. He's now been spotted. Gunner got one up, close the Diffuser. Shotgun is so strong. He got 3 from there. Well, FearX will be kicking themselves because that was a big opportunity to go 5-2 up. M80 survive. They stay tucked in, hide positions, close angle fights, and FearX cannot clear.
Gunner was key in that round. Blitz was one of the most critical tools in dealing with that anchor style that M80 tried to employ, close angles, you know, being able to shoulder check, etc., would have been far easier with the blitz on that front line. But Gunnar found his moment, slayed Woogieman. The initial clear from Fearex was strong, but it certainly fell into a bit of a heap in that last 20 seconds.
I think it was at 3. It was 2 kills for Diffuser, but very quickly and solidified the round. If he doesn't even get a single kill there, they get security control, they have the numbers up, they can then sweep through the rest of the site. Could have been very, very different. Big play from Diffuser. 4-3 scoreline. And the more rounds that M80 continue to tally up, the more pressure that is then therefore applied to Fearex. Woogie will go back onto the blitz. I did just quickly check, by the way, the consulate match between Fearex and NIP the other day, and Woogie was playing that blitz.
I think he'll play it until it's banned. If it's banned. But M80 backing themselves in to counter it, and they did so successfully with smart positioning from Gunnar.
Look at the trap utility they've got here, so Woogie's got a landmine to have to deal with.
I expect that trend to continue. Stack as many traps as possible so that if you don't deal with him off-site, at least on-site, you have that bubble for protection to stall him out, to do a bit of damage.
Puts emphasis on Good Boy playing the Twitch with the shock drones to try and deal with that as much as possible. Help on out. Don't have any frag grenades though, which can be very useful in this trap-heavy meta. But the execute power here for Fearex is palpable. Yeah, you've got the Blitz, Dockerby, Capitao, Ash combo here for Expo and Piano. Top floor clear. Needs to be quick and clean when you've got this sort of lineup.
Rin posturing outside potentially to send out a belt of utility, although I think he has thought better of that.
And this lineup to me suggests when you go for that top floor click, you want kills.
Yeah, quick bench. They'll jump in, try and go for the plan in the blind spot. This is very APAC.
I mean, it's already spotted. And you don't have top floor control. This seems a little throwy to me. We'll see if they can work it out. Razorblum does a big chunk of damage to Good Boy. An opening pick found from Rin. Elsewhere, they lose Ash. Rin taken very low. Up close, easy clear.
They haven't covered the plan.
Fearex have just gone for a rush. And as you said it, very, very APAC because it's very, very dumb.
It can work, but the execution has not hit the mark. That being said, Diffuser at least stuck. We'll see if they can hold on in the post.
M80 still have the vert. Good Boy's low. He's now down. Rin takes one bullet to the toe, and he too will follow. This is pretty much impossible if M80 just... They would have to fall asleep at the wheel here.
Where's Coded? Lounge.
Or a hero play. Coded has to go for a massive hero play. The longer this time dwindles, though, as Diffuser finally gets on it over towards Expo, Coded hits the headshot very quick and clean. Gavin's still above, Coded traded, and he was the full health member with the DMR. Rin, he can't hit his shots. One bullet to the shoulder, he goes down, and while it did get a little close towards the end, and the plant did successfully go down, that entry was scuffed from the beginning. The Razorblooms were well placed, it was watched from the beginning. They went through anyway and tried to force through that brick wall.
Can you see me? It's detail, guys. Just attention to details. Like, if you don't smoke the plants can die, right? As we said before too. But what I want next round, guys. If it's Visa, you guys know what you're gonna do. Domain. If you fucking big ball, guys. Fucking big balls. If it's yo, guys, if you see spot the hot and cold, if you don't spot, high chance for big boost. So don't play admin bait, okay? And if you spot hot and cold, you can use admin bait. Because maybe he's gonna be other period, right? For garage, guys, you can choose if you do that back attack. I think gonna have a gap in the NIP hatch, so you know, just follow the plan for that. You know, back attack, go fast, go Visa, and boom, 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 drop everyone side. Right? Yeah. Okay. Details, guys. Let's go round by round. It's just more 2 rounds here, minimum until we get, right? Yeah. Can even go. Bora. We're playing well, guys.
The Dog's saying 2 rounds. That's of course to get to overtime. It's a good way to look at it.
I mean, I really like the way he's actually approached that tag timeout, just structurally, right? He dedicates, 10 seconds per site and identifies a couple of key things to communicate across very succinctly, gives them a couple of different options to tap into, reminding them of the counter prep that they put into this matchup, just trying to relax them and back them in, say, guys, you're playing pretty well. Let's just keep it up. Done the prep. Now just translate that into the server.
It's always really cool to see the contrast between coaches. Fabian's more of a in-game rev-up guy,
Relax.
Relax, or potentially giving them, you know, a bit of a whack over the ear. Whereas Dark is very much the instructional coach. Do this, let's try that, let's go for this. And so every coach has kind of got their difference. Of course, Fabian would be doing an immense amount of preparation prior to the match, leaving then the in-game comms to be more rev up.
Yep.
And those boys know exactly what to do. Champions for a reason. And looking much better here on the defense. 2 straight for M80. And also, it's 2 opening kills straight for FearX. So they've had opportunities. They've had early advantages. So far, there's actually only been 2 rounds where the opening pick has actually been converted. But the pressure's on now at 4-4. Both teams 3 rounds away from getting exactly what they need.
Amaru and Sense, the wildcard selections in this round for FearX. They'll be critical.
Oh, big run out Gunner. Disrupts, no more Sense. Don't have the ROUs now. Reinforce off, goodbye to the ace. M80 flip the switch. They go aggressive here on the defense in the 9th round to much success. I mean, you can instruct all you want, Dark, and go do this setup and let's try this. It doesn't matter if M80 go for runouts. Big disruption. And a big moment in this match.
Dead. Round over.
Oh, not round over just yet. Rin and Woogie both able to combine. They'll both need to probably find a kill each next as well. It's not round over while the Boogeyman is still alive. And Rin on the Blackbeard as well. Not easy to deal with here inside a bathroom. No Nitrous Alpha Diffuser. Kino's got 2 gas babes. So can force Rin back. Although you can also, as a Blackbeard, just make your own hole out.
I suppose it is possible, but Diffuser is on an island and the cross covered by M80. Double smoke up for Kino as well.
You got a minute. Play together, especially if you're Wookie. Use that Blackbeard as much as possible. Isolate. Can you find a pick onto Kino first? Kino's going to actually fall back. Certainly not panicking here right now, FearX. They know full well this is a winnable round. Gavin's playing over towards top spiral, and he's just dropped down. So Gavin's on the move right now. It is a 2v2 directly in front of Rin and Woogie, while Gavin has come back up top spiral. He just dropped down and then came back up. 35 seconds though, and at this point you need to start moving because clearly M80 are not giving you a freebie.
The plant win condition, highly unlikely again with those smokes in play, but Kino uses one shallow. Can Rin get the plant down?
Rin is going for the plant. Over towards default. He might have to vault out. No, he's found a little gap. Has Woogie got the cross up close? Shotgun needs to hit this cleanly. Cannot. Gavin, what a wonderful swing. And in all honesty, even if Woogie hits that shot, Rin was dead anyway towards default. M80 will take the lead for the first time here on Consulate. And actually for the first time since the opening round of Clubhouse.
And so additional bans, the final ban phase here on Cons.
Blitz.
And Mirror. Yeah. They gave Woogie that opportunity to capitalize on the blitz early, and unfortunately,
0 for 3.
It did not pay off.
Did not pay off at all. Big round again from Gunner. He has now moved up to 4-0 on the entry. Gunner, the 7th rated player at 6 Invitational, and it was this run out. The fact that it was a 2 versus 5, you said round over. Of course, as soon as you finished saying that, Woogie and Rin got 1 each. But they were always in a very difficult position. I don't want to be critical, but they had over a minute. I would have liked to have seen them do a little bit more with that. They spent probably a good 40 seconds sitting back and waiting for M80 to make a move. M80 don't have to move in that situation.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And it feels like the air is now leaving the tires of FearX. That it's starting to deflate.
Overtime,
The hope
is
starting to dissipate. as M80 are now 2 rounds away from knocking them out of 6 Invitational. This is it. Do or die. 10th round, basement. Fearx need this round.
And it's a big map roam from M80. Gunner and Gav, top floor. Solus and Goyo respectively. Gunner will be able to garner information and feed that across to the rest of the defense. Hot and Cold, Kino, Diffuser in relatively strong positions to chip away a drone utility and then peel back down towards site through hatches if required once they sense that pressure. Of course, not wanting to play for life for this first phase of the round.
No surprise to see Gunner on the Solus playing a more forward position. He's been so good in these entry battles. You'd back him in. Logic bomb, though, from Coded. How is Gunner going to react to this? Well, he doesn't panic. He calls. He knows that Gavin is there for support. Good position here for Gavin to deny that repel in. The Fearx do not repel in. That means there's 2 players now that top floor. And Basement's a little bit vulnerable. And Wookie's pushing down server stairs. Good swing from Good Boy.
Yeah, they're baiting.
It's almost like as if this was a fake play from Fearx to keep those roamers up above. They now have sight. They push into it. It was completely open. It was only Diffuser that's in garage by himself. Coda trying to find the gap. Gunner then gets caught rotating back to site. And it ensues down below. Big double kill from Diffuser, holding in the site. Gets Hot and Cold to drop down to help out, but he falls straight away. Tap again, looking now for the ace clutch on 1 HP for Diffuser. He says, you come to me, I'll pull the shotgun out. But the death mark and the shots through.
Yeah, they're ready
Fearx continue to stay alive and keep punching.
Really well.
We are tied at 5-5.
And by far and away, their strongest looking attack through the early to mid-round phase. We saw that little dupe over towards admin, clean rotate down towards server. They catch Kino. M80 back themselves in to rotate back and find them in time before they start pressuring the site and getting a semblance of control. But that wasn't really the case. Fearx had established themselves very quickly into strong cross positions. And M80 succumbed to the pressure right here. Very tough. Diffuser put his best foot forward, does an amazing job, and obviously then falls to the death mark and the pressure from Mephi. Good effort, but not good enough for Fearx. They do a really, really good job to equalize that scoreline, now 5 apiece.
More importantly, they won that round themselves off of their play. Love the logic bomb, flash dump, admin, just kind of confuse M80's defense, bringing out help. Gavin, you saw that deep rotate to cut off a Repellion. They thought they were going to go top down. Yep. Instead, it was just straight towards basement. A really, really good round from Fearx.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, Dark said 2 in the timeout. 1 more to get to overtime and then just breathe. 11th round, 5-5. It doesn't get much better than this, with one team facing elimination and the other searching for a 2nd place finish off a map win in M80. As we come to the conclusion of the group stage, yeah, this is the point in which 6 Invitational starts to really heat up the stakes.
Setting up a sequential breach.
At least you don't eat your steak well done.
More of a medium rare kind of guy.
Ketchup or no ketchup?
No ketchup.
So last time out Expo Piano, we saw the direct bench attack from Fearx. It was a bit of a shambles, especially with the shield taken out. Now, we're not going to see that this time out. Admin across. Full map clear. Ready to lead the charge on the line, and M80 flush back.
Yeah,
they are out of there.
Yeah, they're already pushing straight back. They want to hold back over more towards deeper back meeting and CO, rather than towards that hallway and long desk. Does now give space for Fearx. The entry successful. They've got admin control. This is good on a map like Consulate, where you can just kind of get into the building safely. 5 players up. He's still got both logic bombs available as well with Good Boy. Important that he's able to use those, as Mephi will clear out from top spiral. They know how important this first pick is going to be either way. Oh, lovely drone here for Rin, but it is just looking at Mephi anyway.
Maybe for the flank later.
Oh, Gunner goes down. He's caught yellow stairs.
No!
That finds the push up. So starting to try and get the collapse here onto M80. Gavin got a big kill onto Mephi. Needed that other starting to fall elsewhere. Holding the longer angle against Rin, pushing top yellow. Gavin holds and lets that phone ring on out. As Coded will push long dash, close by to Gavin now. He knows though he's getting swung from top yellow. Rin will connect the headshot, and there goes Diffuser, who's been good in the clutch so far, leaving poor old Hot and Cold with it all to do in round 11.
Like, what would happen if Fearax
Woogie, Rin low on health. Nitrocell thrown, doesn't connect, it does because Woogie was so low. Longer radius. Oh, I love this push up, shotgun up close. You can go down for good now,
Then we push out near.
And make good point, but it doesn't matter. Coded's trying to put the kit down. Rin then covers, and it is now match series point for Fearax all the way from Korea.
Out of the tournament.
And they love it here in Paris and wish to stay a little longer.
The pressure continues to ramp up.
Actually,
one away from survival. And another really clean attack from Fearax. So admin across, good pinches over towards split. Got a little bit sketchy with the hot and cold clear late, but the coverage was sweet. MA did go basement for the final round of Reg.
There is only one team in this group that does not care about this next round. It's Weipo. They're sitting back. They're popping the champagne. They're fine. They're in first place. Heretics will finish second if Fearax win this round. NIP will go home if Fearax win this round. 4 teams' fate on the line in this round. We go basement. No timeouts for either of these 2 teams remaining.
10 seconds to insertion.
Set up and ready to blow.
And will it be Gunner on the Mozzie roam with help for company? He's top spiral, indicating for M80 they want to contest Fearax in a gunfight outside of the site.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers
double primary hard breach here from Fearax, so likely eager to open up the garage here, get perceived pressure in towards the objective. Could be one tool to draw this defense back to site and aid in map clear.
Like, seriously, they need to win that.
Wait and see how that eventually is utilized. Abana critical for hatches as well. V's aside, and Good Boy gets to work on that early into the round. Fearax have shown that they can draw attention of this M80 defense nicely. They've manipulated them structurally on a couple of occasions, and I wouldn't be too shocked if they tried to go for something similar this round as well.
News with this lineup as well for M80 is they can fall back, play deny. You got triple nitro, you got Vulcan canisters,
but here's the thing, like,
soda canisters as well.
They don't want to be in the lower bracket. It means that they need to be playing more
both
games
roam and fall back as an option.
One game. Like, that might be needed to
Fearax know though, we've got to take our times here. We cannot rush this. M80 are playing the roam game. They can be just about anywhere. Deathmark from Rin onto Hot and Cold. He's playing bottom service stairs. There's Diffuser though. Big headshot onto Coded. He tried to get the blowtorch to work as Gavin gets involved. There goes the Dokapy. M80. It's been a big scare here on Consulate, but looking likely now to get us to overtime.
Okay, let's move back to site, guys.
Rin,
move
Good
back,
Boy, and Woogie.
M80, move back to site.
Life in their hands now for Fearax.
Like, there's no reason
Gavin will hold yellow stairs. He's been so impactful. 15 and 7.
You're up by 2.
But Fearax have already had clutches before in this series. One more is required.
Like, you don't need to be like
60 seconds and 1 death mic up for Fearax.
2 flashes, 3 frag grenades. And a pesky old gunner, bottom yellow stairs. Gavin swings.
This is
went
what
for the
I mean.
peek. Peeked into 2, gave his life away. 3 versus 4 looks a little bit more doable. What a nitrocell though to land onto Rin. Do they have the time to go back for the revival? Good Boy will make the dash and get Rin back up, who still has a death mark available. Woogie the Boogeyman pushing down yellow stairs on the Blackbeard. Gun up, shots don't land. It was an opportunity, but a difficult one. As we head into the final 20 seconds, this looks very difficult for Fearax.
Is he able to dash across, get this plant down with the coverage of Good Boy and Rin? Maybe. 15 seconds.
Kino will fall, but so does Woogie. Down to Good Boy, full health. Rin, low health. Inside garage, tagged up. How is he still alive? Doesn't matter. Now put to the grave by Diffuser. Good Boy can't do it. We go all the way. Overtime is required. as M80 fight to the death here on Consulate.
He's pissed.
They get double
is pissed,
defense.
actually, you can see that.
And this map now looks more likely for the North American team.
I'm looking so pale
Ferex
right
have
now.
shown some
Wow,
promise on
I
attack,
got
but in
really a lot of
overtime, it's
blood.
going to be tough. Good roam from M80 in that last round, able to break down some of those key stakeholders for the attack.
Was that their chance? One chance.
Maybe.
Can they give themselves another? It will be tough. We go top floor, CO meeting, defense for M80, who have looked very good in that area. And you go from having that one round where, yes, there's the pressure of wanting to get over the line and get it done and secure your fate in playoffs. And sure, the pressure maybe isn't quite now the same as it is, because now the pressure's back up to boiling point. Facing elimination. Well, someone said they won't feel safe until they see the 7 next to Ferex. It is now needing to be 8.
10 seconds remaining.
Big flip and comp here from Ferex as well. They bring the sense again for Exy. I like the introduction of Deimos as well, trying to tame any potential off-site play from M80, which has proven at times to be a big strength
So that's
for
a
them.
good thing, but
Gunner and Gav, dynamic duo, they've been so strong. Diffuser, his efforts not to be discounted as well. And his anchor play on the Warden likely to be very challenging to counteract.
4 of the last 6 rounds, opening kills, a goal on the way of Ferex. Dare I say, they need to continue that trend.
Gotta reload. Grenade out!
So initially a posture here over towards admin side for the attack. They have the single range hard breach of Good Boy, and the Selmas can be used to disrupt break. The exterior entry in through towards meeting as well, if required. And of course, the flash lethal dump as well to be critical. Coded as well will layer in some Bs. That's over towards Coffin. It's a chunky investment here from Ferex in the first minute of the round to try and ascertain control over towards admin side. They now do have boots on the ground. Woogie as well to lurk below for flank coverage. 4 deathmark targets available.
Here's Woogie, the hero in the making.
Deathmark on the way.
we'll give it 12.
Hostile tag.
Deathmark on to Gunner. He's spotted over towards yellow stairs, so immediately makes his way back up. Wants a Vulcan canister pumped over towards the vending hallway. And also one towards default. Inside of meeting.
Gunner again.
Deathmark again here from Woogie Man on to Gunner.
Got eyes on him.
Diffuser inside of the Grim Bees towards reception. Big stack for M80. They're looking to play close together. They got the numbers here for the trade potential, and it works. There's 2 quick kills in their favor. Sure, one went back the other way, but M80 are looking far better in this fight. Good Boy and Woogie need to pull off a clutch. 2v3.
M80, come on.
Good Boy can get this diffuser back, and he does do so. BPC dealt with top spiral. Woogie has a death mark available. 45 seconds gives them the time, but they're still playing from behind.
With Kino catering as well, this clear is so challenging for Ferex. Getting the plant down or at least forcing reposition, probably their best option.
They need to play the time better this time. Last time left themselves no room for error. 28 seconds. This is the time you've got to push in. Woogie on the Deimos needs to be the aggressor. Find these defenders. Diffuser playing behind Hot and Cold. So they've got a double stack between them. Hot and Cold could swing in behind Woogie. He needs to be careful behind him. Long desk is now vulnerable. Woogie's got to watch both sides though. It's a lot to do while Good Boy's going for the plant. Double push. Shotgun up. That's 1. That's 2. 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
He comes back in for the clutch. Shotgun shot and sends them to map point. Ferex must now win 2 straight or they are going home.
Great work there from M80. They lean into that man advantage perfectly. The double stack flank, whilst both players fell, offered that opportunity for Kino to make his move forward. He didn't bait. He moved with the team, lands the trade, and now M80 one round away from taking the map.
That was too close.
highlights from that previous round. Minute on the clock, push came forward. Mephi caught sprinting, diffuser on the ground. Rin taken down by the Nitro. 2v4 for a very brief moment. But Good Boy and Woogie, the two best fraggers on the team, able to connect.
Bang, bang.
That was clean, but Kino, again, good discipline, didn't bait, pushed forward, landed the trade, and M80 clutched the round.
Those are those, again, 50-50 moments I mentioned throughout this map that I think back on Clubhouse went more the way of FearX, evidently, 7-3 win. Haven't quite been able to win those ones here on Consulate, and it comes with a heavy price. 2 rounds straight for FearX needed. Can they at least win their defense and give themselves one last opportunity on the attack at 7-7? NIP right now starting to feel a little bit more at ease as they watch this, knowing that their fate is on the line. As it stands as well, Heretics will drop from 2nd to 3rd to make way for M80. Gavin, 16-9. Gunner, Diffuser, both above double digits. Those 3 have been so good for M80, and you look to them once again here at overtime match point.
That is crazy.
For FearX,
hello, Brad.
Good Boy, Mephi. Those are the 3 to look to for FearX.
Do you watch Layton on Twitch? Or?
As we head into the first of 2.
I do. I read him a lot, actually.
Points,
yeah,
but it may be the last one for FearX if they do not win this round.
Yeah, the pulse back in play here for FearX. We saw that from Woodman on this very side.
Because M8's been doing
in
a lot
round
of
number 2, if memory serves correctly, it wasn't super impactful in gaining information. The Nitro was also not up late round for Denial. They did go on to actually clutch that round, but structurally they were way behind. M80 were all over them for the vast majority of that first attempt.
Yeah, they're bringing back the second round Expo Piano lineup, except they don't have access to the Solus anymore, so they've had to make way for that. They bring the smoke in.
Unless FearX does
big emphasis here on Woogie playing the pulse for early information. Deathmark onto Coded from Gunner. Coded has been underperforming so far in this match of Consulate. 3-12, but on the yellow, he can get aggressive, make amends. Similar to what we saw from Kino in that last round with a big clutch against Woogie Man. 90 seconds left. Auto Breacher, the first of 3. Out to Gavin. 2 more. 1 more about to be thrown out. Air jabs from Diffuser. And there's the opening pick for M80 onto Rin. The Thorn is down. And while FearX themselves have been a thorn in the side of M80, they might just be able to pluck it out and get to this third map and second place in the group.
Yeah, FearX played so passive, they forfeit that vert control. Rin gets isolated on site, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. M80 get a freebie for that first kill. Is there flank potential now maybe for FearX? Can they contest on the vert with the Nitro cell? Can the pulse feed information? They still have conditions available for this round win.
Woogie trying to get as much information. Plank going down. Kino inside X position. Can anyone deny this? Nitro cell from Woogie. Can't connect. It fell short. It's a successful plant. M80 have now put the sword to the throat of FearX, who now have 35 seconds to salvage their life at the 6th Invitational. They must move quick together as one if they are to keep themselves afloat. Here in Paris, it's a jump out from Coded. Gunner, your position is known, but he still wins the battle anyway. It's been valiant.
Yeah.
But M80 show their championship material when needed most. They secure second place in this group,
so this
and they send FearX home.
Yeah, they will go home. Even if they win the match right now,
for FearX.
If they win the next map,
it felt like they had a chance. Victorious on club.
They did have a chance.
They looked good on Const. They won the first 3 rounds. They mounted pressure on M80, but these boys are good.
They were 6-5 up, FearX. They had 1 chance, 1 match point. They fell short. 3 then straight the way of M80. The Munich Major champions get the map that they were seeking. We will be going to a 3rd map in this series. Not quite done here, but the ramifications are now set. M80 in 2nd. FearX are going home.
I'm going to get my food.
We only get 1 shot at this.
I'm having chicken with some veggies. I'm just going to say that. So I'll be right back. It would take 5 minutes tops. So just don't. I figured it might be a good time. The other game is starting in 3 minutes. What? Why is that such a dumb timing? Like, should I wait getting my food and talk to you guys for a bit, or is it okay if I go and...
I need to be in this movie.
Sign this to confirm you don't have superpowers?
Yeah. I get this close and I miss.
Are you gonna use super speed or what?
I'm gonna use my car, Trevor.
Yeah, I would take the chance. I would be right back. I need food.
M80 secure map 2, and that means two things as well. M80 have now locked in second spot, and we say goodbye to FearX as they are eliminated from their group.
I'll say this. I said before that they deserved it. I'm not so sure they deserved it. I'll say they put in a good fight. They still managed to win 3 maps out of 3 opponents they had. I think overall, like, it's decent. It's a decent show. Jack, try to buy into it.
Do you know why I can't speak? Because we came into the pre-game and we started talking about, I started talking about how FearX have kind of frustrated me, disappointed me across this event so far. Then they put in a performance where I'm thinking, holy crap, they're proving me wrong. And then they fall at the final hurdle. And I know they're so disappointed. I can see them behind me. You know, they were absolutely gutted during that mid-game interval there. But they've just fallen so short, like 1 round short. You've got to feel for them.
So close, but so far we're seeing the emotion on the faces of the players, but we can look at it head-to-head as well, because something we've really noticed during this game was that M80 really led in the first part of the round. Yeah, they really did. M80 were excellent on the entry. I think particularly Gunnar and Gaveni were absolutely phenomenal. I think the problem for M80, and we saw another classic Fabian timeout, was that actually the first 3 or 4 rounds, M80 were getting every single entry, and then they were throwing them, Leo.
Yeah, look at the example, round 2, Mephi, once again, the star of the show, the first map, manages to close it out. A 1v3 masterfully played from the Korean player. And at the same time, that was one example in round 2 early, right? But you go into round 11, for example, 5-5. They're about to go on to match point. Yeah. Look at the reactions they had early. Well, later in the game, they're still able to pull off these kind of moves. Look at Woogieman backstabbing everyone. They're doing an admin clear up top. So everyone is baited by that. Woogieman backstab from the side, gets Gunner here in yellow stairs, and that backstab alone continues to happen. He goes up, as the others are pushing from admin, he gets a double kill, and that's a gap found, and that's what gave FearX the match point. That's the kind of things we see and we're like, okay, there is potential, it's there. The problem is the consistency.
Well, the map is almost ready, is what I'm hearing, and it means that we can go watch this third map between these two teams. Everything has been decided. M80 lock in second. That's the final map of FearX at the 6th Invitational.
So we head to Bank for the 3rd and final map of this series. It's not quite going to be, I guess, reaching the boiling point levels as Clubhouse and Consulate, M80 have got the job done. FearX fall short at the final hurdle.
I think we should watch the other game,
so it's a prediction,
right?
73% in favor of M80.
Who do you think has a better fit, Fresh or Leo?
We're going to be watching SSG versus
not by a lot.
W7M right here, because this match
so far M80 have been better by a lot. It's 1-1, and they've got the job done as we head into Bank to decide this series.
And I don't think FearX is going to be in the right mind to be focusing right now, because they know that they just got eliminated.
Well, I wish I could sit back and say that this was it, that this was the map where it decides it all, but unfortunately it was map 2 that decided it all, guys. What we now play for is FearX get one last map.
Just to show you quickly what I'm eating. Quickly. So, chicken with vegetables and very light sauce. Why? I'm trying to lose weight. And then plus, I've been eating like crap this week. We are going to be changing to SSG versus W7M, because this is going to be a little bit of a doozy. Oh, damn.
from him. It feels like the second Fluxo W7M showcase where they want to enter the building, give off a hint of where they might be trying to play around. SSG swarm around that location, and they start to shut down the initial entry. It's a good shot by Dots to start things off. Doesn't need a shield to hit that shot, but there are plenty more for him to try to find. Nobody even to the right of him in piano, so watching for nothing at the moment.
Really just prolonging the inevitable at this point. Like, surprised that SSG isn't asking him to move any faster.
He's got Kid, but it's impossible to go to site because obviously they have full vert for SSG, so...
Oh my goodness. At least the chat is entertaining as this round is just Dots shooting as many of his bullets as possible. I mean, they're going to keep giving him kills. Why not? J9O gets the very final one, and it's 2-0 for Space Station.
Palu has, on occasion, been accused of being a slight baiter over the years, not by me, but by others. And
I've never said it.
I've never said it either.
SSG is saying it in chat right now.
SSG have.
You can't see it, but they are saying it in chat right now.
And yeah, I think they're kind of hitting the nail on the head in terms of the slow pace by Fluxo W7M. In the 1v5, I don't really think it's valid. I mean, there's nothing you can do at that point to try to win the round fast or slow. It's not really going to change the result of things. Early on, though, it really feels like they're just struggling to get any map control inside the building. You'll notice SSG, they started top floor, they then went reading, which is not a popular bomb site in 2026, then went mining and dining now here for their third site rotation. And I wonder if part of the reason why they don't want to play that bottom floor is because they have identified in their prep that, hey, it's going to be easiest if we stop Fluxo from getting into the building. And if we play that bottom floor, they kind of get in the building for free. You really aren't going to be able to contest them from entering in through the top floor if you've got all 5 guys down on the kitchen site. So interesting to see if they will eventually bring out that bottom floor bomb site from SSG, or if this really is a strategy of, hey, let's just contest them top floor every single round.
If we do need a designer, Consulate is on deck. That will be another map that statistically favors Space Station. There's not been a lot of good here from Fluxo W7M through these 2 rounds. Again, with this being Space Station's map, the assumption is that Fluxo W7M wins 3, maybe 4 rounds on the better side before Space Station does something similar. But again, those numbers change if a team is locked in. Space Station certainly looks locked in at this point in time. Newers with the opening pick through both rounds. He was searching for another on-white window. They will not give it to him.
Again, the attempt here is to stop them from dropping in and entering into the building. Benja is very far down at the bottom of these red stairs, likely being able to get a little bit of information as to where the drones are coming from. Seems like they've got a ping onto Ashen playing inside the bar. Ashen, aware of that, knows he's about to face heavy fire, so just drops off the balcony to play in towards the mining site, get back with his team. J9O hoping to impersonate his captain as he's got a C4 potentially lined up if they step foot inside piano. Dots is here already, but standing on the hard floor, shouldn't have to deal with those nitro cells. Stalled out briefly by Newers with the Toxic Babe, and top floor is theirs.
A nice fall off from Space Station. Half of the round in, you held map control for as long as you need. You've managed to waste some time. You've used some of your own utility. And J9O has almost died, but beyond that, an ultimately successful hold of that top floor. And now the job becomes bring the diffuser down and maybe get an opening pick. Typically on a map like this, the tertiary bomb site is where you're going to be weakest. Space Station are hoping that's not the case. Fluxo W7M hoping it is.
Good. Soft breach work being done by Palu. He saw it in quite a few angles. He actually had an angle on the fall, but he wasn't able to actually see the Malusi standing down below him in reading. They're even using these ash charges to rip up the floorboards. There is nowhere to stay if you're SSG. Nothing is safe. You've just got to be constantly moving. A couple of their players rotate all the way down to the bottom floor. In fact, most of their team, just because there's no place to play on the mid floor.
And this is going to be a coin flip late in this round. Every single step that this Fluxo W7M team has taken has been designed to narrow those numbers down so the execute gets a little bit easier. Volp's on the board first. Fultz answers back. The Blackbeard will drop on in. Hatch control still there for this Fluxo team. Now SSG will find themselves with their backs against the wall. J9O slaughtered. Fluxo doubling up on the space station. Ashen and Newers need to hold this one together, and they will not get the job done. A Herculean effort from Loban in particular. Very little to celebrate for this Fluxo team, but they've got on the board, and that's what you need to start a comeback.
I think it kind of goes back to what we've been discussing through this match, Parker. It feels like SSG, they're winning when they can stop Fluxo W7M from entering in through the map. But once they get that control, once they can cement themselves above the bomb sites, that's when Fluxo start to find their success. They rip up every single one of those floorboards. 3 players on SSG were technically on the bottom floor. Some were on staircases for sure, but only 2 of their 5 players remained actually in the site because there was nowhere to play. Anywhere they tried to sit themselves, they were under threat from the sledge that was playing up above, from the Ash that was playing up above. You'd hope that maybe the pulse coming out from Jane I know would be able to counter that, but with him taking so much damage earlier on in that round, it just wasn't really realistic. So good round from Fluxo W7M. SSG will complete a full 4 site rotation as they do go to the bottom floor for round number 4, but keep an eye on that kind of as we develop through rounds 5 and 6. If Space Station Gaming can continue to lock them out of that top floor, they might continue to win. If Fluxo W7M can situate themselves in the building, that could be their key to victory.
Just working their way down the building, why not?
Yeah.
Started at the top, now we're here. I think the song goes the other way.
Yeah, not usually a good thing to start at the top and end up here, but I think not bad for SSG.
Demotion.
Yeah.
Slightly. Usually you want to go up.
Yeah.
Newers gambling on another first blood. He's got 2 of the 3. W7M struck first, or Fluxo W7M struck first on the previous round, but it was an immediate trade, so nothing really gained from that. And again, it came with almost no time left in the round. 29 seconds left in the round when we saw the first bit of blood spilled. Need a quicker pace for Fluxo W7M. They did try to be a bit brisker in rounds 1 and 2, and they paid for it, so maybe composure is more important than aggression at this point in time, but why not have both?
Volt walks over the footprints of Ashen, who is just here at top red. He popped that hatch, was looking for a nitro cell. Got a bit of information when he initially didn't see anybody on that hatch, but of course, when W7M Fluxo reached that roof and they realized the hatch was already open, they'll know that somebody was up on the top floor. As we talked about a few hours ago, Parker, in our first best of 3 that we casted, this bomb site has really developed to where the main meta is just to have 5 players down on the site. We don't see a lot of roam strategies, and if you do see a roam strategy, it's usually just one person kind of trying to get something cheeky. That's what Ashen was going for with the nitro cell. Didn't end up committing it, so he still got that C4 that's sitting in his pocket. But as the top floor is fully controlled by Fluxo W7M, and as they've got over 90 seconds to start ripping up these floorboards, you've got to wonder, is this going to look like round 3 where with vert control, Fluxo kind of ran away with it?
Yeah, I get a bit worried. This is a full clear from Fluxo W7M.
I feel like the
smart
SSG
reason
just
for that.
give it way too much
They don't want it open?
They have made a decision to leave that closed.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, they don't have any more hard breach, so they can't reverse that decision now.
And I don't know if this was the right call. Foltz takes down Palu. That's kill number 1. No trade in response. Dot's taking some damage as he continues to charge forward. Dode's gun down. J9O is off the board. Volts will find Foltz. So at least the guns are working well, but the trade's favoring Space Station with very limited time remaining.
Okay, I think the reason why they did not want to open the hatch is because
multiple bomb sites will open up at the tail end of this round, so Space Station will have an opportunity to go somewhere else, and they will just continue to beat them. That was not the reaction you want from Dots. Bulb's walking in, and he trades it perfectly. Newers gets the kill, though, in the trades, obviously still favoring Space Station. 3-1 the scoreline. SSG doing mighty well here on Cafe.
Just baffled still with what we saw over on the freezer hatch. Dots went to open it, and then it seems like he either got a call from his captain, like maybe Dodez said something. I don't know exactly what happened, but made the decision to shoot it off. There's no way it was a mistake. Like, it was such a deliberate shot onto the can opener. But then that allows Ashen to just sit inside a freezer where he gets 2 kills. Yeah. You can't really play that position if the hatch is open above you. So if they open up that hatch, maybe Ashen's not allowed to play down there. It maybe could make the post plant a little bit better if the defenders retake the top floor. But, I mean, post-plant's not really in the conversation if you don't plant the diffuser. So, end of the day, interesting push coming out from Fluxo W7M. The white stairs push maybe was all they thought they needed. It did not go that way, and it ends up being Space Station taking a lead by 2. Round 5 to go over to Reading, which just unlocked. Top 4 still remains an option. I expect that to be the choice for round 6, but they've kept it very tricky with the bomb site selection on SSG.
Yeah, there's something we obviously missed in their calling, right, as to why they wanted to leave that closed. It was a spirited effort, but maybe they were worried about a flank and they didn't want to open it up. Maybe they saw the way the freezer was. Maybe they thought VIP wasn't being held all that well. Maybe they thought they could commandeer whiskey and instead go into the freezer, leave that closed, and not play or relinquish control of that top floor. I'm not certain. This is where the benefit of co-streams would come in, and there are a bunch of co-streamers right now who I'm certain will have a read or at least a better suspicion as to what happened. Or we can ask the former pro who's here, Peggy, see what he has to think. But either way, there was a call that was made by Fluxo W7M. Maybe it wasn't the best call for them to make, but that's ultimately not up for us to decide.
Good angle being held by Volps. He's playing against the Pixel Shield. That's J90 tucked into the corner, who's hoping to stay alive and keep his head. With these magnets, he should be able to persist in this position for quite a bit of time. One of the strong Wamai positions that you can play in Rainbow Six Siege is just behind this shield. You see him tossing out these magnets now. Red control under the ownership of Fluxo W7M. J90 not alone either. You see Newers up there on the top floor to help him out. Ashen is inside a cocktail as well. So it's a 3-man hold of the top floor. Benja, of course, sitting in the sights. And then Faltz is in small bakery right now. He's all the way on the bottom floor looking to flank up red. They could catch this from the hatch. They might have a drone down there, but if Faltz times this well, he could also do something really, really bad for Fluxo.
Volts is having a great game right now, leading the team. Benjamaster spotted by Loban through that hatch.
What an
angle.
angle.
Might be able to secure this. It is indeed quite an angle. Both nades go down. Both miss. So Benja is now retrievable. They will have to go get him. Out comes the secondary pistol. Loban finishing off his kill. Now it's J90 on the board. Loban dies to Jack, who's hit the flank upstairs. Secondary shotgun out. There's another flank coming in as well. J90 has the attention over towards Piano. Newers dies, but Jack finds a third, a fourth now. Only Dots remains on the side of Fluxo, and J90 is in such a good position. Dots will get off of the position himself. Now over towards the 2 sites as he's walked down white stairs. SSG again showing great patience, good restraint. Dots with the swing on over, losing most of his HP. Down goes Ashen, and tucked into the corner, he will attempt the plant. J90 still holds this position from above. Fultz and him will have to make some magic happen. They need to waste time, too. 20 seconds left. They can win this off of the clock, but Fultz will deny J90 the ace. He doesn't care. The goal is to win the round, and SSG meets expectations.
Yeah, start to finish. That was brilliant play coming out from the 23-year-old from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. J9.
Sorry, where?
Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Bless you.
We'll get a Fluxo W7M tack timeout. Playing behind that shield is one of the oldest positions in the book, Parker. Just a pixel shield set up with the Wamai. It's such a classic strategy. But as they start to ignore him, as they start getting distracted a little bit by Faltz down on that red stairs flank, by the position of Benja down and through the hatch inside a pillar, no eyes were really trained his way, so he's able to get a couple kills, work his way through Piano to be able to get a couple of those kills. And then even in the 2v1, I think a lot of lesser players, newer players, maybe would have been really hungry for that ace. They would have kept peeking through the floorboards. They would have kept trying to get that final kill onto Dots. But if J90 plays aggressive there and he loses the vertical gunfight to Dots, it puts Faltz in a really losable position in the 1v1 where all of a sudden SSG could have thrown that away. It was so smart from J90 to just sit back, stay alive top floor, say, I'm going to trust in my positioning. I'm going to stay alive so that I don't screw my captain in Faltz. And he really played that perfect start to finish. Doesn't get the ace, but I think his passive play is the correct decision in that round.
One thing I think that we're overlooking is how Loban is running headfirst into better roamers than he can entry. So much of this Fluxo W7M team relies on Loban overpowering the roamers if he's attacking, or mobbing the attackers if he's defending. But Loban is 1-4 on entry.
Yikes.
The only positive entry player is Dodez, and I mean, those have mostly been kills on defense. Space Station Gaming are positive on every single player on entry right now. So if Loban is trying to get into the building and is repeatedly getting shut down, or if he's roaming and is getting repeatedly beaten by the attackers, that is putting Fluxo W7M at a disadvantage, but it's also stealing away one of their greatest benefits, which is their aggression and the ability for Loban to make space for the rest of this team. Loban's numbers are quite poor across the board. He's -2 at the moment. -2 in this matchup. Loban is plus 15 across the entire event.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you how well Space Station is meeting his aggression and beating him, and it's knocking the rest of this team off stride.
The first half will end on mining and dining. That's our final sight, and it's a bit of a different look for SSG. I'm really intrigued by Fault on this Echo. Of course, he's got some of those yokais around. We saw them in towards Garage, but the Yings are coming through too. Dodez is starting to make some space with this sledge, works his way into Pillar, and while all eyes are on the Ying, he could find something.
That's a good entry from Loban, so there you go. He's managed to turn that one around. The timeout seemingly paying off as Loban finds a second kill. Maybe he just needed a bit of a pep talk. Dodez was looking for yet another kill as Newers and Ashen are on the run. Ashen has emerged. You heard his secondary gun doing some damage. Newers swings, and you know that both Ashen and Newers can do some work if given the opportunity. Dot's getting diffuser down. Palu there to cut the cross. Newers in no man's land. The objective surrendered by Space Station, and Newers has a daunting task ahead of him. Get to the bomb site, shut him down. The Palu flattens 2 players, and that is a much-needed round for W7M.
Damn.
Still, the first half goes in favor of Space Station, but this Fluxo W7M team finally showing some signs of life.
Yeah, really nice rush just to end things out, keep themselves alive going into the second half, avoid the brutal 5-1 mountain that they otherwise would have had to climb. And it was a great rush to watch from the top-down POV, Parker, because while all eyes were over towards Dots, kind of near that mining window where he could threaten a plant, he could jump in and make some real problems, it was, I think, Loban and Dodez who worked their ways around the map in other ways. Dodez getting in through red, then making his way in through pillar. Loban instead trying to find his way into fireplace, in through the window, and then working through train as well. Those were the angles that weren't being expected by SSG. So many players existing up on that top floor. It was Newers, Ashen, and J90 who were locking down top, but by the time the push came in, they didn't realize that the rush was coming. They didn't have time to react, to go back down to site. Faults and Benja weren't able to keep them delayed for long enough. The 2 site players, the 2 bottom floor players weren't able to do it. Delay that time. So SSG won't get as dominant of a first half. If their pushes look anything like the pushes on Border, though, Parker, I still heavily favor SSG to win this second map.
Oh, absolutely. It's their map. They're on familiar soil. They've looked like the better team across all of the halves that we've had so far. It would be a wonder if Space Station was unable to pull this one out. We've seen crazier things happen, though.
Yes.
And that was a real confidence-inspiring round for Fluxo.
Yeah, I hope it gives them some confidence coming into this next game, because you and I had a little debate over who the more emotional squad is. I still think Fluxo W7M. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I was right.
Fluxo W7M, we've seen them get in their heads before, and I don't want to see that happen once again. I was expecting this to be a full 5-man anchor with everybody on that bottom floor. There is a little bit of aggression. Dodez in red in reading, and he does find the opening pick on Benja, so the aggression does pay off. It's not a roam on the top floor per se, Parker, but this small extension into the mid-floor, playing with the Nitro, hearing somebody over towards Pillar Door, has gained them a kill.
Cafe is the second most defender-sided map, only after Fortress, so I mean, there's something that's got to be said to this, right? So SSG will go on the harder side based on the numbers.
That they will, and of course, that is the Loban player getting caught out there from Fluxo W7M and Dots as well. These are the roamers, and We talk about people don't really do this too much. Sometimes it's because getting back to site is so difficult with that hatch still reinforced. But they find one back. Volps answers, and they keep this one even to 3-3. A very weird start to the round for the second half.
Oh, absolutely. 2 TCSGs and the Alda in the hands of Fluxo W7M for the final 2 minutes of this round. Why do I say it like that? Well, because 4 people died in the span of a minute, which again, a bit abnormal on Cafe. I mean, if you did watch the Daystar Falcons match that we casted earlier today, you know how quickly action can break out here. Wow. Dotus gets caught looking the other way. It's a double kill for J90 and a fire hose of bullets from Volps as he'll now make his way down to Paulu. Both players now around that red stairs portion of the map. Paulu's worked his way to Whiskey, and Volps will sit inside the bomb site. You've got some Maestro cams up. You want to use those evil eyes as effectively as possible. That usually means living. Volps at this point in time, though, needs to be very wary of Space Station quickly executing, so he's going to stick on the Alda for the time being and allow the rest of his teammates to watch those evil eye cams. Even if you can't use the Tase ability, the intel is going to be so important.
The last 2 defenders are pretty spread apart. Paulo all the way over in VIP, while we just see Volps trying to hold on to this site. If the plan is to drop through the freezer hatch, which I think it might be, given on what Ashen is currently working on, then that can be a good crossfire as they go for that drop. But with the problems onto that hatch, the electricity still existing from Paulu, I'm not sure if they'll really have the hard breaching utility anymore. In fact, no. With those first set of X-Kairos not able to clear the claw, you don't have enough X-Kairos to also blow up the claw and the hatch, so that's not possible.
And an immediate jump in. Volps is ready for it, even if he was blinded. Volps likely frustrated with that one. Ashen has found himself in the site, and that's Diffuser surrendered. So now Fluxo W7M can play a bit more passively. J90 and Ashen to work together in the final 10 seconds, but a good lockout so far from Fluxo W7M. Looking to tighten this one up. J90 gets one more. He's got the defuse kit, but he is as slow as anyone stuck in molasses. And he's a step away, but would he be able to get the diffuser down without dying? Probably not. No matter what, this round seemingly going to Fluxo W7M, and the gap between the teams is now down to a single round.
It's a round of such small things, Parker. Very minor issues that come up between these two squads. It was weird to see Fluxo W7M commit to that roam game. They did get pretty punished, I would argue. Trying to retreat back to site was unsuccessful. Dodes tries to stick around on the Goyo, hard punished by J90. It's a heavy man advantage for Space Station for the majority of that round. But the seconds that they fail to open up that freezer hatch, things start to go awry. They take so long. They stall out for so much time on that middle floor, not knowing if they can make it down that freezer hatch, eventually realizing that they cannot. They just have to guess where the claw is with those 2 X-Kairos that Ashen had to spare. Wasn't able to find that spot, and so he actually worked his way down white. They managed to make their way kind of in through the bomb site, but it just wasted so much time. The players on Flux W7M smartly spread apart, and the clock ends up being their biggest friends. They draw it to 1, as you mentioned, and we're starting to see maybe why some of the SSG attacks haven't been so good in the past. I really like them on map number 1. I actually liked their attack in that first round as well, but falls apart at the last second. Keep in mind, under 50% attacking win rate coming into this game, despite all the success that SSG have had.
Easy things to correct, though, for Space Station, and they still have their timeout, Jesse. So not all hope is lost, even if Fluxo W7M is on the hard, or rather the easy side and the hard side to deal with for Space Station. Just the fragging potential from Fluxo is what really needs to pick it up. You have to go up against players on Space Station who have been doing a mighty good job. Ashen's had a great day. Benja's had a great day. J90 and Fultz are having the best time right now on this map, so lots of threats to deal with, and right now, the fraggers on Fluxo have not been able to stack up very well.
Wow.
Loban dying to J90 is not what you want when I said what I said, and I know that they heard me.
Well, Parker, that's such a smart play because they fake a rush. They show the blitz on the windows, and I was about to criticize. I was about to say, this rush is so obvious. Fluxo are going to recognize what you're trying to do, Fultz, but he's not actually going for the plant there. He tosses the smoke. He shows himself. He baits the Azami to try to get the vert angle, and then everybody on the piano windows gets that free kill. Really ingenious from SSG.
And Fultz is just face-checking everything. I guess on a blitz you can do that. Volps is punished by White Stairs. Again, his reaction is everything you need to see. Space Station surprising Fluxo with the way that they are entering. Fultz was caught in a crossfire. Dodas pops up, and my goodness, that DMR is so strong. Palu is in as well, and suddenly Space Station's advantage has evaporated.
Just a rat spot, Parker. The small things again. It's a triple kill for Dodas as he puts himself in the best spot possible. Traded out, and Benja has loads of time to try to make this 1v2 possible, but there's still so much good information on the side of Fluxo 2.
Unsheathing the rifle as he walks now forward, knowing that he can't play it quite so cute with a minute to go. He doesn't have the diffuser, so frags are what's on his mind. It'll be a tie game if Fluxo W7M is able to win this round, and right now they are sitting in an excellent spot to do so. Palu, who's been among statistically the best through these two maps, is still alive, even with a shotgun. He's got that sidearm if need be. Benja just needs to choose which player he wants to fight first. Dots is to his right, and Benja's not going to know this. A nice easy swing for Dots. It got scary for maybe a half second, but a great round for Fluxo, and they tie the game.
This has got to be kind of a frustrating way for things to equalize if you're SSG, because I really think that they're doing a great job on the attack of controlling the movements of W7M. Their first attack, they catch them on white stairs, they catch them on their rotate back from the roam. This time around, they do a great job, too, of trying to move those players around by faking like they're going to go for a rush, and they get that kill on the top floor. They get full control of up above, but then they just speed up a little bit too quickly, Parker. Again, it's a small mistake in the mid-round that costs them the round. They don't catch Dodes on the drone. This kill was so genius onto Loban, but then it was the rat spot inside of reading. They don't check it. They've got so much time, but they're just speeding through their clear. I think the adrenaline is rushing. They're saying, go, go, go. They don't check the corners properly, and because of that, it's Fluxo W7M who take another round win. Good coordination, I want to mention quickly, too. When Dodes is in that rat spot, his teammates from over inside of Dining are distracting with shots. They're making it so that the Blackbeard of Benja or the Blitz of Faults can't find those angles. So just so smart for Fluxo W7M to be able to clutch back these rounds. SSG, they're doing some really cool stuff, but it's just not enough in the end.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Timeout not been called by Space Station. And if Fluxo is starting to get a bit creative with you and you're getting bogged down and your guns are going quiet, you might need to talk to your players to get their heads back in the game. It's a gutsy move by Volps to go fishing, but I mean, join the growing list of players that have spawn peeked on Cafe today. We saw Shaiko spawn peek the same window 5 times when you and I casted it.
Literally.
We saw Newers trying to spawn peek as well. Add Volps to that list. All terrific gunners, so anything can happen if you get that very first pick. Speaking of first picks, Jesse,
Volps will get one. Bot.
I appreciate the way that these teams, go about this.
Yeah.
First blood conversion has been very strong on this map, so there is a high likelihood that this will tip the scales for Fluxo W7M just based on those numbers. And there's no trade to be had. There's a number of first bloods by this Fluxo team. Loban credited with them. No trade back from Space Station. Now that you see Volps get this first pick, what can be done? Benjamaster has gone, unfortunately, quite quiet for Space Station. And it puts them at a disadvantage with half the round still left.
I believe it was the Whitehall window where Benja did go down, so this is going to be an early lead without that sledge. Even if they get the full top floor control, that verticality is not going to be as good. Punished for his crimes, Volps goes down, and Loban joins him as Ashen's able to walk outside and still find that pick. J9-0 for another.
Is everybody dying? What is going on? Oh, no. Doda's almost completely botched that one. He can make his way back to the site. 9 kills for Dodes as Palu and him will now work together to try and throw off these Space Station players with a minute left on the clock. Palu has a nitro cell, and with that pulse scanner, he can figure out where these SSG players are coming from.
It's been about a year since they changed it, where you can no longer scope in as you're falling out from a jump out, and that's almost punishes Dodes, but thankfully he gets the job done. They're still in a deficit, of course. Trying to make a bit of a sneaky play, but these track stingers from Newers are going to really give the game away, aren't they, Parker? These shots will be heard by SSG if they're anywhere near. Newers is. J9's got a third, and Dodes has it all to do.
I mean, there wasn't really where to go up there, right? Who are you going to meet up with? Newers, the final kill. And a nice bounce back from Space Station. They were a little worried. I think so. They're nowhere near as animated, not talking as much. But they regained the lead and are now just 6 minutes away from a 2-0 victory over the Brazilians.
These last couple of rounds, it really has felt like whoever gets the early advantage, if not the opening pick, has ended up with the round victory. It might have been a nice shot coming out from Volps at that opening pick on the Whitehall window, but in the end, it's a really nice clear of that top floor, multiple dimensions happening in through that push. And SSG escaped the third quarter still with their lead intact, although it has shrunk since we last hit that halfway point, since we saw the early lead they gathered in the first 3 or 4 rounds. Next set of operator bans have come through. It was Mira and Grim that are getting removed on each side. The Mira just recently used by Volps to get that opening pick. Otherwise hasn't really been a problem, although she is one of the best operators on Cafe. And then the Grim, of course, always a useful operator. Newers and Ashen have been bouncing around between them on that attacking op. We go down to the basements for the repeat.
Feel like a little bit of silence that's being shown by both of these teams, usually quite animated. Space Station in particular is going to show you where they think the tides are turning, or if they're turning at all. That was Space Station's first win in this second half.
No
the
rap?
Defenders have a distinct
Really?
advantage at the moment. Attackers have only won a third of
They
the
do a
rounds that have been
horizontal
played
attack
up
and
to
just
this
ignore
point.
top
So
floor?
things will be tough for Space Station moving forward, but
Yeah,
adversity
they
is
are.
just a word
They
to
are
this
ignoring
SSG
top
team.
floor.
Again, the organizations that are present have both lifted a hammer. One in spectacular fashion in Montreal, the other in one of the most stunning fashions in Brazil. Winning the hammers in their home regions is always quite a nice thing to do, and both of them have experienced it. Fultz, the lone remaining player on Space Station, part of that core. Nobody on this Fluxo W7M team lifted that hammer as all of those players went over to Furia, who had a bit of an interesting matchup earlier today against Wildcard. So Brazil against NA today might not be what they had hoped for.
And he's gotten a lot better over the last couple of years, I think, in respect
I would agree
to the comparison. They're really trying to get this guy out of small bake. This has been a disaster trying to get this player out. It's been very awkward as Loban just keeps using his utility. It's the magnets, it's the impacts, it's everything. They want this wall open so they can pressure Bakery, but Loban has just been keeping it shut.
And what's going on with main Bakery right now? Is there somebody watching it?
Oh yeah, we got the glass. Being brought out by Ashen. A direct take from SSG. It's very obvious this is not going to be top down.
Can you just not walk in and fry this guy in small bake? What is going on? Why have you allowed Loban to persist in this angle? Volps and Palu both did have their sights now turned in that direction, so maybe Space Station is worried about that. But earlier on, it didn't look like Fluxo had anybody holding it.
Well, there's footholds on the prep wall, Parker, and I think it was being held by Palu, so the Capital Bolt's a better option. They use it now, and it almost kills Loban. Finally, they get the job done after 100 seconds.
I know this might seem silly with the way that Loban just died, but that was really quite a terrific hold by Fluxo W7M. He ate up Selmas, he ate up smokes, he ate up fire arrows, he wasted so much time. Loban doesn't get a kill for it, but he might have just set up the remaining 4 players on his team for success.
Yeah, could have done everything he needs to do. Now we see Volps in a power position. It's really tough to get him out of here. And how many nades did they use? How many firebolts did they use? They don't have a lot of utility left to clear out this Maestro.
Upside down repel for the glass. Volps might be living on borrowed time as they've got a good read on his position. Ashen will be feeding that intel. Logic bombs have gone off to determine the location of these defenders, but SSG is really running tight on time. 35 seconds remaining. Boys, you've got to go at some point. The timer is working against you, not Fluxo W7M. Volps will now start to fire away as he's still in a very strong position. Down goes Fultz to Palu. J90 dies to Dots. The clock will be the biggest adversary as Loban might have just won them the round from this position. Ashen with 1 kill. Desperation setting in for SSG as he continues to assert himself. Looking for an opening. Diffuser goes down, but not in the way you'd expect. Benja stands against 3 players as it looks to be a tie game. And the clock will give it that.
Yeah,
4
that's
players
ridiculous.
survive. Space
That is
Station
really
running
bad
out of time on that one. And honestly,
SSG.
all credit to Loban for that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's nearly a perfect defense to come out from Fluxo W7M. You give credit to Loban, and I think rightfully so. His utility in small bake was perfect, but such a team effort. You don't win that round just off of Loban. You've got to have Volps also being so passive and patient back behind the bakery, Parker. He's got to sit still. If he dies to the glass 30 seconds earlier, that whole round could end up crumbling, but he doesn't. You've got to have Palu and Dots holding the long angles in the hallways and holding those footholds on the prep wall to make sure that SSG are too afraid to walk in and take that space in bakery. And Dodez, sure, he was giving good moral support as well, watching the back of the site and seeing nobody. So everybody on Fluxo W7M contributing, having a good time in round 10, and they equalize. 2 rounds are all they need now to force that third map, and a situation that looked like it was going to be an SSG clean 2-0 might not actually be headed that way.
Anything can happen, but what we do know will happen, Jesse, is that it's my favorite round in all of Rainbow Six Siege, because no matter what happens, we go to map point, but it might also be series point if SSG can squeeze this one back. Entering has been mighty tough for Space Station across all 4 attempts. J90 continuing with his great play. He's gotten some very high-value picks. Almost all of those 13 frags on the side of J90 have been incredibly impactful. He will need to keep that up, but it's not all up to him at this point in time. It's the rest of them. Newer's numbers underwater. Benja's numbers underwater. They have been getting beaten on this map, and after Benja put such a hurt on Fluxo in the previous map, it's a bit of a step back for him. He'll be playing some of those disruptor/nuisance ops to enable Space Station to get into the building, and this is pretty quick.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Benja on his favorite role, lurking down below. The Pulse is about to spot him, though, and that's going to give the game away. Benja's position will now be known by Dots. That makes him a whole lot less impactful. They do have an IQ, so they've got some counters to the Pulse, but Parker, this feels like a freebie for Dots. Benja might have the information. Here's the shots now at the very least, and will make his escape. So could have been disastrous, but no harm, no foul.
And Loban and Palu have both taken a bit of damage. That might be a bigger factor as you go deeper into this round. Logic bombs going off. Waiting on the last one to generate. Benja using his utility so well. A nice shot from Palu, almost dying. Benja going down means no more logic bombs.
Why did he
and this will be tough for
in?
Space Station with no more of these enabler ops.
Kind of takes away that second dimension too, right, Parker? A lot of this push now just coming in through red, just trying to work on the piano windows. They've gotten a bit of space inside of Cigar, not finding any bodies yet. Very passive on the side of Fluxo W7M. That nade doesn't move Volps out of his position. It's a little bit poorly placed. The Nitro also doesn't land, even with the Pulse down below, doesn't find that kill.
What is going on? All of these SSG players just running headfirst into Fluxo. They are demolishing the North American step by step. Newers and Ashen last 2 alive, but Newers is making something work. He's found 2 kills relatively quickly. You got a good read on where the Azami of Volps is as well, and Newers is looking to follow up on that. He's missed an opportunity over towards Lumber and will now drop down towards Pillar. As you can see, all 3 of the Fluxo silhouettes in that spot. Ashen taking out Palu, but Newers was in on the action as well. Reading is the focus.
So doable, Parker. Even with information from Dots, he can't really pull out the scanner at this point. 2v2. They've got site control information there for the defenders too, and it's Volps to open.
What the fuck?
He's trying to get the plant down, but there's a bulletproof camera staring right at them. I don't know if they've shattered it or not, but a nice read by Fluxo W7M as map 3 just got incredibly more likely. Map point for the Brazilians.
Feels like SSG were almost reliant on Benja doing something from down below there, Parker. It felt like they really needed him to be able to find something, but it was too powerful. That pulse ended up shutting him down. So once you've got that shut down from above, SSG, not a whole lot they can do here. Call out calls the attack.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You know what? I think the most important thing he said there, Parker, was exactly when Call, the coach of SSG, went.
My favorite part was
That was part 2. That was smart too. Honestly.
And then Fultz went.
Yep. Yep.
And then I think I heard like a yeah.
This is a critical round for SSG. If they can't lock down their final attack here in regulation, then we're going all the way to map 3. Consulate awaits us as the decider if it's needed. Space Station will have to get it done in overtime if they want the 2-0. Doesn't matter standings-wise whether they get this 2-0 or 2-1. Either way, the winner of this matchup will be second place in the group, and either way, they will be the first-ranked second-place team. That means they get first overall selection of their third-place opponent. If you don't understand all that, just know it's important to win. Fluxo W7M can easily crush the dreams of SSG. They were looking so good early on in this game. It felt like they had the full momentum. Maybe things were starting to spiral for Fluxo W7M. But after a few small mistakes happened on SSG's early attacking rounds, the round count got closer and closer, and now with a lead, they could do an insane thing here by beating the Astronauts.
I mean, if you think that the defenders have a better advantage on Cafe, which I think they do. And this is SSG's map, which as far as we're aware is true. Fluxo opted to go to the harder side first.
They did.
That is, I don't want to say abnormal, but it doesn't happen all that often. Dots goes for the run out. Oh my goodness, what the hell just happened? Excuse me?
That is...
Shenanigans, Parker, on round 12, map 2, potential point to get out of it. It was a run out from Dots, a small bake. At the exact same time, we saw Volps jumping out, getting his way outside of the building, Loban jumping out. I don't know if Volps actually did jump out. He was playing inside of VIP down on that first floor over by Garage. I'm pretty sure he made the run out happen over there. All of those aggressive moves get caught by Space Station. They lose their Blackbeard because of it, but I think they'll happily take that trade. Only 2 remain now to try to find and force OT.
Track stingers will go as Dota sits underneath that hatch. Newers will not overstay his welcome, but there you go, kids. That's why you put shadows on as high as possible. You just saw the head of one of those attackers. If you've got shadows on low, you're not seeing those. Dodez tries to head for the hills. He absorbs an awful lot of damage, and Space Station are poised to send us to overtime. This would be quite a feather in the cap of the team that has come out of nowhere.
No, the track stingers killed him
in the last couple rounds. I have been so shocked. Palu in a 1v4. 1 minute left for Space Station to get into this site. Diffuser in hands for J90. Palu is a read over towards Cigar. He'll do some serious damage. Ashen will get the job done, and we will go to OT between these teams. Space Station breathing a sigh of relief, I'm sure.
That's going to be a round that replays in the heads of W7M tonight if they don't manage to win this map and then force that third. It's a really risky decision. It's Dots out here running out of Bakery. At the same time, Volps is running out of Garage. At the same time, Loban is jumping out of Piano. A 3-man exit of the building, and every single one of them gets punished in the chaos. SSG, whether they were expecting that with drones, it didn't look like they had any prior information as to what was going on, but the reactions were really clean. Possible that they had some early information as well that signaled to them something aggressive was going to happen. In any case, SSG managed to force that overtime. They get exactly what they were looking for. And now, Parker, because this is their map pick, they get to choose the start side in overtime. So, of course, they'll choose to start on the better side. They'll choose to start on defense. We saw them go to all 4 bomb sites in the first half when they went through the rotation. And they'll be mining and dying to start things off in round 13.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, I mean, you've got the better side for OT, so you just need to play the long game. You just need to survive long enough to get here. I mean, the goal is usually to do it before you need overtime, but sometimes things don't always go according to plan, and that's what we are witnessing right now. Space Station will go back to very strong defender positions. The defenders have a great advantage so far. Both teams going 4-2 on their defender halves.
I'm going to say this on every freaking tournament.
That would be
because,
2-1
like,
in their defender quarters.
back is my wife.
Did it
She
work out
don't
that
want
way?
her.
Since
She's
I
gonna
know
hate
that you
did.
love that number.
It did.
I mean, I don't even know if that's true. I mean, I know it's true in the sense that
Yeah.
the numbers line up, but I mostly just say it to antagonize you.
It could be a 3-0 quarter and then a 1-2 quarter.
It could be. Not a strong start for Fluxo W7M. Dodez tied with Paulu for top on the team is the first to die. That's the Zofia gone. That's explosives, long-range explosives gone. That's the disruption and the intel that comes gone. And they'll lose the IQ of Loban as Foltz is playing inside a cigar. How do you not drone that?
I mean, Parker, it just seems like such a risky game plan for Fluxo W7M. Last round and this round, the information is not there. They're going for very high-risk maneuvers. Somebody playing inside a cigar is not that crazy. You know there's a mute camera there. Maybe you can't drone him. The bomb set is mining and dining. There's almost certainly going to be somebody playing in that position. So we're just getting a little sloppy. We're maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, maybe in our own minds if we're Fluxo W7M. This is where the mental really gets tested. Overtime at the 6th Invitational. It doesn't get higher pressure than this.
On the line is second place in this group. Secret's triumphant run through the group stages has netted them first. They don't play today. They don't need to. They can watch all the rest of these games from the comfort of their cozy hotel rooms. Another body will fall for Fluxo W7M, leaving a 2v5 for the Brazilians. They put on quite the clinic to bring this one back and then ultimately take the lead, but they've fallen a bit short now and allowed this SSG team to level up. Newer's deciding to go for an ego peek onto Paulu when you don't really need to with a minute left. And then immediately Newer's,
but let's hope day 5 is going to be.
You talk in the chat shortly thereafter. Foltz gets gunned down by Dots. You need good patience here because this is still winnable. Dots and Paulu can absolutely seal the deal. SSG needs to refrain from over-peaking for the next 45 seconds, and this should be a surefire round win. Dots has made this even, though. This is just a lack of proper discipline from Space Station, and now it's Fluxo W7M taking the lead. Defenders have such an advantage, and SSG have dropped that. Ashen will need to clutch. He does a serious amount of damage to Dots. Paulu is not too far away. They're inside the bomb site. Jesse with the defuse kit. Fluxo can play this so well. They just need one player to watch the cross, and Paulu will get the job done. SSG throw the round in the garbage, and the Brazilians take the lead.
1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 Parker, that was supposed to be SSG locking things down, and the chat is blowing up as Fluxo W7M have some words for Newers.
Every member is typing on the side of W7M. That is crazy, and it really all started with Newers. Why are you engaging there? It's a 2v5. You've got the clock on your side. Yes, you have to be worried about soft destruction, but why are you challenging them?
Yeah,
Where is the patience we've seen from SSG when they've been in situations like that? You have to start peeking them when there's only 2 of you left. We know that, but it confounds me.
I mean, Newer's caught on the vert angle. That's the first one that ends up going against their way. Then they catch one on the white stairs. And from there, I think at that point, you need to think to yourself, okay, hold on, lock in. Don't let the 2v3 spiral out of control. If you lose 2, fine, whatever. You're still in the man advantage. But Jane, I know, is so far from the rest of his teammates. We don't see it, but Benja dies despite being right next to Ashen. There's no trade that can come through. We talked about round 12 haunting the nightmares of Fluxo W7M tonight. Well, SSG will be thinking about that for quite a while. If they do lose this map and go on to lose Consulate as well, they'll have to go back-to-back. Otherwise, we are heading to a third map in this series.
I think saying that Newers got caught on the vert angle is quite uncharitable. He decided to re-engage on the angle and then immediately start typing in chat. He got hit above his head by the sledge. The floor blew away. He ran away and then came back. It is a bit surprising that he chose to play it the way he did. I am surprised. I understand that you got some egos in esports, but you're in a 5v2. A team does not win the 2 aspect of a 5v2 without some help from the 5. There's just no way that happens. If you're SSG, you just blew the greatest advantage you had, which is that you got to defend twice. That should have been a surefire win.
Yeah.
Now, the likelihood is Fluxo W7M will win this, and we go all the way, which frankly is great from a viewership perspective, but it's just so astonishing from a gameplay level.
Well, I don't expect another bakery take coming through from SSG. Last time that was such a disaster for them. They almost have to go top down at this point. And we're looking at the op lineups. Of course, you've got the Striker on Newers. You've got the Ram from J9O. This will be a full top down clear. Don't expect any fights to happen earlier on in this. I like the Dokkaebi call. That's going to speed things up. And Benja, he actually finds Lobin going for a peek on the small bake window. It's the same position he was playing on the Wamai Parker. This time, though, he's a bit more aggressive and he gets hard punished.
You still got a read on this Goyo. It'll be ACOG versus ACOG. Dodes wins the engagement. He takes some damage in the process. Benja knew that was coming. Sometimes you just got to flip a coin and you lose the duel, and whether that has a greater impact on the round remains to be seen.
Just
But
don't know, like,
man, oh
if
man,
they have
poor
the
Benja.
That someone is there. Why don't you just
Freezer Hatch gets frozen by the tuber out, which is going to stall things out, but it's better than the last time we were in this situation where the Electroclaw denied it entirely. Eventually, Ashen should be able to get that hatch open, and it just did pop as we heard the sound cue now. Working his way on white stairs, the top-down control will be vital for SSG to win this one. Dots in VIP is going to be my main focal point, Parker. Can they clear him out? Because if not, this drop through the Freezer Hatch to try to get a plant down will be impossible. Volp's trying to assist from Whiskey. Oh, he saw him.
I think he saw the gun at the bottom. Hopefully Ashen has seen it, because if not, he's about to be in for a rude awakening. Stacked up looking for the Freezer drop. This round has only 30 seconds left, and there they go. J9O inside of Freezer. Do not get cold feet or you will lose the plot. See Azami Apollo watching this angle now. He's going to get ever closer. Do they know? Yes, they do. A good read by Space Station. They're trying to lock out VIP as the diffuser has walked on in. Ashen falls. Nitro Cell goes out. It downs J9O, and it gives Dots an opportunity to walk right in. Fultz caught with his pants down. Newer's now in a 1v3, and Dodes sends us to map 3. Fluxo W7M, stick the landing in OT. Oh my goodness, Jesse.
A couple unbelievable rounds at the end of that map, Parker. I'm not sure how things went the way they did, but in the end, the mental's a little bit better for Fluxo W7M. What a performance from the captain of Dots just at the end, playing VIP. They weren't able to clear him out of that position. I said to watch him before the execute, and what a performance he made with the Nitro, with the pistol, stopping the plants. That really solidified it for W7M.
Yeah, great comeback from a great team, and we might just have a best of 3 that'll rival Team Secret versus Fluxo W7M. A spirited performance by J9O on that support-esque role, but the fraggers were a bit of an issue till too late in the game for Space Station. Fluxo W7M did what they needed to do. They outmuscled the North Americans, and we have a third map to settle the score after this.
Indeed, that opportunity, as the time dwindles, he'll eventually start to make his move. And indeed, that's exactly what he's doing. Down blue stairs, Hot Cold should not be allowed to get his plant. Shot in the back. Good boy gets rid of diffuser. 12 seconds. They go for the push. Gallon and Gunner will make their way over towards lockers. Leaving Good Boy behind in TCTV, but he still hits a wonderful headshot, by the way. Gunner, no time. And it's match point for FearX. Wouldn't be the greatest form booster for M80 heading into playoffs as a second-seeded team, losing to the Koreans, who have already been eliminated.
They do look quite pleased with themselves, FearX.
I mean, as they should be.
Fair enough. Better than dropping their head.
They can go back home and say they beat the Munich Major Champions at the 6 Invitational.
Yeah, they
do not ask any other questions. That's all.
Why are you back so early?
Nice. Ooh.
This is a weird game. Hard to expect anything less. 7-6. M80 top floor to cling on here and send us to a 15th. I can't believe I said 7-1 M80. A little bit off.
It all comes down to the mindset, doesn't it? Because a Dead Brother match like this, Firax, knowing they've already been eliminated, may have come into Bank and just kind of said, we don't really care, we're not going to try, we're devastated. Credit to their mental, credit to their ability to just say, you know what, yeah, we have been eliminated, but we still want to give it our all, we still want to win the series. I think that's the right way to approach a match like this, or a map like this. And if you're M80 now, especially at 7-6, facing a potential loss to Firax, yes, it doesn't change anything going into playoffs. And yes, they know they probably could have played better here on Bank had it been a match that mattered. It's still not ideal. So I wonder if they ramp it up just an extra 10-15% now in the last 2 rounds, or last potential 2 rounds for M80. Defense here, top floor, CO Executive. In the 14th round. Frag grenade to deal with the bulletproof camera inside a stock.
Loading mag.
There is no deployable shield brought by M80 this round for the janitor hallway. Gunner's just found 2 on a jump out. It is a jump out plaza side. He got both Coded and Woogie Man, and straight back through ATMs. Mephi could maybe get the trade. No, it's actually Good Boy that finds it back through an Archives Teller's push.
Damage already done though.
Yeah, big damage. You lose the Ulcer, so you don't have those shields available. And same with the Exothermics no longer being available, so a top square, centric push. Open up the wall, get the shields down, go for the plant. Not possible anymore.
We're going to get 15 rounds in a map that means nothing.
We are.
Of course. Why wouldn't we?
What it does do, though, is it means A-Stream's going to end quite late tonight.
More time to get your drops, I guess. That's when you look at the last half full.
More time for drops.
Yeah.
And we prolong the G2 phase game, the Black Dragon Shopify Rebellion game. 2 games that are going to have such critical importance for Group C, and the fate of 3 of those 4 teams in question, in play.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
D+ in that group. Guz, of course, have already secured playoff position, so at least guaranteed 3 APAC teams in playoffs. Guarantee. We await the fate of a potential 4th later today. Oxygen versus Enterprise.
Drag is hot.
So Firax right now are the only APAC team eliminated.
15 seconds if you want to do a bit of play-by-play, Jake.
Well, I think we're going to... Go Firax, come on. 3v4. No, never mind, it's over. 15th round is required. Good boy with a double. 3 seconds though, leaves him no time. Would have needed to quite literally go tap, headshot, headshot. It's not happening. All 15 rounds required. Well done to M80. And they do still now have the opportunity to close the series out 2-1. But it will be Firax on the defense for the very last round for Firax here at the 6 Invitational. These are going to be their last 3 minutes in game.
They've definitely been maxed the series though today in terms of rounds played.
Yeah, they have.
Now that they've pushed it this far, they really want this final round. The blue lineup for Gav, prone top main, 16 kills for Gav.
So 1 APAC team eliminated, 1 Brazilian team disguised as an APAC team eliminated.
Is that all?
Oh, 2 more groups to go after this.
Okay. I was waiting.
Who else is going to be eliminated? It's either Enterprise or Oxygen from Group D, and either one of Black Dragon, Shopify Rebellion, G2 from Group C. Those are the groups to come for the later afternoon here today for the final day of group stage. What are your guesses there for Group C and D? Who goes home?
5 seconds to go.
Start with the easy one.
Group D.
Oxygen,
EPV. It is a head-to-head match.
Simply win and you're in. The heart says Enterprise.
Yeah, of course.
And your head pro says Oxygen.
Oxygen 2-1. But close.
And out of Group C, G2, can they beat FaZe? That's the big question.
Yes. Will they beat FaZe? That is very difficult to predict.
They got more to fight for. FaZe are locked in first place.
I want to say G2 do a G2 and get the result across the line.
2-1.
Yeah.
Oh.
What does that mean then for Black Dragons or Shopify
Sorry,
Rebellion?
I was talking to you.
Double in paradise. Final round here of this
I'm doing okay.
series. That's had it all.
A little bit tired and
Highs and
stuff
the
like
lows.
that.
Statement win on Clubhouse for FearX. Set them up going into Consulate. It was a must win. They got to a 6-5 opportunity. Could close it out. Went to OT and they secured the map needed for them to get second place.
And I did ask if I was
home,
looking like
and we've had
pale or tired.
15 rounds of goody fun here on Bank. But it may still end up with FearX results going their way. They find 2 quick kills, giving them a 4 versus 3 advantage. And the pressure has been at the lowest point here on Bank the whole way through. It's now at the highest point in this final round. Logic Bomb will expire for Gavin as he pushes down main stairs.
I've waited for this moment.
Boogie all the way bot main. There's a staff open area site. Tension at its highest point for the entire portion of this map.
Well, map, okay. Not match. Minute 20. But for Diffuser, trying to apply pressure to FearX. Logic Bomb out. That's the last one.
Yeah, it did go and rest for like 15 minutes.
3 smokes still up here
today,
for FearX. Utility looks strong. Player advantage. Yellow ping for M80.
No worries.
Oh, he's got the foot.
Oh,
Mephi gets caught. 3v3 now. And with Kino and the Blackbeard, they still have a really good opportunity to either play the drop or push through beepers. 3 gas
but
babes,
yeah,
you
so
touched
it's
on
been
that,
like
still
that,
available
and it's
for
like
Woogieman,
cold.
Underwater
There's a
Archives.
snowstorm outside as well,
Kino
so
will
like
actually
I have a
drone
blanket here as well. So I've been
through
freezing
towers.
all
This is
day.
a good tester for M80. Trying to problem solve this 3 versus 3.
Like,
regardless of
There's the drop with the Blackbeard. Shield up, front grenade thrown directly at Coded. He slips into admin. Woogie finds a pick onto Diffuser. Very winnable now for FearX, and indeed it seems like it will be.
What the fuck are they doing?
From Korea to Paris, they take down the Munich Major champions and then back to Korea. FearX have been eliminated from the 6 Invitational, but they get a win on their way home. It is still second place though for M80. A topsy-turvy group stage for them comes to a close with a loss against FearX. But heading into playoffs, you expect we will see more from M80. That would be a whole lot better than what we got in group stage.
Certainly so. Hugs all around for FearX.
I never have a problem.
A respectable performance, but again, they would have gone in with the hope of escaping the group stage. They'll fly home soon, unfortunately for them, and rebuild for the rest
Plus,
of
it's
their
all the stress
26
that I have right now
campaign.
with my mom.
M80.
Like I said yesterday, I'm
well, it leads to the playoffs, guys. It leads to the promised land. They are going
my
for the hammer.
siblings just help me,
FearX,
like,
unfortunately, despite the
every other
win,
weekend.
are going home.
G2 is going to be starting here in a minute. Sorry. Shopify Rebellion is going to be playing right now. So, like, Shopify versus Black Dragon is starting. We are going to continue watching W7M versus
that's
SSG.
J9O's
It's
stats
1-1.
for the series. So right now sitting at 22 and 14. Jack is doing a mighty good job, Jesse, and is the highest rated player in the entire lobby at the moment, sitting at a +8 KD with a 1.
I'm trying to
rating. Those are Loban's
make
numbers
my mom
right now. As you
understand
can
that
see,
we
a
need to hire
76 DPS
like,
is just not going to get the job
a
done.
nurse to help her
Volps is
sometimes,
not
like,
that far ahead
just
of him, for
the
the
basic,
record.
like,
So
cleaning
2
and stuff
very
like that,
surprising
so she
players on this
doesn't have
team
to
sitting
live
at the bottom. That means
there.
it's time for a bounce
But
back here. And that
for
might
me
be
right
worrying
now,
for
like
FaZe.
I'm driving.
I feel kind of bad for Logan because I started this cast by talking
like
about how
once a week
consistent
to
he's
store.
been since the
Then
start
I'm
of the
driving
6
her to all the
Invitational, one of the
doctor's
highest cost
appointments,
values that we have for any
as
player here
well.
at SI, and now Unfortunately, it seems to fall a little bit below the 75% watermark. So really, for Lobin, things have turned around, but they can bounce back once again. The type of player who can always be trusted to make some crazy things happen, and I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us now that we move on to Consulate. Operator bans, of course, will come on through. Azami and Denari banned out by Fluxo W7M. Denari has been a popular operator here on this map ever since he got added to the pool. We haven't seen it a lot from SSG historically, at least not on that top floor, but it's always a danger that you have to think about, always something worth considering removing. SSG take down the Blitz, they take down the Grim, so leaving a couple of those options off the board for Fluxo. Grim's been a big operator for Dots on this top floor, where he really likes to play those displacement operators. I don't know if that'll change since he has now become the IGL. I'm seeing him hover over a Ying to start with, and we got Volps on the glass. So based on that, we could be seeing something that is brand new for Fluxo W7M on the top floor.
Yeah,
but minds are changing, and so will the hearts of Fluxo as they swap around some operators. So no shenanigans to start us off on cons.
Loving that Thorn is back in the meta.
More annoyed
I would love
that
to know
there's
what
so
people
many
think
doctor's
about the Irish
appointments.
operator receiving all
He feels
of those
like it's
buffs.
unnecessary. So
Haven't really
and
seen the Thorn
because
much
of his
in
stroke
the
and everything,
post
she
plant. I know
has
that
hard
Mint did a
time
video on Thorn, talked about
understanding the
Thorn quite a
explanation
bit,
from the doctors
and basically said that there is a lot of different applications for that Razor Bloom. And I mean, you can kind of use it like a smoke booster or a nitro cell, throw it in. It'll arm quickly and it'll have time to blow up, but that's not the way teams have been using Thorn. A lot of them times, it's just on extended roams. Use it for intel, put it on a window, put it on a doorway so you don't need to worry about your flank. If somebody enters from another part of the map, boom, Razor Bloom goes off, you know where they're coming from.
Well, Jen, I know, has got 3 traps still in his pocket as he roams over towards the admin side, and I think he's thinking to himself right now, if they're going to push admin, I should use them over here, but if they don't, I can kind of keep them and maybe use them in the way you were discussing, Parker, where they're more of a plant denial tool. He's just inside a break room for the moment. There's the Blackbeard and the Aurora as well, playing over on the printer window. They will close off that angle and use it as a great way to enter the building. The Tubarão is a good counter, opens up the Aurora, but it looks like we've seen Volps already get in. Nice little utility gameplay going back and forth to start us off.
Not the first time that we saw the Aurora. There was one present,
I'm more or
if you
less
recall, on
worried that
round number 10. Brought by Ewers on that bakery execute. Really didn't
so
do all that much.
Everything.
Worth noting that Aurora has access to the 417, aka the best gun in the game. So, yes, the gadget is great, especially on maps like Consulate and Cafe, because it can make it so it paralyzes you. Look at that. There's nothing you can do. You have to wait out your time. They can now go around you, but you've also got a great gun to boot. And it's in the hands of Volps, who is traditionally really good. Newers dies to Dots. He's the first death of this third map. No Tubarão. That's another great gun that's gone. And those Zoto canisters might also have all gone in his pocket. I did not see his utility canister.
This is dangerous. The smoke pops and it's a Warden on the other side of things. Ashen will use his glasses now as the flash comes out, but misses his shots. The nade he can't see through, still punished by Volps. A great 2-man lead as they finally get their way through the vending hall.
So
Palu looking for his own first target.
That is up
you don't make it to map 3 without Palu. What damage can he do here? Flames in front of him, he'll soldier through it, taking a bunch of damage in the process. Not that far removed from some of the defenders. They are just out of arm's reach, though. Diffuser going down, flames spreading. Dots has to bail off of that position. Palu dies. Volt's still holding this position, but tracked by the Deimos now down below. And that's Lobin trying to distract Volts as long as he can. Benja to the rescue. Down goes Dodes. Volps trades it out, and Lobin finally secures his kill as Fluxo W7M are successful on round 1.
That is not an easy push, Parker. That vending hallway had so much utility. It ended up being an admin side push. I wasn't sure if they were going to go that way just based on initial positioning, but the Raurers used really well to close some of those doorways off. It got them into the building through that printer window. Then they managed to pressure out Ashen, who's playing just behind that vending machine, so you've gotten the Warden off the board. It's a 2-man lead after the opening pick came out on Newers as well. And then the site execute, which is really clean. I think Volts maybe whiffed some of those Tachanka fire grenades a little bit. You know, they were going over the little half wall that's there
like
that separates that interior balcony area from the actual bomb site of meeting. But they didn't actually stop the plant for quite a bit of time. In the end, the defuse kit was not the final deciding factor. It was Fluxo W7M flooding that site, hitting the shots that they needed to. Volps, the former captain of Fluxo W7M, with 3 kills to really give them the lead and get this opening round.
Better?
I would like to talk about a spoiler. Oh. Over on Stream A, BNK FearX has defeated M80 2-1. Now, BNK FearX still goes home because of the points that they have failed to accrue, but that was a nail-biter. Map number 1 was 7-3 for BNK FearX. M80 won 8-6 next map, and then an 8-7 victory for BNK FearX. Literally going blow for blow, pound for pound. That should have been an easy matchup for M80. M80 has shown some struggles here.
Yeah,
at
it's
this
good
event.
that you let me know.
Falcons have as well. Furia 2.
Since I'm using
FaZe
these
Clan
headphones
lost to
instead
B+
now,
Kia
the sound is
yesterday.
a little bit different
All
for
of
me.
the giants of this scene have not performed as well
I think
as
like
they
my
want. And then
in-ear
there's Weibo.
headset is
Yeah.
not meant for 10 hours
Weibo
use,
are
so I need to be
looking
careful
like,
about that.
as of this moment,
Like, if
Weibo
I'm
and
watching
Secret
tournaments,
look
I'll
like the
use
two teams to be
like
at this
headset
event,
instead.
and I am excited
But
to
I
see
feel
what they
like
can
my
do in
ear
phase
is
2.
better. It doesn't hurt anymore
Well,
when I
this
do
matchup,
this.
of course, with the
So
top
maybe I
spot
got
in
like
NA,
an
maybe being up for
light
grabs,
infection
SSG would like
for
to
using
claim
it because it
Them in
doesn't
Wildcard
hurt.
have been really performing
But
the
I
best,
will
I'd
use
say, of the NA
the
teams at this
headphones
tournament.
either
But
way.
getting over Fluxo W7M would be the first
Except
task
for
and really
now.
cementing yourself as one of NA's top dogs. Ashen's been eating his drones for breakfast as he was collecting them on yellow stairs. The Nitro barely gets low bin. It was aiming for dots, but in the end, you'll take the other shield instead. You're happy for that 1-for-1 trade. Wow, 1-for-0 trade, I suppose, if you don't count the Nitro Cell as a person. Everybody falling back down to the bomb site now as SSG want to make that retreat. Happy with a one-man lead. They can now just play the staircases. Ashen with these thorn traps will lock down spiral stairs. Most of this push is going to be coming over towards yellow. It's going to be important that they can stall that out either with their 4 Nitro Cells, down to 3 now, or with some of these thorn traps. They've got a lot of utility to try to make sure this push can't come through.
This is the first Thorn that you and I have seen with an M870. I'm sure that there's been a Thorn with that shotgun before, but I mean, one of the biggest buffs to Thorn actually came about 2 months ago, and that was how zoomed in the sidearms are. You could never really run the M870 because the
Okay.
or even a Bearing 9, but still good enough. So Ashen can play this rat angle with a very powerful shotgun in hand. He'll take some damage from Volps from above, and he's finished off. Ashen has to worry about multiple angles. He's not really retrievable at this current point in time. The Monty will now encroach upon these defenders. What remains will be sent out. Foltz claims Ashen, but that's fine. He gets dots as well. And now Foltz can assume this position over by yellow. Palu is there. Where are you to type in chat Newers? Volps goes down, and oh my goodness, very quickly, Space Station wins the round. I don't know if that's a particularly confidence-inspiring one, but you know what? A round's a round, and they get it all the same.
I think it's fine. They knew they were going to rely on those Nitro Cells to stop the yellow
by the way,
focus
JT,
push. There was a lot of pressure from Fluxo
you don't need to
try
send
to
me
make
any
that yellow
stuff
focus
because,
push
like,
work. They did have a guy
if
up on
you
the
send
hatch.
it to
They
me,
did, of course, have Palu
it's going to
coming
be
down
me
through
that
spiral
has
stairs,
paid
which was
to get it
probably
out.
the best position that they had as a part of that execute. But at the
And I
same
kinda
time,
don't want
as
that.
they were moving up and they were starting to drop down that hatch, we saw somebody retaking that top floor. We got to see Newers on the Mira rotate up above, play that hatch. So at the moment he takes that that position and everybody on Fluxo starts to drop down into the sites, it is GG. You cannot get the plant down at that point. So I'm honestly thinking it's a pretty solid round from SSG. Once they get that first Nitro, they know to play it passive. They don't overextend. That was part of their issues at the tail end of Cafe, was when they had the man advantage, they tossed them away with 1v1.
They have
didn't
so-called
do that in round
customs.
2, Parker, and I think that's going to be be a big improvement.
So
We're going to be talking about that throw
like,
for quite some
me
time.
to
It
get
would be
out
especially
Yeah.
important
to
if
take
it
out
ends
the
up
things that you
costing
send, I need
SSG
to pay
this matchup
custom.
and then puts them down into a position
And
where
it's
they
usually
lose
like
their
I
first
had to pay
game.
like $20 to
phase
get
two,
out
we
the
have
t-shirt.
Only a couple
So
more
I'm not
teams to
going
go
do
home
that.
at this point in time. I think just 2 remain. We have to take a look at what goes
When
on.
I was in organization, they sent me a t-shirt and it cost me
teams to go home, if memory serves
$20 to
correctly.
just
The
get it
actual
out from
letters
the
associated with
customs.
this are something that I
So
haven't really known. We know that BNK Fearex is going
it's
home.
better
we know
if
that
you
Elevate
like
is going home. We're now just
when it
waiting to
comes
see
to
is it
Merc,
Black Dragon, Shop
JC,
Rebellion,
it's
or
better
G2
that you
who
order
go
it
home,
for yourself and
or
ask your
OXG
family members
Enterprise
instead,
who go home, and that
instead of
OXG
sending it
Enterprise
to
matchup
another country.
is soon to come. FaZe versus G2 and Shopify Rebellion versus Black Dragons will be a fascinating set of matches to watch, and I am very eager to see them when we are done casting here. But we got to get through this one first. SSG having a much more successful roam this time around as they've gunned down Dots, and Loban Bolts will join. Where is everybody dying, Jesse?
Yeah, across the map, there have been some calamities, Parker. It starts with a pick onto the Blackbeard, which is never a good sign. Ashen's able to get that one. It was a bit of a run out,
that's kind of
if
how
I'm not
customs
mistaken.
works.
He was kind of playing over on the balcony on the top floor, so he gets that opening pick, and just little aggressive moves from SSG across the map, here and there. Somewhat solo plays, but plays that Fluxo aren't expecting have resulted now in a 4-man advantage. Dodez, typically the primary entry, now last alive. He's got some information, but the hard ping will alert Newers as to where this drone is at.
What if I
Default
bought
cam
it
is
too?
shot
That
out,
doesn't
so
help.
SSG's
Like
got full info
for
too.
me to get the stuff into
possible
Sweden, I
task,
still
despite
need to
all the
pay.
time remaining,
It
you've
doesn't.
gotta
It
think.
doesn't even matter how you
All
do it.
Dodez is thinking is, God be good, let's channel Cafe again.
And like I said,
Throw
like
your bodies
it
at me,
wouldn't do
1v1.
you
I
you
believe
any
you,
good
please.
that I
Lord, I have
received
seen what you did to Palu.
your Merc.
Really quite surprised that
general,
SSG is going to chat because I would not be typing after what happened on Cafe, but I'm also not a
It's
professional
better for
player.
if like your close family or friends to review it.
Important for Space Station to lock down these easy rounds again with their mishaps on Cafe.
Brought.
This vending hall should be impossible though. Parker
I
and
don't
there's Jaina,
what-
know
I
to hit
don't
him
know
in the
what you
back,
mean
so
brought,
Space
because I live
Station
in Sweden.
regain the lead on a decider
JG.
map pick. It's going to be important that they do keep
It
that
doesn't-
lead,
it
Parker,
doesn't
because Consulate is
matter
a pretty
if you
defender-sided
send
map.
it to me. I
When
still
SSG
have
beat
to
Enterprise back
pay
on
to
Monday
get-
playing on Consulate,
Yeah, no,
they
I
started
still
with
have
a
to pay
4-2
for it.
defending
Even if
half, of
you
course, with
bought
those 6
it and
rounds
send
that they
it to
played. It
me,
was very
I
successful.
would
Their
still
attacks were
need to
good
pay
too,
the
admittedly.
tax,
They
like
went 3-1 on their offensive side to
the
close
customs
that game out, of
custom
course,
fee, no matter what.
7
So
to,
it doesn't matter.
7-3. As the math works
That's
out,
the
but
thing
Space
when you
Station
send
will be playing a better opponent
when
than
you get
Enterprise
stuff from the
today.
US,
Fluxo are
you
a
have
more
to pay
dangerous
for
team to go up
so-called
against. So
tariff
getting that early advantage on the defensive side
US
is
put
even more
on.
important. I think a 4-2 is necessary for
No,
SSG to
it's,
walk away
how
with this, but you're hoping to get a 5-1. I mean, 6-0 not doable at this point, but you really need to make sure you're not giving up a 3-3 or, God forbid, a 4-2 favor.
So everything you get from the so everything I get from the US, I have to pay so-called tariff. On
we have seen
into,
unlikely things happen all the time.
to
If
get
you
it
had asked
into
me 3
Sweden,
hours
and
ago,
that is
what do you
currently
think
at
the odds are that BNK
25%.
Fearex would
I'm
beat M80?
guessing.
I would say 0.
Then we have our own taxes
And
as
yet,
well,
here we
the
are,
way you
here
have to
again.
pay for the custom.
It is a phrase that is
fee,
said
so.
often, but it is true every single time. We play games in the server, not on paper, because sometimes upsets
That is,
absolutely happen. You can make a very credible argument.
Well,
that
like I
this
said, JT, if you
organization on the left
want
side of your
someone
screen,
to look
when
over
they were
at
known
your
as
merch,
just
it's
W7M,
better that you buy it home
upset
for you
that Falcons
and have
roster
your family
in
and friends
Montreal.
look over the merch. There's no
Most
point
people
in you
did not have
sending
them
it
as
to
the
me
favorites,
because
no.
I'm not
they
any
managed to get
like
the job
big
done,
streamer or anything that
Sometimes
can give you
it just sometimes
and
it just unfolds that way.
review.
A lot of teams have been
And
seemingly upsetting Falcons
based on
over
your
the last
website,
couple
I think
years,
it's just
so-
like a regular merc site.
Really hurtful.
So I can't really review.
Hey,
because
they got
it's
a
not
big
your
win over
product.
K-Star
It's
earlier
only
today. Parker United cast that
pictures
match
that is
7-1,
your
7-1. They
own.
were looking fierce.
They were playing ranked.
So
Should I go
save your,
spot me 5
save
rounds
your
in a row?
money
What are you
instead
trying
for
to say
something
about the
else
quality
than
of play on Daystar?
I don't think
sending
Daystar's a
it
bad
to
team.
me.
I think
It's
they
just
had a
going
bad
to be
day.
super
I think
expensive.
Falcons decided that hey, this is a meaningful match, but we can maybe take it. A
No,
bit
if you got it into Sweden, then yeah, but we still have regulation on what you can bring into Sweden, so I don't know
Working to make their admin push
what
successful once again. That's not really where False has positioned himself. All of these attackers from Fluxo W7M are mostly focused on the east side. We saw a little pressure on the Spiral Skylight as well. Palu could
blame
be doing
Trump
something
for
a little
the
bit
attacks.
tricky later
Well,
on, but
am I
really
wrong?
the East is going to be the
About him?
primary point of contact
Trump
for
literally
Fluxo
put a
W7M.
freaking
They have the Aurora once
25%
again too, with Volts
tax
playing
on us
this
because we
operator on
don't
the
agree
windows.
about
It doesn't seem like he
Greenland.
needs it to get into Printer this time.
Like, how baby can you be about that?
He managed to take control of
No,
the
don't
east side of this
don't
building now.
apologize, JT. I'm just being honest with
He's
you.
actively being held at the moment by Newers, though, and he will test his luck in that position. The Clash of Foltz has been, or Foltz on this Clash has been quite good so far through this tournament. I mean, he is their primary shot caller. He's there to help them. A great read from SSG to counter
Like
Aurora
that's
is to
the reason
bring
why
impacts
he
and put
increased the
them in a way
tariff,
where that
because
door
we
would
are
be
like saying,
original Aurora door that
well,
they had
Denmark
shot.
owns
Now have to go yet
Greenland,
again as
so
Newers
you
has
can't
no
just
more
say that you
impacts to
can
deal
get
with it.
Greenland. It's like, oh, you don't like
bit awkward. It
I
limits
don't
the
like
angles
what
they
you
can
just
play around
said,
for
so
defending
I'm
Hall. It
going
makes
to
it a
give you
dangerous crossfire
increased
into just a
taxes
one-way,
to buy
but
our
no damage.
products.
Yeah, barely tickling the field faults.
Like, how
2
stupid are
nades
you?
used, not to great effect. 1 minute to go, and Foltz now sees 2 players looking for the assist from Newers, but again, it gives you so much strength in this hallway. Another nade will go out, this one doing a tiny bit more, knocking the shield over. They've got their attention, that's for certain, Jesse. They'll finally just swamp them. J90 with 1 kill, an absolute storm inside of the site, going back and forth and back and forth. What even is there to say?
Oh my god, what is this game?
There goes half of the server, 2/3 of the server. Volps getting Ashen down. It's Newers and Volps now in a 1v1. 4 kills in the hands of Volps. Newers with 3 kills. Playing that tight angle against a reinforcement with the super shorty. You're testing your luck on that one, Jesse.
This is so awkward. I mean, it favors the defenders for sure, but if this plant finishes, everything switches.
Oh, Newers gets baited out so effectively by Volps.
Yeah, no worries.
And that's 2 rounds now for Fluxo W7M. That's exactly where you need to be if you're Fluxo W7M. And anything past this is you playing with house money. You have done what needs to be done. Now it is incumbent upon Space Station
wouldn't
to
it be
close
better
out
to
this
talk with
first
your
half.
dad
And
about
honestly,
your
Parker,
merch
it was
then?
such a smart adaptation coming out from Fluxo
Instead of talking to me?
W7M because they were pressuring in through admin. They saw a
Since
new
your dad already
problem
have
inside of
merch,
Venom
I
Hall. They
don't
saw
have
that
any merch.
clash.
I
They didn't
can't
find it in the
even
prep
talk
phase
about,
because
like,
Fault was
giving you
hiding.
tips
They didn't
or
have the
something about
proper
your
tools to
merch.
deal with it. They didn't bring a Nomad. They didn't bring a Capitao. They try with the nades, but it's just too awkward. They can't find that angle. So what do? They say we're going to rotate players around. We're going to have players hit yellow. We're going to have players hit bathroom. We're going to have, most
Really?
importantly, somebody walking through top
that's,
spiral.
then
J90 was
talk to
supposed to be
your friend
protecting the
then.
flank on defaults. He was the guy that was kind of playing around top spiral, but J90 was distracted by pressure that was coming in through yellow. So there were so many different angles to watch for if you were SSG. It ends up being Dodez who hits that gap just in through the top of spiral, in through reception, gets the back of Fault, and cracks that round wide open. Now there's some great shots being hit by SSG to keep that one close. Ashen does his damnedest with the SMG-11 to almost bring that back, but in the end, the 1v2 is too good for Volps, trades out his teammates to get the first one into Ashen, and plays the plants perfectly to bait Newers. What a crazy round that was.
Volps is a smart player. Nobody's ever doubted that. There's a reason why he has been consistently on teams that make it to LAN, and this one is no exception. As we said, he's had a bit of a rough series against Space Station, but so has Loban. No surprise that the 2 main fraggers on your team, who have 2 of the best stats heading into this game, are now struggling up against really strong gunners. If Benjamaster is on his game, if Ashen and Newers are standing up tall, and if J90 is getting impact kills through the mid-round, as he so much has, you're going to need to be almost pixel perfect. Fluxo W7M clearly has not been. Space Station wasn't either. On border a few times. It certainly wasn't on Cafe. Now, though, we have seen some really great Siege. And I don't want to take it away from either of these squads, as now we find ourselves in a tie. With still 2 more rounds to go in the first round.
Oh, this is cheeky. Volps is the first to fall, but the bottom floor push is well underway. They've started to make their way now through constructions. Dots is here on the Monty. They were really deep before SSG realized what was going on. They had faults on the pulse, but he wasn't able to spot that out. The Nitro doesn't get maneuvered around. Dots incorrectly positions the shield, and J90 gets the frag.
J90 actually waited to detonate it for a second.
Wow.
And I think Dots was expecting it to be an immediate detonation. And if that was a deliberate play by J90, that is brilliantly smart. Now it's Palu and Dodez in a 1 in a 2v5. I feel like we've been here before, Jesse.
Not again.
I don't think Space Station will give it to them again.
Surely
Did
not.
you,
There's
like,
a chance
you
come
not,
through from Dodez, but he
go
doesn't
to
manage to find the head
stream?
with it. Palu knows one position as well, but he's not being given the opportunity. Damage onto the arm of Newers, but not the head, so he stays alive.
Palu playing
Takes more than that to
will.
run stream, you know.
Down goes Dodez, so Palu
Don't
will
have
need to
to
clutch out. He will get
apologize.
the job
Everyone
done.
has different
Fultz
lives.
finishes him from above, using the shotgun of the Pulse to good effect, and it's a flawless round for Space Station as they win their third.
Just so you
Worst
guys
they
know,
can
I
do now
kind
is
of
tie this
feel
first
a
half,
little
but
bit
that is
out of
considered a
sorts. I
failure
might
here on
sound
this map,
very
given the way the sides are
monotone
played.
when talking
You
about
need
stuff, but that's
4
just
rounds
like
in order to be
I am
comfortable enough,
not
because
trying to
the same
like
thing will
sound
be said
mean
at
or
this Fluxo
anything.
W7
It's just like
Yeah, absolutely, Parker.
That's
I mean,
kind
I
of
thought you had a great
have
catch on
the
Jan. It was
issue with
Nitro in the midst
speaking
of
right
that.
now.
I
I
think
feel
that
like
was the real turning point. If Dots
so
is
that
able
might
to
be
continue to have that
my
pressure,
endless.
he's
I
still
kind of
got
feel
Volts
like it's a
behind him, and
little
that
bit
could make a
difficult
world
to
of
like
difference, but
bring
it
out
was just a really good
the
play
emotion
by
in my
SSG.
voice
It
and
took him
stuff
a while to recognize the
in
push that was
between.
coming in through Big Garage.
So don't
but
think
once
that
they
I'm
figured out
like
what was
being
happening, every
like
reaction from
dismissive
Space Station was
or
on
stuff like
point,
that.
So you have to give them credit for the fantastic play in the midst of that. J9O now 6-2, continuing his strong performances from the first 2 maps where he really was one of the shining stars of SSG. You mentioned him as one of your favorite players. I talk about Loban sometimes as my favorite player, but listen, you'll never hear me bad mouth J9O.
Like, to be honest, I'm just wearing like light concealer on my eye because I want to like cover my
he can play just about any role
my dark
that you need him
circles.
to do
But
so.
even
As a
if that
human being,
doesn't
he
help,
seems
then I'm
incredibly
screwed.
nice. He's never angry. He doesn't look like he tilts. Every time you see him at an event,
But yeah,
he's
like
always smiling. He's
this
talking
week
to
has
other
been
teams.
brutal.
I met his parents in Boston. They were exactly the same.
Where's my monster
so
drink?
it's no
Well,
shock. He's got
I
that
have one
Midwestern
here.
charm.
I'm going with the green one
I just
today.
think he's a very, very complete player.
And
glad
I'm
that he's
sorry,
finally
this
getting
is
the
not
attention he
helping me
deserves. When you're on a team with
at
guys
all.
like Fultz, who's a world champion, Benja, who's a world champion,
Today.
Ashen and
I
Newers,
even
who are
have
both very
like some
polarizing figures, but are
chocolate and
especially
licorice
well-known,
here as well.
being the guy that's kind of quiet in the background who just does his job without saying too much, that's a pretty valuable spot to be in, and he does it very well.
But yeah, like I'm
no
going to
ball
get some
knower is gonna
good rest
disrespect J9O,
tomorrow,
but
so that is
whole
going to
team
be
needs to
helping
step
a
up.
lot.
They want to lock down this 4-2
and then on
half.
Sunday, I'm
Space
going to
Station
be
desperate for it. This is a
Is
bottom four
perky the
defense.
right
Don't
word
forget,
for
we're
that?
in the
Like I'm going to be
basement for Space
perky,
Station
happy,
Gaming,
and
they
all
haven't
going
really
out
committed
again.
to a
Like
roam.
it's going to
Benja
be
was up around
amazing.
Tellers for a
And then
short
on
period of
Monday,
time,
I'm
and
just
Fultz
going
is
to be
here
crashing
now.
because I'm going to be
But
so tired
generally,
because
all
of
5
Monday.
players
Then
are
I'm
in the
back
bottom
on
floor. It's really just a
Tuesday
scouting
being
mission right now for
really
Fultz
happy.
playing on this
Then
clash as he
Wednesday
has
and
been
Thursday we have
through
the
this
day
second
off,
quarter
but I'm
after
not
last set
having
of
the
bans
day
went
off because I
through.
have to help my
Hoping to
mom.
maybe
Then on
bait her to
Friday we're
C4,
kicking
guide
ass
those
because it's
nitro cells from
finals
his
and I'm
teammates. Both
hyped and
Newers and Benja
over
are
drink
directly
on
below him, and J9O is
monsters
actually right
and
there as
candy
well.
and
So a
all
lot of
fucking
these
stuff
players
and
are in a
hyped
position
for the
where
new
if they get
season.
the information, they could get a free pick with the C4.
The-
That's the hope.
That's kind of like my expectation for the,
Nobody's
the
just giving them
coming
that
week.
chance yet as the hatch starts to open from Fluxo W7M and they make their way east.
Oh, damn.
Tidbit here.
Ooh,
Both
nice trick.
Loban and Palu are both sitting at 99 kills through the 6 Invitational. So one more for either of them. And they will join
Yeah, I
June
like the green
as
one.
one of a
For
tiny
me,
number of
the
players
white
to eclipse that
pineapple is
100
the best
mark. Now,
one.
admittedly, we are not
Then
tracking
the
stats
green
in
one.
other games, so there
Then
might be more, especially
the
with how
pink
deep
one,
that M80 game went.
punchline I think is called.
But that was based on before this matchup
Next week,
began.
yeah, next week.
SSG
It's 1
have
week.
not played anywhere near
Not
as many
today,
maps.
next week.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, Volts dropping about 18 nades on Fultz's head. I didn't know they could carry that many. Down he goes, and that is an excellent job of punishing the Clash. Keep in mind how resistant to explosives he was on Clash last time. This time they get him.
Yeah, it was a bombing run. So despite the fact that the hatch gets tricked by the Kaid Claw, despite the fact that East pressure wasn't really looking too
I have
promising,
a bag of chips
now
as
it's an
well,
opening.
so-
Now Palu can take it and try to find some
I'm
frags.
ready for
He's got a
everything.
supernova as a Hibana. That's a bit odd. Volps is
Oh, by
denying
the
his
way,
teammates
does
from
it
getting
help
100 because
that
he's going to
I
kill
also,
everybody this round.
like for
Goodbye
guys,
to
I'm
Benja
sorry if
Master.
it's going to sound very
3 remain.
stupid,
Palu will hit 100.
but like
Dots
I'm also
goes
on my
down.
period, so so like
Two
that
remain
also
for
helps
SSG
right now.
Looking
That's
like a
why.
3-3 scoreline. Palu will get yet another.
It's not like a
Yoda's bleeding
real
out, but still
best.
retrievable. Palu finally finished off by Newers, who will now need to clutch up against these players. And he seems to be doing a mighty good job in a 1v1, but Fulps will get him again. And the first half is tied up 3-3. Space Station will not be happy with that. This Fluxo W7M team all event has been so hard to break free of.
God damn, Volps has just had complete ownership over Newers these last couple of rounds. He'll be in his nightmares tonight. 3-3 split is exactly what Fluxo W7M were looking for on this decider map. It's a map that they, again, have had a win and a loss already on here in Paris. They beat Enterprise towards the start of the event. They lost to Team Secret. Both of those took 11 rounds. This one looks like it's going to go the distance. 12 rounds, maybe overtime, but Fluxo W7M in such a strong commanding position.
Okay, so while I was doing my numbers, Jesse, there's one small thing here. Volps was also at 99 kills. All three of those players were sitting at 99 kills in this event. Loban,
I do have
and Volps entered that
it's
round
like
kind of
kills. These are Swedish. This is Finnish.
Loban, who came into this game with the most kills on the team, will be the last to break that number.
So this is puffed
just
wheat
a bizarre
with milk
stat
chocolate
point.
flavor. So we have these ones. They are so.
You got him on the ropes when this is happening.
They
At
come
what
out
point
like
do SSG have to
like-
mute the other team? I don't think this has
like-
ever happened before.
This is a call the
tiny.
ambulance, but not for me moment.
They may have already hit the mute button. They are refusing to answer, of course.
And I
those
also
nades that came
have
down on default. It was a tough
Swedish
spot to
milk
be in as a
chocolate
class. I
with
don't know
some
exactly how
orange
much
flavor,
blame you can put
like
on the
orange
captain
crisp.
space station. It was so well played, I'd
And
say,
then I
by
have,
Volps,
like,
but just an awkward position with
a
that
bag of
utility
chips.
raining
This
down on him
is
like a bombing run.
white garlic with sour
Now on
cream.
the defensive side, they'll start at the top floor
And
as
I'm
most
just saying
teams
Swedish
do.
candy and chips.
SSG's attacks, again,
gonna
I think
find
we're
anything
very
better.
good back on border.
Once you go back,
Consulate's
once
a
you-
very different map
once
than
you
border
go
was. I even
and
liked
eat
their attacks
Swedish
on Cafe, despite
candy
the
and
fact
chips,
that many of them
you
did
can
not
never go
work
back.
out for Space Station. I thought the
you can
ideas
never go
behind
back.
a lot of their pushes were really smart.
Yeah, I
really
know you
creative.
were going to
They're
say
gonna
that,
need more
rabbit
of that
poop.
creativity if they want to find success on Consulate. Historically thought of as the most defender-sided map in the
But
competitive
yeah,
pool.
but it
We
kinda keeps
expect
you
Space
busy
Station to
eating, you
struggle on
know?
this second half. They have to prove
Like-
us wrong.
It's kind of hard to take many at the same
I do
time,
wonder.
you know?
Benjamaster getting the very first pick on to Dodes is a great sign here, and it comes 25 seconds into the round, 35 seconds into the round.
Oh no!
I do wonder if after that
no!
incident
We do
with
have the
Newers
regions
typing,
in
if
Sweden,
call-out
but
literally
that
said
is
after the
like
game, you
one
guys
of
knew
the
that I wanted typing it
least
all this
Yeah,
much.
that could have
good
been.
chips
You have to rein
in
them in
Sweden.
at some point. It's one thing if it's getting under your
To be
opponent's
honest, like
skin, but
maybe
it's entirely
Lay's
different
and
when it's
Pringles
starting
would
to
be a
affect
better
you.
choice.
Well, I mean, the whole idea between trash talking for SSG is that it's supposed to be a tactic. It's supposed to get in your opponent's head. If it ends up hurting you more
Oh,
than
damn.
helping, then you can cut that out at any time. Now, Newers does get caught on the window. Loban, a brilliant shot as he aggresses
wanna
into
play
Coffee.
as
SSG
well
a very
now.
similar idea to Fluxo when they're trying to use that Rara to shut
Oh.
down some of these positions, but it doesn't seem to be working. A great little
Are you
play,
kidding
and
me?
then Palu for a second takes down the other fragger.
Loban got that kill.
Oh, shut up, fuck's sake.
First kill against Newers.
Yes, he did.
That's 100, baby.
Congratulations to Loban.
3 players breaking 100 kills on this Fluxo W7M. They have played a lot of Siege here, admittedly. So there's something to be said about efficiency. If you're just playing, if you've played 120 rounds and you get 100 kills versus somebody who's getting it with 80 rounds, it's obviously a big difference. We're not
course.
trying to pass judgment. It's just a cool milestone.
Okay, let me
for
break
us
up
to
the
reference, and these
chips.
kill tallies will
I
continue
need
to
a little bit
increase
of chips.
the deeper they go
I
into
need
the
something
event. A
salty.
missed opportunity onto that defender,
Sorry,
Paul
for
Lu.
the sound.
SSG now staring down the wrong side of the barrel.
Just a
Here comes the
minus
push
switch.
from Benja. The flash makes some space, and he hits a great shot,
Oh!
too! Numbers flip back
Oh,
towards SSG, and they could go for a
damn.
plant CEO
Hello?
side.
Every kill this round has come from the Dane, but that will be all she wrote. Loban swinging onto him. No real coverage for Fultz. Through that ROU projector, he nails a nice shot, and Loban, tilted back, knows what needs to be done. A lot falls onto
Can you
his
go to
shoulders
plant?
as J90 will be the guardian watching over Fultz. Near yellow stairs, they'll hear the Scorpion heading up spiral from long desk, now into waiting room.
So this
They're out of the
is
building.
what the chips is looking like.
All right, so really you've got 2 options here. You try to long arm it and hope that they're idiots and they don't know what they're doing, or you just die to the upside down. We know which one it was.
Yep.
That was completely hopeless for Loban.
And the crunch
He
is
knew it. That's why he
unbelievable.
hopped on the defuse kit. Didn't even try to fight it. The moment that they were outside the building, he's got to go for a jump out. It's possible if there's one person. It's not if there's 2.
And the entry frags, they weren't successful for SSG. They get shut down really early, but it's such a smart reaction from Space Station. Benja finds the gap over towards yellow. He flashes, makes space, hits two beauty shots that we nicely see in slow motion. And at that point, Fault starts to plant default inside of CEO. But he doesn't complete the plant because from behind, Loban kills Benja and then drops the hatch into Piano. As soon as Loban gets into Piano, he threatens the denial of that plant. Faults can no longer plant default. So Faults goes on a marathon run. He goes all the way from CEO.
The thing is, I would,
meeting, he goes to second bomb sites. At that point,
or
now
like
we're Logan's POV.
If
he
I
can't deny the plant
get
below
to
anymore.
have
So he goes up
really
stairs,
good
he says, okay.
income,
and then once he does that, Fault says, okay, he's no longer
at some point, like
to the CEO
restream
window.
or whatever,
he went from plant A to plant B.
I
back
would
to plant
actually
A
have
he
like
was
a sub challenge or anything, a sub goal or something,
down below.
where
That's such a
I would
smart
send
play to come out from the captain of
box
Fault.
of
Comes
Swedish
off a really nice
treats
shot
to
from
one
Benja
person
as well, who makes that opportunity possible. Everybody on SSG firing to make that happen.
That would actually be funny.
And Jesse, you missed it, but Fultz typed bots in chat right after that round. It was while you were compiling your numbers for that point.
Yeah. That would be something.
And then Volp said who, and nobody responded. So imagine they did turn off chat.
Probably.
Fultz turns it on.
No,
types bots,
it's not
turns it right
that
back
much.
off.
Like you still feel Legalic, but
That's
it's not
perfect. It's like when you
overpowering.
trash talk
so
somebody
you
after a
have
game, you
really
get
bad
immediately
smell.
blocked. You get mad and you're like, you get a salty
Really,
message from a
brother?
former teammate. You type
Yeah, I
back
really
and it's
wanna
like,
do
this
that
user is
at
not
some
available.
point.
You're like, damn it, got me.
I do like when I at some point
say la 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 la.
send like
no thank you.
a box of
There's a
Swedish
quick push
treats
now from
to,
Fultz, who two
the
rounds in a row
viewer.
now. Space Station has been very quick to get into the building. Benja was quick to get in yet again, but he gets shut down by Loban. He was far more successful in the previous round. And with those 3 kills, completely cracked the round wide open. You give praise to Fultz, and for good reason. No follow-up, though, now. J90 is not far removed from Fultz. These two have been almost joined at the hip, which is very standard for this team. That leaves Newers and Ashen all on their lonesome. Newers was getting the hatch open in Visa. He will now rotate back to that similar position. Ashen waiting for the first logic bomb to go off. He's a pretty good read on where they are. He doesn't have any confirmation.
Why is he aiming through the wall?
Now we'll know.
Now they know where he is as well. And if there was a premonition, Ashen finds 2. Great transfer from Paulu to Loban. Upstairs, he'll dig the grave, and down they will sink. Immediate logic bomb to keep the final players of Fluxo W7M paralyzed for but just a moment.
It's a kid from Chicago hitting ridiculous shots. Why not one more?
What the fuck was
3K from
Dots
Ashen
doing?
through the hatch. DMR finds Dots inside the bottom floor. Now we're starting to get desperate W7M. Here comes Volps, gets one back, traded by J90. Dots has to rotate back down the yellow stairs because this plant is happening, and that castle's bad news.
Wonder what happens here. Bye-bye. J90 locks it out. It's been a long time since we've seen that level of energy and gusto from this SSG team, and frankly,
yeah,
for good reason. They have not looked like they are that strong over the last little bit. Benjamaster, after
So
that
Benjamaster
3K
is
in
kind
the
of funny
previous
waking up.
round, had an early death in the round we just saw, but 106 EPS. Going positive on entry, going positive on kills. These are tough opponents. The fact that Benja is that tight on entry and kills, but he's going up against guys like Loban, Paulu, Volps, that's great. And again, it just goes back to what we said about Fluxo W7M. The same applies to Space Station.
And Parker, it's ridiculous that they're getting these round wins on the attack. Consulate's supposed to favor the defenders, and yet Space Station are making some miracle plays happen. It was Benja to pop off, get the round back into a winnable territory for SSG in round 7. Round 8, it's going to be Ashen on that top floor, who single-handedly hunts down the roamers, denies those trades, gets the vert kills as well. It's been really clean. Big individual pop-offs from Space Station. They're going to need 2 more if they want to walk away with this victory, at least before we get to overtime. Fluxo W7M. We talk about muting in the in-game chat. You cannot mute them IRL. So Ashen screams. They've got to keep that out of their mind as they stay mentally composed.
Timeout's still available.
Yes.
So all hell can break loose from a leadership perspective after this round. I don't know if we'll see one if Fluxo W7M wins. I mean, it's entirely possible that they win the round and Norris says, okay, let's set ourselves up for what comes next. But again, there is some theory to it. Because if Fluxo W7M wins this round and then calls their timeout, Space Station still gets to talk to call out. So you allow your opponents a bit of breathing room and some time to pause. If you think you've got them on the ropes, you might just want to keep going right through it. First logic bomb goes off as soon as is humanly possible.
Just have your stream playing. I can't
imagine this was for a
talk
scouting
without
mission,
complaining about. JJ, yeah, you're just putting yourself down now. There's no need for that.
To clearing these guys out, you're right. It really is just.
We haven't said anything that you need to be quiet or anything. We haven't said that it's annoying what you're talking about.
So
you need to like.
Top floor. They've got some pressure elsewhere
You just
above
need
too,
to
but
be
it's
yourself.
gonna be Jane I know who strikes
and
first.
have
Loban
a good
sees
time.
somebody, but it's not enough to hit the head. So with his teammate going down, now Loban is almost forced to play a little bit more passive. Has to back off to play with Volps. Every single player.
You know, I'm an
on
honest person.
W7M has
If
now come
I,
to this top floor.
if I
Benja kind of
deem something
realizing,
that you
hey,
have done
things
wrong,
might
I
be
will
free
let
on
you know.
site. Loban
Otherwise,
drops down, and there's one on
you can
yellow
just
to
be
fight
yourself.
Opening kills fairly even between these two teams. 5 for Space Station at this point in time. 4 for Fluxo W7M as we are in the 9th round.
Just focus on having fun, talking, and enjoy.
Information. Space Station still has tools at their disposal. Down goes Paulu. All those gas canisters that remain will die in pocket. That is not ideal. The other gadget's persistent. Aura Volps, who is an active gadget in the Warden. Dota's firing back, but finds himself getting killed in the windows. I don't think he was expecting Newers in that position. Now it's SSG doubled up on Fluxo.
You know, the views will not disappear just because you're like saying some stuff.
Just those 2 nitro cells now. One will go out. A flashbang goes in. I think Jack hears it. Nades will go over. This is a tough spot. Those glasses can stop you from seeing flashbangs and smokes, but they don't do anything about nades. Volps is trapped in this position. He's a caged animal, but he breaks free. J90 and Fultz gone from this position. Volps can get more as he still tries to swing out, finding Benja, but losing the engagement. Loban to the rescue. They've got the top floor for Space Station, but now they need to drop. Down goes Newers. Benja with the fuse kit. He needs to engage with Loban 1v1. Loban getting out of this position, running downstairs. Benjamaster might be able to pull this one off. He's past the point of no return, but Loban gets in at time and makes it work! A huge clutch from Fluxo! And they will win the round!
Fucking around all the time now.
Oh my god!
At him.
Volps and Loban both pulling off the impossible. Volps up above Parker. He was being swarmed like sharks. There was no chance he should have gotten 1 kill, let alone 2. Dodging nades, goes left and right, dancing inside of that just balcony position, somehow finds those frags, and it takes them so long to get those kills to finally trade him out that the time is abysmal at that point for Space Station Gaming. They panic to try to get to the bomb site. The hatch drop is done without information. They don't have time to check for it. And Space Station Gaming aren't able to convert the 4v2. What a ridiculous round from Volps, who surely will be typing after that because he just played out of his mind to give them that opportunity. Loban has to play that perfect too. The bulletproof camera, of course, feeding the information in the 1v1 makes it impossible for Benja. There's just no way for him to win in that moment. That feels like a momentum shifter. That feels like the round that could have just tilted this back in the favor of Fluxo W7M.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, you talked about how this is a defender-sided map, and yet SSG has made most of these attacks look really good. They should not have lost that round at all, Jesse. Yet again, with the game basically on the line and man advantage, multiple man advantage, men advantage, Space Station are incapable of pulling it off. That was an incredibly impressive play from Volps. He could have also gotten a 3rd kill from that position, but it knocks SSG off, and there's no recovery with the clock being what it is.
We've got cafe vibes at this moment. This is really starting to feel like map 2 of this series, where it doesn't really matter who wins the early game. Space Station could have a great attack, Fluxo could have a great early defense, but somebody is going to step up in the last 60 seconds and be a hero. Whether it's Volps on W7M, whether it's Benja on SSG, somebody is going to step up and make you rethink everything you know about this matchup. Volps hoping he can do that early on, tempting a run out. They look like they're aware of it. That angle up on the top floor might be trying to bait out a swing. There is somebody maybe on the roof. Oh no, they Yeah, they are watching for it. But the bait isn't taken from Volps. He plays a passive, Parker. He doesn't commit to the run out.
Channeling the inner patience of Paulu.
It was getting toxic, yeah.
He's still waiting in this position.
Uh-oh. 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 This can't end well.
No.
Did some serious damage, and he manages to get away. Volps was saying, you know what, I had such a good time in that room last round. What if I do it again?
And did better than it probably should have. You're taking that if you're Volps. Doesn't get the chance to reinforce the wall, which usually is what you want to do if you don't commit to that roam, but getting it alive should be a blessing at that point.
Benjamaster has been really, really good on this map after a very quiet cafe. He has regained his position on the team as top frag. Almost got Volps as well, and after what Volps did in that previous round, he's a big get at this point in time. Dots, who's been playing his role effectively, not in terms of kills, but Gadgetry almost takes down Benjamaster for his third kill of the map. Benja's still alive, but is definitely wounded, and with a Tachanka on the board and the Denari on the board,
yeah,
and
this is not looking
smoke
good
on the
for
board, basically
SSG
anything
right
touches
now.
Benja, and he dies. That is not an ideal situation for SSG. The good news is everybody else except Volts is taking a tiny bit of damage. And now Ashen is ready to fight back.
Fluxo gotta save their lives, Parker. They are in a man disadvantage, but the positioning is still really strong. There's the first strike from Volts, but it's thankfully traded back by Paul to down the kit.
And look at Newers, look at Ashen, look at Benja. One bullet from any gun will topple all three of these players. Paulu is waiting ever so patiently at the top of Spiral Stairs. Volp still persisting as well from this spot, and as the time continues to go down, those Molotovs will pay off exceptionally well. He gets one of those three players that were walking wounded. Ashen is no more. Another opportunity here, but he gets a little bit too brazen. J90 was waiting for it, and in they will walk with the kit. J90 in hand.
Yeah, I thought so.
They're expecting it. SSG watching, waiting. What can Paulu muster? There's no way, right? Benja's downed. Paulu clutches. He hit the Denari tripwire. Fluxo pull it off again. They didn't know. And it's tie game. Fluxo W7M does it again.
Parker, you literally mentioned it earlier. If any of that utility breathes on Benja, he's gonna get downed. And Paulu yells out, explaining what's just happened to us. SSG will take a tactical timeout after a massive blunder just ends that round for them.
Really dumb blunder.
Fluxo W7M have seriously...
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I am stunned.
Logan just put into the chat, worst match ever played. Let's go, guys. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far, but this has really been a ridiculous series
I'm
from
not
both
going to
of
sit
these
and
squads,
delete your
SSG
message.
in particular.
Then I'm going to, like, it would just delete every single message that you have just posted, so... You don't need to feel embarrassed or anything.
If the mental wasn't already gone, Parker, surely it's got to be cracked open now. This is where a strong coach needs to step in and settle things down. I like that that's attack timeout from callouts. You know which bomb site you're going to be headed to next. You have to be able to refocus things after what just occurred happens again after what we saw on Cafe. Space Station Gaming in a winning position with the man advantage. I don't think that was ever an easy round for SSG, but I mean, the 1v3 certainly feels like it. If Benja's still alive, that's so winnable for him too, because Paulu's got to stick the disable even without much HP. I think Benja's in the stronger position, but that's why that early damage can matter. That's why those traps are so deadly, Parker. When you're not expecting them in the 1v1, you're not thinking about, oh, am I going to step on a laser? You're thinking about what's the other guy doing.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Space Station should have, at this point, finished the map.
Yeah, literally.
We should be done. It was played so well by Fluxo W7M both times. Let's not kid ourselves here. It's not like they sleptwalked their way into a win on either of those rounds. They earned them. But you got a serious assist from Space Station. That's happened on Cafe. It's happening again. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's lack of coordination. I don't know what is going on with this SSG team, but the vibes are definitely off. And Fluxo W7M are a team that you cannot allow to punish you. They will do it almost every single time. These players are too good. Palu is too good, he's too experienced. Volps is too good, he's too experienced. You cannot just let them take the ball and run with it. And both of those rounds, that's exactly what SSG did. And you got dunked on over and over again. And now what should have been us sitting and talking about the post-mortem, now it's a tie game, and Fluxo W7M has been given a lifeline.
Now it's time to refocus if you're Space Station. You cannot think about those previous rounds. You've got an attack on the bottom floor, and then one more probably mid-floor after that. You've got to be clean through rounds 11 and 12. It starts with the top floor clear. The roamers from Fluxo W7M have largely fallen off their positions. They've fully conceded the top floor at this point, and they've started to move down towards the main floor. Spiral, Lounge, Zulu as well. All these places still being played by Fluxo W7M, but these are spots that are slowly being given up.
They don't really want to risk anything someone comes into chat right now, they would not be able to see that.
They'll waste their own time. They'll be in their own heads. And if someone sees a gap, don't get me wrong, somebody on W7M Fluxo will go for the flank. Dodez potentially has it now. It's been a rough map for him. Here's the beepers of vengeance.
There's good patience right now. The sound will be obscured by the boogie drone as it flies around the map. J90 still has one remaining in pocket. With this bomb site, you are going to need a lot of soft destruction, and they have plenty. The secondaries of both Ashen's Jackal and the Deimos of Newers do an excellent job from a caliber-based destruction. Newers is the first one to die. Oh my, talk about adding insult to injury here.
I'm not surprised that Newers dies. He's like
your stomach just drop, isn't it, Parker? That's the man advantage. That's potentially map point for Fluxo W7M. I like the position, but there is 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, this one's flown by. You need the Deimos to keep those players downstairs.
No.
Paralyzed. Benja dies to a Razor Bloom. Is that the first time we've seen one all series? Yes, it is.
On the gas pipe, too.
Unbelievable. It was both. A nice 1-2 punch from that environmental destruction. 10 seconds left.
Yeah,
Fluxo W7M steamrolling now. This might be a flawless round unless Foltz can do something about it. No, he can't. He dies inside a garage. The Brazilians with all the momentum. We might not even need OT, Jesse. They have set themselves up so well to finish this in regulation, and it's series point for Fluxo W7M.
The cart is off the rails. It is flown off and is tumbling down the hill. Fluxo W7M will call their tactical timeout. When SSG seem to be floundering, Norris makes the decision to talk to his players and give the enemy potentially one more opportunity to mentally reset. At the same time, of course, Norris has got to reset Fluxo. They've got to make sure they're in the right mindset. They want to know for sure what bomb site they're going to go to. They've got options. Piano will be open, and the split site will be open as well. So this is a choice they've got to make. You got to imagine at this point you need to show something new to SSG. You can't just allow them to adapt by showing them something that they've already played against.
Now, this is all speculation, of course. But I do wonder if they saw that round and they go, these guys are done. These guys are done. Let's drive a stake through their heart. Let's move on. Newers looked very unsupported with the way he entered. So did Benja. It looked like, at least from our vantage point, and there are things we can miss from the spectator just because of the way this game works, but it looked like SSG were not very well coordinated there. If their mental is chalked, and if their courage and their confidence in themselves is completely gone, Callout can come up with the best strategy possible. But if you doubt yourself and you try to get too over-eager and over-peak and die, or the opposite, you get too passive, as both seem to be true of Space Station in the previous round, then you say, hey, we're going to go to this site. We've got this idea. It's a pocket strat. Let's close this one out. Doesn't even matter if Callout gets to talk to them again. If Norris is that confident in his guys and so has so much of a lack of confidence in Space Station, it's a good time to call his timeout.
I like the operators from Loban, both in the previous round and this one. He was previously on the Vigil, now he moves over to the Valkyrie. It's the first time he's brought out either of these operators the entire map, Parker. They won't be expected. When you've got a million things flying through your head, the last thing you think is, oh, yeah, I need to make sure that I'm aware of the Valkyrie cameras. But SSG, to their credit, they bring out a couple of good operators to counter that Valkyrie. They've got the Bravo from Benjamin Master, they've got the IQ from Newers, so the information could be there, and maybe you can even turn those cameras against the defenders. But still, Space Station have the harder job. They have more pressure, and they have a ridiculously good team that they're going
Here
up
it comes,
against.
Jesse. Here it comes, Jesse. Fultz on rappel. Ashton has his cover. Palu takes down Benja first. The point I was going to make is that both Benja and Newers have been very good some rounds at getting in the building and staying alive, and very bad other rounds. Very feast or famine for their entry. You are gambling an awful lot on a Brava and an IQ if they are going to be your main entries. You've lost the Brava. Good news, you managed to take down Volps. He has been exceptional in this series, but his gadgets will still remain. Those volcanic canisters will still remain.
I have 50% right. So out of the 4 games that is done, I have 2 rights. Other forces. It's not my
good utility from
yet,
Fluxo W7M. SSG mostly just sitting on the roof at this point. Top floor is going to be the goal, but Paulu finds Ashen as he swings out through yellow. That's man advantage back under control for Fluxo W7M, and Paulu's in a power spot. You can't root him out of here.
Could it be another flawless round? No, it won't be. Newers finding 1 kill. Fultz now living on borrowed time as Paulu gets very aggressive, and goodbye, Fultz. It's Newers to die first in the previous round, and Newers to potentially die last here.
GG's.
A redemption arc is very possible. He finds 1, a beautiful shot. Paulu and Loban now await him. He's got the Valkyrie around the corner. He pre-fires away, but where is Paulu? Not really connected, playing his role, waiting for this 1v1, not affected by Newers' position. They are trusting in Loban, but long range, Paulu sees him, and what a comeback it is for Fluxo W7M as they take down Space Station and secure second in their group.
The Montreal Major champions show the composure, the poise that they needed to win that massive event. They did not have the season that they wanted up until the 6th Invitational. Munich, a little bit disappointing for this Brazilian squad, but against SSG, they managed to pull through. They will be the #1 rated second place group finisher and will have earned the right to choose their first opponent in the playoffs.
We're just starting to see a lay of the land as all of these teams clinch their spots, either up in the upper bracket, down in the lower bracket, or
to be there, to be right. Otherwise,
so what I think we do now, they ban the Warden, so let's read them more, go train, try to play below, play with Goyo, play with Fenrir, go kitchen, and then read them, and play vertically from the train. Now, that's not at all what we saw happen last round. They really insist on hard-holding Bakery, so for whatever reason, there was a disconnect between what's being discussed in the tactical timeout with the coach, what Black Dragons are actually doing in the round.
To take 1 map.
Taking a bit of damage there. I'm not sure if they're going to gas
I'm
pipe or
hoping
what
that
it was,
would
but it's
be
kind of slowly
enough for
tickling down.
G2 just to win 1
He is
map.
still alive. Here comes the
for them
Brava.
to
Has
move
hacked
on.
1 Evil Eye already. Doesn't want the D4 camera. Make that 2 Evil Eyes, actually. Where's the 3rd? I want the 3rd Evil Eye.
This is... He's having a laugh at the moment.
He's incredible.
Evil. Oh, he's got all 3.
He's got all 3. They were like, already. Oh, he was zapping Asker. That's what he was doing. He's pulling the Maestro with his own gadget.
Poor Asker. He's got no impact grenades. The only one with impacts is Rare. If he could come back to side, but he's holding the top of Y stairs. That position is too important to abandon. No. This could not be much better for Surf. He can completely troll Black Dragons.
They're playing 6 before, man. That's so unfair. But while that's happened, Shepard Pavilion, they're working the entire map. They're roaming through the top floor. They've hacked the bomb site. And the slow is starting to work down the staircase to link up in the middle as well. Only thing they're missing, if you want it all, is that lurker. But that is actually Surf, who's bottom garage right now. But he's busy working the Evil Eyes. One has been shot, been destroyed, probably opened up and then destroyed by Ask himself because Rare still has 2 impacts in pocket. Timer though, gotta talk about it. 50 seconds, Shepard Pavilion. You gotta start going soon. The downside of playing stuff like the Brava is simply that you have so much to do. The 3rd Evil Eye actually has eluded us all. It's in Pillar.
I thought we saw all 3 on site.
We only saw 2. I thought we saw 3 as well.
Okay, never mind.
Not easy when it's hard.
That Pillar one is good though. That's some late round information. And speaking about late round, that's really where we're starting to head.
Yeah, the time is running out for them. They need to make a play now.
Rebellion had a nice start in theory, but this just hasn't been
good
so
enough. I think I have like maybe
this is so desperate.
Counted one, but like I said that so Shopify needs to win with 2-0, and it would be enough for G2 to win 1 map round.
He's just dead. To his demise. In the Rebellion were far too slow, but Rexon
is forcing that plant down. There is no coverage. He's not Black Dragons, and he confirms the plant. Rebellion in the post.
What the fuck?
4v2.
Seriously? What happened?
Still a C4 in pocket, and Rare
Oh
as well
my
with his impact.
god,
Couldn't deny
that was
the plan from
weird.
below if they didn't seemingly have the information. And the early
What was
round
that?
hack of the Evil Eyes from Surf has come to fruition in the execute. Desperation from Outlaw as he makes his way upstairs. Does he bring out the Deagle? Does he bring out the MPX? He's been spotted and it doesn't matter. 1v3.
Damn,
and
nicely
he finds
done.
them both. Rebellion
Yeah,
fired up here on
nicely.
Cafe.
There was
That is
a lot of luck
ridiculous.
there.
We're seeing them with the circus music in piano, dropping the case, running around, pick it up, dropping it down. He says, Canadian says, Sport, I have to make a hero play. You pick it up, you go get in that diffuser. Then Troy goes to the white hallway window, repels into the other bomb site, starts candellaing everything, goes in LMG, takes on a bunch of people.
Yeah, that was
Sport
weird.
just dies immediately the second he enters the bomb site, and Rexon, who was on 1 HP, has no hesitation. Retakes that plant position. Honestly, it looks so lost if you're
Yeah.
Rexon, and you're just saying, cover me. And you pray.
Grim
for
is
7
gonna get
seconds.
banned, I think, and then
pray they did.
maybe
Got the
a
case
Kaid
down,
or
they
a
got them
Mira.
on victory, but against all odds.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I mean, Rexon just had to jump in immediately after seeing Spoit die. Poor guy was cannon
That
fodder.
would not
Rexon
be a
thought, well, I
dumb
have no
ban on this
choice.
map, actually.
Chances are, I jump in, I die as well. Just the same way that Spoit did. We haven't killed that guy, the Maestro. We still haven't killed him. I just have to jump in, hold F, and pray
See
to
what I
God,
told
and
you? I said the
no,
Grim
credit to the
and
rest of the
Mira.
team. I think a large amount of it was Canadian on the year.
It was. He was going absolutely loop shit, just rappelling in, doing stuff. Maybe even up the hatch actually, but he's in that bomb site deep, getting stuff done.
It's also funny, like if Rexon moves at all, like gets off the planet and tries to move through the barbed wire, he's gonna
That was
die.
so fucking
He's gonna
good.
take too much damage.
That's the funny thing. Barbed wire doesn't damage you as long as you stand still. Otherwise, that would have been that. You know, the most stress is probably Super, the coach behind the guys saying, how are we gonna do this?
Look, Ambi and Canadian really saved the round there. I mean, credit to Rexon, and look, even credit to Spoit. He was the necessary cannon fodder.
Spike gave what every support player have to do some time and just die with the case. To open
Had
up
to
the
be
round
somebody. May as well be him. 4-2 split in the books. Pengu, that's a pretty
That's
good
very
outlook
good.
for the North American squad.
Oh, it's very, very good.
10 seconds to
And I know some people are going to critique Canadian for individual performances or whatever in the past, but the thing is, it's so easy for Canadian to take the easy route and say, guys, I will plant as the oldest guy in the game, been here for 10 years, I'll just stick F and the young gunners will get the kills. Canadian played the Ying with Candelas. He had to become the entry, and he gave the case to Spoit, the star player, right? And Canadian gets 2 kills, gets in, and distracts everybody. That's why they win the round. So there is something about Canadian still fighting back very much in the server and getting a lot of good individual performances. Early in this event, I was watching them, I forgot who their opponent was, but Troy top fragged on Clubhouse, getting like 15 or 16 kills. He was turning back the
It
clock
doesn't
here.
matter.
He
You can
has
still be
been
good at
so
the game.
alive
You
this
need
event
to
from an
use your
individual
brain.
performance level.
I believe that was their G2 game.
It might have been the G2 game. It very well might have been. And I love to see it. But now he's on support again. He's on Echo, droning for his teammates, giving info, plus Ambi on the Solace. Meanwhile, Surf takes down Rare. He is stuck in Piano and needs a bit of help, babe, because he cannot get out of the spot if they're on those window repels.
Well, Rexon's also in an awkward spot here.
So G2 will be playing after this game,
Surfer
guys.
in hard-held positions in Piano and Cigar Lounge. Now, both of them taken down. You're right. It was all about the repels.
The
That's
most
why we saw Andy
disappointing-
down in Bakery trying to go for a run-out, but it wasn't safe to do so. Even
I think I
though
have to
he
say
saw the
M80
edge.
actually.
He's gone for one instead out of Garage, but he can't commit to that kill. He is
Like,
being
I know
watched.
G2 is in a bad spot,
Awkward because they get the
so
opening
that is
pick
kind
and things
of
are looking
annoying.
great, and
But
they lose 2 people from
compared
the
to
exterior of the map.
M80, M80 hasn't
He's
won
gonna
a
win, sure
single
enough.
game
No, no, no,
with
wait,
2-0.
he's done it.
G2 just
Wait,
dominated.
Did he just do that?
Oh, a little bit of a delayed reaction, but it worked out. Or no, apparently it didn't, because Black Dragons have just overwhelmed the site.
Like, but G2 won against
Numbers
Kia with
advantage, I guess.
2-0, which
Pengu
I
just
kind of don't
get
understand
the numbers
how they
advantage
lost
by
other
finding those
games,
picks
but
and Piano and Cigar, and
M80
then
is
just
reign
repel in and
champion.
frag it out.
And they
Such a good
have
round
not played
for
a single
Shuttlefire
game
Rebellion
that good,
until
and they
the
lost
odds
against
died out of
Fearax.
nowhere. Such a
So,
good round again because
I
Speedy
would
repelled the windows
say
and then the round just ends.
M80 at this point.
I feel like there was so much more left to give in that round, but I guess not.
3, 2, 1, go. If you're in doubt, just
Repel in from everywhere.
I don't know if they go home. It depends if Shopify wins 2-0 against Black Dragons. It might. I'm not sure, but it might be enough for G2 to win one map against FaZe, and I do believe it's not going to be a 2-0 against FaZe. The question is going to be, will it be enough for them to lose against FaZe 2-1?
You know what? That said, Rare actually has had a longer career than us. Like, I'm looking less notable
that's the question. I don't know that because the point system in the group is very wonky.
26
for me,
years old.
like I get the main points, but they're differential because they're going to be on the same point. Black Dragon and the G2.
Of course, that
if G2 gets one map point, they would be at the same point as Black Dragons. But there's a round differential that puts them above.
Attacking half already.
So I'm not sure.
We'll see what they do second time's the charm as we go down to the ground floor kitchen.
That's a bunker down strat. Look at this. High 2-bar clash for Wild Smoke. They want to just stall out things for as long as possible.
Or he might
get his teammate to shoot open the door so he can immediately get around
no.
And then
the big little repel behind 2-bar as well.
So they need to win 2-0.
Envy cannot escape his position as long as Rare sticks around.
They're going to be eliminated.
Might be rotating away actually.
But if they can't just take the gunfight, how do they flush him out of the position? That's the question. Because it's
I think the
easy
issue
to
is
cut
going
off
home
and
today.
wait for a player to peek, but then of course, if Envy never peeks, then they're not going to be given a chance to clear him. They're going to have to push into him.
Well, one thing's for sure, the more time they can waste right now, the better for Shopify Rebellion, because they want to play the timer. Black Dragons might only just realize that now. They see the clash, they saw the hats being reinforced, they've probably seen or guessed the 2-brow and Kite exist because they've seen Ambi. Hearing Baker at the floors, again, step by step.
Trying to clear the Kite, I believe.
Yeah. I believe they were successful in what they were looking for, at least in the wall. But they're not really in the building just yet. They're all on the exterior. These rounds of both teams, once they get in the building though, the action starts right away.
Yeah, and this is where MR6 Outlaw can just get to work with the Selma breach open, this prep wall.
It's the last Selma charge though, they can't get any more walls.
Oh, okay. Apparently it doesn't matter because Miracle has just jumped straight into Small Bacon found 2. Rare also puts down Ambi, that was the VIP player. Canadian on the Clash is gone. Rebellion just have Rexon and Spoit. The two backline players of this roster.
I did
more
enjoy
not,
and both Extraction
of them
more than
are
front.
segregated on this one side of the map. I mean, Spoit, he's still in Bakery. Rexon's now repositioned to Rice, but he's actually going to go deep all the way in.
That's smart.
To Coffee. I like this. He's playing on the bomb right now. He knows he needs to poke for a pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they don't split the bomb side between the two of them, BD can walk in and play for free because there's no C4, so Rexon has to be the hero. Spot can try and cover him, but there's not many angles to work with.
Rexon's in a crossfire though. This is nigh impossible. He needs Spoit to support somehow, some way. A flashbang comes out from over the top. Rexon tries to tuck in, tries to hide, but Miracle will find him. Third kill for him.
Good sense.
Spoit, the young Swede, the young prodigy, to find his second. We've been critical, but in a moment
you
like
Spoit,
this,
yes!
we know that he
You're
will
waking
deliver.
up! Come on!
A slow start to the game.
Now that's how Spoit is supposed to play.
He couldn't help Rexon, so he said, you know what, since I can't help my teammate, how about I just clutched around myself? A very important round for Shopify Rebellion. They are up with 2-round lead now.
That's classic Spoit, isn't it? The one thing that we know he does better than just about anyone is mechanics. He is so gifted, so talented. And we saw that with every single one of these being such a beautiful shot. I mean, 2 headshots and then the game sense, knowing, okay, bring out the super shorty, play it close, and still go for his advantage.
Spoit is a really good 1 versus 1 player.
And
if you give him the 1v1 once, he's going to win that 90% of the time. He's sure to win those. That's why he's such a good mechanical player as well.
The whole team hyping him up as well. Big moment. Leave support now even 6-6 on the scoreboard. So it's all those 1v1s paying off, you know, that's what it is. Spoke to Stomper for the content piece and said, Stomper, what do you reckon, like, those 1v1s in console tourneys, did they help with your, like, depression? It's like, yeah, you know, I played for, like, 50k people live on Jinxie's stream in 1v1s for, like, 8 hours straight. Oh my god. It felt easier than some of these clubs in Pro League. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Talk about mechanics. The young gun himself
Damn.
has now hit his 11th kill.
He casually just went out.
90 with that range.
Disgusting.
Outlaws out of it.
Like, it's just like the young gunner and the old support, right?
Yeah.
Ambi gets to play P90 Solace for reasons unknown. He doesn't have shotgun like everybody else. Canadian's playing full shotgun, which is so iconic. That's what he did back in the day.
Yeah.
And now he can make rotations instead of Ambi.
It's funny, I was going to say, oh, Canadian's running the UMP. That's not that bad. The gun's got a buff there. Never mind. He's running
He's playing the shotgun.
Shotgun. He's going to be trying to get kills with the Reaper. Like, the new worst gun in the game.
No, he doesn't feel recall, he feels nostalgia. You know, that's what it is when he shoots that shot.
Yeah.
Pulse
But also do
Canadian,
not know, Canadian is mostly known for playing Pulse in the back of the day with shotgun.
And Pulse.
That was
just
his
to touch on Ambi
mojo.
for a second. I mean, he
basically,
has been so
was
phenomenal. His
so
first two
good
games,
at it,
112
still
EPS,
good at
111
it,
EPS. But in
like
their
back in the day,
final
was
match, the one that they played just yesterday against, I believe it was FaZe, yeah. He actually struggled. He really struggled. One of the worst rated on the team. So it's nice to see him back in form. Nice to see Canadian, like you said, back on the Pulse shotgun, also finding some kills with it as well. Swag
Ask
goes
did
down.
not like
Hunted
Canadian with
by
a
that
shotgun,
You know,
apparently.
Ask was downstairs with the Deimos tracker, so Black Dragons, they're looking for Canadian, I believe, but he is long gone, boys. He is out of there, and guess what? He's actually trying to scan you right now.
This is just so iconic, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Cafe, when you think about it, it is actually a pretty small map because there's not that much space between the rotations. You can track a person to the floor easily.
Wow, they're looking for him.
A lot of solid floor which you can't fight through, but you can track through. Rare's going hunting. They assume that this Pulse is down below. Finally, Ask tracks him. Yeah, once they realize, oh, he's been upstairs the whole time.
They literally thought he had somehow
hitting the
snuck
mic.
into a corner on the bottom floor and just escaped them, but no, he's been on site for a while, boys.
Well, thankfully the Deimos helps out. That makes it a much quicker process. 45 seconds to play, 3v5. Winnable, but not with Ambi here. I mean, this is a freebie for sure. He does try and cross quickly because the Deimos exposes him, and Sport's gone down to said Deimos. Noting Ambi in an awkward position. He does have one impact. He could potentially take the fight onto Rare, but up from above. Canadian slips behind enemy lines.
What the
Ambi
hell?
finds one. Miracle will trade him back, but a 1v3 looks nigh impossible. Now for the most experienced player on Black Dragons.
No one's fighting for him. They're just running back to the bottom side. They're top floor. They're on the staircases. Again, they know they got the K somewhere deep in reading. They got timer on their side. Discipline. Ain't no one gonna swing.
Nobody
Ambi's
needs
dead.
to. He would have. He would have. It looks like Surf will find an angle all the way deep in through
Nicely
train.
done.
Credit to Canadian in that round. That was his through
Yeah,
and
so
through.
I don't understand how
goes downstairs, gets a kill, runs up first floor, then
G2
top floor, gets another
lost
kill,
to
and back
these
to first floor.
guys.
Even the
Like, how
perceived
they
pressure of
lost to
Canadian
Black
finding that kill in
Dragons.
the
I
basement,
just
they
don't get
spent
it.
so long trying to hunt him down.
I just
Now,
don't
Black
get.
Dragons, they obviously were following a very simple plan, which is great. Hunt the post,
I just don't
isolate,
get how
that
G2
kill. The issue
lost
is
that.
they were not cutting off the staircase rotation, so Canadian, because he had a shotgun actually, had an escape path, opening soft walls to make a rotate on freezer wall to go back up wide. Excellent stuff from Troy, right? The thing is, we haven't seen Black Dragons really get to execute and attack the bomb side. They keep dying in the early stages of the round, or they will win in the early stage of the attack round as well. So it could be a matter of Black Dragons trying to go for too much too early, rather than trying to get, I mean, to be fair, they got spawn pick this round, you know, but we haven't seen them really play the full round out just yet, because Shopify Building are playing so much disruption by just allowing Ambi that freedom to do whatever he wants.
That's right. Sometimes, depending on your opponent, it's better to just sit back and let them waste their time and then play for late round. Other opponents, you really want to disrupt them in the early and mid game, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion is doing perfectly.
If you've ever played up against a team like, let's say, FaZe Clan, you know it's completely doomed if you give them space to go for a 5v5 execute, because they're going to pick you apart. But then there are teams where if you just let them get to the bomb site, they're going to stare and go, what now?
Yep.
If you don't give them that opening. So you're right, it really depends on how you tailor your attacks and defenses to your enemy.
Exactly what we heard earlier today between Heretics and Weibo, right? Like, Weibo realized that them playing more aggressive in the early round was actually going to make them suffer in the late round, because Heretics would execute
There you
quite well.
go. 1 minute just
So it was all about time delay.
if you're a neutral fan, you're always going
All
to
about
end up
reading
being this.
the flow of the rounds
Lol.
mid-game, figure out what's the best way to
Now,
just
Ember,
mess with the
save
opponent's
your
playstyle
C4,
as much as
Ronnie.
you can.
Save it.
Look at these C4s, 3 of them. Andy, Spoit, Nadian.
And with Valkyrie, this is again very what we can call old school style
Ambi,
cafe. First the
show
Pulse, now the
Valkyrie some love.
Opera events by the Clash and the Nomad, so nothing really changes. Shopify, they have now more freedom in the server, if anything, but let's be honest, they've always had freedom. They've never been stopped in their tracks or stopped from like small people are running out, so
yeah.
I'm not sure.
I've been so absorbed in the round by round. I didn't realize it's 6-3 at the moment. This is map point for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh no, they're storming through it.
Oh, nice kill for Spoit. Outlaw tried to take that 1v1. Spoit's going to escape. Miracle is too far behind.
He didn't even get the damage?
And Black Dragon sadly
I
looked a
thought
little
Spoit
bit
got
lost
shot
here.
at.
Yeah, again, they don't get to the better stage of the round where they can kind of get a good foothold.
Yeah,
in the
Ambi is like
mid-round,
killing it
start
right
droning,
now.
start seeing the flanks, and then work together
Okay.
for like verticality or
Yeah, but the
execute setup.
question, the
They
big
always kind of
question,
fall really early
did you
before they get that
show
second
did you
step.
show
Now let's
Valkyrie
go,
some
let's
kind
hide in the
love
freezer
or
walls.
give
Okay, what
kind
can we
loving
do? Well, the thing is,
loving
if you
words, you know?
capture,
It's
gonna be an
very
outreach.
important if
So
you want to get a
what
kill
you have is
with
what you have.
Valkyrie.
Soft floors, let's can break it. That's really it. The Kite Claw is also beneath, so really Nate getting tossed in somewhere really nice. They won't do anything. They do have a little bit of information. They do have that final Dokkaebi call to maybe get something going. But this is what we get. Shopify Rebellion's discipline. They're playing so far back, understand the win condition here. Are the closed walls and
Swag is
crossfires.
actually on
Rexin, the sole kind of person playing alone, does fall though. 4v4.
Maybe there's a way back into it.
Yeah, but it's gonna be so grueling hard. Like it's just they have nothing to work with. It's just the hallways and the staircases.
Just a fortress as well from Shopify
all
Rebellion on the
closed.
site. Pardon me, on the site. You're right, it is all very much closed up. Miracle's found a kill just coming up from the wide stairs. Ambi, though, staves off Rare, who was playing near mining. Now, Ambi is that sole player in pillars. He's controlling just outside, anterior to the bomb site. Surf and Spoit are the perfect operators to really lock things up on site. But what we need from us is this verticality. We need some pressure from above for Black Dragons, and that's the perfect way. Miracle's just snuck in through Laundry. He's now popped one of the Vulcan canisters. That locks Ambi out. He's going to have to rotate, going to have to go to the breach instead. This is very winnable for BD.
The plan is possible. Swag is deep inside of dining on the chassis. There it is. Gonna put it down. Does Surf hear it?
Starting the plans, but
Oh,
Surf and
Ambi.
somehow Ambi is able to detonate it in time. Surf might be able to duel this as he's found.
Oh, they know where he is.
Miracle has to go deep, but Surf bests him. And Shopify Rebellion
See what
keep their
happens when
eyes
you
on
give
the
Wifey
prize.
some love?
The prize being playoffs, upper bracket. They are well on their way.
Told
but
you.
they're not out of the woods yet.
Dude, Surf's been so good this event. He started off with a big moment, that 1v1 clutch on top 4 attack. He ends it as well with another 1v1
Showing
round.
Wifey
Doesn't
some
play the giveaway high.
love.
No, he wants to fight.
7
He
minutes?
took
Are you
it,
fucking joking?
But we got 1 more to go. We'll get there after a quick break.
Are you kidding me? 7 minutes? See? My wifey gets it done. My wifey gets it done.
Available now.
Five minutes. Okie dokie. Oh my god, let me show you the coolest drone skin ever. I'm so going to buy this. Look at this cool drone skin by Kobe. And this is for Talon. How cool is that drone skin? Seriously? And you have the charm and the background card. How cool isn't that? This is really nicely done. Kobe just nailed that out of the park. Like, I'm still getting a lot of points. I don't care. Like, dude, I'm going to get it. Like, I'm so good to get that. My prediction in general, like, so if we look at my predictions, we know on A, if we look at A stream, so I get correct points, correct team get 1 point. I'm not sure how it applies for eliminated team, but the eliminated team is in my group, so let's say that I'm get it. So I get 0 points. Let's say I don't get points because of this then. So this is 0. Then we have B. I get one point here. And I would get... I would maybe get 1 point here. If Shopify wins 2-0, then I will get it. So we have 1, 2. Then here I get 3, 4. 4 points so far. Is what I get. So the prediction is very off right now. But still, it's I'm getting points at least. It's going to be easier on the playoffs later on. But I'm not going to get to Diamond or Emerald, so this is gone. Maybe I will get to this. Let's say I get 6 points in total. So it's an additional 6. There is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 games still is left, so I can still get a lot of the points. Like, do you really think it's that bad? Like, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad though. So I can still get a lot of things right, if that's the case. The next game that is starting any minute is going to be between Oxygen and Enterprise. So Enterprise has 0 wins, and so has Oxygen, but they had a close lose, which gives them 1 point. So that match is going to determine who will move on to the playoffs. And to be honest, I think Oxygen is slightly better than the Enterprise, so they should be winning. But it comes down to who we win. It doesn't matter if it's 2-0 or 2-1. Whoever wins that match will qualify into playoffs. That's how important that matchup is. I have those skins. I have those. Yeah, FaZe ended up in the first place, so it will not change no matter what.
Shopify Rebellion are out of the gates hot here in this matchup, and they looked very good, very convincing, but also, like, I felt like that map rolled very quickly, Fox. I genuinely feel like I blinked and I missed it.
It went by really quickly, and I don't think it paints the picture of how well Black Dragons were playing. I do like what we saw out of them, the way that they were going about it. This looks like the exact same Black Dragons attack style that we saw them beat G2 with, but unfortunately, SR is just really playing that much higher of a level of siege than we've been seeing throughout the whole tournament. I mean, the way that they've just been able to focus on their executes, find that opening kill throughout the whole tournament. We've seen Shopify hit a plateau. They get that first kill, they don't know where they're executing. But so far, we've figured out where the execute is going to go, and even though it gets a little too close for comfort, Shopify gets the diffuser down. They had an amazing attacking half.
It's the same story for Black Dragons. It was only 2 players performing again, as we highlighted in the graphic at the top of the show. It wasn't necessarily the same 2 all the time. It's just any random 2. On the side of Shopify, though, you look at it, full team performance. What was it, 7 and 3 on opening picks across the whole map. They converted every single opening pick round bar 1. They absolutely dominated on the attack on Cafe, which is not an easy map to do. They deserve every single point that they got out of that first map.
They do, and I think there was one specific round that was able to turn the tides, bring the momentum. It was Spoit's 1v3 clutch in a situation where Black Dragons give him every single 1v1 fight that he could take. Beautiful shots from him, but then the reading to understand that he could take the shotgun out, take this close 1v1, and that set the momentum in Shopify Rebellion's side to them be able to just steamroll, close out the map. And big plays like that is what shuts down teams like Black Dragons that don't have that much experience at major events like this.
We move over to Border now, a map that obviously has been notorious for its aggression. It's a very unique kind of play style. What are we taking away from, I guess, a map like Cafe into something like Border?
I think with the way that we saw both teams play on Cafe today, you can kind of expect that Shopify are up for the fight here today on Border. Not only did we have a brilliant clutch from Spoit, but we also had a really good attempt from Ambi where he came so close. All he needed was an extra second, an extra half a second, and he would have been able to pull it off. If Ambi's firing like this,
are you kidding
you don't
me?
want to play Border against him.
Not at all. Ambi is the player to watch, and specifically with experience from the NAL, Ambi is always the player on Border that puts Shopify Rebellion in a position to potentially win the map. He is constantly being that difficult entry to deal with, and you're never really able to pinpoint his position. And he's the reason why going into Border is going to be such a hard uphill battle for Black Dragons.
Black Dragons, unfortunately, look down the barrel at a very scary prospect. G2 go head-to-head with FaZe after this. If they win, they could potentially be knocking Black Dragons out altogether. So they 100% need to lock in for Border. It's time to head to your casters.
Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, you are absolutely right. Fate is in Black Dragon's hands, as it is for Shopify Rebellion, who are already off to a flying start from Cafe. But Black Dragons have chosen to take us to Border, and I think this may well be where they can bring a serious fight back to the North American roster. It's time to get into it. Black Dragons look to come back on Border.
These pictures are killing me. do something fun with it, so
Honestly,
I'm happy with that.
I'm quite curious here around the operator ban, because do you target Ambi
On this, I would probably say Ying or Glass.
On Cafe, running around the building with solids, getting
Glass
kill
is
after
really
kill.
strong
do you
on this
target
map,
him,
so
or do we think
probably
about
ban
the
that.
bigger picture? How can we as a team execute our
Then
setups?
maybe
How can we progress the map easier with bans
even
such as the
Asami on
Asami
this
or
one?
the Mira, for example? So let's see. Well, there is the Asami.
Okay, Asami and
Deimos,
Deimos.
of
Okay,
course,
I
in
thought
response.
like
Border is a
Glass
pretty
would be
common
one of
Deimos,
them.
Monty,
I would,
Deimos, Dokkaebi
or
type of map
maybe
again to
getting the Blackbeard off
nullify
the board.
lethality and gathering on the attacking side. Whereas
I gotta
defense
say
often is
Mirror
around
on this
the map
one. I feel
structure,
like
the
I
capacity,
feel like
Asami,
it's
the
going to be a Mirror
the
ban
Clash
from
even sometimes these days. Goyo.
Goyo and Capitao.
Okay, so the Goyo ban's interesting because it opens up the door for potential rushes and fast takes, only leaving smoke up now, but has to toss it out and be in the right location at the right time. Whereas Goyo can pre-place, one on that bomb site, one of this bomb site, and you just pop them and stop any rush possible, essentially.
Does leave Mira in, however.
It does.
Yeah.
That defensive side. Border, once upon a time, was like the map where we really started to see Mira. When first she came out, I mean, everyone was like, hang on, I can just put them on Armory Wall, and then no one can push Armory, and that was
kind of strong, actually.
Kind of like the most OP
For
operator
me,
we've
I
ever seen on
thought that
defense.
maybe like for Shopify that would like to get Glass off the
Couldn't break
board.
them with Ash, couldn't even
But
knife
that
them.
might be in
Really,
the
it was just
later
hard breach was
point.
the only way to
They might
counter a
save it
mirror
for the
window.
last because they want to see if
technically,
they
by mind
play a lot of
back
Glass,
then,
or
but
maybe they will
wasn't
go a lot
really
of
a big thing.
Blackbeard.
It's kind of because of Mirror that we started doing vertical takes.
Very true, very true.
Game evolved with the operators.
Plenty of places that you can put them where it's safe from verticality. Even, for example, now on the Armory wall, actually, that's brick flooring, so you can't breach that anymore. Of course, no Mirror this round. We might see it later, but for now, Shopify Rebellion want to do something a lot more loosey-goosey, and we shouldn't be surprised about that.
Yeah, so two things to note here. Canadian on the inter-gathering poles, playing vertically C4 and shotgun. Ambi, not on Solus, but on Oryx. That means he can 1v1 any shield in the game pretty comfortably. And again, he's just running out the building, jumping up hatches, jumping down, and going for kills. On the
with
flip
a
side,
shotgun again.
We're bringing out the Lion, Glass, and the Blitz. This could be a very fast Archives take because Miracle is right on the balcony of Archives.
Wants to go for a C4, but doesn't have the angle for it. Spotted two players. He's about to be spotted himself, I believe. Man, he is so close, and he should know there's no Claymore there. He could go around for it. He's calling for the team. You know exactly what's happening, but they know exactly where he is. The plan's starting to go again. Ambi can deny. A long angle from Ambi, actually. I'm impressed that he was able to find the feet of Rare on that blitz. Rebellion have the advantage. Ask looks to try and turn the tide from the bottom of main stairs. He'll nade up the barb and look to relocate.
I mean, that's the entire attacking strat in the ground for Black Dragons. They had a one-shot
That was
at this
just
where they go
unlucky
full
for
Canadian
Canadian there.
once again the hero 3 times so far.
So
in first and
bad,
second
so
map
unlucky.
because he traded with Miracle on the glass. That's the entire push. The coverage done. It was all smoked off, so Squad could go in
Yeah,
and
they
deny
had
the plant.
Glass.
Outlaw in office by that radio window. Eats a goo mine. Shopify Rebellion, they know he's here. They have a crossfire. Are they ready for the push in towards Fountain? Because they have a player lurking on the floor at Sport, and they have a really good read if they Ash charge this wall.
This breach is good. Once you open this wall with the Ash, Spoit is surely dead meat. He knows he has to tuck right into the corner. Now, the only way he survives is by playing this 90-degree crossfire with Rexon.
Here's the question, though. What is Ambi's role in this? Right now, he's on top metal. You see him to your left there. Could charge through a wall, pre-fire. They're using Sport as a link between them.
Perfect.
But he finds the perfect angle. Outlaw gets the 1v1.
That's the problem with that crossfire. It is not a perfect dead crossfire. There was an angle there where Outlaw could peek without being covered by Rexon. Thankfully, Rexon gets him back again, and Ambi is there to catch us.
So lucky there.
With that, Shopify Rebellion kick things off on Border.
The perfect fadeaway down the head says, see you later. And then Ambi walks in while the sledge is reloading, thinking, I'm safe for a few seconds at least, right? Last guy's not going to be on the corner. Well, he was right around the corner. And honestly, again, it goes back to the very first gunfight. Surf taking down the glass changes the entire conversation of that round. And the crazy thing is, Canadian
really
had to play. He saw both players go past him in the window. They had no clue he was there, seemingly. So he jumps out. That's the only C4. That's the only plant denial while the Blitz is trying to get down the case. Very highly risky play, but it's showing us that Troy still, like he did earlier in Cafe, he's looking to get very active and like play what makes sense and not overthink the situation. Because you could have just gone,
enjoy your
guys, I'm gonna
dinner.
pop the hatch in office, drop downstairs, go for a C4, or they don't know that I'm here. Let me send it. I know there's no Claymore.
True. Black Dragons were ready for that though, and
Yeah, they were. Sadly.
yeah, did read Canadian pretty well. BD are the ones that need to get on their bike here, of course. They lost the first map pretty convincingly in the end. There are a few good moments from BD, but Shopify Rebellion definitely controlled the pace on Cafe.
Attackers are heading out to
And
defuse the
on
bomb.
Border, well, this is BD's map pick. This is where they should be having a bit more success, but like I said before, looking back, neither of these teams have played this map in the tournament so far. So both of them are in a way going in blind. Wow, Arse takes a hell of a lot of damage.
Bro.
Thankfully he survives.
He's on solos again. He's doing this thing where he's checking for like the drone, the air get the Claymore, goes, well, none of those three things are here. I can just go for
That's a license to swing.
That is it. That is it.
Oh, he's not got his P90 license this time, but
It's
this is
because
nice.
Troy's Unleashed, that's why. He doesn't have the shotgun to replace him, so he needs it for this
I
one.
mean,
because
Floyd does.
yeah, okay,
Rexon
good luck.
does.
Okay, just the bailiff doing all of that work.
And the
Hello,
little
Chingwing.
slug
How
thing
you
that-
doing?
that one's
Hope
got-
everything is
that's a
good
rough
with
one.
you.
The glaive is not meant for destruction, man. It is a slow one at that.
I'll say Border's a good SMG-11 map.
Yeah, it is.
And that shotgun as well is
Like,
not
they're
only
going
going
to
be good for
open up
making rotates
main
mid-round for enemy, but
walls,
also really a lot of chances to take fights with
That's
it
also good.
in close quarters.
Means you can play beat boobs
The
that
main
we just saw
wall,
there in the jail
yeah.
walk-in. Because
I think that we
otherwise you
open
play
up
impacts,
in
no shotgun
bathroom.
Sometimes. They know where some of the attackers are attacking from. The thing about Black Dragon is that they love spreading out, and they did the same against D2 and
Nope,
find
that
those
is
1v1
actually
gunfights
soft.
where they excel in. But
Hmm,
Shopify Rebellion
then
aren't
what did I
giving
go to
all
do
that
with the
many
Thermite?
1v1s with the exception of maybe
That is going to
Ambient
be
in early
interesting.
stage of the round. So they're not finding anything. And then they get swung, Swag low on HP, Ash low on HP, and they're also exposed now in the bathroom.
I like the Royora gate though.
Bit of flank
Can't be
cover.
shot because of the drone right next to it as well. So that means that they won't be able to be deactivated. Mr. Outlaw, looks like they're making a bit of a move in together. The Candelas are a bait, hoping to make Shopify Rebellion rotate, but instead Canadian actually fires up and takes two down. Rare walks straight into a goo mine in sight, and Black Dragons are not finding anything out of this. They might have
Damn
the
it.
bomb site in theory, but they are nowhere near looking for a plant in a 2v5. Even if they did, there's no doubt that the Americans would retake it.
No. Shopify Rebellion, they have had the perfect read this round. Nobody's over-rotating, getting worried about the bomb site because despite the Doka be called thinking, they can't see us on the cameras, Ambi's on the solids. They knew the plant wasn't going down, and to make it even better, Canadian Troy, he popped a blue mine from Lesion on that default plant spot where they tossed a smoke grenade. So they knew they weren't in there. And they're not overthinking it again. It's simple, it's clean, it's perfect, the crossfires, the 1v1s, and a flawless round at that.
That is.
From the very start, when Ambi ran out the main door, to the very end, when
Good
Spark
start.
gets the kill in CCTV, there was never a moment of doubt here that Shopify Rebellion would win this second round.
Gotta tell you, this is a very different Shopify Rebellion than we saw yesterday. Go 7-1, 7-1, down to FaZe on the latter two maps of their last series, and similarly,
Have you
it's
had
not the
any
same Black Dragons
snow?
that we saw do away
Yes,
with
there
June
is a
2
snowstorm
yesterday.
actually going on right now.
The Brazilian
so.
LCQ team has done well, but they might be a little out of their depth.
It's a bit of a yes and no to the point about Black Dragons. I think we're seeing a relatively similar Black Dragons, but in a very different matchup. G2, they get scrappy. They love the 1v1s and then let's fan out and go for the split theory attacks and whatnot. And that matched really well for Black Dragons in their favor. Shopify Rebellion, they're
Or
not
one
playing
of
that
them at
style at
least.
all. Especially here in Border so far. They're a very tight ship they're running.
Very lockstep.
Very lockstep, yeah, for sure. So I feel like Black Dragons, while they're playing quote-unquote well, their current playstyle is not working at all. So to prove that they're a good team, they need to change their playstyle.
Can't be a one-trick pony.
That's it. If you can only play well with this one particular playstyle, you are not what you call on paper a quote-unquote good team. Everyone here is a great team. Top 20 in the world in SI 2026. Don't get me wrong, but there is good teams here, and there are great teams here. And this is BD's challenge to become that great team.
Got to prove your greatness. This is the biggest opportunity for, well, a long time for players like Ask, Rare, and Miracle, and it's the first opportunity ever to play on the world stage for Swag and to Outlaw. But of course, if they lose today, there's a very good chance they won't make it to playoffs, depending on what happens with G2 and FaZe after this. So stoked for that game, by the way. Like,
Everyone's
could not
waiting
be
for
more
it.
excited.
You know, we don't want to have like bias and say like, oh, this game is not as exciting as, but guys,
Oh, it is.
it's G2 fighting for domination in the last game of the day against
yeah,
us.
It's true. And look, if I'm not wrong,
we
G2 have
have,
never gone out in groups, maybe once. I think we
or,
were talking about this earlier.
I think never in groups
local,
or right after groups. I think that's
Okay.
what we
Town
ended up on.
council have
I've never been
their
to
own,
G2, these
so
things are made, so.
so it will get
I think it's reaching
similar
the
to
same story.
like
last
it's
night,
kind of
we
similar to
clipped the thing,
every other
actually.
Yeah, it didn't land
country,
for
actually.
Spoit.
Oh damn!
Doesn't matter though, because the rest of Shopify Rebellion are finding kills everywhere around the map.
This really is, since I
1v1,
live in Sweden, like it's kind of like
Black
mandatory
Dragons,
to
they
have like
barely into the building.
companies
They don't
to
do
do
their
that,
lines because
to
all the
clean up the
players
snow.
are
Otherwise,
outside.
like
As
our
we find
society
one
would not work.
consolation kill, but let's be honest, that doesn't give you a way in the building.
I like this breach from Selma, but we need Black Dragons as a unit to be trying to take map control, trying to isolate individuals.
Both double calls. I thought they spent it on the first push there, but they actually are holding it. Gonna regret that decision now because you're in a 2v4. Ask low on health, and Rare goes fishing in Passport. The bomb site is actually very vulnerable. Only one player protecting it. That's Surf, of course. Actually, two players now. Has the read. Knows he's stuck in the corner. He's actually putting down a bulletproof camera,
Wow.
Surf. Crazy, crazy boy.
Big rotate as well from Ask is asking a lot because there's Spoit and Canadian. Canadian knows where he is, and Nitro Cell from way
Nicely
downtown.
done.
It's classic Big Bad Canadian back again.
Yeah,
Dude, he's
big
so
bad
locked in.
nade.
The pre-found the pixel on main door, the C4 right into his open arms, and then no reaction at all. I'm telling you, Troy is really back in
Yeah, it's
action
looking
these
really
last few
good.
days. He's absolutely everywhere on the map.
Like
Never
Canadian's
getting
never
caught
been
off guard
like
either.
bad,
And that's the big
like
thing I was
it's
kind
just
of worried
been
about for
not
Rebellion.
having
I thought BD would have the numbers
opportunity
sometimes
to
to
play
catch them
as
off,
he
but they
did
haven't.
in the
It's
old
like
days when
technical
even
talent
Genius
background.
was active.
Deixa eu perguntar uma parada pra
Stuff
vocês.
like
Vocês
that.
escutaram o que eu falei no briefing aqui ou não?
They've
Vocês
been
escutaram o que eu
losing a
falei no
lot.
briefing? Então por que que tá passando
Because
então
of
que o cara tá
that
subindo no leste?
in general.
Por que que a gente tá quebrando o bagulho ali rápido? Tipo, o cara fazer o entra na leste? Tipo assim, tudo que eu pedi pra vocês estão fazendo inverso. Que porra é essa, mano? Tudo que eu pedi pra vocês estão fazendo
What are you
inverso. Vocês não querem ganhar.
doing? Blá, blá,
Vocês querem
blá,
só levar a
blá.
parada. Tá parecendo com o primeiro round do café lá quando tem nos Zapalma, tá ligado? Tipo assim, a gente tá querendo todo mundo jogar um jogo como se fosse ranked. Se deu certo, beleza. Se não deu certo, foda-se. Que porra é essa, rapaziada? O nosso propósito aqui, mano, a gente vai jogar fora e tipo, foda-se. Literalmente isso? Por que a gente comunica o bagulho igual um homem na parada? Homem, com ímpeto. Entra pra trocar tiro com os caras na moral. Mano, tá mangando, tá pronto? Vai! Por que a gente não faz isso? A gente não faz isso todo dia? A gente não fez isso pra vir aqui pra essa porra? Então por que a gente não tá fazendo, viado?
More energy in that one than the previous.
Very much.
It seemed a lot like we can do better than this kind of vibe. Slapping up the hands, saying this, that. Of course, we'll wait for Maria if she's available to translate for us on the other side, but it certainly seemed a matter of, for my case, that they can do better. They're not playing like they usually are type vibe. Which again was very generic, but very applicable because Black Dragons, they look a little bit lost in these rounds.
That they do.
That wasn't the case yesterday.
Nah.
Frustration.
Yeah, very frustrating.
I know that he's mad. He's like more or less
say
asking,
though,
what are you
Shopify
doing?
Rebellion have
Like,
really found their
why
mojo.
aren't you playing as a team?
Last 13 rounds, they've won 10 of
Use
them.
the utility to flush them out, I'm guessing.
Starting to build up that momentum. I don't know if BD are going to be able to
That,
break
that
it.
would be my...
Teams banned out. They got rid of the deny, which is
if it was
Very
my
rare you'll see a
team,
deny,
play closer
right?
together, use the
I don't know if
utility
that's
to flush
the
them
play,
out.
to be honest.
Don't let
The
them
thing
have
with
the
the
one
pulse-
versus
the thing
one
with the deny that I
engagement.
find is it is
That's
so
like
hard to
they're
gauge
just giving them
the value
like
of the operator.
Black
We,
Dragons
as
just giving
observers
them a
this
lot of
game,
the
have
one
seen
versus
zero
one
denial
engagement,
nations
and
triggered
that's
and
why they're
practically
winning.
zero
Like you
destroyed
don't
in
want to
various
have a
positions,
one
right?
versus one engagement,
Black Dragons
especially
in
like
this favor,
with Ambi or Canadian.
it's
You
a
have
bad idea,
Spoit.
it's
like
so hard to
you
gauge
don't want
how
those
difficult it is.
kind
With
of
mirror windows at a
engagements.
post below, you can see the outcome, like the C4s, they can't take a room because of the mirror window, for example.
It's not like a frost mat where you just it either gets activated or not.
Woo!
Not on a Rexton. Ooh, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Look, BD finding the opening pick. That's a nice little notch under their belt. It's going to make the rest of the round a lot easier. It's the first time that it's happened on Border so far, and they're going to double down with a second as well.
And they got no map. They can really lock down these runouts, which they have in E
Yeah.
stairs and break room door. All BD needs to do now is not throw it around because they have already won it.
I
All
feel
they
like
do now
they
is lose
might
it
be
or
a little bit
confirm it.
aggressive now,
So
Shopify.
nice, like you
in
have 2
general.
minutes, nice and steady. Get those drones in there, play together, use the numbers, and more importantly, try and track where the pulse is when you get inside the building. If you're standing on soft floor, is Canadian getting a free C4 kill? Could be one way to lose.
Oh.
gets both.
He is punished, but Spoit immediately replies. Wants to get aggressive for a little bit more. Doesn't have a Nitro Cell or anything like that, as he is the Legion, so he can't go for an aggressive play. Canadians found his 1v1 with the Reaper. Man, he's pretty good with that little measly gun. Spoit also finds his chance almost, but the plan is going down. Canadian is going to be able to take it down. Doesn't get the kill onto Red, doesn't quite do enough damage. If he'd gone for the C4, it would have been a guaranteed kill. Instead, the shotgun just scares Rare away.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised why he didn't like
players
it.
low HP. Canadian with a pre-placed C4. He's trying to bait them into going deep. He sees one player again, but there is a safe haven on top of the bricks.
I don't know why Canadian is
and
like...
with no Spoit, it's an easy lockdown.
That was a bad decision by Canadian. He should have saved that.
Finally get back into the
He should have used that to get the kill right off the bat instead.
In the end, though, if one more shotgun shell connects with the ace planting, I mean, that's the case down in a bad spot, and Spoit might have a chance back towards the bomb site. But BD prays to them. They recognize, hey, the Legion is in break room. We can kind of just ignore him. Hit the bomb site. There's a pull somewhere. We'll figure out where that is. The worst way possible by getting shot from beneath, but still they figured that out.
So they were 0-3 down. Black Dragons called that tactical timeout. I have a translation here from Maria, as what the coach was saying to the squad. He said, let me ask you something. All that I asked you to do, you were doing the opposite. What the F is this? Don't you want to win? You want to throw the game? We want to play this game like it's ranked? If we lost, we lost. We win, whatever. What the hell? Why don't we communicate like a real man? Don't we do that every day to be effing here at SI?
Wow. Definitely more passionate than the last one, yeah.
He's really lit a fire underneath Black Dragon's asses, and it worked for that round. It really did. They fired up. They played with so much more confidence. No hesitation. No hesitation whatsoever.
That is true, but on the flip side, Shopify Billion, they also did give them those two 50-50 gunfights, which BD finally ended up winning. But had they lost those gunfights, or Shopify Billion just stayed put on the bomb side, different story, right? And now we see the immediate switch up. Shopify Billion, they're gonna play Lamai, they're gonna play the Ward, they're gonna bung it down a bit more. Only
Spoit down to 50% already, that's not good. I feel like they're being a little bit too aggressive right now, Shopify.
Entire series. This is good though.
Yeah, great hacking there from Ask. Great job, especially the bulletproof camera. I mean, really can't understate the value of hacking a BP.
Now it's all clear below. There is a world. Again, I was gonna say this is where we rush the bomb set, but Ambient Soul is gonna shut that down immediately, so no mind.
So Rexon's decided he's going to give it another go playing East Stairs. Remember, he was the first pick in this position last time. He's on the Wamai, so he can protect himself against most projectiles. Wow, what is that, Spoit?
Strategy just don't
give yourself away. Rexon, low HP. He's surely going to die. Swag can come in support. And, well, Outlaw's going to do it without him. Swag also got Nadian, who tried to peek him from upstairs in Fountain.
If I were Shopify's coach, I would say to them, they need to slow, they need to not be aggressive.
Oh, that bulletproof camera's
overly aggressive.
This is not a good look for Shopify
Rebellion.
Rebellion.
Bit more closer together, get the refrag. Don't go for the 1v1s anymore. It's not going to help at this point.
Not just yet.
I thought that play was
way outside. Can you see the toes? I don't think so. The sandbag in the way. So no free kill. Gotta spot those thrown, those Ambi. One bottom middle. Oh, finally Doka be called as well. BD's gotta make this work. Use the information.
Prevents the aggression here from Shopify Rebellion. They haven't actually elected to answer their phones. They're gonna know where Ambi is, and now they definitely know where Surf is because he's found a kill. Outlaw will trade. 1v3 for the young gun. SMG-11 in hand. A flashbang, but he finds the kill regardless. Rare and Miracle must put the pieces together of this round. They look for the plant. Ambi, still, SMG-11 needs to duel Miracle outside. He knows exactly where the plant's gone down, but he doesn't check the angle. And Miracle has it on lock. Two rounds in a row for BD as they start to mount this comeback.
Honestly, kind of risky there for Black Dragons, because when the flashbang came through, Ambi could have run up the middle staircase for a plant denial, but he wasn't sure where that third player was playing at. I think he assumed, like the most of us, that he was going to be in a workshop, maybe outside the building, but he was already deep in the bomb site, getting down that diffuse a little bit quickly, a little bit off pace. But it starts off here. When Spoit swings on the balcony, Rexon is in a really tough position, getting pushed from two different angles, and Canadian also dies. So Rexon dies last, which is kind of the issue, because his supportive cast around him dies first, meaning Rexon is literally on an island. in a perfect world there, either Rexen doesn't die at all because they're victorious in the hold, or Rexen dies first, meaning Sport Canadian has an escape path back to side. Sport did swing the window.
Yes, that's true. I think that was a bit of a mistake, unfortunately. Shopify Rebellion don't have to make the first move here. They have to force BD into their setups because, look, they've got pretty good setups.
They have. I mean, look at the first 2 rounds in defense. They were rock solid. There was no way in for Black Dragons because there are no gaps and there are no cracks. The cracks are starting to show, and it's mostly due to, I think, individual players maybe not being as disciplined to the strat as other people might be.
Yeah, you just got to be in sync. Like, if you're going to get aggressive, do it, but you got to get aggressive as a team. If you want to play passive, do it, but you got to play passive as a team. You can't have Spoit going for ones while
Rexen is hiding away, you know?
Exactly, hiding and playing Wamai on East Stairs. So.
Rexen was playing exactly like this. He was not even head peeking because he got pre-fired last time.
He's really committing to East Stairs. He's been chained to this thing the whole time. He's now on smoke though, which is actually good.
It's kind of like playing service stairs on bank. It's very similar. You can win or lose the round off this individual player of Rexen, but if the attackers do this really well, they will start 5v4 with smoke dead.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to how experienced you are in that spot and how much pressure the enemy has against you. But they've banned the Yin, they've banned the Capital. The only easy way to deal with Rexen is maybe a blitz running straight in the door.
I mean, even flashes and nades, but then they do have to run into a potential crossfire because ideally other players from Rebellion will be supporting Rexen.
Like, I do hope that they would not be too, like, let them have a lot of the 1v1 engagement right now because Black Dragons are reading into that really well.
And trying something new. Looking for that 3rd round to tie the half.
Wow, look at this position. Oh,
that's
Guman. A little bit too close. Yes. There we go. Oh, he's going to win this fight. No, he's not going to win that fight. No universe where Sport should be winning that, but he survives to tell another tale, live another day. Ambi supports as well. Surf's on the floor, and Ambi's been traded, so maybe there's a gap here for Black Dragons on Archives, while the rest of the team was focusing up on East Stairs and CCTV. Swag has snuck in behind enemy lines.
There are 2 people inside, but 2 different bomb sites. Surf's injured in between them. They have the case
Swag is not
on Miracle.
This is wrong. Swag is literally
while he's down.
They don't know Surf is
Swag needs to give some support.
The coverage is coming from the other direction. Swag from downtown. He's found Rexen, and that splits the bomb site. Spoit discovered as well. Canadian 1 HP, but he C4's the wrong player into a 1v1. Surf might be able to drop down the hatch, but I don't think he's got enough time. He's going to be bleeding out.
He is.
Canadian.
Shoot! Shoot! Oh my god!
Surf gives him all the information he could possibly need.
No.
The yellow ping and the round 1 by Big Bad Nadian.
He could crawl into the hatch, drop down, maybe survive, maybe not. Or he can sacrifice himself, crawl into the bomb set, into danger, and give off one final yellow ping.
I was like, you need to shoot, come on.
Immediately. He was waiting for that final confirmation. This is the spot. This is where you gotta shoot. Surf was injured for 45 seconds, give or take.
Wow.
Because he's the 2nd player to fall, just holding F on the keyboard while bleeding out slower and slower. Miracle was in Armory for a good half minute before that plant started going down. So likely also Surf's audio cue that told Canadian where the plant was happening.
Yeah.
And that's another Surf round right there, baby. That's the 4th Surf round.
Montana's Army,
just so good from lying on the ground, bleeding out.
I think next is going to be like Mira or
Rebellion managed their
Glass.
4-2 split on that defensive side.
Okay.
And look, I did hear, as we went into the operator ban phase, I heard Super, their coach, he said, guys, okay, effing reset. We're swapping now. Because you can tell that was an intense half.
No, it was. I mean, this round was ridiculous. That was the best Black Dragons have fought back from a man deficit the entire series so far. They did it really well. They get in Armory, they get in Archives, they take it nice and slow, but this player is so good! It's so good! And you see Black Dragons, they're like, there's nothing slow, but we hear anything, there's no sound. Then you're playing the sound cues in the 1v1.
Bomb located by attacker.
Loving what I'm seeing from Shopify Rebellion today. It's a damn sight better than, well, it's been a bit of a drought let's be real, they started their tournament with what we thought at the time was an unbelievably impressive 2-0. 2 overtime wins on 2 different maps, and that was a win over G2, 2-0. Then they lost to D+, and we were scratching our heads thinking, what the hell is going on for Shopify Rebellion? They got a map off FaZe, but then got obliterated on the next 2 and lost the series. Now G2, I mean, we can kind of recontextualize Shopify's overtime wins because it's exactly the same scoreline that we had from Black Dragons. It was the 8-7 and the 8-6.
No, they are not.
G2 are the ones that maybe we were overestimating a little bit. Perhaps.
The ones
so
that are eliminated is probably
Shopify Rebellion
G2.
Actually, a team that can contest at the top level. After losing the D+
Like,
in FaZe, they need
so
a win.
Black Dragons, they
moving into
can
first,
get
not only to
eliminated,
that second life and go into the
but
upper bracket,
G2 needs to win
but
against
also
FaZe Clan
just
with
to convince
2-0.
us that they deserve to be there, that they really have a chance, especially
That-
at top
that's-
echelon competition.
And of course that Black Dragon loses
if
this
they go
game.
up against a Falcons or a Furia, or even, dare say, a FaZe again,
Because
they'll need to have tightened a lot of things up from groups.
Super told the
Like,
boys to reset.
So here's the thing: Shopify needs to
glass,
win
the
against
capital,
Black
the
Dragons
Dokkaebi, they
because
want pain in the
Shopify and
server.
G2 are at the
They
bottom.
click those buttons. Here comes the util.
So
Is there gonna be an
if
actionable
Shopify
follow-up?
loses, then it's
Oh,
enough
extreme
to
movement
have
as of yet. Is still on the roof with the
G2
Yin.
win one
It's a
map.
bait, trying to force some movement here from Black Dragons.
One map to
But
get
Thirst
past
does
Shopify
move into
Rebellion.
offices, so eventually he
for
does
example.
make his move.
So
They
it depends
found
on
their
how
gap,
this
and he's
game
straight
is
back
going
outside again.
that will decide
That's
who
the first
will
hammer
go
take,
and who
but
will
it's been
stay.
12 fires, one Dokkaebi
So
call,
the
and
la-
the glass
the
smokes
last
on
two.
Rexen finds another, so that's good enough for them.
So
Now they can
let's
force
say
man
if
advantage, force the
Shopify
2v1s, ask,
wins
get a little
against Black
desperate, and
Dragons,
looking for a
then
pick and
G2
break
needs
on
to win
door.
2-0
There are two
against
people, one
FaZe
left, one
Clan.
to his right, just waiting for that
If
peak.
Black Dragon wins against
I
Shopify,
don't
then
think
it's
gonna
not
work
then
if Black
it's
Dragons go
enough
for the
for
peak. I mean, everyone's watching for
G2
it.
to get
It's a rotate.
one
You can
map
act,
point to
Yeah,
move
Shopify
on.
Rebellion have gone for a big change up.
Oh yeah.
It's a very
Flash is coming in
complicated
from Canadian
thing.
onto the locker's window. He's actually going to repel in. Ambi's got the diffuser. He's going to try and plant
No
door.
denial.
Canadian is covering this position. No nitro cell available and no positions for Black
me?
Dragon to try and deny that plant. It's unbelievable. What it comes down to is
Are
Ask,
you
who finds a quick two.
What the fuck, Ask?
Rexen will shut him down. Another round on the board for Shopify Rebellion.
I love that. Again,
Yeah,
I think the
it's-
experience and the
it's
IGL leadership
really,
there
really
from
messy
Troy and
group.
Shopify Rebellion really shows through. Early,
And
we
like the
baked the
funny
tape,
thing
they're gonna
is,
get antsy, move
Kia
around, and then
won
actually
against
was
Black
Surf
Dragons,
jumping
they
in with
won
the glass smoke, getting a
against
pick, as you
Shopify,
said,
but then they
straight back out,
lose
then they
against
got pressure
G2,
east
but
there, breaking doors,
G2 lost
CCTV,
against
but then a
Shopify,
quick
then they
flip,
lost against
because Canadian
Black
started
Dragons.
on the roof with the fake
So it's
King
like,
Candelas, he would get to that
how does
armor
this
window
even
approach super
work? It
quickly,
should not be
while Andy
working.
goes into plan on Archive's door. And, then the glass,
And I'm not
he
counting
gets
FaZe
back
Clan
in the
because they
window on
won
the exterior balcony,
free
and he
match.
cut off the bombs
They
at
lost.
half.
They have
This
won
way,
every single
they're not
match,
dependent
so
on the
I'm
glass
not counting
smoke
them
or the Dokkaebi
because
call
they are
or
top
the
ranking in the
Invitational.
group.
It's all working together either
Like,
as
it
bait, as
should not be
cover, or
working.
just as an angle. They're not depending on like a fail-safe where, oh, they have a C4, you know, we can't do this thing. They knew there were no C4. They knew that to walk deep in the bomb site and take a 50-50 gunfight is the best case scenario. And if Surf lost the gunfight, Ambi gets off the plant and starts fighting back.
No, like
We're
they
putting up
have
pieces
the
of the
hella
puzzle on,
weird
but
of.
the picture's starting to form. Shopify Rebellion 7-3 on the first map, 5-2 up on the second.
I think it should be enough
This is
for,
looking to end up as quite a decisive series.
It's how they're winning the rounds, right? Like the scoreline, that's the easy story. It's how they've gotten these rounds. It's really, really high level siege. And I will still say 4 of the rounds of gaps across, you know, Border and Cafe combined was all Surf. By the way, this guy has been the game MVP for me so far.
Yeah. No, it. Let me
Love to see it
rephrase
if you're a
that. I'm
Shopify
sorry, I'm
fan,
looking at
but
the
for
score.
Black Dragons,
need more.
A little bit scared because
G2 needs to
of
win
course,
no
if
matter
G2
what.
win their game against FaZe,
2-0.
the Black Dragons lose here, they
1
will
point
be
winner
gone
cut
from the
it.
tournament. There's a very real chance that this is the last match
Because of
Black
the
Dragons
match
play
difference.
at SI. You've got to give it everything you've got. Push it the distance to bank.
You say
They've
very real,
explained
but
it
you
more
also
in
said
detail in it
in order for
after
that to
this
happen,
match.
you have to win against FaZe.
I mean,
So
never
is that
count it
very
out.
real?
Never count it out. Let's not forget, FaZe in theory have nothing to play for. They are locked in first place in the group, and if they just try and throw a curveball by playing a map they don't usually play, there's a very real chance G2 could have an upset.
I would argue that any Brazilian team here will love to send Alamar home. The Judas of the region, the betrayer of their countrymen. We'll see. Happens after this game on the A stream, so maybe not too long from now unless Black Dragons make that comeback happen and can change their own story. This is the same Shopify Rebellion as last time. They're setting things up, just droning, getting a good idea of what the map layout looks like. Where is that gap going to be? What isolated player can we find?
They've droned it up,
Really
they've
good if
measured
you're
it out,
pushing
they've
him
found the positions,
properly.
and now they look to strike. Rexon coming in from below East Stairs. He supports, and Ambi has found the killing blow onto Swag. That was the player that for the longest time was taking that position. Aggressive from Outlaw, Spoit finds him.
Yeah, very nicely done,
Shopify
Spoit.
Rebellion have baited Black Dragons into over-pushing, over-peaking, and now the Americans have control.
BD cannot figure out the pace because something's supposed to happen, right? Okay, let's start moving. Okay, nothing's happening. They're holding our angles. We die again. But what if Shopify Rebellion did push the bomb side? What if they did push away from that break room door? Then we can get back some map control. But the pace is so hard to read. There's no information on the defensive side. It's just
what is that?
Another one for free. The drone work is excellent. It's just rare now in customs and asked by the bomb side. So spread apart, they can't really help each other. And 5 attackers against them.
Black Dragons are starting to become washed downstream. Shopify Rebellion continue to mount up pressure, but look at how carefully they're playing. Redroning again and again, double checking, triple checking, make sure that they know exactly where all of these players from BD are. Just Rare left. He's found his second kill of the game, but that is all he is allowed.
Nicely done.
Shopify Rebellion just 1 round away from locking in the playoffs.
I don't care if Rex died. That right there's a flawless round. Every single kill that Shopify they got, there was a drone, a yellow ping, or a crossfire. There was literally 0 chance that they don't get those kills.
This is what I mean with drone power. Like,
understanding what's happening. And
information is so strong. You need to utilize what you have. And what I see from a lot of matches where a lot of teams have lost, they don't drone. Except for like, there was one moment when Falcons, you have to believe Pack was also in border, jumping in from the archives window in the beginning of round. He did not drone. He did not drone archives at all. He just used the lion scan and jumped in. And you had the enemy waiting on the right side of the window, just holding the corner. That's the reason why you need to drone out certain things so you can get the clear information. Otherwise, you're going to lose those engagements, especially when it's like pro league, or the highest level. You need to gather the information to know that it's clear. Of course, you don't need to do that every single time, but like if you are supposed to jump in for a room and you have no information, like then that is a very high risk.
Shopify Rebellion, they've dictated the pace. They've read into the Black Dragons playstyle. They know exactly when these players are going to overpeak. I mean, look at Spoit last round, proning at break door, knowing that eventually someone from Black Dragons won't be able to help themselves with that tasty, tempting little morsel of going for a run out.
Like, the angle Spy was holding was like, not even like the door jiggle peak, it was like the middle of the room at a weird angle. Yeah. Like it's one of those
That's
like...
a tilter when you lose to it as well.
That's a desk clamor right there. Why is he there?
Goodbye to your mouse and keyboard.
That's it. Now Canadian, I see there's getting active, he's 10 and 4. Okay, he's popping off. He's on Blackbeard for what could be the final round in this game. He wants to be on the entry, wants to lead his boys into battle. He's got the nades, one tossed out to clear that utility. Pop the Goyo Fire, then wait those 20 seconds, pop the wall towards 90, and isolate the crossfires in the rotations in the Holy Team Fountain and CCTV. And with that wall being opened up, they can now attack like CCTV window or door and completely cut off the rotations. Now, they're going east stairs and doing the same thing here, opening up the map more and more, destroying those important operators. Remember guys, if a castle barricade is in a position, it's because the defenders, they value that being closed off. Therefore, the best thing you do, open it, and annoy them with those things being taken away from them. They've opened everything. All we need now is where is the push gonna come? I said CC window and CC door is gonna be the best bet. Canadian, just walk up that hallway. He's looking for that window.
Outlaw, you've got to have a big impact, but Rexon from behind teams up very nicely, sneaks in the break room and says,
nice
Outlaw, why don't you take a break for the next couple of minutes? I want to get this done.
Such a nice coordinated push.
Canadian marches his way forward. Shopify Rebellion, piece by piece, just look to talk up the pressure onto this bomb site as Black Dragons cannot find a way back into the round.
And they got no more Candelas, of course. They can't distract on the balcony, but what they can do is work that armory door and work 90. Again, they've cut the bomb set literally in half. They shouldn't be able to rotate here.
Okay.
They let them go by because they're busy droning.
It's no Ying.
The 2 people armory side, 1 archives, 1 below. Now the round is more difficult.
That's the thing, like they've got the information of where these players are, but they've got a lot of map control. Look at the ability from Swag to play on the main stairs. And Rexon, as he goes for the flash, is caught off guard.
No.
They fall apart. Shopify Rebellion. It started with Surf falling, and it looks to finish with just Ambi. 1v4 to a 1v3. No diffuser to speak of as Black Dragons fall back. He can't find the second one, and Black Dragons finally step the bleeding.
Well, Shopify should have won that.
Again, they actually played that proactively from BD. Yes, it's a huge risk to cross from Archives into Armory, and they got a little bit lucky with the timing of Rexon going on a drone and not watching that cross. But they did that knowing, guys, we have a single player in Armory, and they have a BB. If they push me, I'm dead, they plant, we all lose the round. I don't care how risky this is, you need to cross 1 player from Archives and help me in Armory side. That made all the difference. Then they win a gunfight on the Armory side, they win 1 by the main stairs side, and the round is now theirs back into their control.
I don't know if you guys at home can hear what's happening on the B stream, but we can certainly hear Ace of Pyrite.
Yeah, they've started casting.
Must be something exciting. Who's going on right now on that stream? It's not the Enterprise game. I think that's last of the day.
I actually have no idea who's in B stream right now.
I know it was, I can't remember if it was Tim or Des. One of them was saying earlier today, I really hope B stream goes quickly and A stream goes really long so that they finish and then can watch the Phase G2 game. Everyone's gunning for this Phase G2 game.
Oh, it's a good story. Come on.
I'm stoked for this. I can't lie, but, you know, let's be real. G2 on the verge of elimination, and they have to go through the reigning world champions. That's a pretty damn tantalizing storyline for us to be on the edge of our seat for after this finishes.
Yeah,
Mind you, the
I want G2 to win, but I don't think they will. To be honest, because FaZe Clan has won every single game. I don't think they will be able to
is actually
beat that.
possible. Normally it isn't. And all Shopify they need 1 single round, right? They're on match point. They got 3 attempts at it here before overtime. Black Dragons, they banned the Ying in response. It's been so hard to figure out where that push is coming from, the distraction. But you have to respect the Ying. If Candelas are flying, gotta be worried about it. Because mind you, Shopify Rebellion banned the Warden 3 rounds ago. So those Candelas do a lot of hurt in the server. But that's also why Serves has played Glass now for the 2nd or 3rd round. Because again, the Warden is not available.
Yeah, no, it's a good move. I like it. Of course, taking down Surf, the Ying player last round, was what really helped Black Dragons confirm that top 4 defense. The rest of the attack really fell apart afterwards. I do wonder how Shopify intend to use that Glaz. I mean, obviously that'll come down in the late round with the execute. They have a lot of smokes to work with, 6 to be precise. Canadian, Rexon, and Surf himself. For now, it's just about chewing up a little bit of map control. It's actually going to be a bit challenging. That Selma didn't detonate thanks to Outlaw who shot it. There's also castle barricades all over the place.
But look at these outlines. There's 4 people towards CCTV. Black Dragon's responses where the pressure
Can't they really just go for side?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're going for it.
They
go for side.
Building. He's snuck in behind enemy lines. He's taken down Ask and straight back out again.
They're going to reset the round?
No way.
Discipline, right? There were 3 people in following Troy.
It could have
who's
gone
also
for
going
one,
first
though.
for a good
That's
reason.
interesting.
He's at Twitch with no gadget left remaining. If he dies, it's completely okay. But everybody else, they got something to contribute. Capital, Dokebi, right? Hard destruction of glass. So Troy goes first, despite having the case. They reset. They've expected BD to over-rotate back towards the bomb side, meaning top floor should be a bit easier to attack. So they go back upstairs.
Oh, this is so good from Shopify Rebellion.
Great rotate.
But it does mean that time is continuing to tick away.
Yeah, that's
Ambi
what
tries
I'm
to
like
get a breach on
little bit
Armory.
worried about here.
Shopify Rebellion want to go for a plant Arcus, but they need to clear above beforehand.
I think the plan here might be Canadian and Surf work together downstairs. That's the glass covering smoke, Canadian planting, while they attack top floor as a distraction. If bomb goes down, you win the post plant. If not, you get some kills top floor and still
How
get
about
that
the plant
advantage.
on
They're
Surf
attacking
door?
from 2 different angles and sport backstabbing.
They could fake it that plant on
Canadian
Surf
the one to
door.
go for the plant. Into the smoke he goes. It's up to Surf to cover. Meanwhile, 2 players from Shopify Rebellion upstairs make sure that the vertical play is nullified, and Spoit finds his backstab perfectly. Swag and Miracle.
Damn.
The hope for Black Dragons relies on them. The fate is in their hands, but they must come up big on the clutch. They must push this game the distance.
Come on,
Canadian
Shopify.
taken low, but he's done his job this round. He
Like,
got
my
that
question
plan
is,
down.
why
He
did
called
they
the
not
strat.
play
That's
this
all that
well
was required from
earlier?
him.
Why did I have to
Now
do
he
it
can
this
sit
late?
outside
This is what I
safely.
mean.
Shopify
G2 and
Rebellion,
Shopify
they
are
don't need to do a
late
damn
bloomers
thing.
in a
Swag will hit
tournament
it once.
in general. They
Miracle
play
will
like
come
shit
up.
in the beginning, and then they will play really well.
Finds it. The old man has still got it, and it just wouldn't be the sixth Invitational.
He's like really bad.
Canadian through to the playoffs. Shopify Rebellion have found redemption and will continue their sixth Invitational campaign.
Take a bow. Appreciate what is happening. A player's been here at
Today
every
we
single
get
6 invitationals, all 10 of them.
4
from Troy,
points.
Raising hammers, won a major,
Which put
won
them
a
on
final. He's been
second
all around the block, and
place.
today, top ranking, entry, rotational call
That
mastermind.
would be on second
He's literally
place.
doing
So
many
I will get
different things,
one
so
more
many
point on
different
my
rounds
prediction.
in the server on both maps. Incredible game from him.
Not only is Troy a champion himself, but he makes champions. He's done it with 3 different teams, and he looks to do it with another. Shopify Rebellion take it over Black Dragons.
Holy smokes. Okay, let's go over to the other game because if we have Oxygen versus Enterprise. This is the bottom team that is playing. So whoever wins, we move on to the playoffs. So it doesn't matter the points or nothing.
It's
like,
one of their favorite maps.
Whoever wins will move on.
Fortress. We're better to see who goes
So
home and
that's
who
what
stays,
it is
but,
right
you know,
now.
who
So
knows? Maybe
Oxygen
OXG
has
done a bit
1
of work
point,
on Shallow,
Enterprise
maybe
has
they'll
0.
surprise us. But I think
So
Enterprise will be
whoever
fighting
wins,
tooth and nail for that one. But
we'll go
we've got to
through.
get there first. This one isn't
Oh,
over. Relays
nice.
manages to pick up Gomez. He manages to get another. They're turning it around as I speak. We thought it was going to be over. Forest with a Nitro 2v2.
A lot of his kills have come in these dying round situations
Why
like
is
this
it so
2v2
loud?
that's now breaking out, which is what makes me so nervous for Bappen and Relays. Forest has been an absolute demon. It's in his name. He's a slayer, Tim. He's ready for these kind of plays. You've got Grixer with 2 smokes left, and there's half a round to play. It has been manic, to say the least, in these first 90 seconds.
Okay.
No, they haven't won a single game, so that's the thing. And Oxygen hasn't really won either.
Challenge down towards Lumber. They see the man.
Like, the
Forest
reason
is
why
not
Oxygen
gonna
has
peek
1
out
point
again.
is
I don't
because they
think he
lost
knows it.
2-1 in a score, and you get 1 point even if you lose 2-1. You get point per map,
He's been moved
and if you get 2 series, you get an extra point.
There's Bapper knows. He
So
finds
that's
the
how it is.
second. And that was a great round for Enterprise to turn over. After that double run out from Forest at the beginning, it looked for all of our lives like Oxygen were going to take that map, but Enterprise keep on fighting.
Well
So, that's how the point system works. So you get points for every map you win, and you get an extra point if you win 2-0 as a
like
score.
it's a hard one to answer.
So you can get, so you will get 3 points
It is.
in total.
You shouted at me for being sentimental earlier. I don't know.
So if you win 2-0, you get 4 points. If you win 2-1, then it's going to be 1 point per
Des
map.
pulled me aside and
type of thing.
absolutely went mental.
Yeah,
for
that's
the
exactly
losing
what
team.
happened, Tim. It's on tape and everything, right? You've got the video for it, right?
Yeah, of course I do.
Of course you do. Absolutely.
Oh, I think my phone's actually
Oh,
died.
that's really convenient, isn't it? Yeah, brilliant that. But I don't know. It's
So
hard
that's
to
why
imagine
Oxygen
now,
has
it's
1
been
point
6
because
odd
they
years. We've had a lot
they
of
lost
bringing guests on
2-1.
for a TriCast,
So
and
they
I
get
think
1
that's what
point
I
for
was
winning
saying.
1 map.
I've really enjoyed all of the TriCasts.
Yeah, they've been class.
So for people wondering, oh, well, you're just going to get, and we can cast with anybody. We do cast with other people when required, of course. But it's one of them, like, it's hard to explain the familiarity that you get. When I say that I know when Des is going to finish speaking, I know when Des is, like, to the word when he's going to finish speaking and vice versa. And that's online, in person, anything. It's like I don't have to think about it. I just know when to start speaking. And that can be difficult, those sort of rhythms with other people.
And you also know to the sense of humour well, like how far you can take things. I obviously don't know where that floor sits. I'll find it one day, I'm sure. But it's hard because you do gel really, really well. But like you say, I'd also happily cast with a bunch of other people as well.
We do, you know.
Tim's the one.
We do quite frequently, but I'd always come home. Put it that way. I don't think I've ever actually cast with Nick, to be honest. I'm going on a bit of a Pengu glaze today, aren't I?
I've cast with Nick, it was alright. Actually, I really enjoyed casting with Jake. If you, like, drop dead right now, I'd go and grab Xenox and get into come and cast.
Genuinely, there's nobody on the team, and I will say this hand on heart.
If you drop dead right now, we're going to cast with him
There's nobody on the
instead.
team I've ever cast with that I've not had a great time with. I think we've got a fantastic team here in Siege. But given that I watched Nick play a lot, it'd be cool to cast with him at some point.
I'd love to cast with Fabian at some point.
What
oh
the
my
fuck?
god, Tuhan, calm down, my friend. Tell you what, the Aussies are going to be shutting me up, Tim. I was joking earlier when I was saying, like, oh, they've turned up at 5 AM to watch their team get slapped, but I really thought they were going to lose this map, Tim, but they are fighting their
really
way
needs
back
to win
in.
this, otherwise
Forest
it's going
and
to be hard
Grixer
for them.
yet again have got to pull off a clutch, but now there are even more players left on the other side. There's nades coming on through. It's not a pretty time to be Forest right now as he's dug in deep. This is Hell in a Cell, baby, and there's 5 players coming in. A flawless round for Enterprise. We're up to round 12, Tim.
Well, I spoke a couple of rounds ago when it was 5 versus 3 to OXG, thinking they were going to close it out. I was talking about Chalet. Enterprise are making a fool of me at this point. They are fighting their way back into it, and I love it. I am here for it. OXG, however, look, there's a real potential here, Des, where OXG have to go into Chalet, and as I've said, it is not a map that they generally play. It is certainly not a map that they generally win. Enterprise love it there. If Enterprise could go to overtime, come through and win this map, Enterprise, well, OXG are going to look back at that 5 versus 3 and think,
yeah,
that was the moment.
Yeah. There are a few moments that end up like these, where we've seen it for FearX as well, Tim. The number of team kills they've got in 5v2 or 5v3 situations and seen rounds lost is heartbreaking. And we're not seeing as many in this series, granted, but they are the moments, like you say, you'll look back at the end of a map and go, oh, if only we hadn't done that one. And that's a really curious thing. Every time I speak to a coach after a game or a player and say, oh, you know, what happened there? You just lost it like 7-4. And they're like, yeah, we should have won like 7-3. And they'll have the 4 rounds in their head that they know they should have won. Yep. And they'll be able to tell you, well, if we'd done X, Y, and Z differently, we would have won. I was like, yeah, but that's like saying if a football player just kicked a ball on the goal, you would have won the match. There's a lot more that goes into it than that. And, you know, sometimes making mistakes and things going slightly wrong is always going to happen. I can guarantee the other team could equally point to 3 or 4 rounds where they would say it feels like things have gone wrong that shouldn't have gone wrong. And it's just really interesting how different teams have this different perspective on games, that even when they lose, they're like, oh, we should have won, and we know we should have won, therefore we'll crack on as we are, and it's okay. It's just really interesting, the way that different teams think about it.
Right, Oxygen have missed 2 opportunities to close this out, and they need to get it done. They need to clinch this. They need to get it over the line here and now. They are down in Kitchen, and it's going to be their last opportunity on Cafe before we get to overtime. Enterprise carrying some momentum. They're going to go straight into the top floor. They've got the book on side. They did a really good job of this last time, by the way. They cleared very quickly. They were opening up those verticals at about 1 minute 45, 1 minute 50. So it was really good from them. But the defense from Oxygen, again, as always, pivoted around that VIP position. Yoga did a great job. He was actually supported by the Clash. I think it was Atom who was on the Clash that round, whereas this time it's Forest. But I'm lying, it was Forest. So he was supported really well by the Clash, who came round just as he died, took that position, and it was good stuff from Oxygen to keep held on to the end of the round. But I'd like to see this time Enterprise, you know, focus on that position in VIP. Don't leave it too late and get the Tuburai moved.
I'm looking back at the last 2 rounds. It took a 3K from Bappen in round 10, a 3K from Tuhan in the previous. Fair to say, it's taken big moments from players on the side of Enterprise to claw this one back, because prior to that, Tim, they weren't really finding much, and they've still only found the entry in 3 of these rounds across the entire game. It's fantastic resilience from the Aussies being shown so far. But who's going to don the cape? Who's going to be Superman for them in this round?
As we can see, the work has begun to soften.
I don't think they are the worst team, by the way, Alberto.
And opening everything up. We've got the Deimos there in support as well. Otherwise, beautiful. Otherwise, we are down into the bakery. Gomez just drops a nitro at his feet and lets the blitz run over it. Just dares him to challenge him. detonates and takes the shield out of play. Atom led prone finds a beauty onto player. 5 versus 3, and the clash is making life a nightmare right now for Enterprise. Not looking good.
How has Gomez tied there of all places? He was in behind the counter and has lost his life to it. But like you say, the clash is now back inside Bakery. That's ground retaken. It'll be so hard to knock them out of unless this charging forward and get the kill. That's it works. Shooting him in the back, but Forrest
How are you alive?
escapes it towards sight. Suhan snaps onto Yogg, but Yogg finds him first. Bappen has got to be that hero, but there is no time left. 3 kills to find for himself. Oxygen going to break Oceanic Hearts here, I'm afraid, in taking away this first map. And we'll have to see how Chalet goes, Tim.
Yeah, Bappen doesn't have the diffuser. There's absolutely nothing he can do here. Grixer is going to pick up that final kill.
So who do you think is the worst?
Get map 1 after a little bit of a false finish, really, on that 5 versus 3.
I
They
would say
eventually get it done
Elevate,
in round 12.
in my
Close it
opinion.
out, and they're heading to Chalet. One
Not
map
Enterprise.
to nil.
I forget
Not
Enterprise
forgetting,
have
that
been
was their
playing
map
really
pick.
well.
And to be fair to Enterprise, Tim, they've dragged them very close. I would be really surprised if we don't see the same sort of story building up on Chalet, and potentially Enterprise taking it and sending us into Fortress. It feels like a good way to end.
Let me jump
As good
over
as
here.
us, I think that's when that starts to come out for us a bit more. So just kind of trust in what we have as a team, and that we can resolve it as a team, and that we can go through the round as a team, and not wavering in that, just sticking to it.
That's so cool to hear from you, because you are also a guy who has a lot of experience in Siege, and you have been doing the iGel role for so long. I need to ask you, how do you keep your energy so high, and how do you come up with ideas every single time? That's such an important role.
So my energy, I mean, I definitely have less energy than I used to have. I think that's like apparent to anyone that watches me. I used to be screaming at the top of my lungs like every round.
It's only because of the energy. What happened?
I think I've matured. I've gotten older. I've also realized that screaming that much, like, it is good to be that hyped up
I
between
don't
rounds,
think so.
but you need to be able to reset and come back down, because otherwise it carries over into the round, and you know,
I'm not
chaotic comms
sure if
are a
she's playing
problem.
Siege,
So
to be
you
honest.
want to be careful about that. I think you could get away with it more in the early days of Siege, but nowadays, like, the comms are so important, so you can't slip up whatsoever.
Thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Congratulations again on the qualifying for the playoffs. Now, I'm going to see you after the last game that we have today.
Thank you, Maria, and more importantly, thank you, Canadian. Not just for this game, but by God, the service he does for this roster. We always look at him and we say, experience, big brain. Not very often do we expect top fragging.
To say that he had a good read of the game, those are his words. That is an understatement today for what we have come to expect from Canadian as a player. He's built into an ecosystem where he doesn't have to perform like this. He doesn't have to be throwing up 21 kills to only 12 deaths, but he's also built in a system that allows him the space to do so if and when he has one of those days.
I mean, it sure makes things easier when Canadian is dropping that many kills, but I think his brain is where is the most important aspect of him. I mean, it was round
in his
6 where
he's
he had
really
amazing
good as a
in-game
player
calling to be
and
able to
still
rotate
had
downstairs
very
after Black Dragons took the
intuitive
site, and he saw he
gameplay.
put the C4 in the
Siege
position that he
where
thought the diffuser was going to be planted.
it doesn't
He
matter
tried
his
to pick up his
age.
teammate, but good heads-up thinking to be able to tell Surf to pinpoint the player through the floor for him to be able to get the kill and win the round. And the start to finish of this round was amazing eye-gelling from Canadian to understand where Black Dragons was going to be approaching from.
When I
where the
ask
picks were
my
coming,
teammates to
what
do
was
that, they
available,
don't
what was
do
open,
it.
and everything was Canadian from start to finish of that round.
One of the most experienced players that we have in the game, but ultimately this is the result that I think many North American fans
Enough
would have
for
wanted to see.
support,
They
I'm
want to see
taking
Shopify
over.
Rebellion go deeper. They
I'm not
want to
thinking
see
to
what
do
they're
that.
capable
I
of.
think I
because
do
Ollie,
that
as we've just
sometimes,
said,
but I'm not
they
like
are
an entry
capable
fryer or
of so
anything like
much.
that.
Absolutely, and we know this team to be capable. As I said in the pre-show, I think that Fox and I think we come down quite heavily on
Ambi,
SR
what the
sometimes
fuck?
because we know the quality, we know the caliber of this team. And today
His
it
stats
was
is high.
proven. There's every single player on that roster you could pick
20
out
and
a
11?
very
Oof.
key moment. Even Spoit, he's hit just under 100 EPS. But there was that huge 3K clutch on Cafe at the start of the series. You look through Rexon. I've always said that Rexon is a very underrated player. Often finds himself in the right position at the right time. 16 and 11. It's not the world's most amount of kills. You've got Ambi throwing up 20 and 11. Ambi's going to do that. You can leave him be. but it's the value of those kills coming through.
Yeah, the two most kills from the two 18-year-old rookies, Canadian and Ambi. I mean, it really was Ambi's game in map 1. Canadian really showing the charge, and I think you said it best. I think Canadian said it best. When it comes down to the IGLing, he had a great read, and I think as an IGL, from that perspective, that's when you play the best, is when you understand what the other team is going to be doing, because it makes things so much easier. You can see it like a chessboard in your brain, and you're able to pick apart what you need.
Well, the most important part of this game in particular is that Shopify Rebellion have booked their spot in playoffs. They are through to phase 2. However, now things get spicy. G2 currently setting up on the other side of the booth. They go head-to-head with FaZe. This is an elimination game. It's one you don't want to miss, but I will say the irony of us talking about Canadian is that he has a very big brain, and there's no better way to break this game down than with our masterminds.
Eu faria uma rotação aqui, né, no closet, obviamente. Faria uma rotação aqui. Faria pixies aqui. Eu faria pixies verticais de cima para baixo aqui, para marcar luz. Certo. Aquele da bomba da cozinha. E o do troféu, e o do troféu não, do tapete e o do portal. É que fica muito grande, né? Mas eu posso colocar pixel vertical aqui. Aí, meluze, eu colocaria uma meluze aqui no piano. Eu colocaria uma aqui fora. Eu colocaria uma no portal. E eu colocaria outra no solário.
Cara, vai ser um cara no janelão. Vou botar uma Ing na porta do seu. Vou botar um Black pra embalar solário. Um Blitz pra pular a banheira. E um cara de 4-1 na Bíblia, que vai jogar solo.
Na minha visão, esse cara tá morto. Esse cara não consegue fazer nada por causa do vigil. Esse cara morre de baixo. Esse cara vai avançar aqui. E aí, enfim, não sei. Vai ser essa troca aqui, né? Esse cara não consegue avançar.
Aí fodeu pra mim, então.
Aí desenrola, mano.
Aí não tem o que fazer, pai. Tomei pique, tomei marcando de baixo. Tomei counter no CEO, aí perdi a rodada.
Mas o que você faria se você soubesse que eu defenderia assim? Tipo, você traria a Ing pra cá, talvez virar uma Ing pra piano.
E aí, no caso também, se eu soubesse, por exemplo, que a Solis ia picar, tiraria o cara do janelão, botaria pra ele somar
That's how you play Siege, guys.
Pra ele conseguir embalar. Mas acho que seria isso, mas a minha principal ideia era a primeira, né, no caso.
Sim. Cara, sendo sincero, eu acho que é uns 50-50, dá pra ser um draw, um empate.
Porque dependendo também, se eu faço ela muito rápido, eu poderia surpreender vocês. Tipo.
Exato. Se você pula aqui rápido, esse cara entra com dorme posicionado,
sim.
Já esse cara já morre, tá ligado? Ou tipo, você domina o piano rápido, aí não tem como ajudar por aqui, porque esse cara do janelão mata, aí é o cara da moreta, trocação do ataque.
I feel like that's FaZe.
Ok, so, FaZe winner, bro.
Damn. The drone skin. I like how they're emphasizing the drones now and not necessarily the body skins. I like talent skins so far. And I like that one, that is kind of fun as well by SSG. But it's only the drone skin, not the charm or the... Oh, that's the CAG, I mean, sorry. 5 minutes? 1 minute.
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
You're so sleepy? Oh, damn.
Talks about being mentally prepared for a game.
Damn, what do I need to do then?
No one really knows what
do
that
I need
looks
to
like.
do?
Especially that pressure of SI as a player that eats you up.
If we do... If I do... What do we want to see? I have like a couple of videos. Let's see. Nice sleeping.
I could do with a bit of that. I'm a bit tired today.
Yeah, I mean,
What
I
is
get it,
Forest
but maybe now's not
delay?
quite the time for a
What?
rest. There's
I
some
mean,
work to
you
be
woke
done.
Spiker up earlier, so
Bro.
maybe
It was.
maybe you could wake him up too.
It was pretty fantastic. Yeah. Look, that first game, it came far closer than I think Oxford wanted it to. They had a 4-2 half. They looked fantastic.
Yeah, I
And
had
then
dinner
Price showed a little bit
a
of what
couple
they were made
hours
of on the
ago.
Attacker Cafe team, which surprised me because I think we tend to see our weaker teams in the tournament struggle on the attacking sides of most maps, especially more defending-leaning ones like Cafe, but I was proven wrong. It was a 7-5 to OXG, though, which means they are in the driving seat to take this win and make it into 4th place, get out of groups, into playoffs, and send Enterprise home. If Enterprise can win, then we have to go to Fortress to see which way this series goes. It's Enterprise starting on the defense and OXG on the attack.
Yeah, I think Enterprise did a great job. The big question, of course, coming into Chalet is whether they can do an even better one. We are ready to go, so let's get into it and find out.
Chalet. I think Chalet's been like one of the most played map, I think. Or am I wrong?
Ah, we're in, who cares? Don't need the transition anyway.
We're there.
Very good. All right, then, let's get into our ban phase and see what operators get taken away from the board, who does not get to play in Chalet. Question for you, Tim. If you could visit any map in Rainbow Six Siege, which one would you visit? Because Chalet's a bit of an easy win.
Hereford.
Why Hereford?
Love Hereford.
It doesn't really feel like a great
No, it's
vacation
just a nice
location.
town. It's a nice market town. No, I'm joking.
Saturday market just rolling up and setting up in front of Hereford.
It's a nice market.
In a military compound, Tim, yeah?
Yeah, nice market town.
Genius, honestly.
Which one would I have it? It's an easy choice. I'd probably go with Coastline, as long as it was brought up to standard.
I've heard your rant about it before,
Yeah,
the way
if
that sofas are facing
if we
and
could
so
get
on.
water put back in the pool, maybe. You know, a little visit to Ibiza would be quite nice.
Yeah.
La Perla Blanca, the resort is called, by the way. There's some lore for you, you see.
Oh, this is real. Is it actually a real resort?
No,
Didn't think so.
just the resort in the game. The
I see.
Coastline Hotel is called La Perla Blanca.
It would be kind of like free advertising if it was a real place. And if it looked like it did in the game, then they'd have like no guests. I wouldn't go there. It's a wreck. Definitely a very confusing orientation as you sit and look at the maps in Siege for too long. You kind of realise that no architect would build a building this way.
They make sense for our purposes.
Yeah, and we just every single day just kind of accept it as is. Yeah, the rest of us look at it and just kind of go, yeah, that's cool. You look too long and you kind of go, this ain't suitable, this ain't appropriate. But alas, it's about the game and nothing else. Let's get into it then. Round one. As I mentioned, OXG are on the attacking side here. You tend to see Chalet be a bit of an attacker-leaning map. So maybe you'd favour them to have a good start here, and Enterprise are the ones who will, yet again, have to play catch-up. But given Cafe was the reverse of that, a more defender-leaning map where we saw attackers have a very good time on it, maybe, just maybe, we see a more defender-sided Chalet just to tip things upside down once more. Atom on that Dockerby already spoke to death about it throughout the competition. Highest win rate of any attacker in the game at this competition so far. Picked by, for 30% of the time she's available, she is picked up. And when she is picked up, she's very, very dominant with a 55% attacking win rate, Tim, which is very, very good for an attacker. You have a bunch of defenders in the mix that are around that number, same as her. But attackers, I think she's quite far away, quite by far and away ahead of everybody else. Ooh, Thorn almost getting picked out. Tuhan steps forward to looking towards Mud, but nope, not going to find his shots, and Tuhan's going to back away.
Oxygen are picked to start on the attack here, so they're going to come in and try to clear out this Roma for the time being. Atom does manage to pick up Tuhan, but there will be a trade there as Bappen has the response. Gomez counter trades that and takes him down. This is trade for trade for trade at the minute, and Oxygen are the ones that come away with the advantage. They're going to be attacking onto master bedroom and office this time around, so it's all up to the top floor. But yeah, effectively 3 versus 3 as Gomez is down in, I think he's just outside
So
the gaming
he's
window.
okay.
Yeah, he's outside gaming window.
He must have been tagged from Relays from the window, I think.
Yeah, Relays is up in library.
You can see where he's down, actually. Yeah, he is outside. So it's recoverable, and I believe that it's Grixer that's coming over. Relays has dropped down, though. Knows there's a challenge coming on through, and Yogg has gone very, very solo there and paid the price for it. They lose the shield. Tim really could have held on a few more seconds there and waited for his team to join him.
It's quite interesting that nobody from Enterprise is currently on site.
Well,
running down to this bottom corner of the building.
Here's the thing, just sitting doing this can be very draining, yes. Unless you do something else during the time. I'm so used to like watching and like do something else during the time. But here, for me, I'm just sitting and watching and trying to analyze a little bit on the gameplay, like
not a lot of work being done
the stress
towards
or like who is going to be who. It would be different if I like were the caster or something. Then what I would be like
it hasn't felt like a lot has happened, but obviously we've got 4 players dead because of this weird scrap that happened around Bar and Gaming and Relays being in a great spot to get a kill, then backing away. It has been quite.
But to be honest, I would actually be more. I would be less tired if a lot of the things did not happen. Hello.
And it's a freebie being lined up here. His player brings down Forest for free. Now looking for his second on towards the man I was speaking about a second ago. Was looking for a third, but now being challenged from 2 angles. Looking like Enterprise is going to hold on here in round 1, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way.
What are they doing? Just letting player in.
Closes out the round. Enterprise with the first successful defense.
I know people often like to ask and find out, like, is this map attacker leaning or defender leaning? And I've got the actual stats here in front of me. Cafe
this is
the
attacking.
second most defender-sided map right now. That's Cafe on the first one, sorry, 60%. I was looking back at that and comparing the whole series. Fortress is our most defender-sided at 62.5%. Surprising nobody. Chalet is at the other end of things. It's only Border that gets ahead of it, with Chalet's got a 51% defender win rate. So pretty good as far as things go. You generally see attackers, as we've always said, be pretty good on this map. Down there, it's Border, Chalet, and Bank.
Is that 50-50 split, though?
And 3 most defender-sided, as mentioned, is Fortress, Cafe, and Consulate.
It makes me wonder about the choice for OXG to go on the attacking side. As we know, as you've just shown there with some numbers, it's one of the more favourable maps towards attackers. It's not to say that attackers have the better wimps, because they don't. They're slightly behind. But it's still more favourable than the other maps to attack. But I just kind of wonder if OXG gone with that thinking, let's get attack done. If we can maybe grab 3 rounds on the attack, we then go on to the defense where maybe they can be a little bit more comfortable on the map. Because if it's a map you don't really like, I would say the defenses, personally, from my perspective, I'd say the defenses are usually a little bit easier, a little bit better, because you're playing your plan. You already know what you're going to do. You lay out, you reinforce there, your gadgets go there, you do everything, you hold those angles. Whereas with attack, you've got a lot more to figure out. You've got to look at what they're doing. You've got to try and work around it. There's a lot more sort of moving pieces. So I feel like if you're not amazingly keen on a map, you're going to be happier on the defense. So which is what we've seen on Fortress, which is why you said, we've got such a high defensive win rate there. So it's just interesting from Oxygen to go for the attack first of all on a map that they struggle with a little bit, because I just look and think, are they just thinking, let's get it out of the way, grab 2 or 3, and then we can move on.
There's various reasons for it. I've heard teams historically say, if they were on a map like Clubhouse, would choose to start on the attack, and I was always like, why? And their whole thing was, we're confident we can get 3 rounds. We feel if we can do that, we can put pressure on the other side, and it'll mentally be in their mind when we get into that second half. So I kind of get it, but equally, at the end of the day, you've got to attack and defend at some point throughout the game, and you've got to win the equal number of rounds on either side to have the overtime that you eventually come to. So it is what it is. It's not that big a deal, I don't think, when you've really boiled it down that much. And just starting play from OXG was to get themselves up through those lobby stairs, or not up the lobby stairs, but up the garage stairs in towards lobby, to then get a little angle in towards split, in which they find absolutely no one, at least for now. Players, the one set upstairs on that mez spot, a typical triangle we talk about on this top floor, isn't quite in place, which might leave Enterprise a little bit fragmented here if they're not too careful, Tim. If Oxygen go a little bit quicker, they might be able to capitalise here and completely surprise the Aussies. They're feeling it, aren't they, as well? Here we go.
They really are. They're going to go in through here. Smoke is out. Plant is going down. Glaz is on the cover. It's going to have to be good. Straight around the corner. But the shots ring off the shield and are not going to do anything to stop that plant going down. 5 versus 3.
They're all alive, Tim.
This is done. 3 versus 5. Bappen up top. It'd be nice to be able to hold that from above, but they're just going to hold it from the window. I really don't see that there's much that's going to be done here, especially given that plant position, Des. It's right in the corner. You can't long arm it. You can't get anywhere near this without showing yourself to these attackers. So, this one's over. Oxygen with a great rush there, picking up the second round. It's going to be 1-1.
I really feel bad digging into a player here, but Tuhan, what are we doing, bro? There's a smoke set up, and fair play, he's had a spray through, but you've heard a shield. You know there's a shield there. It'll be on his back. very fair chance it's going to protect him for most of the shots that you'll send at him. What have you got set in back pocket? You've got a C4. The Glaz has to shoot that C4 out the sky. He's the only one who can because of the smoke. You're guaranteed to get a kill with the C4, but holds on to it until, as we saw, right to the very end of the round, and they can do nothing about the plant going down.
Oh my
I think
god,
the
my
concern,
stupid.
and I get punished with this all the time, so I think this is why it comes to my mind. But I think the concern is there. There's at least the Glaz watching from the window. There's probably somebody else ready to just kind of blind spray through the smoke as well. You pop round the corner with the nitro in your hand, you're getting shot. And you can do nothing about it. So I think he's hoping, he knows that he needs a bit of luck there. I'm just going to go around, I'm just going to put a load of bullets down range, and hopefully one of them sticks. Hopefully one of them captures the head. It's, you know, something's showing. But look, difficult situation. Oxygen created it well. You know, they put Enterprise under that sort of pressure with the plan that they had. It was a simple one. Smoke, Glaz, fuse, shield, done. In you go, get the diffuser down. I love how quick they worked it. They were confident, they bought into it, which is often one of the important things on rushes, and they got the job done. So, 1-1, and we move on to round 3.
As soon as the G2 games match starts, we will go over to that match because it's more important than this,
because it does show this competition
in my opinion.
At least you hope for a very
or it's more highlighted.
Now, Atom's in pretty quick here, blowing up that mirror window nice and early. So
in my opinion.
Spot anymore. In fact, it's relays that was setting behind it. Can't do all that much more to feed information. But of
plus,
course,
in my opinion, Oxygen should be winning this match.
So can challenge down towards live
okay,
defense,
so
FaceClan
versus G2. It's Fortress, Lair, and Border.
The wall off there. So that is now at least a relatively safe piece
and
for the side of Oxygen to move up and through until
Fortress
that mirror
was
window gets knocked out.
G2's pick?
Yeah, Oxygen's certainly shaping to take over office and maybe get the wall open down in Fireplace. They've got 2 hard breach.
No,
They've got
Face.
The Ace and the Maverick, so plenty to go at, and then maybe a little plant just in behind that B-bomb chassis. But it's largely going to depend on how the rest of this round progresses. They've got electrification to deal with. They can do that from the main door.
It's surprising because G2 is really good at that.
And take that out from underneath. It is certainly possible. They've got, I'm looking at Atom with those Ash Chargers, nice and easy.
That's interesting.
Alternatively, they can just use the Maverick.
Okay.
Given that it's an electrical they're going up against, it can be tough to find it though.
It can indeed.
Let's watch this round to see who will take the lead before we go over. They have not started a G2 game yet.
It's just been the focus on the utility, of course, for Atom getting rid of the mirror window. That's all we've really seen. The rest of it has been about the information, but I imagine it's
that
going to
was
explode
badly
down quickly. As 4 players
Oxygen.
on the side of Oxygen now very much focused on getting this B-site wall opened up. Out comes a little bit of freeze to slow things down as Fisher Guy starts out with the kill on towards Atom. Enterprise for now holds strong, Tim, but here come the Americans.
Yeah, I like this plan. Rather than worry about the electrified wall, they've just gone to the one that runs 90 degrees to it and got that one open instead. It's going to have the same effect, which is forcing players back out of office. But right now, Enterprise are not for being forced anywhere. He's led down behind the piano. He does get kind of seen, but it's not part of the hitbox. You got to remember, items of like uniform, things like helmets, all that sort of stuff that wouldn't be a body part.
How does he survive that? What's with the fucking hitbox? Gomez should not be alive with that.
Two left
Are you
alive
kidding
here
me?
as well. They've at least got a little bit of control.
I
but
want
now they
Oxygen
most
to win,
certainly
but
do
that
not with
hitbox?
players deleting Grixer.
That was
Gomez,
weird.
Unfortunately, got it all to do, and then has got to worry about the actual downstairs site itself. It's really going to be kill all 3, or this one is toast. And inside 15 seconds, Tim, I don't think he'll get away with it. Once again, we've got player ready and waiting, but there's a C4 from below. 2-hand finds his man. And Enterprise go up to 2-1.
Yeah, Enterprise.
Let's go for G2.
Best current Brazilian team. There's always that little bit of a dynamic, isn't there?
No, absolutely. I'm so glad that you brought that up,
He's having
because yes, it is a
glasses on this
thing
side?
amongst the competitive community that Alemão has a little bit more difficulty going up against Brazilian teams, and especially going up against a team like FaZe that is so flexible heavy. And that's something that we'll have to see if Alemão can be able to break every stigma around him to lead G2 to a victory.
This is a monumental match
yeah,
in
uses
the context of
lenses
2026.
Okay.
This is to conclude your entire year that you have competed for, and G2 are staring right down the barrel of elimination. I couldn't think of 2 better commentators to bring you all the action than my personal beloved brothers, Jason Oxford, Ditty, and my big boy Michael Guscari. How we doing, boys?
Doing good, Rob. We've got a big game, obviously. G2 FaZe, who would have thought it is going to be this predicament though, Rob? That's the thing. We thought this was going to be a battle for top spot. In the end, it's a battle for survival, and that's the scary thought for G2.
Is it too much to say that this could be the biggest game of 2026 so far? When you think about how stacked this lobby is, how big the stakes are.
Oh, look at that
this
prediction.
Is so close.
So split for FaZe, not a lot to play for, locked into the top spot already for G2. They must win, they must defeat the reigning SI champions to progress to the playoffs. Wow, the moment has arrived, and I'm sure we've all been waiting. FaZe Clan, G2, the final game of group stage, and for G2, it could be their last.
I cannot wait to watch this match simmer away. For FaZe Clan, of course, they are locked in first place. This match does not change that result, but they could enter the playoffs with the scalp of G2, and that is a title that many teams would love to claim. We have to go all the way back to Manchester, the last time G2 were grouped at an S-tier event in the main circuit. They will be eager to escape that fate, but of course, they need a win against the reigning champs.
We head to Fortress for this first map. The Bands, Kaid, and Bandit, along with the Monty and Grim. FaZe Clan played Fortress yesterday against D+. They won at 7-5, so that was actually rather close. G2, they've never played it, but they've also never banned it. If you want to add the little asterisk there, it's an important comment to make because it does suggest that they're more than comfortable. Fine to go to Fortress. We'll put that to the test now. This is the map pick of FaZe. And again, to reiterate, G2 don't have to win 2-0. A 2-1 is more than fine.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was waiting for to hear.
Looking
So
to play themselves into this series as best
it's okay for them to win 2-1, but they still need to win. That's the
One map's
issue.
not going to do it. Not
They
gonna cut
need
it.
to
Begin
win
defense,
no
Fortress.
matter what,
It
but
is
it's
by far and away
okay
the
for
most
it to be
defender-sided map so far
2-1.
at 6 Invitational. Surprisingly, it's actually started to rise
So
up
they
the ranks
cannot
in
lose.
maps played
That's
as
the
well.
issue.
I believe this will be the 8th
They
time
can't
now
lose.
that we've seen
So
Fortress.
they need to
They're
win no
starting
matter
to
what,
just slowly make
but
its
it doesn't
way
matter how
into the
they
map
win.
pools of teams.
So
As we
that's
begin
a
phase
good.
on the
That's
attack,
good.
Cyber on the
That
Deimos
means
is
that
going to be so
G2
critical.
have
Finding information with those death marks.
A leeway
Later on,
to at
Souls on
least
the Ying as
lose
well with
one
those
map
Candelas for the eventual
and then win
execute
the next
alongside
one, because
Vidiking
it's not
on the Blackbeard.
unbeatable for
Let's not get it
G2
twisted.
to
This
win
is a
against
marathon,
FaZe,
not a sprint.
but they
Full
can't
blown
do it
best
with
of 3.
2-0. It's
Win and
impossible
you're in
for
for
them to do
G2.
that.
Starts now in the opening round, but it's all not won and lost in this opening round.
Command Office
And
Bathroom,
Fortress
first side of
is
choice for
actually
G2.
FaZe Clan's pick.
It's had the
G2
highest
have
pick
not
rate
played
of all
Fortress
4
once
objectives
during
on
this
Fortress
tournament,
across
so
the
we will
7
see
times
how
it's been played so
prepared
far
they
here
are for this
in Paris.
map. Actually,
In those 32 rounds, the attacking win rate has been 37.5%. FaZe, of course, with a reputation, and numbers reflect that, of being a slow build-up team.
14th for entry time FaZe. In contrast, G2, when they're on the attack, 4th fastest, and we saw a lot of that yesterday. Here we go at the window. Cyber, can he make first contact?
It is not
And
enough
Dallas in
for
early
them
as well from
points-wise.
Souls. And it's causing movement on the defense, but Moira is the one to find the early kill onto KDS. Soul straight in through top stairs. And it's a trade back and forth between both teams, evenly now matched at 3 versus 3. One gas babe left for Alamau.
Yeah,
Team from Stompin stalled out that push a little bit.
they need to win no matter what.
Netted a kill.
That's good.
What a swing though from Blaz. And all 3 do connect for 1 apiece.
Yeah, so
as
that's the
G2
thing.
will get
Black
the
Dragons
opening
had
round.
the better
Slow-paced,
differential
steady
than,
attack from FaZe
than
doesn't
G2.
quite
So
work.
if G2 gets
were ready
one
for the
map
push.
win, it
They
would
were able
not
to
be enough for
counterpunch
them to push
perfectly.
past Black
And in the end, the
Dragons, who
tree
is on the
4
4th place.
G2, get it done. There's your
with
opening
5
round on
points.
defense.
And G2 of
Good
4
way to
points.
shake off
So
the
the
cobwebs.
differential is still
Absolutely.
in Black Dragon's favor if G2
FaZe are the
wins
number
only
1
map. So they
attacking
need
team
to win
at the event so
2.
far. Number 3 on defense. That's relevant for the second half.
But they can at
and
least
backtracking
lose
a little bit in
one
terms of
map
the opening kill
without getting
discussion. Yes,
kicked
one of
out.
the slower teams, but also one of the most unsuccessful in netting opening kills. Again, despite being 1 on attack, 3 on defense, they are number 18 out of 20
Attackers have
in
discovered
the opening kill department.
Shopify
Funnily
Rebellion
enough, though,
is
when they get that
will
opening kill, when they
stop
get
at
that
second place.
opportunity, they are the best
And FaZe
team
Clan, they are
at the
first
event
place no matter
for
what today.
conversion. So if they could just uptick the opening kill
And
stat
Key
a
on the
little
third
bit,
place
find a little more
spot,
success
no matter what.
in the early round, that could be a telling metric in this match.
Yeah, but that opening kill metric is the strength of G2. They're first in that, right? So like that's hard to overcome that. So for FaZe,
Yeah,
it's just going to be a matter of how they get trades. Can they bring it back to these 3v3s, etc., like they kind of did in that last round?
As good in
We're head to waiting in Cafe, which, by the way, this is actually the site that you want to be on for defense. 71% defensive win rate on this first floor site of Fortress at 6 Invitational. 3 nitros for G2. Doki will go on the Thorn, and as we've also progressed through this tournament, Thorn just continues to rise in pick rate. Those Razor Blooms continue to make a big impact.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of chatter on this particular site. Is it favored to be extending up above and playing for below, or instead playing for area denial instead? Because playing top floor, it's quite challenging to peel back towards the objective, tricky to hold, and a little bit easier for the attack to maybe cut off those rotations. So it looks like G2 opting for that ladder strategy with the Tachanka and the smoke. They can stall out space. They have traps for Doki as well. Lura can gather info and stomp it and look to anchor on that warden.
Like, just kind words is enough.
As expected, FaZe do take that space again, vacated by G2, focusing their efforts directly on that objective. I mean, I say that horizontal spread actually quite wide from G2 currently.
They are wide spread from the map.
And FaZe, I'm sure, will be eager to try and maybe cut 1 or 2 of these players off. In the meantime, Doki, he snuck over towards Museum as well, so there is some second floor pressure. But speaking of pressure, Cyber, what a shot.
What a shot from Cyber, pushing down main stairs. Clean headshot, got them the opening kill. Recall back to the stat you brought up, 82% conversion first. When FaZe get the opening pick. Oh, another one from Cyber. Shuts down Stompin. 3 for him so far in this game already. With Souls getting rid of Doki, it's only Alamau and Blaz in a 2v4. Death mark activated from Cyber onto Alamau. 1 HP towards Infirmary. Gets the elimination onto Handy, so converts that kill. Here comes the dinner plate though from Blaz. Up close. Can he get the swing kill? No, KDS. Quick reaction. Away from the Razor Bloom as well after finding that pick onto Blaz. And only Alamau, low health, against some old friends from Brazil. Push in. Gets rid of Cyber. Shoots him in the back. And it is a split for KDS and Souls. Souls just outside the bomb site in the main hallway, and KDS is the one that finds the angle. FaZe on the board,
well,
and they take the best defensive site on the attack. Big statement from FaZe.
Cyber was just a beast.
And a really good highlight of this team's ability to snowball advantage. Cyber, great work on that front line. Lands his shots, pushing forward, creating space. Doki's impact on the flank was nullified. There's a replay of that initial shot. Laura gets sent to the Shadow Realm. Stompin tries to make a play back, understandably so, but also shut down. FaZe were patient. They're such a suffocating team to play against. You always feel like you're having to second guess making plays. It's
got to
one of
stay
their
disciplined.
big strengths. Exactly.
Just got to trust the process. You know that FaZe are going to creep, slow push. They're not going to go for rushes all that often. It's rare. Back in the process, you've done the prep work. You know that how FaZe likes to play. No matter how much you know how FaZe like to play, it's another thing in dealing with it. The reigning champions for a reason.
This entire match is about G2. Can they hold their nerve? Can they turn pressure into diamonds? That is the key storyline in this matchup, and it has been a talking point for years. Can this roster withstand pressure?
Yeah, and the pressure's at the highest point right now, facing elimination, and not just elimination, but getting grouped. All things considered, it's one thing to go out maybe early in playoffs. It's a whole nother thing for such a top roster to get grouped. Long ways to go, but a good start now for FaZe, finding that early attacking round on a very difficult bomb site. We now go Games Dorms. Reloading. As we'll bring the Tachanka once again. Similar lineup across the 3 sites here from G2, so keeping it rather compact with their operator selections, not messing around too much, wanting to keep it pretty default, clinical. See the IQ for the first time now from Handy. And drone work on Fortress is going to be so important as teams become accustomed to the map and where positions are and what gets played. Doki's made first contact at the window. Good early contact from Doki. Wanted the pressure, went towards it, and found the kill onto the Deimos.
This was the
That's
game
a
that I
big pick for
waited for the
G2.
most.
Doki is the standout for this roster
And
so
we
far.
actually
He's in the top 10 for EPS
1.5
performance.
hours early, I think.
They're going to win this series. They need
2 hours
Doki to
early,
play well.
actually.
He does get traded by Handy eventually. We end up in that 3v3 situation again, like we were in that opening round. This is fine if you're G2.
And this is Stompman's time to shine. Being pinched. Dodges the frag grenade. Unable to escape unscathed.
But that's good clear now for FaZe, because they can take the space
We're 1
left
hour
behind
ahead
by
of
Stompin.
scheduling.
Andy's just maintained over towards Museum, holding his position. Souls will probably have to go back out and get that diffuser on the floor at the moment. Still loads of time remaining, despite the fact that FaZe might not be the fastest
Attackers
of
recovered
teams.
the diffuser.
They use their time well. They are a very good time management roster.
And their drone economy management this round as well. Rather strong. They still have information available to flick around in the last minute of the round to try and identify where these defenders may be anchoring down.
LML slips from tower back into games, but KDS is making his way towards this exact location. Now, LML still has a gas bait in pocket. KDS opening up more entry positions. Stompin gets tagged up. I think that might have been from Handy, who has now rotated off of that position. Want to try and play through KDS's entry. But he is hesitant. Can Loira find a way to get involved here? He's just rotated back towards site. He's full health. And with that DMR, he can make a big impact and does do just that. Here comes the Demon. KDS caught towards Storms. Soul's still outside. Does get the kill onto Stompin, but the Demon will activate, comes in clutch towards the end of the round to find 2 crucial kills with that DMR.
Yeah, the first one, massive onto Handy. He had a key position, cutting that site in half and making it so challenging to deny the plant. There was a lack of plant denial utility available there
I think
for
Blackbeard
G2
is going
late
to be
round.
the next one
Gunfights,
and
one of their
maybe
better win
smoked
conditions. They
at
back
this
themselves
point.
in, land their shots, keeping FaZe on their toes,
I think
and they
it's going
lead
to
at the
be
conclusion of that
Blackbeard and
first
smoked.
rotation. The additional bans in play.
What? Ying
I suppose
and
taken out of
Warden?
play. Warden, Ying, they'll nullify.
Just nullifying
That's
each other. The
interesting.
Warden
I
was
thought,
played
like,
once back
maybe
in the
it would be,
second
like,
round,
Blackbeard
and the Ying
because
played
it was
once
such a
back in the first round
nuisance.
as we go to the highlights.
But you look at G2. No smokes, no nitros. If KDS can creep forward, try and plant, he has that coverage. G2 would have had to charge forward, try and deny plant. They're also contesting outside breach. But by winning that first fight and applying the pressure to FaZe, it broke down.
Loira with a 3K multi-kill round as G2 retake the lead. 1 round at a time mentality for G2 in this series. 2 of the 3 opening kills, all 3 have now been converted. And the difference in that particular round compared to the first 2 was actually Doki getting that early kill at the window. He creates the opportunity for G2 being a bit more active on the defense, denying that window position for FaZe. Also wanted to get more into the face of FaZe rather than allowing them to slowly enter the map, slowly set themselves up. He disrupts that attack by finding that early kill onto Cyber. And that also then eliminated the Deimos from the picture.
Back to bathroom we go. And the Ying ban likely prompting the pivot here from FaZe. They'll bring the Blitz into play. That's comparable to the Blackbeard that they did pick previously, but the Glaz, for me, very intriguing. Can be used to try and gain space in some of these exit fights, especially. Again, as well, Warden banned out. That is also prompting this particular selection, and it makes those contesting the fringe of the map potentially in awkward positions. You think about maybe Stomp and Horse again, for example. If you post up the Glaz there and he's able to push forward, self-sufficient with his smokes, that could be an intriguing battle. But there's a couple of other particular positions as well that G2 may find increasingly challenging to contest.
Ying is, by the way, one of the more played operators for FaZe. It's in their top 3 operator selectors. And so that ban takes that away from them. They shift over to the shield op now with the Blitz. Not quite as much their forte. Really want to see G2, though, feel confident enough to keep wanting to take these fights against FaZe. We've gone back to command bathroom, by the way, as we See it for the second time. After the first
yes,
round,
it is.
won by
Something.
G2 rather comfortably.
It's the second
Roll
most
tower now for
defense-sided
Vidiking,
map.
clearing on out with this blitz. But no one close by from G2.
In the map pools that
Pretty
they are
aggressive
playing
peel
in
back closer towards
SI.
site.
So not
for the
overall
defense.
every map that is in ranked.
Cyber
just
to lead the
SI.
charge. So he'll go games on this particular occasion, then look to maybe push the likes of Doki out of his position courtyard. Alamau as well playing a
So it's
trade
really
from that
important for
particular portion
G2
of
to
the
get like 4 round
Okay,
wins
yes, a post
on
up. So he'll
defense,
be the one
otherwise
to
they're
likely
going to have
contest.
a hell of a run.
Horse through to cannon, etc.
Problem
Doki
later
under
on.
fire. Doki's going to be one to watch here over towards courtyard. He just got tagged up as well. So he's going to be, again, the one that wants to try and make the early contact for G2 on the defense. Try and draw some of the attention away of these attackers from sight to him. Especially playing that Thorn, bait him into the Razor Blooms. And this stop, and that gets rid of Handy. Pushing back into bathroom. He's now safe on never mind.
How are you alive?
FaZe have got the angle. Creating pressure around the site now for FaZe, trying to get Cyber into a position with this glass where he can have the most impact. The blitz, a nuisance there for Doki, but they've got the numbers. They got rid of Cyber, so they've dealt with this glass. A big piece of attacking power off the board now for FaZe as G2 starting to
They're
really shred this
aggressive,
attack of
G2. That's
FaZe.
a
Pistol out doesn't
really
matter
good
because
play
Glass
from
is just
them.
hitting
They're
headshot after headshot. 2 for him in the round.
Really
It's
good
only
play to
Souls
be
that's
like
left. There
aggressive,
should
but
be
not
a
too
third
aggressive.
for
They're doing
G2.
it really well.
Don't forget, this is the map pick of FaZe. So far, a perfect start for G2. It's a red time for Souls. 3 players left standing. No time as Laura pops back up. He gets the kill. It's a 3-1 lead for G2.
Yeah, so if they get the next round, they're in a good spot to secure this
That's exactly
map.
right. Doki stealing the words
If
out
they
of
get
my mouth.
5,
FaZe
it's
go
like a
for the wave
golden
push. They go for
ticket
the map
them
clear. Nothing
to
wrong
win
with
the
that.
first one.
A rather simplified attack, especially on a newer map of the pool. But they don't extract value from the utility. The Glaz was key in that round, the smokes. They had to try and find some more value. G2 did a phenomenal job in
But
not
here's the
feeding
thing,
into the win
G2
conditions
needs
that
to
FaZe
hold
were
it in a little
trying
bit so that they
to
don't get
force.
overconfident.
And it's a
because
discussion point that got brought up earlier, right?
when
Discipline,
it goes
discipline,
really well for
discipline. Don't
G2,
give FaZe
sometimes they can get
any
too
opportunities. You have
overconfident.
to
It was the
essentially
same
give them
with the
zero
match
chances
yesterday.
to
They
find
had
kills back, especially
14
through the
opening
mid-round.
kills. They
And they've
had
done that phenomenally there
really
in
good
round number 4.
start on the rounds, and then they would
I'd be
just
pretty happy with their start so far, but again, it is defender-sided
later on.
this
So
map.
they need to not be
But G2 is also an
overexcited.
incredibly potent attacking team themselves, but no better than FaZe. FaZe, the best team at SI so far with a 63% attacker win rate. Sometimes, though, it's just mapped in.
10 seconds left.
We go back to waiting in Cafe. This is a site that should be strong for
5 seconds
G2.
remaining.
Couldn't quite win it last time. That was the one round that FaZe was successful.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
4
bomb.
straight
using
open
the
kill
DMR instead
conversions
of,
is setting
like-
the tone here on Fortress. You get that pick, such a big advantage.
Laura is trying for a spawn pick, guys, just so you know.
Loira.
Oh my god! Oh, KDS, that's a sharp shot. I thought Loira was the one in maybe the better position to find that kill through the window, but KDS was ready.
Damn.
And on LAN as well.
Yeah,
Great start for
don't
FaZe.
try
We'll
that
see
again,
if that
Laura,
opening kill
please.
conversion continues. It's a
Not against
strength of
FaZe,
theirs
because
as
you
well.
ain't going to get
But this will
anything from
really
them
put
with
G2
that.
to the test.
Golden opportunity for FaZe to find
Yeah.
2 attacking rounds on Fortress. Newest map in the pool, naturally tilting very hard towards defense here at SI so far. They've afforded themselves control up above, they have the ramp vert, and they'll now be able to pressure down in towards the objective. Flush
And they don't
G2
have a
out,
C4,
force
guys,
the
to,
scatter effect
deny the
down
vert
below
either.
in towards site, weakening this defense.
I
And
feel
no one
like
above
for
either
Laura,
for
I
G2,
think
so
it
full
was
top
kind
floor
of right
control
for
for FaZe. They've got the
Laura
ramp,
to do
the
that,
boogie auto
but
breach,
it was
it
the
can
wrong
open up some
spot. It was a
sidelines, play
very
convert.
obvious spot.
In fairness, though, where a lot of that vertical is being opened up, but G2, there's no one really directly below it, but it still creates that presence later on in the round as G2 members are forced out of those more safe positions and FaZe then still keep someone above. That's when the threat will really come.
Vidiking finding a couple of key pieces of information here. Spotted Dorm, spotted Soda. He's relaying that to the rest of the team. And FaZe will be eager to action. Hard breach now in towards site. So the pressure is mounting bit by bit against G2.
Just waiting really into the final minute, saying, okay, well, we've got our set positions, got to win your ones. And they're create maybe a 2v1 here against Handy. He's just kind of sitting back though towards music.
Their positioning is all wrong.
Look to push forward. Big pick from Cyber. Doki. And they get the guard break here onto Vidaking. This is just bullying though from Vidaking. Nowhere to go for Doki. Shot in the back in the end by the pistol of the Blitz. Alamau and Stompin need to play the time. There's 30 seconds left. Can they delay? Win their fight. Desperately needed. The Stompin wins the battle over towards Gun. Vidaking is low health on that Blitz with the case in pocket. Making his way now in towards waiting. Side control is there for FaZe. But Alamau close by can still look to try and deny this plant. Needs to get help from Stompin. Plant to go down from Vidaking. Need to deny this so there's no vert play later in this round. All three members of FaZe though are on this first floor. Vault over from Stompin, but right in your face is that Blitz of Vidaking. But he keeps the shield up, doesn't go for the pistol, and in the end will get punished. Stompin's found 2 in the round. As we enter the post point now, it's shotgun time for Stompin, but it's Handy with the headshot, and Alamau now has this 1v1 opportunity. The flashes to ring out, Alamau's full white, Handy stays alive, shotgun out from Alamau, and he can't land it, Handy's so good! Wins the clutch for FaZe against
That was
Alamau.
really close. Why do you think Brazil are so good at this game?
2-3, the scoreline. FaZe just convert. Alamau given an opportunity,
I don't know, actually.
but unable to convert.
What was that, 2v4 at one point, I believe, towards the end of the round? This was the start, but just what a shot from KDS.
The drive-by. Love this push forward from Vidaking. Got a lot of value from the Blitz in the last minute of the round. FaZe then poised themselves. A great flame from Souls as well. Really constricting Alamau and Stompin. Prevented them from denying the plant. The retake attempt was phenomenal.
Just needed to land one shot onto Handy.
Oh, he just holds his nerve.
He's so good.
One of his massive strengths.
One of the best players in the world is Handy. Back-to-back SI Grand Finals for a reason.
Attackers have
Final round of the
location
half.
of a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion.
While it's not must-win for G2, it goes a long way on a very defender-sided map. You want 4. They need 4.
Attacker's objective is to
Yeah,
defuse a bomb.
that's what I said. They
FaZe are
need,
more than happy with how
like
things are working
Castle
out in regards to
says,
the Blitz
they need
usage.
4.
They'll bring it again
Otherwise
through
they're going to
Vidaking
have some issue.
and the Glaz. This time, though, played by Souls rather than Cyber. So a switch-up in personnel. The operator pool, though, for G2, by the way, has been very similar across all sides. Thorn 5 times, Smoke 6 times, Azami 4 times. Aruni's been played every round but 1. Tachanka's been a couple. It's very similar
hello,
operators
Drive.
here
No,
from G2.
it is
Doesn't
actually
matter the
enough for
side.
G2 to win by 2-1. So they don't need to go 2-0.
4 Deathmark targets available here for Cyber, who's been looking to get very active as a frontline Deimos. Handy to resume the role of
Because
Twitch.
Black Dragons have
in
only
this
5
particular
points
round.
and G2 has 4 points. So if they win
Seeking that
2-1,
information
they
and he
would
can deal
gain
with
3
that.
points. So they would just go
required.
by Black Dragons no matter what.
Also
in
just leading the
points.
way to allow Cyber to
So
take this
they-
space
they
and
can
then
afford
be a
to lose
threat on
one
the first
map.
floor.
And then win the other 2.
All
but
eyes on Glasgow. We didn't see it be
if they want to be
particularly
sitting in a good
impactful last
spot,
time
they
out
need
from
to win
FaZe.
this one. Then I
Once the
can like
Warden was
breathe a
banned
little
out,
bit
G2
more.
didn't play into its hands positionally. They
But
were great
otherwise
and with
it's like-
discipline. Maybe FaZe can force a little bit
otherwise
more pressure
it
here.
would just be
Pressure on
very
Blast towards Old
stressful
Tower.
for them.
Alamau also getting targeted by the Deimos, so they're trying to go for this push through tower. Vidaking as well with the push through, gets the kill onto Alamau. Wonderful aggression from FaZe. They switch the tempo, catching Alamau off guard. And there wasn't a lot that Blaz could do because he got killed off. He was in a position to try and help Alamau. Once he got forced back, Alamau's on an island.
What are you
And they just keep
doing?
on pushing.
Now
This
they're
is the
just
strength
throwing
of
away
FaZe when they're
rounds.
at their
What the fuck?
best. Not a
That's
lot
just
that
pure
G2 could do in that
stupidity.
round. Perfect utility usage from FaZe. Round's not done yet.
Okay,
oh, never mind,
I
it is. There was a
think the
fragment kill as well,
last-
actually. Involved at the end. 3-3 at the half. FaZe will be very happy with that first half.
So I think the
Yeah, we
Fates
saw
will
Blitz
ban like
3 rounds
Monty.
in a row from 4 through 6.
I think also
And as we could see though on the last 2
G2
occasions,
side, they
it was
might wanna
highly
ban,
influential.
Um,
The good work from Vidaking.
Asami.
A
Yeah,
3-3
multi-ban is
scoreline.
off. Yeah,
It
knew
pitches
that.
FaZe as being in a very, very formidable
Grim?
position now.
Not a guarantee by any
Asami
means.
Grim would make sense.
So we go through the bans as we head into the second half.
No, shield.
Monty Blitz and Kaid
Oh, what the
Bandit.
fuck? What's with this band is so funny. Monty Blister. So it's going to be Blackbeard all the way then.
Double shield.
They want to
double
focus on opening up
electrification.
the walls, so they
Free up hard
probably,
reach, but of course strip
if
away
we
that.
start defending towards bathroom side, they're going
used
to
it a
open up
little bit.
either.
As we look back at that
Go
previous
through
round,
like
Vidic
games, open up
charged
the
forward.
commanding office
G2.
wall, go for the plant
Unfortunately,
there.
couldn't produce
If we
much to stop
secure
it.
really
with the
unfortunate there for
Nomad
them.
or
Absolutely crunched.
Gridlock, so they can't push.
Really nice
Probably
attack.
use Glass as a second support when
Cool,
opening
calm, and
up the
collected
wall.
for FaZe. Again, nothing to gain from this match other than the satisfaction of sending G2
not.
home.
So Ace is right.
And also continuing to
Grim for
build
the
form
support
heading
there.
into playoffs. As,
They're playing to win.
as a
Lion
top seed, and
as well.
I guess you could even
I'm
argue
actually
now
surprised that they're
maybe
not
the
taking
favourite
Glass
for
in
the
this
hammer,
one,
considering
actually.
who's topped the respective groups thus far, the
5 seconds remaining.
historic nature of this roster. Could they make it 3
Okay,
straight
they're
SI
doing like
appearances?
that then. Okay. So Blackbeard is on.
Well, the emphasis on the final, I would have thought is, yeah.
So
I should have
Grim is the
mentioned
one that is going to be opening up the
You're right, again.
commander office.
Number 1 attack,
So
number
they
3
will top
defense.
Ace.
Going to top their group. On paper, I think
Yeah,
objectively they are
that
the favourite
might
at this
hurt
point
them
in
in the
time.
long run,
But a long way
actually.
to go, and I'm sure the playoffs are going to throw up potentially more curveballs than even the group stage did.
As they always do.
This round though, bathroom we go. Round 7, we saw Vidic hide the clash. So we'll see how G2 adjust to deal with that. A shield of their own in play, the only one left, Blackbeard, if you discount Fuse. Deimos also to be selected. 5 death marks available, so reflecting some good prep / early round drone
That
work
is
from
going to
G2.
be a good one.
Tracker on the prowl. Got eyes on him.
Don't keep pushing in through lobby. Now, it's got no horizontal pressure, so Doki can kind of play for free. I mean, yeah, there is the clash towards tower stairs. KDS has got rid of Lawyer, but also himself.
What the
oh,
fuck
wow,
are you
the
doing?
clash. It's almost like it just sucked in Doki pressure-wise. It said, come to me, and he's got some friends. An easy kill onto the Deimos. And suddenly
I
this
don't know
attack
what
for G2,
G2
who
were
have wanted
doing.
to bring pace to begin this second half.
Yeah, that was bad
It's just
decision
non-existent.
from G2.
FaZe
was
with the
really
jump guard,
bad.
the clash having an impact.
I don't
KDS
understand what
found a kill
Doki
early
went
on,
up to
including
door,
himself. Just
stairs
so
by
much
himself.
firepower from the defense that G2 were not ready for. FaZe will take the lead
Yeah,
for the
that's
first
stupid.
time on this map, unless Stompin pulls off a 1v4, which he cannot. Easy kill in the end for Souls.
Yeah, I am actually predicting a loss on this map if
A
they
lockdown
are
defense from FaZe to
do a
kick
stupid thing
start
like that,
the half, and
like they
perhaps
did now. They just handed
setting
the
the
run
stage
on
for
the
what could be
seventh
quite a
quadrant.
dominant
Because for Doki
second
to push
half.
up by
They've looked
himself
really
on the
strong
stairs
here
against
on Fortress.
Clash
They've
doesn't
looked
make any
confident.
sense.
They have a pretty direct game
We all know
plan.
that Clash is going to have someone supporting
G2 need to
her
find
from
another
behind,
gear.
and it just
Still
went
not
up the
convinced
fucking
they can
stairs.
find that
Like
gear
I
on the
don't
opening
got it
map.
like
Unfortunately for Doki, just overextended.
yeah.
Difficult
Then
to push
Alama
up there,
going by
left side
himself.
hallway, but then also the close right
Doesn't make
side, you got
sense
the clash in your face.
Like they were not playing together, so G2
FaZe
needs to take a
looking
timeout.
very comfortable
They
here
need
on
to take
Fortress.
a tactical timeout after this.
Not to
If they
remember,
lose
this
again,
is the very first time
coach
that we've
needs to
seen
take the timeout.
G2 play
and
this
tell them
map.
to be playing together, otherwise they're going to be losing this.
In fairness, FaZe have also only played
If
it
anything,
once
I would
prior
have
to
taken
this,
it
which
right
was
now and
yesterday
say
against
like,
D+,
hey,
a
don't fuck
7-5
around.
result.
Play together, refrag, and open up the wall and go in for a plant. Do a simple.
Switch up from G2
Don't
onto
don't
double
overextend.
primary
Don't
hard bridge for the
overextend.
following round.
The next map is going to be Lair.
Game storms for the 8th round. FaZe in the lead for the first time on their
And
map
that
pick.
is G2's pick, by
Clash
the way.
once again. I know that GT like to play fast on their attack, but maybe a map like Fortress is just naturally going to have to slow them down, take their time, play more into the drone game.
G2, I would say
Gain more
this, G2
information,
got lucky,
communicate.
so they picked Lair as there, but
Not
on
really
the
kind of
cider
map where
map,
you're just
they
going to be
got
able to run
border.
around and try and
So
take
G2 got
isolated
lucky
fights.
that
It's
they
all
got
very
border as a
horizontal,
decider
spread,
if
compact
it comes to
defense.
this. But in order for
Around
them
the site,
even have a chance to not
really
get
too many
stressed.
vert
They
battles
should
either,
win
where
this
you can
one.
kind of split, you know, where you
And
have
then,
a 2-3 split,
like,
two below,
ease up.
3 above. Either on the Mozzie is the only one that is offering something on the first floor for FaZe.
Nitro.
Trisell pre-placed.
So Vidikid can play that from the safety of Clash and then relay that information back. Could be quite a spicy way to open up the account for FaZe. Some Grim utility to create a little bit of space, and Heartbreach getting to work now from G2.
As Doki makes his way to second floor, by the way, it means that Cypher's presence is probably not noticed.
Nitro doesn't land, mind you, was used.
That obstacle clear for G2. Push forward, Doki. Again, it's the
Oh, you're
Clash. Throws the
overstaying-
frag grenade.
you're
Wants to just keep
overextended
on
there.
moving. Take some space here for the attack. But he's going to go down. Cyber has lost his life to Stompin. Is there a world in which they can safely retrieve Doki, protect the president, get him back alive? Needs to keep on crawling to safety. You have Stompin on the Blackbeard. They can keep that shield up, and they will get the revive onto Doki. They've got the player advantage. But how are they going to get past this Clash?
Yeah, Vidiking holding strong, doesn't want to back down too quickly. Sensing that time is now potentially slowly becoming a problem for G2. 45 seconds on the clock.
Slowly but surely, FaZe are getting pushed back to Dawn's games. They're now basically playing sight, all 4 of them. They're slipping in and out of positions, keeping G2 on their toes. Stompin with a big responsibility here on the Blackbeard to try and push in, take space. Others then must follow in behind. Needs to be careful to not get that shield guard broken. Nicely done. Stompin got the close angle fight one against Handy. Pistol shot for KDS on the floor. No go. Souls goes down. G2.
Damn,
That's
that was
far more
messy.
clinical.
Nicely
Solid
done.
team play from G2. Didn't panic when Doki went down. Took their time. Got the revive. Hit some good shots. Tied once again. 4-4.
Yeah, great flood. Able to exploit one of the weaknesses of Dorm's games being that
Spoiler alert from the
actual
other stream between
on-site play,
Oxygen and Enterprise. Oxygen
limited
1
areas for the defense to really
0.
post up and anchor. We could see as the push came through how open that defense was, so little position to play.
That
He feels
is
very hemmed in.
what it is.
Once you lose that utility when you're fighting the early chokes, which we saw, it leaves you so vulnerable to trades late round. And so G2 with a really good flood were able to exploit that.
Well, they needed that one because FaZe had rattled off 3 straight rounds. 2 to close the first half, 1 to start the third.
I think it was 2-0.
And it also gives G2 a confidence booster because they've now got an attacking round on the board already. So now at least they know they can successfully do well on the attack.
10 seconds
Waiting
left before insertion.
in Cafe for the 9th round. Now this
5
site
seconds
in
remaining.
particular was not won at all by G2 on the
Attackers are heading out
defense.
to defuse a bomb.
Tried it twice, FaZe were able to take it twice. But coming into this game,
Reloading!
well, that was the site in which teams did struggle with on the attack. Ooh, oh, and Souls though. At the 2-minute 45 mark, he's just found 2. The round is over.
What the fuck?
Within 30 seconds, 4 players of G2 are dead already. Blaz is the only one left.
What the fuck
And the
was
smartest
that?
option right now is maybe to just soak up the clock. An impromptu tactical timeout. Well, he takes the free kill against Vidiking sitting at the window. Does have 2 adrenal surges, make
What
that
the fuck
1,
was
but it's
that?
not really going to get his health fully all the way back up. Just maybe above half.
What is harder,
Dynamic start
gaining
to the round
weight
though for
by
FaZe as G2
gaining
just get
muscle or
completely
losing
caught
weight?
off
It's
guard.
harder to lose weight than gaining
Yeah, Souls over
the
towards
muscle
Amar,
weight.
seemingly unaccounted for. They had
It's way
preset line
easier.
of
So
sight.
if you want to gain muscle
First kill
weight,
was pretty
all
straightforward.
you need to do
The
is
second was
eat
a
a
nice
lot of
flick.
protein and
A
lift
nothing
heavy
round though for
weights.
G2, which is what you can't afford.
Yeah.
And if you want to lose
Just kinda
weight,
giving one back for
then you need to
free.
be on a calorie deficit
Didn't even get to
and
test
do
the
weights
site. Didn't even get to
be
test
doing a
FaZe's
body comp,
defense.
so to speak.
As we head into the 10th round though, we do
which means
require
that you
more
will
bans.
replace the fat with muscle and also lose the weight at the same time. So it's way harder.
Also had word that there will be a timeout called after the
It's not
ban
easy
fade. I
gaining
can only
muscle
assume
either,
that it
but
has
it's
been
way
prompted
easier
by
than losing.
G2, given what took place in the previous round. Deimos out, Clash also on the bench.
Clash makes a lot of sense here for this ban. G2, timeout.
For Master now, guys, like as Cal said, like they don't not the whole thing there. So like I think like we start like with the Astra, like is the gap, like but be aware we can also like if you saw like they change and they extend to there.
Can jump Zulu and
can jump Zulu window, okay? And Laura Demos is below. I think you already go straight on to blue. Okay, so we already like we're playing like already split positions, okay? I think.
Wait, you don't want me to do the Demos below?
No, it's ban. They ban. So you just go straight to blue, okay? And then like I think like for kitchen and bunks guys, I think for bunks like it was very good. Like we play for the home clear is what's working for us against them. Like we chase the kills. Like I just think like maybe like we can flip for a tower, like someone like to like 4-1 next round, okay? If you do repeat the same, okay? And for kitchen, the Dyna is low, okay? Dyna is low to open.
Yeah, it's fine. Go guys.
Let's go, guys.
So 4 of the last 5 rounds now to FaZe. G2 is just kind of clinging on right now here on Fortress. It is FaZe's map pick, but this is a good free shot. Fortunately, in this round, though, well, I mean, they were just target practice, really, for Soul.
Yeah, Soul's perfect line of sight, lands his shot, UMP, landing the required shots. And then Blaz was still running towards the building, and the round was essentially over at that point. FaZe untested on that site. Round 10, we go. And the Cav in play.
Wow. Well, I mean, FaZe can do
That's
these kind of shenanigans, can't they? That's the thing. They're locked in, top spot in the group.
There's nothing to lose.
Have some fun with it. Go for alert Cav play. G2 might not be expecting that. From G2's mindset, again, like because they're fighting for survival and so much importance from their side of things, they're going to keep things safer rather than going for that high risk, high reward. Well, FaZe can do whatever they want right now, and that's going to be Cyber on a Cav. Over towards Haman.
Yeah, we have seen G2 typically have at least one lurk on first floor. Now, typically that was with Deimos. FaZe did ban that out. There's still potential for likes of maybe Blaz or a Loira, for instance, to find a position down below, post up. And that's where they could be vulnerable to the Cav, especially if it has been unsighted by the attack. Again, Hyber was hiding inside of bathroom to try and prevent G2 from spotting him out.
Obviously, Cyber, but goes without saying, is going to be one to watch as he sneaks his way through on that first floor. It is command bathroom. G2 will have more of their focus on this top floor.
So a foothold old tower and yellow ping's available ground now to be taken subsequently by Alamau. Ranged hard breach on the ace, and that will be useful for the transition as they start to try and
even if
pressure.
you don't have
lines
the
aside
money,
in towards bathroom.
I don't
But
agree
there
with
is
that because
Vidiking
I am
onto
poor
Loira.
and I could
Don't be
still
on the
lose the
ground,
weight
no more logic bombs in
in
play.
a healthy way.
Just can't
Like,
afford that if you G2. FaZe convert
still
more often
lose
than
the
not
weight.
on their opening kills. And without the Docker beat, only used the one call.
It's
Won't get
just
the
like,
second one.
people tend to overcome
Doki's important here, clearing out some space. The Cyber, by the way, is now pushed up into Old Tower.
Here we
Cyber is
go.
right
Like, by
behind
eating
them
more protein,
on the
I
cab.
mean-
He sees
Oh
one,
my
could go for
God.
more. Trigger discipline, but he's not even needed right now. Soul's already got the kill onto Doki. Bye-bye. One tap Alamau. Blaz responds quickly. But it's already the damage done on the flanking cab as Alamau sits bleeding on the floor. Blaz needs to get him back up, and he gets tagged. Very low on health. Up close. What a swing from Stompin', but Soul's with an incredibly quick reactional kill. 3v2. Blaz and Alamau very low on health.
So low.
Yeah.
Grinding their way towards the objective. Feels impossible, but
For
maybe
me,
not.
I don't get any income. I
Can
get,
they find a miracle? They need
money
the
from
miracle.
government.
Something just to rev this team
like
up.
social welfare.
Light a
paycheck.
fire within them.
Because the government
Souls in
does
Handy,
not
so much
want
experience.
to let me retire
So
early
much
because
better
they
health.
think,
A gas
they
bay for
think
Handy,
for some reason I can
so
go
crucial
and get a job.
in a match like this.
Souls at the line.
And Souls hasn't peeked to the doorway just yet. He knows that Alamau wants to be pushing down that hallway. Slips in. Handy still has that gas bay. Watching and covering will be Blaz. Souls swings. He's played his position perfectly. The gas pipe was thrown out, no longer there and available for Handy. Blaz, you got 10 seconds. Souls' positioning is exquisite.
So
as
you
FaZe
get
have
like
got
the
map
minimal
point.
to live
Souls
on,
makes
and
the
if I
DMR
would get
count
money
perfectly played.
from
He did
somewhere
his job.
else, that would be considered income.
G2 actually had a drone inside of
can't
bathroom,
even-
and if
unless
that
it's a
role was not
gift,
fulfilled, it could
I
have been a
can't have
far
my,
more
I
intriguing
can't get
round, and
any
G2
form of
could
income.
have found a win con, but not to be. 6-4 lead FaZe, and a technical pause, I believe, has been called.
Look back at this round, a swinging Vidiking, and in a lot of those battles, they've gone the way of FaZe. It feels like every time it's a 1v1 direct fight, FaZe just continue to win those. G2 have maybe done a little bit better in their pushes and team fighting. The Cavs did have an impact in the end with the rotate up old tower in behind. Alamau had no idea, caught the bullet to the back of the head. Blaz with a very quick trade though. G2 need 2 rounds straight now to force overtime.
They need to be.
The maps after this are Lair and Border. Need to remind everyone that G2 can still get out of groups with a 2-1 result. It does not need to be 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be looking to play the long con in this particular veto. Fortress, at least from my perspective, was always a nice to win, but not a must-have for G2. They have depth elsewhere than, as you said, Lair, Border. They've tapped into their strengths elsewhere. As the admins look to resolve the technical gremlins that have taken hold.
Just at the tension, it's just there. I swear they do it on purpose sometimes, just to extend. Dawn Game's coming up for the next round, and
hello.
Get a nice little wave from Handy. Oh, still going. Not quite Harambe-esque.
Not the double wave. Maybe some kind of issue related to coach comms, if I had to guess, but...
Well, this being map 1, the tension's still not really at fever pitch level, right? Like, there's the second map for G2, their map pick of Lair. Border itself as the decider is a very, very good opportunity for G2 because it's the permaban map for FaZe.
There's really no reason for G2 to start stressing until
we're like halfway through Lair and things aren't going well,
exactly.
Then yeah, that's when you start stressing.
At the moment, this is just warming into the series. Little expectation to win this map. Of course, they'll be fighting hard. There's still an opportunity to push this overtime.
They started really well. There are 3-1 up to begin for G2, and then FaZe have won the last 5 out of 6 rounds. That's a statement. We're back into the game, by the way, as the technical pause is coming to an end. Game Storms.
By the way, guys, in case you're wondering about the Oxygen versus Enterprise game, so
on their second attack
I said earlier the Oxygen won. That means that Enterprise is out of the tournament. They have not won a
out the round with
game.
4 players alive with a really nice flood into sight.
And look at the conversions as well, guys. We're heading to the 11th round. So far, only one round has the opening kill not resulted into a round win for that team. Unfortunately, it was Laura and G2 back in the 7th round, command bathroom. They got the pick, didn't convert the round. That's the only time that's been the case so far here on Fortress. Big attacker repick for G2.
Last time out, we saw the Clash offer a lot of stall out. Again, it didn't translate to a round win necessarily for FaZe, but it gave them a really good opportunity to lean into the clock as a win con. So I do wonder now for FaZe, how do they try and stall out G2 on this occasion? They do bring some trap. A bit of catch is intriguing as well. That could facilitate a couple more anchor positions where, again, the safety of the Clash may have offered that previously, for example.
Here we go. What have you got, G2? Can you extend Fortress a little longer? Keep giving yourself every opportunity to take this opening map. Otherwise, if you lose this from here on out, it's must-win territory.
Like, I don't know why. I don't agree necessarily with the lineup that G2 has.
Souls
like, I would rather have like Gridlock or
MVP
or
for FaZe
Nomad
here on Fortress.
to make sure that you don't get flanked, because they've been flanked like twice now on attack, and it's been very good flanks where they kind of lose the rounds.
FaZe, though, to be fair,
I would plug that
largely playing
right
away
anyway and use like Nomad or Gridlock to ensure
defensively.
that no one will be flanking.
Doki isn't really going to net anything.
Like banned, they need to like secure
G2
it on
shaping up for
different
far
ways.
more control over towards Old Tower. I was gonna say Loira cooking a
want to have,
Candela. Maybe less
I
of
would
a
like
wave cross
maybe
map like we
opt
saw
from
previously.
Lion to
Cyber's just lurking down below in waiting. Is
come down
Doki
to
even
a
aware
timing.
of this? Cyber could go for the swing. Doki's moved away. They're trying to push up whole tower.
There we
Cyber
go.
does push in, shoots him in the back. Doki has been shut down here on Fortress. 3-9 for the start of G2. He has been their best player at SI so far, but not here on Fortress. Really solid play from Cyber, and he's not done yet. Never mind, Stompin will save the day. Do eventually get the trading clear, and Blaz then getting rid of Vidaking. That's no more smoke, no gas babes remaining. Loira, Candela straight in through Old Tower. They can start to now put pressure into the site, forcing the 3 members of FaZe to now spread across this site. They are big horizontal spread. No one close by for FaZe. And Loira just continues to push forward. Can Handy swing the doorway and get the trade? He can, finally, because there's no contest on his position. Alamau will now backfill in through games as KDS won his battle towards Courtyard, gets rid of Stompin, 2v2. Alamau at full health on the Blackbeard will go for the plant, now inside of Dorms, fakes it. Gets tagged up quite heavily. He needs Blaz to get involved, but Blaz is low himself. He can't just throw his life away.
Can Blaz cover the plant for G2? They have a little bit of time to work around.
Handy thinking about pushing that doorway.
Oh, Alamau got off.
Gets off the plant, 15 seconds. Now Alamau gives himself less opportunity to get off this plant. Will need to commit as Blaz finds the kill. Here comes KDS, but too little, too late. That plant is now successful. Shield up for Alamau.
Don't peek, for
And
the
Blaz
love
can
of
just
fucking
hold
God,
the angle
don't
and play
fucking
off the
peek.
Blackbeard information. KDS will make his move, but
Oh
here
my
comes
God,
Blaz
I
on
thought
the
Blaz
swing.
would peek there. I was like,
All
don't
rounds
fucking
of regulation
peek
needed
at
on
that moment.
Fortress as
If you
G2
do
will
peek too
not
early, you're
give in.
dead.
Not backing down without a fight here on Fortress. They are eager for overtime.
Like,
What a
do you see
round.
what
Far
I
more
mean
direct
about the
approach
flanking
towards site. We
position
saw great
in
play from
general?
Ying.
Stomping got
Started
like
to look a little
killed because
dire.
of the flank situation.
Alamau desperately
Like,
trying to
and
get
if
that plant
Cyber
down.
didn't get
Blaz
Doki
was
in the
low on
bottom
HP
there,
out of
he would
position
flank
initially
up
on the
like
first
on
attempt,
full
and then
tower
Alamau in
stairs.
the
They
meantime
need
also
to
comes
have
to
a flank
critical
watch, like
HP.
something to make
they're
sure that
able
they
to
can't
isolate
get
KDS
shot in the
by
back.
himself,
They need to
and
bring
a
a
great
nomad
swing
gridlock
from
at this point.
Blaz
They can't do
confirmed the
anything
round.
else.
They stay
Like, it's so
alive.
stupid that they don't
stay
even bring
alive.
that.
Fighting tooth and nail here
And now
on
they have the
Fortress.
same-
The map pick of
now the same
FaZe
here.
is competitive
The
from
lineup
G2.
that I can see, they're
gives
not
them
bringing, they're not
a decent
taking
sign of
top
life
floor
in the
control
series
here. They're just
to come.
like
Win or lose here on this
they're not
opening
taking
map
ramp.
for FaZe.
for top floor,
No
then
problem for
opening
them.
off Buck
No stress for them.
for top floor. What the fuck are they doing?
5 seconds to
But in all honesty, they'd probably like the idea of an early finish and an early bedtime. Or celebration, depending on what the boys want to get up to.
What are they doing?
Waiting Cafe, by the way, to come next. And if you recall back to the 9th round, guys, that was the Soul Cyber demolition job, where G2 didn't even get to
Are
show
they ignoring top floor
their
control
trump card
entirely?
on their site. Never even got to
Are
see
they just
them
going to be pushing in from
attack the
Haman
site.
and then take the hallway
Castle
control?
Mozzie horizontal extension from FaZe, looking
That
to
is
extend
so fucking
their
stupid.
footprint across the map and a little bit more utility to help cover that.
It's the exact same lineup for FaZe. They just never really got to actually play into it.
The round was over in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, they'd won the round. Big change up this time, though. More caution from G2 this time.
Why don't they
Drone
take
work from
top floor
Alamau.
control? I don't understand it.
One on the second floor, so no vert for FaZe.
That is frustrating.
Doki straight into lobby. Oh, what a headshot from Doki.
Nicely done.
Hasn't quite been his best performance.
And
No
he's
doubt
gonna
about
die.
that, but maybe you saved your best till last when needed most. Advantage G2.
Doki rated number 9 at the event so far. 3 years since he lifted the hammer. Will be very, very eager to do well at this event. And a big kill from him in a very critical round.
What's on offer here for FaZe? They keep themselves now really close to sight. In and around cafeteria and waiting room. Souls answers back. Finds the pick onto Blaz. Andy will sit infirmary by himself, but KDS can offer help if needed, but it's going to be on a western side push here from G2. Lyra has cleared out Hammam. And then again, FaZe are not offering anything. Oh, Lyra just gets, he just pushes straight back. Wow. Ballsy play from Lyra. To swing back immediately after getting jump scared and through kitchen. Doki's now cooking. Couldn't hit the softball. Shot. He does need to be mindful that he's half HP. He's vulnerable.
Jesus
Lyra
Christ.
is as well. One gas bay for Handy. 2 impacts for KDS.
Soul's backed into a corner. 14 kills so far. What can he do with the UMP in hand?
Handy has a Vulcan canister too that he can pop, fall back, deny that position through infirmary. Doki finds it, neat little angle, and overtime is brewing.
You're just jealous that G2 started to win,
he's
okay?
He's more than capable in the clutch. A superstar of this game. Throws out his final gas bait. Now electing to push forward, takes a fight against Alamau, who has the kit. Shotgun up, Handy will push, tucks into the bomb chassis. All 3 members of G2 are low. Crosses, but Alamau will now get this plant down safely. Handy doesn't shoot initially. I think he instead wanted to try and deny the plant. Pistol on the tight angle from Alamau as we go to overtime
Jesus
on Fortress.
Christ.
G2 showing their nerve and fighting back 2 rounds straight to force OT.
I think...
And Alamau saying, let's refocus, and rightly so. They've done phenomenal to get to this point,
my
but
question
they have
is,
attack in
FaZe gonna take
OT.
the timeout? I don't think so.
Seguinte, provavelmente agora
Yeah, they
no
did.
quando
They
eles
had
vão querer
taken
fazer
time
aquela
out, yeah.
foco que não deu certo por causa da Clash
You were so locked in, I had... Of course I'm fucking locked in, it's like, it's exciting.
Lá pro cara não entrar quadros, e o Rand mantém o smoke e o Tu joga pra recuar ali. Fechou? Só que eu volto pra recuar mais cedo,
So FaZe, the FaZe coach is saying that
O próximo movimento de defesa que
specifically
a gente vai fazer
said
vai ser bem
to
lixo,
the
tá?
players that they should be
A gente faz aquela parte que a gente
certain
combinou
ops.
do smoke jogar
I
ele,
don't
tipo,
understand
faz
the Portuguese, but it kind of looks like
Porque
by...
pode ser que seja outra play.
Qual que vai ser a primeira defesa aqui?
Do bom do banheiro, sim. Você tem que fechar já lá 4 e poder jogar lá pra entrar
Mesma
junto.
coisa?
A banheiro recuando, né? Agora ataque do banheiro, a gente escolhe fazer a comida pro lado do cavalo, deixa o Ace solo lá no Marrocos, só tipo, fazer aquela pessoazinha no banheiro, fechou?
Tá, bora.
No cavalo, de Blackbeard.
Again, not a lot of stress there for FaZe Clan. But it goes to overtime, and they themselves know, of course, that they want to work on this map, have it in their map pool, moving forward through playoffs. But Doki rises to the occasion. Yeah, he would know. He hasn't quite been at his utter best here on Fortress. But all it takes is to rise to that moment. He finds 2 crucial kills. Alamau was able to get the plant down, avoided Handy, and then he gets the pistol shot kill to send it to overtime. Now, you said it is double attack for G2. Indeed it is. They just won the last 2 attacking rounds. They're more than capable.
So G2 are
Let's see if they can actually do it though. Bathroom, first sight of choice. FaZe eager to bite back.
So...
in what has been a real tug of war
that's what they
between
were
these
doing.
2.
So Vidican
it's only
going
map
on
1.
to
We
Warden
could well
for
have
Lyra.
another 2 to follow
Right now.
to determine the fate
I do
of
think they
G2.
are playing a little bit
Will they
closer.
survive in
They're
Paris?
using souls like the renegades to slow them down.
It's
And
a
then
great
they
start
have
for
the
their
mirror because
confidence.
you
I will
want
add,
them
though, guys,
to
yesterday,
use
of course, those that watched
to
against
waste
Black
utility.
Dragons, overtime loss, overtime loss.
So I think that's
Is it
the
about to be
counterplay
overtime loss
for
again? Seems to have been the theme
FaZe is
at
using.
this 6 Invitational for G2.
G2
This
is
would be the
using
best
the
time
same method,
change that
same
tune.
operator actually, to attack on second floor. I kind of don't necessarily
FaZe, it's all
agree with
about
it.
now just regathering
Except for,
themselves here on the
Sledge
defense.
instead.
Out of the tactical timeout, they go back
So
top
Blaze is
floor,
going to
command
be
bathroom. They
aggressive
won
to get
this in
the
the 10th
first
round,
kill.
and they won it in the 7th
Maybe
round.
we'll...
G2 have not won this site on the attack.
Yeah, they're
FaZe have
fast
been
in.
strong here.
Okay.
Sequential breaching activated.
So again, a double shield ban from FaZe as they restore. And so there is a big emphasis on Lyra being able to create space with Candelas. Stomp it as well, create space with the Grim, because these choke points that G2 are about to contest can be really, really tough. Good hard breach though initially. KDS pinned in the corner.
Well, he's got a little bit of help at least. Cyber is there and can throw out a keeper barrier, provide a
It looks like they're doing quick
Eleanor
plays.
may
What
have
the fuck?
droned him just then as well. KDS could be a quote-unquote easier pick for G2 on the engine, maybe.
Smokes are going out right now.
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
Styles that has found the headshot onto Loira. And then the follow-up comes though from Stompin and Doki. One apiece
slow
now
down,
gives
G2,
G2
slow
the
down.
lead.
KDS is still
You're
trapped
being-
in this corner.
you're
Still
playing
trapped,
too
and the
fast
drone
now.
from
You're
Alamau as
playing
well can
way
confirm
too
his
fast.
location, if not already known. Can Doki find a way to get over to that doorway and swing? Handy is trying to maybe provide some cover as well, but his main stairs needs to be mindful of watching
here's the-
Blaz.
here's the
He's
issue
got
that
to
I
watch
have.
something entirely different.
They're not
So now
droning.
Vidiking has to come over. Doki and
don't have
Alamau
the drones.
together.
What
Do
the
they
fuck?
know?
Stomping
Yeah,
all the
this
way
is what I
over
mean. They need
out
to drone
in
out.
courtyard. And they've got 50 seconds. They've got so much time to play with.
I'm almost convinced that they still don't know. KDS is hard left of the wall.
Oh no, they actually do not know. I thought it was droned, it wasn't. Good response from Stompin. 2v2. Stompin Blaz against Handy and Vidiking. With 30 seconds remaining. You win this, you go defense, but Stompin will fall. Handy and Vidiking standing tall on the defense. Blaz, he will go down as well to
I knew
Handy.
it. You need to drone out
FaZe
so you're
have got
certain
map
of the
point
corners.
once again.
I don't
Can't
like that
help
teams
but feel
don't
that
drone
G2
if you
had
have
that
the fucking
opportunity
time.
to put
The drone at the wall, I thought it was checked.
I don't
Had
like
a
it.
player
If
on
you
an
had
island that it could
that
have played
big
out
of a
differently from
map
that point
control
onwards.
like
Shout out to
G2
KDS,
has,
taking
drone
one with him
the
to the
fucking
grave,
site
deep damage
out.
from that position.
You can easily get
Network
10
super
seconds
late
just
as
to
well.
drone the
Up
corners.
to par. Midpoint of the round, there were good moments for G2.
I never take for granted
But
that no
here,
one is
3-4,
standing in the corner.
advantage G2.
I hate how many
KDS
teams
able
in
to
this
work,
tournament are
finds
not
one,
droning.
short-traded by Stompin, but the damage
Like, they're
already
just
done.
droning,
He eventually
getting
falls.
in,
Blaz
and
left
then
in
they don't
1v2,
drone
and
side.
FaZe now one away from taking the map.
For what it's
Now,
worth,
G2 is on
the tactical
defense, so we will
timeout
see
courtesy of
how
Maria, we had
they are
the
going to be doing
translation.
there.
They actually played it pretty much to a T. They wanted to play around bathroom, put Handy over towards Al, which was that sort of 90 corridor position, denying entry through hallway. He was able to do a good job of that. Blaz couldn't quite get through. And in the end, then Handy, by staying alive, was able to help clutch up towards the end. So that tactical timeout that we heard in Portuguese was very much strategic based.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Which I think is typically the FaZe mantra.
5 seconds remaining.
Like,
So back to
like I said, I
bathroom, but now
don't
G2
like when teams are drone
The
outside
ones looking to
properly.
lock
If
it
you
down
don't know,
defensively.
here's the thing: if you
Quite a
don't know where
different
every
shape up in terms of the operator bands as we
is
restore what was back in
in the
regulation,
sides,
of course.
you just leave
the one
yourself
shield
open
ban
up to get
that
shot.
G2 have taken off. That's
If
the
they
one
droned
that
out
frees up
to
blitz
see
and
see
Vidiking
like,
will
oh,
link
there's
into that.
one guy
Blaz also
missing on site. He's
available.
not near the.
And again,
He's
with the
not
Warden
inside.
Vanguard, that was the
Then you
final
go to
ban
know
for
that he's on
FaZe.
site, right?
There's an onus on Cyber here to find value. It's been a little mixed. There's been good moments and some not so good. And so G2 will look to posture around that appropriately.
And won 2 of the 3 rounds that they brought the blitz in the first half, did FaZe. 15 kills for Sol, still the only one double digits for FaZe. On the flip side for G2, they've got 3 players double digits. More of an even spread. Souls has just been at another level though for FaZe Clan this particular match of Fortress.
Watch out the window.
Keen to see what the contrast will be here for Man Bathroom. Back-to-back site choices from both teams. Dropped from Vidiking into Old Tower. Doki will want to make contact and then gets out. The smoke actually kind of helping his little escape, but he runs into the arms of Souls.
Wow.
Wonderful pin from FaZe.
Yeah, outside at Shisha. Great angle there from Souls. Really great teamwork from FaZe. Midpoint of the round, they have the advantage. G2 will look to play make now in response.
Cyber just poking and prodding. The Glaz is now wanting to get involved and have some fun.
And mind you, 4 smokes still up, stomping. Very aggressive.
Oh, wow, I mean, but it's decent aggression because it's just kind of keeping FaZe back a little bit longer. You can see that Vidiking just wants to push through, but Stompin's got to be careful. Here comes that push. Cyber as well, the smoke is up for the Glaz. And Stompin's played this well to get back over towards Commanders. Look at the push now from Cyber. Trying to gain some vision here with the smoke. Andy's gone down, but the trade, it's the blitz. Vidiking has been able to get rid of Loira. Stompin just overwhelmed. Need to get Blaz and that DMR involved, and he gets rid of Cyber. No more Glaz. Vidiking, choked by that gas of Alamar. He'll send one more in, keeps Vidiking on his toes. Blaz has got to get this kill, and he does under the vaulting KDS. Another 2v2. With the map on the line, it's Blaz and Alamar.
They're trying to find this pitch. There we go.
It's only Alamar in the 1v1 against the ever-rampaging Souls, up to 17 kills. Alamar had his chance earlier in a 1v1. He gets it again here. But this time, the time is against Souls. We push deeper and closer to red time. Hold your nerve, Alamar, and we can go to all 15 rounds. He's
Why the fuck did you peek?
Not it's Souls who has been.
Why the fuck were you peeking at that moment? Wait fucking time, man.
18 kills and puts G2 on that canvas, and that referee is starting to count. One more
That was. Oh my God, Almo did that so wrong.
Invitational. They must now win 2 maps straight. This is not looking good for G2.
That was so stupid of Alamo. Why would he swing for the kill when Souls need to grab the fucking bomb and plant? Play the fucking time. Why do people not understand such a basic fucking thing? He needed to grab the diffuser. Instead, you just opt to fucking swing. It's so stupid. I hate when their players do that. I'm sorry, but that was the stupidest thing I have done so far in the tournament. You don't swing that. He could have opted back towards the staircase, like around the corner, to force him to waste time. Either he had to go and hunt him, or grab the diffuser and go for the plant. Like, it is an easy thing, it was in the last second. Jesus, that pisses me off. Now G2 needs to win 2 maps, and that is like, that is hard. They're not going to be winning that now. Oh, let's go. Baby Shark and Spiker.
Left, Shark, left. Yeah, what are we doing?
I don't know, bro. I think I understand. This is the F2. F4C. So 418. You see, I'm not that dumb.
Hey.
2.
Alright, so that's the first number.
So 2.
So we're gonna go to the next one.
Oh, bro, I'm the worst guy for the match.
Alright. Each proxy is 2, each claymore is 17, each flashbang is 8.
So 2, 17.
Minus 8, multiplied by 2, so 18.
So what was the number?
I'll remember. I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember. 9. Okay, it was 18.
Oh, we have to find the nationality, no?
This guy's French. Cav's Brazilian.
Canadian.
US. Okay, hold on. Put in 7, and then 6, and then 9, and 1.
There is no way, bro. I didn't understand anything, bro.
6.
Okay.
So
6, and that one is the last one.
Yeah, that's the last one. We have to look really hard at the pictures. That's what he said.
Oh, I found, bro, on the hammer. There is a 9.
Yeah,
no, that's never
but
mind.
still.
That's their pants, bro. The last one's a 4.
9,
yeah,
8,
but
3.
he still. It's better for him to hide than a swinging.
Bro, open the thing,
oh,
bro.
My bad. 7. 6, 7. My bad.
Bro.
2, 6, 7. What was the code of that one?
I'll remember. I forgot. I'll remember.
Well, at least try all the 9 codes, no? That we're gonna cheat, but I mean.
Oh,
2.
I understand what you mean
So
now.
2, 6, 7 on the last one,
We're
and you
being
try
corny.
all the others.
I'm down to be corny. Oh wow.
Yo.
We did it.
I told you we were gonna leave the hammer.
Go! Good job, Shark. We did it.
Got it, bro.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it for you.
Bro, do you realize how many people's hands have been on that?
Yeah, I
bro?
know. My bad.
Funny. Leafac and Philippox, okay.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate.
Yeah.
And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here and on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So
Yeah.
really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, placed there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They are just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
Push
come
deep.
here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Philippox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
What's with that picture? And you love the French accent, yeah? But yeah. So far, if you're looking at the Torment standing, so Weibo on first, MAD second, Heretics on third. Ferrix eliminated. Wildcard 1 first, Fura second, Falcon third. Elevate eliminated. Base Clan is top. Shopify second, and we'll see who is going to be eliminated here. Secret first, W7M second, SSG third, Enterprise eliminated. So that's how it's looking. No, if it's G2. No, I think they would not win. Like, if G2 has
Fate
the
may be
mental
in its own
capacity to
hands,
play
but I tell
good
you
right
what,
now,
FaZe are
FaZe
out for
should
blood
lose
right now.
against
G2,
G2 in
they're
lair.
looking good.
The question is
FaZe
to be
just looking
border
ever
because
so
that's a
slightly better. It's
50-50
hard
in
to
my
say that though,
opinion,
isn't it?
because
It is. I mean, there really is no
FaZe
negative
is
takeaways
good
from this
on
match. It was a
there,
beautiful back and
on
forth, a
the
good display of
border as well.
Fortress from an aggressive side of team and a very defender side of team in FaZe. I mean, G2 did a really good job at using the shield, specifically stomping on the Blackbeard, being able to take position. Alamau on the Blackbeard as well, taking position, being able to go for those trades. And it's a new side to G2 that we haven't really seen, is the shield play too much. And it really went down to the wire. And that first round in overtime was where we saw G2 lose a little bit of speed. But even then, it came down to an unfortunate 1v1 to close it out for FaZe to be able to grab that final round and claim the map. So unfortunately for G2, if they played like this yesterday throughout the whole tournament, we would not have seen them in this situation with the pressure on the line.
A very, very close game in what we knew was going to be a very highly contested series, and I think it sets us up beautifully already going into map number 2. And honestly, I'm a believer. I am looking forward to that map number 3 because I genuinely believe G2 have got a little bit more fight in them. You can't have a game that close and for them to come out so flat in the next map.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, Souls from the side of FaZe just put on an absolute masterclass. And it's always nice to see strong players on a new map like Fortress be able to solidify themselves at what to do in a situation like this. And Souls had no wrong play, specifically in those overtime rounds. He understood exactly where G2 was going to come from. And there was explosive rounds where he'd get multi-kill after multi-kill to be able to set FaZe up for success. And I mean, you can see the stats across the board is very evenly splayed out, open kills across the board. So again, no negative takeaways. Both teams put up their best show, and I'm excited for the series to continue.
I'm glad that you made your comment about entries there, because that ultimately, if you looked at it from just a statistical point of view, actually helped really push this game the way it did. 12 of the 14 opening kills were converted into round wins. Round wins, there we go. But that now puts G2 on the back foot heading into map number 2, Lair. That's a little bit up in the air now, right? We've got to try to find our way to dig our heels in to find those opening picks, but more than that, how to capitalize in the late rounds.
Yeah, I think it shows how much focus FaZe have been putting into that opening pick, because it's a stat coming into this that we knew that they were struggling on. And I love how they've already confirmed playoffs, they've already confirmed top seed, and they're still coming out here and putting the work in against FaZe in a game that they don't need to win.
Yeah,
completely
like
agree.
the font
One
is
player
a little
individually,
bit
you
annoying
mentioned
in
him
my
before,
opinion.
how about we mention him again? What a ridiculous performance here on map 1.
I mean, we were saying exceptional play from him. I mean, you can see he's usually on that support flex role, so he's not necessarily in the position to be getting kills, but the way that FaZe is comprised, they're slowly taking position, slowly losing those opening kills so that Souls can be in a position to be able to clutch up, and man, was he good. Always holding those angles. Some of these rounds on defense is where he was really showing the masterclass, just individually being able to lock down areas, get a kill after another kill, and it's not necessarily about the nicest shots that we're seeing, no flicks here and there, but it's his positioning, and that's something from the LATAM region that we always see, is the positioning is always perfect, and Souls had no missteps. Constantly, every decision was for a reason, and he'd always get a kill to be able to impact off of it.
I've been fortunate enough to watch Souls for years now, and he always delivers in those big moments. 93% cost. Huge. As you said, Fox, from a backline player, he's not necessarily the archetypal support role, but he does fill that flex support role. He isn't the entry, he isn't the guy that you're looking towards to get a ruck of kills, but you know that if he's pulling them off, it's because he's very often left in the clutch, and that's exactly how that first map ended.
Yeah,
G2 are well and truly on the ropes right now. The best part about this match, it is the jewel of G2's fate. It's in their own hands. Only they can progress through to phase 2, and only we can leave you in the capable hands of your Australian, that's right, commentators.
Unfortunately for G2, it's been 8-7, 8-6, 8-6 losses, 3 straight, and it puts them now in a dire predicament. They have to, they must win Lair and win Border, or they are out of the 6 Invitational.
Can G2 rebound?
Well, we head to Lair. No more messing around for G2. This is it. It's must win from here on out, or they are going home. For FaZe, what a performance on Fortress. Now, it went all the way, went to overtime, it was back and forth. Souls was the difference. It was highlighted on the desk for a reason. 18-8, 3-0 on entry as well with an 86% cost, a 153 EPS MVP. I mean, a match where you lose 8-6, yeah, there's not much you can do about it when the guy on the other side is having an all-timer. The bands, Monty and Blitz, Kaid and Bandit, he kind of followed the same bands as what we saw on Fortress.
Yeah, in terms of the history of this map, I suppose focusing especially on G2, given they're the ones on the ropes and it is their map selection. Since August, it's fourth preference. They have a 4-2 record across 6 plays, positive attack and defensive win rate. They last took on Falcons. That was 61 days ago. They lost that out narrowly in regulation, 5-7.
But their last win.
Their last win. Also against Falcons, but that was a 15-rounder. So let's see if this one is another close matchup.
On the flip side for FaZe, 6-3 over the last 6 months, but they did lose it yesterday to D+, 3-7, and it is actually a high preference map for them, so it's not going to be easy for G2. But if they are to navigate this map and get to border, then that's a permaban map for FaZe. They'll be looking to, I guess, allow that through, potentially test it in a match for FaZe. That doesn't mean a lot going then into playoffs.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
None of that matters. For G2, you just got to win. Throw all the stats, throw all the history out the window. Each round now critically important. Doki has been their best player so far at SI. He will know Fortress wasn't really his best. Plus 13 KD, plus 4 opening kills, 6 multi-kills, 2 1vx's for Doki, top 10 rated player. A map like Lair is where I expect him to really shine. Playing this Deimos, he will be a big threat.
Yep, absolutely. Certainly one of his favorite operators historically and at this event, and it's been critically impactful, especially when you think about first full lurks, gaining information, being a threat, cutting rotations, etc. Doki can be such an X factor for G2.
Tomorrow is a day
tap
off.
into that here on Lair. FaZe tried to disrupt some of the map clear potential of this attack by going for double shield bans. G2 on the flip side, wanting to enable a little bit more hard breach. So Kaid and Ben dealt with, and that allows a little bit faster in terms of the exterior hard breach being exposed. And we see that already take place.
Master R6, the best defensive site on Lair, around a 63% win rate for defense. So this will be a tall order for G2. But it would be an amazing start if they could steal this top floor. Alamau through mezzanine to clear the barbed wire. The flame open to Alamau is just going to set him back. That's Vidiking with the Shamika launcher from R6.
And then
The barbed wire has been dealt with. Handy low. And he's got the death mark on him as well from Doki. Flashes and uses and Doki, the aggression with the Vendetta, will find the opening kill, highlighting his strength on a map like this. But Souls, oh, he is just doing different things tonight. The MVP from Fortress finds a big kill back onto Loira. Still, G2 was pretty content with the start to this round. Breach opened up, Alamau with mezzanine control, same with Doki. So they can really start to put the pressure into sight. FaZe kind of hemmed in Doki again. He puts the Vendetta away, but he still finds the kill. Souls will fall, no more Kiva barriers. The Azami no longer an obstacle. And Vidiking starting to run low on that Shamika launcher.
And Cyber out of util. G2 pathing towards a default plant position. If Stompin can get that route towards site. 30 seconds.
KDS is his position. No, well, he did just tap fire. Doki's going to go with the death mark onto Vidiking. Deep inside of R6. Oh, playing the tucked-in angle. He now goes prone. Deep into Master. The trade comes through from Stompin. We are getting a little bit low on time. Stompin thought about the plant inside of Mask and now will opt to stick it. Blaz covering from mezzanine. Alamau putting good pressure from behind. So G2 have got a wonderful pinch here. Vidiking could not push to deny that plant. But
why
a
did you
swing from
fucking
KDS. And Stompin then though the response onto Vidiking. And KDS must now win the 1v2 or G2 will take this map, take this round to start this map.
They've got the cross. Alamau and Stompin remain disciplined. There we go.
Good discipline from the duo.
I don't understand why they don't even
Alamau with the Blackbeard shield made it difficult to clear him. Stompin then gun up. They take top floor on the attack. The perfect start for G2.
Love that intensity.
Undefeated
And if you're a
versus
G2 fan, it has to be
Pfizer,
exciting
even
to
when
see
Fabian
Doki
wasn't
activate
there.
so early already here on
I
map 2.
kinda don't
The
understand what
influence
you
of the
mean.
Deimos for that lobby clear was,
that
was
Alberto,
huge.
like, do you mean that's
Catches handy.
void?
What a kill. And he followed that up later
Has
as well.
never lost
Into the round with a
against
kill on
G2
Souls,
or-
who immediately looked a little bit dangerous. So keep that in mind for the remainder of this map as well. And then from there, good attacking pattern. Vidiking stalled out default for a long, long period of time. G2 threw everything they had at him to try and
But
stall
even
him
when
out,
Fabian
distract him,
was there,
force
like,
him off
he
that plant
didn't
denial.
even
It
get
was
to face
successful.
him
Plant
in
goes down.
any
Good rotation from
calls.
Alamau.
Fabian
2v1 was clean.
And that's the thing,
Void,
Alamau
when
helps
it
the
was
clear
the
mezzanine,
coaching,
deals
I mean.
with the barbed wire, soaks up a few Jamaica launches, they get mezzanine control, and then goes for the big wrap
That,
rotate, and then
is
puts
an
pressure from the
interesting
other
fact.
side of sight.
That is
Big reason why they were able to win that round. And it's not going to be the repeat from FaZe, despite the strength of that site defensively. Instead, now opting to go basement, we go to lab.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
That might just bring the roam game now out of FaZe. Very well should. Cyber on the Vigil, Souls on the Solus, and well, you kind of get the picture. We should get some fights here around the map.
G2 eager will be eager rather to contest for that map control, activate the RAM, get third in towards site, start pressuring and spacing out the defense.
Oh, patience for Cyber. He was a little early. We were able to survive.
Would have been a hell of a scalp if he got it.
Yeah, and the logic bombs are crucial here on a site like basement, with the roamers of the defenders around the map. Just getting as much auditory information along with the drone information. There could be a big map on the roam. There is that logic bomb to help facilitate some of these positions for G2 to push through, take these fights over towards green. Doki, by the way, very close to Cyber. He gets taken to half health. He might just run, though, towards Alamau. Over around blue stairs, but KDS and Vidiking there as well. A lot of numbers here for FaZe. Alamau has to be careful. He goes shield back up, good yellow ping. Impact does nothing, and Alamau plays really disciplined there to just fall back. And then just base them all in. Good push from Doki and Loira off of that intel.
That's
But
right.
here's the
Play
thing,
from Alamau,
G2
the
played
team
really
then
good
comes
at
to
the
help,
beginning as well
and they
in the
get
last map,
rewarded.
but they failed. And it was the same
This
yesterday.
is much better from G2 to
as
start
well.
on Lair. Nothing that Vidiking can do with that Blackbeard. He does get the kill onto Doki, but then that allows the trade for Alamau. You can get one, but maybe then not the second. And Handy by himself means that for G2, it's looking like a 2-0 start on their map of Lair.
And Alamau continues to probe. Wow.
He wants to make amends. Let's be honest, he wants to make amends for that 1v1 at the end of Fortress. Been a great start from Alamau on the Blackbeard. Good follow-up from the rest of the team. 2 attacking rounds to begin on Lair. Most importantly, on the top floor, it seems like we've got a crash. Blaz has left the server. This will result in a technical timeout. Dare I say, though, similar start to Fortress where G2 went 3-1 up. The difference being, though, that on Fortress, they were on defense.
Exactly. And they're looking clean here on Lair. Again, the tempo over the course of the last 2 rounds has been really nice. Good flow through the rounds. They're playing off their roles, opening kills, displacing defense, utilizing utility correctly. The Blackbeard in that last round from Alamau was really, really nice. So much pressure laid onto the defense. Vidiking was never given an opportunity to maybe progress forward and then find trades, for example, and then well, obviously Andy gets traded on site. Good clear from G2.
And it's not just Alamau, but also playing off of him is an important role for the rest of the team when you're going to have that Blackbeard that is more than comfortable to push forward, get in the face of the opposition. You need to then follow behind him. Technical pause just now rises the tension. If the tension wasn't already starting to boil, well, this just adds fuel to the fire.
Gosh dang it.
Of course, not allowed to communicate during a technical pause. I think we're going to get a rehost. All 5 members now of G2 have left the lobby. We talk about tech pauses and how it kind of either resets momentum or Does it help a team? It's too early on, 2-0, but I think what it could do actually for G2 is like, you've won 2 rounds, let's not get overexcited, calm down. And for FaZe on the other side, also a chance to just kind of, okay, they're here to play, it's their map pick, I'm just going to breathe, relax, taking words from Fabian.
Words from Fabian.
Well, it seems like the players are cycling pretty quickly back into the lobby, 9 out of 10. So hopefully a positive sign that we will be able to resume action in a moment's time. FaZe,
How can you sit
as it
so
stands
high up?
right now, of course, subject to change, have selected second floor as their site of
Do you see
choice.
how
And if we cast our
high
minds
their
back to the last
desk
clear
is?
from G2,
You don't even
really
get
nice.
to
The
move.
utilization of the Deimos was absolutely key for the lobby clear, and then they were patient in drawing out the utility from the Tachanka. And so I do wonder if FaZe are to reattempt, if they do lock it in, now 10 players in the lobby, what do they do to try and counteract that? Maybe a bit more support for Handy, because he was the first to drop.
It creates a dynamic too with the, obviously we're into round 3, so after this we get the next band. You go the Blackbeard, you go the Deimos. Which one do you pick?
Flip a coin.
I mean, if you've committed to Monty and Blitz, you might have to then commit to the Blackbeard.
A triple shield would typically be the most...
And then Doki just gets to play Deimos the whole half.
Yeah.
Mike down. We're getting potentially attack out of the tech. Hasn't been communicated. All 10 players, by the way, back into the server, so I can't imagine we're too far away from continuing. Do apologize for the slight delay. It seems as if it will be a tactical timeout.
Não. Vamos só fazer a parada de queimar a caveira com aquela parada de biriba, Randy. Fechou? Só que aí eu preciso de um pouco mais de segurança naquela... Na parte da escada. Então a gente precisa sim de peitar a parte da escada. Fechou? A gente vai ter que ficar queimando lá para o Termite e o Souls também com a mira.
Quer fazer comigo embaixo? Quem vai
Meu mão de baixo, em vez de tu pegar a Kesa pra renovar lá, pega a Zami, fica fechando a janela e a gente mantém a parada dos piques, fechou?
Tá bom? Fechou.
O bom do quarto a gente fala da Clash.
Quer começar tá embaixo? Mas vai mostrar da Clash se for pra não mostrar?
Ué, pode começar embaixo, pegar a direita, depois você volta lá pro bomb, mas joga em cima.
Se for pra não mostrar da Clash.
Don't speak Portuguese, but I thought I heard Caveira at the start, then I heard Azami, I thought I heard
Allah. Yeah.
We're not going to get any of those except the Azami. Again, I imagine it's probably just strategic calling. FaZe aren't in a position where they need to rev up or they need to be told to get going. It's just all about strats right now for them, from FaZe's perspective. This is the best kind of, let's be honest, scrim opponent you could ask for, who's fighting for their tournament life at the 6th Invitational, where FaZe have got nothing to lose. This is as best practice as you will get.
Yeah, absolutely. You have one team throwing everything they have,
holding nothing back.
There's not much
and FaZe are trying to withstand the storm. So far, it's been a little bit of a struggle. G2 have looked clean, their attacks are succinct, and FaZe will be looking to disrupt. They do, in fact, stick top floor.
It's like in
That's
land,
where we
it should
head
not
for
be
round 3.
happening, but...
The mirror in play is intriguing, just offers a different element in terms of hard breach denial. Last time out, G2 pretty freely able to open exterior, and then once they got ops interior for default, GG lent really nicely into the Kaid and the Bandit duo ban. But with that mirror now on the board and the disruption that can often offer, we'll see if it's as easy going for them this time around. Deimos is back, but not for Doki. Lawyer this time out and the shotgun in hand.
More than capable, it's not really an issue. G2 never won 3 rounds in a row on Fortress. Can they do so here to begin on Lair? Early E1D from Blaz. Oh my god! Talk about the quick entry from Loira. Shotgun now into the Vendetta. Was playing off old ping information. Good little movement.
Damn.
Loira half held, but has found the early entry kill for G2.
What do you
and
think
has
of
then
that,
therefore created space for the rest to follow.
Yeah, been rushed up for Handy in that position, caught out last time. Got dumped with utility, and this time, Loira able to march forward, catches a good timing. 4 targets available, he selects Cyber.
That statement is just
Nitro Sal almost found the kill. That was a long-range
keep,
Nitro from Cyber. He was in Master through that across mezzanine, and somehow Laura stays alive.
There's no evidence
Great
that
survivability.
It's,
and so 5 players still up for G2. Now Doki Will he be the next to Pepper Sight? Still a full belt of utility on the Capitao, and that can be massively influential as G2 again looking like they're shaping up for a default plan.
And it's a very similar position for G2 as it was back in the opening round. Full mezzanine
Now
control.
Soul's targeted. This is a big moment for G2.
Souls will go down. Vidaking was right next to him. Can't do anything to help out. Still has 2. Make it 3 gas babes. He thought about throwing 1. Puts it back into the pocket. Now will indeed throw it out. Just looking to block off Mask in an entry position into there. Huge advantage for G2 to try and take another attacking round on this top floor.
Stompin will drop that diffuser. Maybe we'll rotate around for split pressure.
Alamal's the one that's got it now, and indeed Stompin on the move. He'll go try and take that position that we saw Alamal play last time out, but Doki just wants to go straight in. Got one. Quick trade, though, by Cyber. Keeps still a 2-player advantage for G2, and Alamal will now go for the plant inside of Mask. It doesn't even go down because G2 will shred the defense on FaZe. They make it 3
I'm
straight.
just holding and waiting.
A slight variation, similar end goal with the default plant,
Fortress,
not even required. Great clear. Loira absolutely phenomenal on the Deimos early round. He followed that up with utility by staying alive and avoiding the Nitro, which then aided the clear of Souls. With that, so much pressure on site. FaZe left discombobulated. It's a perfect start for G2.
It is indeed perfect as we get the bans. Bye-bye to the Clash, bye-bye to the Grim. We were off. Grim played twice, once by Blaz and once by Alamal in that previous round. It means, though, Blackbeard Deimos will stay. It also means another technical pause. And to add the added note, FaZe losing top floor of Lair after a tactical timeout. That is a big round loss for FaZe. G2 all over them to begin on the second map.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 players from the side of G2 have departed from the server. Not sure if it's related to any of the technical issues that led to the tech pause previously, but we'll have to wait as we cycle the players back and
come on.
returning into the server. FaZe have initially picked Bunk's briefing here, so they're going to dip into the tertiary more than likely here for this next round.
I swear the script writers are like, how many tech pauses can we throw into this just to really blow this one out? Apparently it was a PC crash, and when one kind of crashes, the rest might just leave the lobby, reset, come back in. It's pretty normal. But yeah, intriguing. The Grim ban. I mean, there's nothing wrong with banning Grim, but when you've gone Monty Blitz, I would say statistically the Grim is usually unlikely to follow. You either just commit down, get rid of the Blackbeard, or the Deimos is a big factor, and it was and has been a big factor in all 3 rounds played. Loira was the one that opened up that round. He's actually got the last 2 opening kills. Doki got 1 in the opening round. So again, the opening kills for G2 have been very, very dominant. They're the best team at SI for finding those early advantages, just not always the greatest at converting, but they have been able to do a good job so far to start Lair and back on Fortress. There were only 2 rounds that weren't converted, 1 from G2 and 1 from FaZe. So it's been high conversion rates.
Everybody inside of the server. Round 4
Loira
will
did
resume as we
very
look
good
back
push.
at round
The
number
drone
3.
distracted him a little bit, I
Big
think.
confident play from Loira.
I reckon that drone from Doki just does enough to just grab Handy's attention.
Maybe for a split second.
Just a minuscule of a second.
Why are they saying exactly the same thing that I'm saying like a couple seconds beforehand?
Vibes are good.
Vibes are good. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely that drone
Briefing
did
it is.
catch
I love this side. There's so many options for the attack. The meta's kind of evolved to the point where Sense is favored by many teams. They'll use that as a tool to sometimes entirely, or at least for the most part, bypass the top 4 hold from the defense. They try and tuck into a corner, find an off-meta plan position, or even directly at the bunk itself. And it's very challenging then from a vert position up above sometimes to locate and shut down that plant. So you can throw in a bit of split pressure, try to throw off FaZe. There's also the fuse available here, so shield still on offer.
Let's go with that.
Let's see what G2 can cook up.
Fuse with a fucking pistol. Now, fuse is really
Very
good
curious to see what this impact is going to be from the fuse. It's one of the lowest pick rates at SI so far, 0.5%. He played in 5 rounds, but it's won 3 of those 5 rounds.
Easy boy, and we have
Niche selection here for Doki.
Presumably,
I like
the planter in this round, he can use the shield on his back for added protection. That's one possibility.
Moira, another open kill. He's gotten 3 straight here on Lair. And it's on to Souls. Stomping over towards Bridge. Also connects. There is that shield in play. And G2's attacking prowess right at the foray of this match.
Like,
3 very quick kills. Has already obliterated the defensive phase.
G2 are on a rampage, and FaZe are finding it difficult to slow this down. A 2 versus 5, minute 30 on the clock. May well be one left standing for FaZe if KDS can't win this fight, but he does.
That's a start for FaZe. They need to start trying to get some trades back. Try and just at least keep G2 honest if they're just going to be pushing aggressively. Stomping through briefing. He's 6-0. Galloping in through the wall. He hits the headshot as KDS started firing back. That gave Stompin the information needed. Handy from above in R6 will at least kill Blaz. But then traded back by Alamau. It's 4-0 to G2. They take Bunk's briefing.
I just noticed how big Stomp's hands is. Wow, I have baby hands.
Where has this come from?
Lovely stuff from G2 so far. Difficult to fault them on these 4 successful attacks. And FaZe being overrun at the moment. It's not often you say that sentence against any team.
The Assaulteds kind of get caught over towards Green. Cyber lost his battle towards Skybridge. And it just all starts to fall apart, especially in Bunk's briefing, where you're not going to be playing on site. You have to take these contest fights. G2 are aware of that. They force the issue. Stompin doesn't give up on that spray through the wall. KDS started to fire back, made it a little easier. Stompin 7-0. Of course, players have left the lobby. Doki 6-3, Loira 4-2. Every single one of his kills has been an opening kill.
It's a straight set for G2 in the open kill department as well. 4 from 4.
5 seconds left.
Early, the mid round, the late, every phase at the moment is looking good.
Let's try top 4 again, shall we? For the 3rd time phase. Let's see if this time, 3rd time's the charm.
Well, can they win the fight lobby stairs? That's been the Achilles heel for this defense.
Start trying to be able to fight lobby stairs, deny that mezzanine control. Stop giving G2 so much easy space to then just absolutely harass those that are actually on site. Handy will play main stairs.
Deploying drone.
FaZe to bring the Tachanka back into play. We saw it dropped for the reattempt, but it's back for the 3rd try. Again, looking to stall out default. Did G2 shape up for the default once more? Maybe R6 room gets a little more attention to mix things up.
They drop the Capital, they bring the Ying. One thing that G2 have done well, fighting into this top floor, small variations in their operator lineup. So they're not necessarily always doing exactly the same thing. They've got different tools that they bring. Stompin not worried too much about that mirror window.
Although it does get popped.
It does.
So Stompin will forfeit. Exothermic remains intact. Still
yeah, Stompin just waited for that to be open. That way
may not be a position that necessarily gets opened up as an entry point, but as we kind of saw last time, it was actually Stompin himself. Still somewhere you can post up for the plant coverage, for the post.
Handy's actually given up main stairs, by the way, so Doki's just walked straight up.
Oh no,
that is weird.
He's just walking mezzanine for free.
Don't let them get this control for free again.
Why are you giving them the
back
control?
into server. Handy was sitting main stairs for a while. Now Loira gets to also push up the other side of mezzanine. Again, FaZe has given G2 this mezzanine control.
What can Souls do? Master Office.
Where's the adaptation here for FaZe? This is so far looking like it's going to be the 3rd straight attempt for G2 where they've got Mez control. They'll look for picks. They're going to open up Mask, which has been now opened up. Mika launcher from Vidaking. 60 seconds remaining. The good news for FaZe, though, is they do still have 5 players intact. Handy's still got that Nitrocell over towards server.
Someone needs
Souls
to push
playing
through
a very important position on that
Azami
with the Kiba barriers. He has just kind of tucked
they
back
need to make
closer
something
towards
because
Vidaking with that
you still
deployed
have
This is This
You
is an
still have
all-in
the
from
junkie
FaZe.
with a
Denied
lot
default
of
with the Shamika
fireballs.
Ultra and the gas
I
canister.
don't
But they're
like
sitting
that
back
they're
though to
taking
not get
that
picks. They
time.
want G2 to have to push into site this time.
They'll need
Rather
to.
than getting the free picks, having then the numbers, and there's not a lot of pinch pressure here from G2 either. It's all rather forward. Despite that, it's Doki that finds yet another opening kill, 2 for 2.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Doki now on the rotate
I
up
don't
green
like
stairs.
this.
And Stompin just cannot die. He's 9-0, but it's a 2v2 and he gets tagged quite low. Doki needs to get involved and do so quickly.
They're so split.
Deathmark activated onto Souls. The Vendetta fired. One bullet left, and he does get the down onto Souls. 5 seconds left as Stompin goes for the plant. He's actually behind the Kiba barrier that was placed by Souls, and Doki comes back with the
Nicely done.
Vendetta. It's 5 straight for G2. 2 rounds away from getting us to border.
What the fuck did I just
What
eat?
a round from Stompin and Doki.
Big moments there from the big hitters of G2. Stompin on fire. And Doki, despite being so far away, massively influential in that round. FaZe did a good job in terms of denying default. They forced the flood from G2. It almost worked, but Stompin hit some sharp shots. And then Doki, what a wallbang. KDS stranded, the Kiba barrier used against FaZe. 5 straight.
3 kills for Doki, 2 kills for Stompin. They do it themselves. Obviously help from others, but they connect the shots. 3 times FaZe have fallen on the top floor of Lair.
You
Here's
do not
the
see
thing,
that
Laura-
every day of the week.
Here's the thing. Stompin
Now they're
has
starting to get a
9
little active
kills
in the
and
org chat,
haven't
which has
died a
been remarkably
single
quiet over the
time.
course of this series so far.
5 seconds remaining.
That is insane.
So Cyber
That's
will bring out the Cav.
That's one of the reasons why Stompin is
Attackers
good,
are
but
moving out
he's
to
like,
locate a
either
bomb and
he's
defuse
having
He
a
hit one
good
successful
day
flank
or
on
a
Fortress,
bad
to be
day.
fair.
Like, he's
Not
not
the
in the
first time
between.
that Cyber's opted to go a little cheeky here in this series.
Ah, but G2 have spotted the Cav. You can see the death mark available.
Now aware of the fact there is a Cav, but as is the nature of the Cav, well, now you got to kind of find him as he's running around the map.
I suppose even if Cyber isn't able to have massive influence in terms of like an interrogation or anything spectacular like that, he may be able to soak up some of that deathmark utility and lock him down. And that's exactly the case. Doki will invest it onto Cyber.
But that also soaks up those death marks from everyone else. So that's also still kind of a win, I guess, for FaZe. Cyber's like, I know I'm going to get death marked. That's not the end of the world. I'll just keep running around the map. Although right now he's actually just in basement.
He'll just pitch a tent and stay inside probably.
So the final round of the half. Can G2 go the clean sweep and get 6 straight?
No contest on the first floor from FaZe this time around. They will eagerly sit side, lean into the denial of the Goyo and the smoke. Echo can feed info. And the Banshees from KDS can maybe stall out this push. Loira active.
6 straight opening kills. 4 to Loira, 2 to Doki, for G2. They had the streak yesterday, if you recall, guys. 14 opening kills straight.
They lost the map, of course.
Okay, sorry. Asterix is, they did lose the map.
That was the even more crazy part of that result. Midpoint of the round, though, and they're looking good here on Lair. 5-0, the scoreline. 5-4, the man count. Alamau to soak up utility. Souls trying to stall out the Blackbeard.
Is death marked.
Is on Echo.
Was.
Is on Echo. So FaZe have pretty good live intel.
Cams are hacked, though.
Indeed they are.
And again, the time management from G2 has been really, really solid here on lead.
They've been getting so active.
Final gas bait from Souls. Alamau will go down, and he will stay down courtesy of the gas bait. Really nicely done from Souls. They deal with the Blackbeard. That's going to hinder G2 pushing in towards the site.
40
Here is
seconds
the thing.
left.
There's
I
some kind
don't
of
like
twist of
how
the tail
slow
here for
G2 has
Cyber on the
become
Cav.
right
If
now.
he's going to be able to do something, he's just sitting in basement. Loira taken very, very low. Can FaZe
just-
deny the clean sweep?
Yeah, I was about
Yokai
to,
shot
like,
out.
just see the
And
fucking
cams have been
control.
hacked. Oki over towards Stock. It's Souls that is able to finish off Loira, who was low. Pop in, push in from Doki. You can tell he's feeling it now. Oh, running behind you. What a reaction headshot from Doki. He literally just pushed in from there. But then Stompin loses his life for the first time of the map, and Vidiking's down, and it's only KDS.
One shot.
G2, can they make it 6 straight as Blaz will get the kit down? Doki has been so good, but he can't win that battle. Has KDS got the time to go for the revive? The answer to that question is indeed yes. And Blaz now in a 1v2 post plant from above.
Will back himself on the vert, has a flash to play off. Can G2 have the perfect half?
Vidic and KDS are both very low. Blaz doesn't need to do a lot of damage. He just needs to watch the kit. Vidic to sacrifice himself and go up above. Yellow ping intel. Blaz knows he's getting pushed on. He too also has the information. He's sitting very well positioned. Now turns his attention back to the kit. It indeed will be 6 straight from G2 on Lair. They've got 6 map points.
Yes.
Flawless and clinical.
Nicely done.
Oh, they're
Oh
so
my
back.
god.
Wow. What's that meme? It's never been so over, and then there's the arrow, and
That
then we're
was
so
the
back, and
best
then it's
defense
never been. We're going around in circles.
Phase on this map.
Surely border now is all but a certainty.
To be honest, that was the best
You
defense
perfectly
for
depicted
phase.
the life cycle
So G2,
of a G2 fan. Oh, it makes
I'll go
that
with the
third map
defense
so
now.
tantalizing. G2 are on a roll. Their key players firing, and their lair looking clean.
Oh, this just feels like the formalities as we head into the
Is it
second
going to be
half,
Shield?
going through this
Is it
ban
going to be
phase.
Blitz
G2,
and
6 straight
Kaid?
rounds, 6 straight opening kills, of course, all converted.
Oh,
The
Mira
heroes of the
Blackbeard,
half,
Jesus.
10-4 from Doki, the highest
No,
EPS
of course
rated
I don't
player,
wanna go
2-0 on
home.
the
Like,
entry,
seriously?
a 100% cost. Statistically, the MVP of the half, despite stomping going 9-1, he actually had a lower EPS than Doki.
What? How does he have that?
And what a play as well here for Blaz. To be fair, KDS wasn't even on the kit with 8 seconds to go.
Yeah, probably not the cleanest clutch attempt ever from FaZe, but still Blaz was in a really good position, so...
Played it so well to go take the vert, play it. He knows that even
Do you
if
know?
they get the
Do
revive,
you
they're
guys
both
know
very
what
low.
saved Blast there?
Playing to the win condition of denying them just being able
It was
to...
the drone,
they either have
the
to double
flank
commit the
drone
plant,
that they
one has to
put
then
out.
watch, but they're so low
That's
at that
how
point you have to
important a
essentially
flank
hit a
drone
nutty
is.
headshot through
Because
the
if
beams.
he did not
But
have
if
that,
one goes for the retake,
he would not have
I
been
can just win that
confident
battle
enough to
anyway,
aim at
tuck
that
into the
door.
corner, he has to then swing me.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So always put a flank drone,
And
guys.
you would imagine top floor
Always.
defense again is a very, very strong sight, but maybe if you've just been watching this game, you might not think that's the case.
You may not even see it successfully defended.
3% defensive win rate of Master and R6.
Loading new mag.
FaZe lost it 3 times.
Setting up a sequential breach.
If I were
So in a
FaZe, I
similar
would
vein
just
to
like go
FaZe,
this map
G2
and
will
focus
elect
on
to bring the
Portland.
smoke and the
To
detector
have,
combination.
like, when it comes to
potentially
mental
expecting
capacity
a default
and
plant
like the
with
amount of
attempt from
energy you
FaZe.
have to
If we can
like,
go to
focus
Doki here,
on,
look at the difference already in the
it's
way
better
that
to, like,
he's
let it
positioned.
go and
So
go
he's
to the
playing
next one
mezzanine
and
with the
reset,
Azami,
instead
and the
of
way
fighting
that
an
he
uphill
is able to
battle
just say, hey, we're going to deny
to
at least his
win
left side.
each and
Souls has
every
droned that main
round.
stairs isn't quite being watched.
Like, it's not giving up,
But it's already
you
showcasing a
saving
difference
yourself
in
the
positional play from
mentality.
G2.
Well, Handy wants revenge. He wants revenge. He's on the Deimos trying to get control of Lobby Live. Drone, but Stompin says
just
good
swings main.
night.
Just swings main, gets the free kill. This one is all but done. Can you believe it? Fighting for their tournament life. G2 are about to 7-0, the reigning SI champions after losing the first map in a do-or-die elimination match of
Like
Lair.
7-0 against
They
FaZe,
have
so
come
serious?
straight on through and just drove by FaZe to set up Border. A straight
That is
best
crazy.
of one. Their final chance. But boy, are they taking some form into that map of Border. G2 are well and truly back. Back on that bullshit.
7-0,
These guys
what
are
the
here to
fuck?
stay. One more map needed.
7-0 against FaZe?
7-0.
Very, very difficult to believe.
Okay, so they're guaranteed.
What a victory for G2, and it
Why
sets
did I
us
minimize?
up
So
for a
they're
perfect
guaranteed
border.
1 point
FaZe will rock
by
revenge.
now.
They won't like this, and G2 have an opportunity to stay alive.
Absolutely sensational from
right
G2,
now,
but the job
they're
is not
guaranteed
done.
1
Win
point,
Border,
which
and
put
you
them
will
in the
make
same
playoffs.
point
Lose
as
Border,
Black Dragons
you go
with
home.
5.
Never
but they
been
still fall
better
short
to
because
set up
of
a
the,
match here between
the
G2
round
and FaZe.
difference.
Don't go too far.
So they still need to win this, which is like a little bit sad. It would be enough, like if they could lose and then lose the next one, for example, they still would move on, but they cannot because of the round difference. Or like more or less that they had 2 matches where they lost totally, to like 2-0, whereas Black Dragon has lost 2 and 1 close loss. Yeah, I'm going to feel a little bit more confident on border, but to be fair, FaZe Clan is better on border than Lair. To be honest, they are way better at border, so this is going to be a more even game between those two. Let's see here. Let's see. What can we do while we wait? I don't want to get like flagged for something, so let's I tell you what, let's watch one of like let's see here. When was the last time I did? Let's just do this. Let's just do this for now. Let's just do this. This is really old, though. This is 2 years ago, so this was before I got a new PC. This was when I was playing with my bad PC, where I had the delay. And before I changed my sounds as well. And this was like before they took away the 1.5. By the way, guys, these games are ranked. This is like diamond. This is like plat and emerald lobbies. I'm not even joking. Like that season got a lot of kills. Oh yeah, this I got an ace, but this is not ranked. This was like casual. And this was with Ella. I'm so bad with Ella.
Nice. Well played.
Just so good. Like damn. Hell yeah, I'm good. Do we have anything else? Just wasting time, obviously. I have DreamHack. Was it this show? I think this was. That's opening ceremony. We are not going to be watching that. That was not what I was intending to show you. Opening ceremony. Did I not do a video on that? I gotta be 2022, right?
So guys, the car in front of us is sampled before. We actually went to DreamHack, and this is actually the main lobby.
So am I guessing G2 won? No, they won the map. Yeah.
Actually yelling in the mic, and we're standing in line to get HyperX, which I next night tournament, and I believe that was one of the expos that they were holding. And this is HyperX, which I actually like. There's actually one person that is a caster for Rainbow Six Siege that is holding that small event there, and I just felt like I needed to be there.
I just wasn't feeling that one. I think you guys are gonna have to try a little harder.
He was looking at me so many times. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to pick you.
That I actually got picked out for trying out that competition in rock, paper, scissors, and I won the first one, but the second one, not so good. I actually lost my game there. And this is the main stage. They were actually hosting a giveaway right over there, so they were like tossing a lot of stuff. I couldn't even get close.
So this is the DreamHack that is in Sweden.
Let's go, I'm yelling, so you can't even hear that. And on the next area, there's actually Lego section, guys. There was like a lot of Legos, and it was really amazing. I didn't dare to touch them at all. Like, I'm kind of scared that it would like break or something. This is the car that they actually are building during the DreamHack, so it was not finished that day, but on the last day of DreamHack, it should have been done. And I gotta give props to them for doing this. This is like pure
Let's go for like the main thing, guys, that I wanted to show you.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome looking at. And now we are actually in the Rainbow Six Siege Hall, where the 6 major was actually holding.
The 6 major.
And it looked amazing. Obviously the crowd is not as big, but hey, it's DreamHack, so that's why. But still, it was amazing. The hype was real. And it was pretty loud with the music when we came in. And we got to decide to sit on the right side and almost
I got really good seats actually when I was there.
Really good.
They had like
and I was so close to the casters that were
side there,
on the desk as well. Straight ahead on the right side is where the casters are hiding behind and casting their games. As you can see, players are actually coming out, fixing their like mouse and keyboards that they are going to.
Do you recognize the teams that is there?
And when the game was over, we were hungry again, and we went to the same place to eat and even order some ice cream. And look, this is my wallet from Harry Potter, and people keep telling me that it's an amazing wallet, and I have to agree. So this is the road home from DreamHack, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, that was kind of like what I did. That was just a short
go successfully for and execute. And that's something that we'd like to hope after 2 maps of the Blackbeard being such a detriment to FaZe's defenses. On a map like Border, you're going to have to figure out how to get around it or ban it out completely.
100%. And talk about
That's interesting. Let's get the commercial out of the way.
Truly back on his game. Again, just doing those hard yards, putting that difficult work in and supporting the rest of the team, whether that be Stomping, whether that be Blaz, whether that be Alamau, whoever it is, it didn't matter. Right place, right time. There was one particular clip, there was one round on Deimos where that was the nail in the coffin for me. Yep. Swings around the corner and picks the kill up at the final second.
And I'm glad to see Doki succeeding because we talked about how G2 needed to be more team-orientated because they have so many superstars, and if they can just trade off of each other, yep, sky's the limit.
Certainly is. It certainly is. Moving to Border, this is intense for G2. Backs are against the wall. This is their 7th preference, but guess what? It's FaZe's 9th. They've played it once in the last year. If ever there was a chance for G2, it's here, and it's now.
Well, this is it. It comes down to Border, the third map in this series. G2 have
So
all the
here,
momentum after a
me
7-0
like, don't we
on
look
Lair.
like brothers and sisters? I'm not even like kidding. We
I
look
should say,
so
all FaZe Clan
alike.
sets us up perfectly. G2 win, and you are in.
Like, that's so fucked up. And there is Intero. When he cut his hair.
The last time that FaZe won this map in an official Ubisoft sanctioned tournament, as per our tracking data, was 6 Invitational 2024 in the upper bracket quarterfinal against G2. 7-3. That was their last win. Now, this doesn't count third-party tournaments, etc.
Cool wallet. Yeah, like it had, when you open up, it opened up like a letter and it would say,
it's their most banned map,
Harry Potter
25
got
times
accepted to
in the last 6
Hogwarts
months.
and stuff like that.
They haven't picked it once. They do not play this map. G2, it is all set up for you. They beat D+ on Border on day 3.
The pressure is mounting.
Yeah, the pressure is
Quick
high
recap,
right now.
back on Lair. 7-0 for G2. It marks the 30th 7-0 result in the history of the 6th Invitational. And to add just another fun little layer to that fun fact, the only other time that a reigning champion that has lifted the hammer previously has lost 0-7 at a 6th Invitational was back in 2020. Team Reciprocity against
Oh damn,
G2.
that's old.
Man. Shout out Fox and Lux, they're on that team.
Damn.
Well, let's get underway. Third map, win and you're in for G2. You go to playoffs with a positive result here on Border, and you miss playoffs entirely if FaZe are to win. They are stretching their map pool here, FaZe, to see maybe how much their workshopping on Border has gone over the many years. G2 will begin on defense. The Bands, Smoke, Warden, Monty, Grim. 7-0 straight on Lair for G2 has set this up perfectly. We know FaZe on the attack. Do like the slower entries, but a map like
I swear
Border,
to
you
God,
can't
Foxes,
take too
if
long.
you scare me
Defenders
again,
can get
I'm
into
going to
strong
hunt you down.
positions, Block off windows and doorways.
I would knock at your door if you
Choose
do
to
that
take
again.
contestable fights on their terms.
I know you're
Patience, the
looking
name
about.
of the game for FaZe.
I swear to God. I will come knocking at your door.
Discipline. As FaZe begin to encroach around the map, lurking for opportunities, to make plays, to find an opening. Handy utility deployed on the Capital. Explosives potentially now to be deployed by the Ash. Stompin is able to withstand the fire, push back, and stay alive.
Hellamau trying to contest Cyber. I'm pretty sure at this window, top waiting. Least wanting to be a nuisance, opting now for the swing. Every battle, every 1v1 engagement, the pressure's at its highest, and Hellamau lost that battle. KDS has been able to win it. That was over on the other side of security, through the window. Vault in now from KDS. Stompin needs to make the contact. They lose Loira as well. Stompin cannot shut down KDS, who's found 3 kills on the entry. Response from Blaz, it was needed at that moment. Advantage for FaZe here in the opening round.
He was amazing back on Lair.
Prodding, yellow ping, intel, continuing to go left, and then the Nitrocell, but moving away towards 90. Double stack for Handy and Vidiking. And Handy will make his way through. Oh, what a leap over though from Handy. Gets rid of Blaz.
How did he even know that?
An important moment here for Doki. Pushing in behind. Vidiking inside of Fountain.
No.
The spray does not connect. Vidiking hits the headshot. FaZe
This is what I'm worried about, guys, because like
with an opening round win on border.
FaZe Clan is good at border.
What a round from KDS to march forward and find those openings. Showing his individual skill, and then the rest of FaZe pounce around the map. They jump into action. Stompin got caught a little bit, I think, of an unfortunate timing there as KDS vaults through. And whilst he was then eventually traded, too much ground lost elsewhere.
Clean flick from Vidiking.
Yeah.
Little 180.
Wow, okay. We go over to Customs for round 2. G2
Customs?
throwing a curveball at FaZe.
Damn. A lot of
Stompin
people have
goes
been
on to the
wanting to go
Vigil.
to
Now, for those that
Customs,
watched
like,
yesterday
on border.
against Black Dragons, the Vigil play from Stompin was, well, mixed. Certain times was able to have an impact, but largely wasn't really able to get the Vigil to work.
2 fingers represents 2 rounds played of this side in Paris so far. The attack has not won it out, however, on either occasion.
I like that you had to mention you were holding 2 fingers. I could see it. I was actually curious as to where you were going with that.
Keeping you on your toes.
I've got your 6.
Border, by the way, the most attacker-sided map at the event so far as well, so expecting that, well, FaZe, who are FaZe, best attacking team at the event.
FaZe who is FaZe.
Will do quite well in this half. So as you said, throw the curveball here then if you're G2.
Wow.
Custom supply in the second round. And see what FaZe have got on this side. Again, and this is actually the best team to do it against because they just don't play this map.
Activating Selma.
The onus heading into this series was for G2 to do their due diligence, do their homework, and prepare for this series.
No, there's
on the
no
line for
well,
FaZe.
gets rid of the Selma, actually.
Yeah, I mean, not the absolute worst trade. Still one in the pocket for Cyber.
Yeah, but just one. Stomping towards security with the boss G, but Vidiking on the Blackbeard. And then you got the air jabs from Souls. They start to surround security. Pressure here on Stompin.
Door!
Here's that final
Get the
Selma.
fucking door!
And Cyber find a way to just swing on in. Doki's going to be actually the first one to go down. Souls, though, is DPNO outside of the balcony. Get revived. And will get revived by Cyber. Vidiking, by the way, has just continued to posture towards this break door. He has not wanted to push through. Seemingly aware of the fact that Loira is close right and also cautious of down below. Oh, Loira getting pinched. FaZe have been able to deal with this room setup from G2 up above towards security and break.
This is concerning for G2.
Well, they don't look rusty on border, that's for sure.
They certainly don't. Blaz, oh, that's a wonderful shot. Despite the high ground advantage for KDS, Blaz down below, the UMP hits the headshot. But it's 2 rounds now that G2 have been kind of playing from behind.
And it's halfway through the round. I've just got word. G2 have already called a tactical timeout for the conclusion of this round. Very intriguing.
Romello not happy with how things have started
that
here
is
on border.
way too early, but he's like
very
pissed.
early to call a tactical timeout.
Not only a round count, but also midway through said round.
Exactly, in what is a very important map.
So clearly not happy with how much ground FaZe are taking to the early.
This is still a very winnable round too.
30 seconds.
A lot of pressure around the site here for G2, but now starting to get aggressed upon. And Handy's still up above, so they can play the vert as well here, FaZe. Gun barrel spotted. Next kill, so vital. And it's found from Alamau, but instantly traded by Vidaking. Cyber goes down to stop the no towards Custom. He got 2 from that position.
Oh my fucking god.
King wants that crown. 3 crucial kills from Stompen.
That was crucial.
Despite
what the
a 5v3 advantage for FaZe, they do not take the site.
Okay, I think you go up over again, Cal. Play the Azam first, okay? Like, so if they go for a plant, like, you can close the window.
Okay.
Like, I think, like, go above again. Because
I can also play.
They have abandoned map. So, like, look, like, maybe they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna repeat again. But if they repeat again, they go, like, maybe they go.
Not better, I played the Azam.
Remember of the whole stock. Wait, remember the whole stock? Then, like, okay, if they go below on Zach, okay? So, like, if they repeat again, like, we below, we are prepared for that. And if they do pockets, also, let's be prepared for that, okay? Also, like, for the bank, look to me. Like, I don't think, like, maybe don't ban the green thing because they can expect this. I think maybe ban one of the shields, okay? Because, like, so they don't ban the game, okay? Because, like, if you ban the ink, they still gonna have, like, blitz glass or whatever, okay?
Romello was just
the words per minute.
Right, like, I got 1 timeout, I'm going early, I better get everything I need to say out right now. And the words per minute needs to be studied.
He's got to have the fastest words per minute of any coach at the event by far.
The fact he's going to have to now sit back for the remainder of this map with so much on the line and not be able to have any influence from here. But what play from Stomp, and even that slight reposition at the end, forcing Vidaking to have to move over to clear him.
I love Loki.
So cute. And it was looking a little bit scary, wasn't it, midway through that round? FaZe did a good job clearing top floor security and break and being able to get vert control and then draw their attention towards site. Massive 3K for Stompen.
10 seconds to go.
24-15, by the way. He is now the top fragger in the series. 3-1 on the entry as well.
Attackers are moving.
Come on, G2.
Remember, we don't need heroes out there.
Oh, no.
Comes on to Tuberal for round number 3. As G2 look to implement some of the tactics discussed in that 60-second tactical timeout.
Okay.
And straight back to Armory Archives, one of the safer locations on border. Out of the tactical timeout. Ooh, little drone spot for Vidaking on the fuse. That's going to be super important in this round as well. Vulcan canister, I think I heard get popped somewhere. Could be wrong. We're atop these stairs.
Vidaking bringing this particular operator, the fuse, to help aid in this
This
utility.
is a very direct hit right now from FaZe.
Beautiful stuff. And the shield then doubles up later on as potential plant protection.
And they've got KDS lurking the other side of the map so the Dokkaebi can call and then solo push, while FaZe are then going more direct, although they've started to split off a little bit.
I don't, like, to be honest, it's good for G2 that
it seems as if
it's a
they
little bit
still want to go
split.
really direct here. Dump those Candelas, get the smokes in, give a good opportunity for Cyber. That's a wonderful keep barrier.
Oh, Doki went deep, Doki went deep.
Got very deep right at the window, denies Vidaking. That's kicked down, by the way. Doki makes the ballsy move to go into Archive.
Oh!
Doki's still alive!
How are you alive?
The smoke criminal from Doki! But the round's not done as Souls finally shuts him down. The logic bomb activated from KDS. He needs to enter the building, but he cannot. He's shut down from Stompen. It's only Handy in the 1v4 as Doki makes a huge hero play.
That was huge from Doki.
Very cheeky from Doki. And FaZe's plan unraveled in real time.
Oh, Doki, take a bow. That's your round. Out of the timeout, back to
And
top
he wasn't
four,
even
back to the
warden,
safe haven of
guys.
Armory and
Bear in
Archives,
mind, he
and
was not
G2
even
come up
warden.
and take the lead of the series now, 2-1.
Like,
A
imagine if
tuck-decided
he
map, and they've
wasn't
got 2
warden at
defensive
that
rounds.
point.
Doki talking about what they want to ban. He's suggesting the Blitz.
Yeah, I would go with the
Romello
Blitz
also
as
was
well.
talking about a shield ban as well to close the half. But it's the Ying.
Ying is
What did I
arming.
go Ying?
Doki's body language may be suggesting it was a bit of a toss-up, not entirely sure.
I would actually agree more on the
God.
blitz actually because
Well, they better shut it
they're
down.
going blitz right now.
Doki's going to be like, guys, I told you, ban the blitz.
What a play here from Doki. Rushes in through the smoke and then somehow kills the Glaz. What?
Oh, that's not human.
You almost got souls as well.
Just stopping Vidiking more than anything, that's already kind of job done. Then being able to kill Cyber, I mean, that's just the cream on top of the cake. I mean, Doki.
Yeah, they should have banned blitz in my opinion because you have
prepped and ready to deny utility for
you
plant
have
denial,
a
and
very
Doki
good
steps up and
blitz
says,
player,
guys, I really don't think that this is a favorable position for the team. Again,
Phase,
disrupt the
and
roll,
G2
does a great
have
job,
had
nets the
issue
second
with the
kill.
fucking shield off.
Amazing.
You
Big
see, now go with double shield
Well,
right
that's why
now.
he's been a top 10 player
They
at
are
the
not
event so
going to be
far
fucking
into
around.
today.
And you go for Ying. And
And the
plus you
blitz
don't have a
will be
cyber right
selected
now
full phase.
to fix like to
Opting
slow
instead
down the
for
shield
the Ying ban,
operators.
which was
in
played
general.
twice, so there
That
was
a
utilization
L
from
ban.
phase with the Ying. We go Vent Workshop now for the 4th round.
That was an L
Quad
ban in my
Nitro
opinion.
cell lineup for G2 on this particular occasion. Not leaning into traps necessarily to deal with that blitz. Explosives may be the backup plan on offer. And with the information that can be gathered from the vault, we'll see if they can formulate a plan to not just deal with the blitz, also expecting the Glaz to be highly influential. And maybe if they go rather direct here as well, the ROUs from KDS on the Sense could offer playmaking potential as well. IQ though on offer, so Cyber can counter Blaz. Good preset drones.
Stompers just found that kill from security. Just picked the window. Free kill onto Handy. That's the blitz dead.
Yeah.
Don't have to ban the blitz if you can just find the free kill. Wonderful start to the round for G2. Stomper now is 6-1 here on Border. Is there a response from FaZe? Knowles poking, prodding. Well, Doki kind of just walked into that one. No trade either. Vidiking will shut down Loira. Advantage FaZe here in the 4th round, and with Soul still alive, this Glaz can continue to have a solid impact. Pushing through Fountain, he'll look to clear the rest of this top floor, and he can start to pressure Blaz. Blaz is going to be careful, runs straight into Souls. Lovely creeping and lurking from Souls on the top floor, but here comes Stomper. He's got 2. Alamount just needs to stay alive, but he's caught from Vidiking, and Stomper now must do it all. Needs the ace.
Do we see another clutch? 7-1 for Stompin. Can he make it 10?
No, he cannot. Cyber watching the doorway. Response from FaZe as they take Vent Workshop, and we are tied at 2 apiece.
Better there from FaZe.
Is the issue
Great
that
job flushing out the map. We saw a couple
the
nice looks
timer
employed
from
as
G2
well.
might have been too early.
And G2 on defense. Caught out on a couple of occasions. Looks like Bathroom Towers will be up next. Site choice, of course, of G2. Look back at that previous round.
Yeah,
Souls
it's
on the
more
Glaz
like
was
this
phenomenal.
map has been
Chop,
more
chop
on
onto
the
Doki, and then I don't think he was
gunning
really necessarily expecting Blaz
gameplay
there. He
than
raised his
necessarily
eyebrows,
as
maybe
strat
suggesting
play.
that he didn't know he was there, or that perhaps that close. Stomp and then found himself isolated over towards security, and despite having a strong start to the round, a 1v3, always low percentage.
And good cover as well. It's not going to be easy, G2. It's not going to be easy. You're not getting another 7-0. And you said it, Guz, as well at the end of Lair. He's got 7-0. They won't like that.
No. They want revenge.
10 seconds remaining.
And they also want to limit test this map, as you've mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't see FaZe on border. This is a rarity.
Attackers are moving to defuse
They win
the
this,
bomb.
considering what's at stake. Well, then that's something that they can think about
Add it
moving
to the
into
map pool.
playoff. Yeah, just add it to the map pool. So Bathroom Tellers for the 5th round. G2 really trying to test the knowledge of FaZe by going to all of the bomb sites.
Yep. Absolutely.
For what it's worth, Cafe is the other permaban for FaZe usually.
Deploying shock drone.
Jeez. Big throw, big arms from Vidiking.
Yeah, trying to disrupt the Goyo utility placed outside on this east stairs position. Well, not outside, just inside, but on the front of the map, of course.
Freebie. Top east stairs now a little bit vulnerable. And a little spot as well onto Loira.
Yeah, getting good insight on this hold, office presence as well, being employed
That might
from
not
G2.
be good for
Long
G2
haul as
here.
well, now spotted by Handy.
Yeah, so
Faze
Hand
with
is
good
going to be
info.
pushing in. He knows he's
And
clear
straight
because
through
of
for
the
Handy
castle.
into break.
Yeah, I don't like
Back of the
this
Lions
setup,
again
to be
from
honest. It's
Cyber,
just
straight
giving a
towards
lot
90.
of room.
And Cyber is actually the one that found the opening kill. The Blackbeard has been traded from Doki. Great position though for Handy, but the castle barricade a nuisance. Just blocks off his position to be able to push over to office. Oh, this is a big fight down below.
Drone going out.
Cyber versus Loira. Souls could look to push in top east stairs while Loira is being well accompanied, but Stompin was watching and then Loira went back and took the battle against Cyber. Handy's been in a strong position for a lot of this round, but it's only now that he starts to make an impact.
Still over a minute to work with here though, for FaZe.
Yeah, still winning
Vidiking
both
and
for
Handy.
FaZe here, which is annoying.
Two absolutely insane players. If they can connect, there's every world
Now
in
it's
which they
important
could
for
wrangle
G2
this
to be
one
playing
back.
closer together
drone
as
in
well, so they can
office, you've got
refrag right off
death
the
marks
bat.
available.
Otherwise, they will lose
drone
the
in
round.
waiting as
They
well.
literally need to play close so they can refrag. Watch the
Just
feet.
spotted the feet. Ooh. Laura's gonna have to run around. Doki gets caught, and then now suddenly the pressure back onto G2.
Yeah, this is what I was afraid
Flies
of.
all the way over towards main. So quite a distance away. May try to cut off though this long angle, and he does exactly that through customs. But he now comes to the death mark.
He is targeted. They know where Blaz is. Laura in sight. Handy trying to flush him out from above. There's still 30 seconds. He'll push down metal. Handy has the angle. He'll keep on going. He trusts in that vendetta.
Why are you going there?
He gets the kill.
Seriously?
Laura, can he clutch now from sight?
20
I'm
seconds.
so
What
pissed.
can Loira
They're
do?
just giving that round
Trying to
away.
try and take that fight against Vidiking. But he cannot. Now, oh, he opens the wall for Handy. Loira just made it all that much
pisses me off.
easier.
I said that they needed to play
Handy
closer
goes
together,
nuts
and
on the Deimos,
otherwise they
and
would lose.
FaZe have
They
taken
did not
the
play
lead.
closer together.
It almost worked. I think that little pre-fire was ambitious, but if it had have worked, could have been a massive difference maker. Would have had the opportunity to scatter back over towards bathroom, etc. Probably a round win.
Yeah, drink that water, Amela, because you can't talk now. Your timeout has already been taken. And G2 were typically up a player for the majority of this round. Good pick from Handy. Toki's like, ah. And then this is again just absolute
I got nervous
aggression.
for a moment when he missed the first spray, but the follow-up was great. Loira trying to deal with the Deimos. You're almost never going to win a 1 versus 2 with the Deimos.
And this is when that pressure, by the way, now comes back. 7-0 on Lair. It was great. Smooth sailing it. Fist bumps all around. Happy days. But now 3-2.
And even the loss on Fortress, right? We didn't go into that veto expecting much of G2.
It's
on that
overtime.
map. But there wasn't an element of pressure like there is now here on the final map.
And the pressure will continue to raise the more rounds that FaZe are able to acquire. But back to the safety of Armory and Archives. Now, it was won by FaZe in the opening round, but G2 then adjusted, won it in the third. Because it was that hero play from Doki that really made it difficult for FaZe. I do imagine he's going to be able to make the same hero play again.
I'm reloading.
Remember, the Warden
Yeah,
band
that's
out
crazy.
makes this Glaz very strong.
Good for strength for cardio. Yeah, this is going
So
to
far,
be
early
tough.
posture from FaZe on the other side of the map. Alamal, top waiting. Do they
Now,
go
like,
hunting for him
Fox, like,
on the
G2
Legion?
played it so well. It was not that
Well,
FaZe was
also
playing
playing
bad,
around
it was
east
just
stairs,
G2
so those
read
two
them like
need
an
to be in
open
sync
book.
with
They
their
had
communication.
nothing on that map. There's a reason why
Dolphins looked amazing
Bank
at this
and
security
Lair
ring
is
position. Pillar
G2's
traditionally
best
will
map.
put your best fragger in this position, or at least someone comfortable, especially with longer lines of sight. So far, he's been successful. What do FaZe try and deploy now to counter that? They may send the Glaz forward on the front line. They also have the air jabs from KDS.
That's
to
why I said,
try
like,
and lock
Border,
Stomping
if
in
anything,
position,
should be
prevent more
FaZe's
runouts.
map
Alamal prompted now to offer some
to,
support.
like,
Rotates
G2
off.
and FaZe
Cyber
are
down.
kind of 50-50
Doki's
on
back.
this map.
Finds
So.
that over towards Archives. Doki able to shut down Cyber, who was lurking around that entry into sight. So they lose that pressure directly close to sight. Souls, there is a smoke active. He just walks straight into it. Gets a good doorway position to cut off this angle. No one on the left side. Oh no! And Stomping can't win it towards security, but Blaz will shut down the Glaz in response. Similar to the previous round, G2 will continue to maintain that player advantage, and Vidiking very low. Humine in foot has to take that out. Trying to make that entry into break has been very difficult. Loira has been the nuisance towards the hallway, but finally as he backs off, they make entry. Triple stack towards the security break side of the map for FaZe.
Yeah, Electric Appeal took one more fight, but now safely inside of Archives. 3 versus 4, 50 seconds on the clock. Double flash for KDS, and Vidiking still, of course, with shield up, can play frontline, but he's so low on HP, a single shot, and he's in real strife.
KDS, top metal. Andy now starting to aggress in through office. G2 will play side with the numbers, and Loira shuts down Vidiking. The Blackbeard no more. That low health comes back to bite him.
Oh my
KDS
god.
Bitch! Low on time and unable to win the swing battle with that hole in the wall. It was an easy down. KDS should fall. Loira gets them both.
Oh my
and we
god.
are tied at the half.
I swear to God, I'm coming for you, Foxegg. I'm coming
this
for
match, hyped up after yesterday's result, is so far living up to the hype. Let's be honest. It's been absolutely sensational. An overtime on the first map, a beatdown from G2 on the second, and we are now tied on the third. G2 are 4 rounds away from safety, but also 4 rounds away from elimination.
What a dilemma they find themselves in. Of course, for clarity, in case you maybe are just joining us for the final map, FaZe are safe, they are first. This match does not change that. But as we alluded to, especially after Lair, FaZe will have a chip on their shoulder. They don't want to lose to G2, they want to knock them out. And if anything, it frees up the bracket maybe a little longer into this tournament where FaZe are expected to thrive.
There's the Deimos ban. It's been so well utilized by G2 across the first 2 maps. Not available on border along with the Ying. Smoker's army will be the bans from G2. A lot of these rounds have been so scrappy. Multiple kills, multi-kills for Stompin and Loira, and Handy and KDS. Opening kills are pretty even, actually. In fact, 3 apiece. So the 3-3 scoreline is very apt. This has been so close.
Alamo is very in the background right now. He only has 1 kill. And Cyber is only on 2 kills right now.
Well,
so the 2
Brazilians will be
guys that actually made a lot of buzz in the last map
super team. But
is
Black Dragons
quiet
will
right
be
now.
the ones to take the spot if G2 fall. So there's also that element as well.
That is actually something that we haven't spoken enough about in terms of the fate of Black Dragons. They lost today. Shopify Rebellion. If G2 are to beat FaZe, they are the ones that make way and will be at the bottom of the group.
I'm reloading.
They're definitely sitting back and watching as everyone else is.
And they fucking clash again.
Pressure on G2 in this half. FaZe do not have the same pressure. It's not even close. Head into top B stairs for Loira and Alamau. Souls just gave it a little peek down the hallway on the clash. He's able to do that safely behind the shield. What could Cyber do here on the road?
Spotted on drone from Blaz.
Has been spotted. Do they go hunting? Line scan, and they do get the kill.
Nicely
Wonderful
done.
clearance from G2.
Now the C4 is off board. I only
Yeah,
have
the
1
follow-up
C4 in the pocket now. That is going to give a lot of space for G2 to push for the attack. The only nuisance, the most nuisance operator for them is actually Clash.
They can split the attack maybe with a little bit more aggression. How do FaZe respond? They still have the Clash up. So Souls can open up more playmaking opportunities for the defense. Well, a couple of different positions, especially 90 become available.
Oh my goodness.
Now,
well,
like I said, the 2
here on border hasn't been able
players that was playing the worst
to really get
dies
going in
early.
terms of frag power. He has to play that supportive role and let the young gunners do the work.
Are
Oh
you
my
kidding
goodness!
me?
A pixel angle from Handy finds the head of Doki. Surely FaZe
Yeah, this
can't
is not
start with a
looking good.
defensive round win. It puts even more pressure then on G2. and outnumbered. You still now need to deal with this clash, but wonderful droning here from Loira. He spots 3 and spots 2 towards Fountain.
I know the setup. How do they deal with it?
Vidaking has actually vacated, now back over towards Armory. Loira down the hallway. You've still got to deal with KDS towards security. Handy then gets rid of Blaz, who's by himself. Loira stomping, pushed together, trying to clear out KDS. The flash landing on his head, but he slips back in towards the hallway, and Vidaking pressuring from top metal. Souls then goes for the flank on the clash. Stompin's by himself in the hallway. So low. Well, he does get that kill. He's immediately traded. FaZe take the lead. We go back and forth on border.
It was such a good start to the round for G2. Great isolation over towards lobby. Good combination of drone work early and Alliance scan. Top Ace control early into the round. They had pretty decent information as to the setup that was deployed from FaZe. A lot of it centering around the clash. Alamau, unfortunately, though, fell to that Nitro, and a sharp shot from Handy to secure the double kill onto Doki. All but secured the fate of G2 in that opening attacking effort.
3 rounds away from knocking out G2. This one's starting to reach fever pitch now. What have you got, G2? Playing with the pressure.
Yeah, you need to do something
on the shoulder.
because this is ridiculous.
Who's going to be the one to make hero plays? Who can be trusted in the clutch situations? Bathroom tellers for the 8th round. FaZe do not look like a team that are on their permaban.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Sink or swim as well for Alamau. Was highlighted briefly on the desk the reputation that he had garnered for not performing in high pressure situations, particularly against Brazilian rosters. And whilst there was a period of time, especially more recently, where he's been able to kind of shrug that notion.
But it's not about
that story may come back
here. It's not about what's happened in the last 7 rounds. It's about what happens in the next few. Forget the fact it's 1-5. Forget anything that's happened prior to this. Lock in, and you can still make the difference.
For electronics.
Cyber on the Solus. Run around the map, get some information for FaZe.
I feel like
the drone work from
FaZe know
has been good.
How to
in the
play.
last round, it was great. Actioning that information, though, the real challenge against the quality opposition.
Oh my goodness, Cyber, that was so close.
Activate control.
Logic bomb immediately from Loira. Makes his entry into the building. Cyber's been forced back over to Customs. He's also got Vidaking over towards waiting, so there is a decent amount of first floor pressure here from FaZe. Cyber continues to just creep on by. Ring around the rosy with Loira. Loira has to be so careful, so does Blaz. Flash though is perfect, and the clear from Blaz.
That was so good.
Loira, they got Vidaking towards waiting. They get 2 on that first floor.
Oh my god, that was so good.
Site is vulnerable. But if they want, with so much time left, they can reconvene and go for a top-down clear as well. They don't have to rush site. Souls is already forced to go play bathroom. Use the numbers, go back up, take the time. KDS though catches Stompin, completely unaware.
And Alamau too far away for the immediate trade, but eventually lands it.
Reloading ammo.
Needed that one. Logic
You can't deny that, Fox. Like, that was beautiful. Oh, whoa.
A little love tap. Shuts down the Dockerby. But Alamau, here you go. That's why you forget the past and have the influence for the future. As Handy now the solo. Blaz will confirm the plant. And this is looking much better from G2. Alamau making amends. Can he find a 3rd kill in this round? He knows that Handy is stuck top east stairs. Handy does have a nitrocell. And he's just gonna swing on outside. That's so ballsy from Handy. But while he does find that kill, that time continues to shrink and straight into the arms of Blaz. We are tied once again on border.
Yeah, like that was beautifully done with the flash. He knew he was there, then flashed and then pushed. That's one of the things that people are afraid of, flash and then push. That wait too long,
and then
because I think that we get flashed as well. You need to like learn the timing of it. When you need to go and
dying
push.
At the end there is fine, considering there's so little time left. It's more just a solo play from Handy that doesn't mean a whole lot for
Tasty.
the round. Blaz then knows he's going to push back down his stairs. He sets up perfectly.
Alamau
But Alamau did the job in the middle portion of the round by finding
Wifey.
2 crucial kills.
Yeah.
Got a kill with wifey.
Again,
Yeah.
drone work in rounds 7 and 8 on the 2 attacks so far for G2 has looked really good. They're not getting caught off guard from what FaZe are electing to play so far. Their read has been strong.
Yeah, that was
No issues in that
so
department so
beautiful.
far.
10 seconds
Over to
to
workshop,
insertion.
round 9. Can FaZe
I'm
bite
surprised
back?
that they're not opting to go like a ramp
Or can
for
G2 make it 2
top,
strike, get to 5,
the
relieve
top
that
floor
pressure
control.
valve
They're
a
just
little bit.
ignoring that. In general, they're just ignoring.
Final round in this second half before more bans will come
Kind of
through.
scares me that they are ignoring like the top floor like that. Like obviously you don't need to go ramp,
onto
but
the
like
yellow
they don't have anything to
for
open up
KDS.
like top floor in general. They're going for more
Those
like
employed
fragging
again.
right now.
Goyo
If it's
has
like
been used in all 3 rounds. First time we see the Malusi and the Warden. So a change up here for FaZe in the 9th round.
KDS under pressure.
Yeah, but he's dodged this well, and Simon found a pick onto Blaz.
beautifully.
That was from Customs. Logic Bomb activated. They need to try and clear out KDS. They can't do so in a rushed fashion. They've lost the ace, lost that hard breach. KDS is not worried by this Logic Bomb, continues to stay around security. He's got help, Handy's there as well. The 2 players in there makes it very difficult to push into.
What? I kind of don't.
FaZe well and truly right now. Stomping on the Blackbeard, has to try and push in, but he needs someone to push with him. Loira in a good position, top east stairs.
Oh, position though, it's known. Yellow ping available for FaZe. Line scan, stomping to progress. Triple wall opened, office exposed and ground taken.